We got one on round. Do we got any on flat? Do we got any on flat? Come on.
I think they're scared of you. You know.
Oh man.
I personally think it's a turtle.
I think it's potato.
Yeah, potato.
Well, I'm glad we settled that in the flat Earth discussion. So I guess there's nothing more to talk about. We have different opinions, and that's okay.
Is it okay?
I don't know. The discussion's been going on for months. Maybe some people feel melancholic about it or something. It's like it's over. It's over now. It's over. It's finally
Well-
over. The discussion's over. We can go home now.
I don't think that's how they see it. They
Oh.
always say to people like me and others who come in frequently, why do you come in? You obviously know it's flat at this point because you've been in here for so long. And they think they've misunderstood me because I don't come in because I'm going to be convinced that it's flat. You know, there's some honesty that needs to happen here. I don't think that I wouldn't say it's not possible in any sort of way to convince me, but I don't think they have the capacity to convince me. So I don't come here to be convinced. I think I come here for the entertainment, right? And it's funny to watch.
Same. I mean, I've debated with some, and they never bring.
Well,
real
pancakes
arguments.
are flat, and eggs
No,
can be
it's-
laid in the ground.
No,
So you
most
know,
of the
they're,
time
you know,
most of the time
flat
they
Earth.
say we cannot know, or they don't know. It is what
Well,
it
have you-
is.
Have you ever seen a snow globe?
Yes, of course.
There you go. The Earth is flat.
Exactly.
That's how it works, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've seen a snow globe, there you know how it works. It's exactly
This
like
is-
that. And
This is the key thing, right? If they keep saying that they know it's flat, and and I've been in here for about since September, so I don't know how many months ago that was, maybe like half a year ago. And they still haven't given me an argument for it. I'm doubtful at this point that they know why they think it's flat, right? Because I've not had not even once an argument where they've presented a case for it. In fact, sometimes they actually just say, believe it or not, they say it's an axiom. But an axiom is only useful if everyone agrees on it. Then you have to, and if no one agrees on it, then you have to demonstrate it. Yeah.
well, the Earth is a plane if you look at it from an airplane. And a plane is also a word. And if you think about the plane as a construct, it's flat. Therefore, most things are just flat. And that's, you know, these pilots have been keeping it secret for years. There's no way anyone could ever get out and touch this glass wall because that's just how it is. And all rockets just blew up in space because, you know, that's real. Everything in space is CGI. Everyone at NASA is keeping it secret. There's no, you know, all the leaks, all the people obviously have been killed. You know, the people that wanted to leak that, for sure, like for real, for sure. It's a global conspiracy, 100%, absolutely, no doubt. Fingers crossed.
I'm not easily trolled, you know that, right?
I
I
mean, if
am
you can
the
be-
troll.
Well, let's go then. Do you live under a
You know-
bridge?
You know, once, at one point in time, I was the Felix of this room, right? I was like I'm just want to persuade and, you know, talk about the facts and, you know, just I want to understand the flat Earth, you know, and I'm open-minded, you know, and, you know, at some point you think I'm not, you know, I never was really. You know, it's just like you just don't want to get muted, really, so you have to be nice.
Can you make an argument for Potato Earth?
I can make an argument for anything. I can
Yeah,
make an
can you?
argument for the Earth breathing. Do you want to hear my argument for the Earth breathing?
No, I want to hear the argument for why it's potato shaped.
Okay, the argument for why it's potato shaped
Uh-huh.
is that all the time you see potatoes grow out of the ground, and they're called pomme de terre, meaning apple of the earth. And what that means is, in
I speak
effect,
French, so you're right. Yeah.
what that means is that that potato is a embodiment, a representation of the earth we're on, because they are the apples of the earth, right?
True.
And people talk about the oblate spheroid all the time. I mean, what is a potato if not just an oblate spheroid?
Yeah.
Oh,
True.
there you go. That's-
I think you've proven it.
Yeah.
Sphere is just it's an illusion. That is it. People have been trying to fool us, saying that it's spherical, when in reality there's bumps and dimples and things. It might be more like an orange or a potato or some kind of egg of sorts. Like, I
Yes.
mean, it is spinning, so technically it's being more bent in some. It's being more bent around the equator.
It's obviously a potato that's been left out for quite a while because you got
Yeah.
that dirty soil and whatever that you have to get through to get to the juicy potato bit in the middle.
Yeah.
And obviously it's been because it's dried up, it's all brown on the edges. But if you go dig deep enough, you get beneath the peel, right? Or the crust, as some people call it. It's become crusty over time, obviously, from being left out too long. Eventually,
Maybe the
you'll get to
Earth
the
is.
sweet. Yeah, you'll
Maybe
get
the
to the.
Earth is
It's not.
a
It's not
potato
just a
seed.
potato. It's a sweet potato. You know that because the larva is orange, so it must have an orange and a core, therefore making it a sweet potato.
Do you think that? And do you think we are just potatoes on a potato Earth, like actually living underneath soil in God's garden, and that the black hole is really just the seed, reaching the light? That's when we'll
I
sprout
think you've
out of
completely
the.
lost me. I think you've. I don't even know if you're speaking English at this point. You
Well,
kind of
if
lost.
you look at a potato, maybe we could be living inside of a potato.
Yeah, but you just said, "Are we potatoes?" Then you said, "Are we?"
Well, if we are
A
potatoes and the Earth is
potato growing on
potato,
God's garden or
maybe we live
something, right?
inside a potato. Have you
Uh,
considered that? And a black
then
hole is.
you mentioned black holes. I don't even know where that came from either.
Yeah, well, the Earth is like spinning towards a black hole in the center of the Milky Way galaxy all the time. Eventually, we'll probably fall into that black hole. And then what will happen then? Does that mean we'll sprout and we'll come out into the light?
Let's see.
Like, because the universe is dark, right? So maybe we are just in the phase of growing. The universe is growing. Eventually, we'll, blossom.
Well, Dr. Amish or Mr. Amish said quite rightly that it's a prolate, not an oblate spheroid.
I mean,
And
if you think if you look at seeds, right? No,
I
no,
think
hang
I
on,
would
hang
go
on.
a step further. No, I want to go a step further and not say
All
it's just a. I don't want to say it's just a prolate spheroid. I want to say it's a prolapsed spheroid, and I think that's far more intellectual.
Yeah. But if you observe plants and seeds and how they grow, you see that these vines also grow in spirals, right? Like it grows towards the sun and then they grow in kind of spiral patterns. If you look at the Earth in the Milky Way galaxy, it's also spiraling around, so it's kind of growing in the same way. So it could be a seed in time. The Earth is like a seed in time. It's like a potato seed
Like a
in time,
prolapsed
maybe.
spheroid, right? Prolapsed.
Yeah,
Spheroid, yeah.
exactly. So maybe it's potatoes all the way up and down at every
On our
level.
prolapsed spheroid, yeah. Very
We just have to
interesting.
realize our potato nature. We believe we have been led
Well, you're
astray.
killing the joke. You're killing the joke. You got to stop this.
Well,
It's
we do
funny.
believe we are
Now
humans.
you're
Maybe the
pushing the joke
humans
to the
did
point of not
everything
being
wrong.
funny
Humans
anymore.
did everything wrong. Maybe that's where the problem is, that we actually have the wrong belief. We actually believe we are humans, and that's too many steps. Once we believe we are this person, we have selfish beliefs, and if we become corrupted by this ego, If we just believed we are the things we eat, we would just, give homage to that. And that is probably what God intended anyways.
Let's see.
Oh, do you pray to your potato or what?
Yeah, I believe in potatoism.
Can't take you serious, man.
It's potato philosophy, it's potato religion, it's potato earth. It's all things. I believe everything has a potato version. Even every human, if you think about it, the potato sorts, there's red potatoes, which are like Indians. There's sweet potatoes, which are like Asians. There's these dark, deep purple potatoes, which are like Africans. And there's white potatoes and russet potatoes, which are like Mexicans. And there's a potato for each person in the world.
Yeah.
You just have to realize you're a potato.
You're killing me here.
What potato would you be if you were a potato?
Right. Anyway. Has anyone got any flat Earth proof?
Well, if we had a more
I think we
potato-centric
kind of
world,
took over the chat. I don't know.
if we had a more potato-centric world,
Right.
we wouldn't
Someone
have so
deal
much.
with this guy because it stopped being funny about 10 minutes ago.
Well, if we had more potatoes in the world, we wouldn't have so many
Oh my
doctrines and
Come on,
belief
Amish, stop
systems
that.
and
Come on, where are you, Amish?
limited view on the world. We would expand more. We'd see more.
What's this guy talking about, dude?
He's making
Well, I
a
mean,
global
if you're a Christian, you have had pretty much the same belief for the past 2,000 years. Nothing much changes. If you're, I don't know, if you're Muslim, maybe you had the same belief for the past 1,400 years. If you're a Jew,
is some
maybe you.
high tier autism.
Well, you've been told how to believe in God. Why don't you find it out for yourself how to believe in God? Maybe you don't need words to speak with God. Maybe a potato could be like a road, like a path that leads you to God and not to, a bunch of priests sitting in a church
What about French fries?
collecting money for themselves and using it to make corruption. I mean, what do I know?
Be
just a potato.
quiet! Be quiet!
I'm just a
Jesus.
potato.
Oh, kill me. Amish, where are you? He has one job. Look, he'll
Amish
mute
is
a
now
Glober
nowhere to be
within
seen.
5 seconds for talking about the globe, but he's letting this guy talk about potatoes for about 20 minutes. And nothing.
So what do you want to talk about? You're a
Flat
human being.
Earth.
Humans are
Flat
so
Earth. I
intellectual.
want to talk about flat Earth.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, then why are potatoes potato-shaped?
My man,
Shouldn't
why
they
you
be
trolling?
flat as well?
In every single room, when you go, like you just like trolling. I come here to listen and learn something, and like I can
I'm
because
trying to learn why potatoes are round when the Earth is flat.
Oh, Crit, are you there, Crit? This would be a good time to be here,
If anybody could answer this, why are potatoes like potato-shaped when supposedly the moon is flat and the Earth is flat and everything's flat?
My man,
Yeah.
why
That's a tough
obelisk?
one.
Why obelisk? It's in the shape of obelisk. Can you tell me that?
No, I'm just a potato. I'm an idiot. I just grow.
Man, you're grown man, 40 plus, and you acting like potato. What is wrong with you?
Okay, you are whatever.
I think the Earth is
No.
flat.
Let me rebuttal. I gotta. Okay, so you are a human being and you never evolved to potato.
With the potato jokes.
Yeah.
We're done with the potato jokes, okay?
I
I'm a
used to
flat
be just
earther.
like you, just
love
an
flat
ordinary
Earth.
human being
Look at
until I
me.
evolved
Look at me. I
to the
love
next
flat Earth. Talk
stage.
to me instead of talking about potatoes. Right? The Earth is flat. It's obviously flat. It's measured flat. It looks flat. It's observed as flat. It's practically used as flat. What's your problem with that?
No problem. You can put potatoes in that.
I want to kill myself. Amish! I know he said he's
What
at
the hell is
work,
going
right?
on, dude?
We know when Amish is at work, all he's doing is sitting behind a computer.
You call it
and he could
flatland, I call it farmland.
about 30 minutes ago.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's like some farmer or like dude who working with potatoes. He have like relationship with your wife, and you like now coping as a potato man.
No, I just discovered that if you return to potato, life becomes much simpler.
So you want to say like we come from potatoes?
No, we don't come from potatoes, but potatoes
How
can
can I
show
return
you
to potato?
potatoes can show you the beauty of life. You know, the beauty in the simple things.
My man, do you know where I am from?
Bulgaria,
Close.
Georgia.
No,
Okay, I don't know
it's
then.
it's a Serbia.
Okay.
Nobody speak.
Oh, thank God Alpha's here. Oh, my God. Save me, Alpha. Save me. Have you been listening on that stream? Have you heard what this guy's been talking about for 30 minutes?
I just got here, but I was listening. He's been here before.
Oh, God, he's absolutely it makes me want to blow my brains out, right?
What was he
And
talking about?
I sit there and I listen to Gregory for half my day, right? So that's something special.
What was he talking about?
Oh shit, you're here. I didn't even know. He was talking about potatoes, basically. Nothing interesting.
Yeah, trollers want to troll. He's been here before.
Can I ask a question?
I just disconnected him. That's all I did.
Evidently, yes.
I'm sorry. Can I ask the question?
Evidently,
go
yes
ahead.
again.
Okay, thank you. I think about this, and like if we prove Earth it's a flat, you know, what that like would change to like to average Joe?
Changes the way you perceive the entire cosmos. It also changes the way you perceive what caused the cosmos to begin existing, and its purpose, and how you ought to live in it, and what its
I'm
ultimate destiny is.
Interesting. But like, can I go back on like what you say about perspective and how like everything it's made cosmos again? Sorry for my English. Like,
Don't worry.
Yeah,
if
it might
I heard
redefine your killer. It might
yes,
redefine your place. It might redefine your place in this world it's philosophical. If you had faith in God or if you didn't, like you might think about it because if you see a universe where you were designed and specially created in this world with intent and purpose, then you might reconsider possibly thinking about the creator versus where you were in an infinite cosmos ever expanding and you were just something that was created by chance and happenstance.
Yeah, like
So
me personally, I can't believe in that because like for me it's so anti-logical. Like I can't explain, you know. Like for me, like yeah, because like I heard somebody last time when I be here, like somebody said like the Christianity and the flat Earth are like very connected, you know, and like how God it's create the whole Earth, you know, and like I read like I don't know how you say that on the English, but like it's you have like New Bible and Old Bible. It's not the Bible, but like I forget the how it's called, you know, and like I read that like old part and like in the first part when like they like in the Bible when they speak about like creation of the planet, you know, they speak about that like I'm sorry like if I pronounce the wrong, like I think it's a firmament, you know, something like that, you know, and like that thing it's like I don't know how to explain on the English. I'm sorry again. Like my vocabulary, it's like really bad. But it's kinda explaining like yeah, there is possibility of like Earth being the flat because like you can have like that firmament on the ball. It's you know what I mean.
Well, it's logically possible. Again, let's be logical since you care about being logical because you reject something that you perceive to be anti-logical. It's logically coherent to say that there is a sphere existing in a cosmic vacuum surrounded by a solid glass looking container, right? A sphere within a sphere. That's logically coherent. There's no contradiction in that, right? And then it's also
I
equally logically coherent to say that the Earth's surface is topographically planar with a container standing above it. That's also logically coherent. There's
Oh
no
my god!
incoherency.
To come back to this. Oh.
I'm sorry, sir. I think like we don't understand each other. Like how it's language barrier, you know, like you probably don't like get me right like on what I
Yeah,
think, you
very
know.
likely.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm attempting to
yeah,
cooperate
what do
with
you have?
you.
What do you have a problem with when you say that you're reading scripture? If you're reading
No,
something, what are you having
no,
trouble with?
no. It's no. That again, it's a language barrier. Like I said, when I read it, you know, like they said, like in the scripture, Earth. It's like there is like firmament or firmament. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce.
Yeah,
Uh,
you can just say
yeah.
solid container because that's more easier to say. Firmament.
Mhm. Yeah, there is like that solid container, you know, and like when I think about that, like only logical thing for me, like yeah, Earth it's a flat because like you can have like that container on the ball. You know what I mean? Like it not would be like do you
Yeah,
do
so
you yeah.
yeah, so let me try this again because I think I understood you correctly.
Mm.
Yes, there is the passage in the Torah, right, in Genesis, Bereshit, and other passages which mention the firmament, the solid container. And the surface of the Earth is topographically planar. The surface is flat, generally flat, level,
Yeah.
not concave, not convex, right? And there's a solid container standing on it and above the face of the Earth in the oceans. Okay, so there's that, but it's not incoherent. It's not logically incoherent. It doesn't violate any law of logic to say the Earth is a sphere in a cosmic vacuum surrounded by a solid glass container. So I'm just saying that just to be uh, thoroughly logically consistent.
Mm. I
Is it
get
the
it.
is it the word firmament that you're having trouble with? Is that what I'm?
Oh, yeah, firmament. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
the word and the concept. I was
Did
just explaining that the concept of firmament is just a solid container, either above the level face of the Earth or around the spherical surface of the Earth.
Yeah, the word itself, as it is described, the definition is the expanse of the sky. What if you go back to the root word, which is I think Hebrew, Greg? It says
Yeah.
the root word's like rakia, something like that.
Hmm.
And
I'm
rakia
sorry. What?
What's that?
What is the root word?
Rakia.
Rakia, it's a Serbian word for the drink.
No. Well, yeah, but
Yes,
it's not.
brother.
That's not that.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the word in the English translation, firmament, and in more modern translations, they're a bit more idiomatically poignant. They're a bit more direct. The International Standard Version, which was authored in 2011, it says the canopy. In the NIV, it says the New International Version, it says the vault. So these more idiomatic translations, as opposed to the more formal translations, convey the idea that the passage is conveying. It is a solid container. When you go to the Yahudit, aka Hebrew word, it's rakia, like Alpha just mentioned. And in the Greek translations of these passages, even from ancient times in the Greek Septuagint, they use the Greek word stereoma. And you can research these words. And stereoma is a solid container.
I'm sorry, can you repeat, like, rakia, it's a word
Gila.
for what?
What's up, Gila?
What's
Yeah.
up, Patrick?
Yeah, the word rakia. Yeah, rakia from the
Okay.
Yahudi language,
Rakia.
aka Hebrew.
Yeah,
It's
that's
transliterated as RAQIA.
Yeah. Like, on the Serbian,
Wow, that
we
was
have
nasty.
on the. Are you okay, brother?
I'm fucking sick, dude.
Fuck, man, drink the tea. On the Serbian word rakia, it's mean like it's how do you say? It's alcohol drink.
Yeah. So I guess that may be a homophone. Yeah, it's fun to identify homophones, words that sound the same but mean different things.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, man. Like I don't know like every word on the English. Like my vocabulary, it's very limited.
Yeah.
I'm
No
trying
worries.
to learn.
Yeah, but
Thanks,
that's
man.
What's up, Mita?
That's what we draw the.
As long as you're taking the bullshit, doesn't matter.
Fatfish, you need to mute your mic, bro. So that's why some people would draw the container saying that the Earth is contained system with gas pressure. So we wouldn't say that's a stretch of the imagination because there are texts that support that even. So even just from a perspective of saying that the natural law of gas pressure would necessarily have a container, wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination to then say that the text of the biblical narrative would support that as well. So we have even more reason to say that gas pressure requires a container.
Indeed.
So
And so, of course,
anyway.
the task is still not fulfilled by the globalist, where they provide empirical data, where they have empirically detected the curvature of the Earth and measured it so that they can actually verify their cosmological idea that the Earth is a ball in a cosmic vacuum. Still hasn't been met yet. So we're still waiting for them to finally meet that criterion to verify their premise. And of course, because they are unable to do that, they have this habit of relapsing or trying to take refuge in condescension and pretension, which is a insufficient substitute for logical, sound argumentation.
You're right. Or we just made it up out of nowhere that the Earth is a ball.
Hey, we got
want the shape, man.
We got Hooba Booba guy. What's up, man?
What the hell? No, my name is Cooler Master.
I don't know. Not in here, it isn't.
No, I don't want to be that guy anymore. It was
Well,
back then when I was a fan of this weird Bosch guy. God, I hate him so much now.
You might want to change your name then.
I can't.
Why?
Well, his name is Cool Master. His username is Hooba Booba Guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, now it's Cool Master.
It's a curse I have to carry. It's my penance for my past mistakes.
How long you been?
Shucks.
What?
How long you been carrying that name?
Since I don't know. This is like it's been ages now.
Damn.
I'm just
All right.
glad I got banned of his server.
All right. Well, Cool Master, what do you think about the topic of this room? Do you think the Earth is
To be fair, I think the Earth is round, and but I do think we need flat earthers.
No,
Just
let's
simply for
not.
the fact.
Let's not go to why you think that. But let's talk about why you believe that the Earth is a globe. What
Oh.
evidence? What evidence supports your belief?
I just do believe that all the instruments and the math that we have is just relies on this. No, it doesn't rely on this. It just shows that this must be the case.
Like
Also,
what?
we have
like-
pictures. But
Oh,
this is like
yeah.
only the
There's no-
background information.
Don't
I
take
just think
leaps.
that
Don't take leaps and bounds of logic. Just one thing at a time. Why do you think the instruments support that with the math?
Oh.
What instruments?
if I have to just stick to one argument, then I would just say we have pictures of Earth from space.
Okay. Can you verify that those pictures are exactly what they say that they are? Is there any way to do that?
You can just look at them,
Well, yeah, you could look at a picture of a giant gorilla climbing an Empire State Building, but that doesn't mean that King Kong exists, does it?
I see.
Right.
Like we can just go through, for example, a very recent one.
What?
The
What did you?
Starship. We can look at that. There was this thing called
Starship?
Starship. It's from SpaceX,
Okay.
and it had a live feed. You could follow it going up.
Yeah, but can you verify that they're actually in that location that they see? A lot of this has to do with faith. You have to believe everything that they're doing based on just visual representation.
Yeah.
Visual
I see what you
representation
mean.
show you something and you believe. There's no thinking, there's no critical thinking required. You don't have to think about what they're doing. You just have to believe, right? With faith that they're doing
So why
exactly.
shouldn't I believe what I see?
Because how can you verify it? How can you go there and check to see? Well, if you were to say, wait a minute, how do I know that what they're showing me is true? You can't do it. It's unfalsifiable. Can't falsify it. Yeah.
Then how do I know anything to be real? I mean,
because you can actually test things where they show you. If I was to show you places here on Earth, you can say, wait a minute, I could take a plane to go there, but I can't get in a rocket and go to where they're telling me. So it's different. The logistics from what they're telling you to like what you know now, like if I was to show you some type of bug or some type of new thing that you don't know about, you can investigate it here on Earth. You're able to access that. Here, when they show you something, you can't access it. There's no way to falsify that. So it puts it more at arm's length away from your knowledge, so that the only thing you can do is believe it. That's it. And everybody else on Earth is the same.
I must agree with that. I mean,
Yeah.
it is, after all, my trust in the footage being real.
Sure. Listen, there's nothing wrong with that part of it if you so choose. But if your critical thinking mind only accepts that as a standard, then your standard of knowing things is going to be just presentation of images. Then I could, if that was the case, then I could present to you any image, and I could say, well, look at this image of Loch Ness Monster, or I got a couple of images of some ghosts I want to show you, and you can automatically believe what I'm showing you because that's your standard. All I got to do is show you a picture, and you will believe it, or a video.
But how do I then know that the person, for example, saying the Earth is flat, how do I know the things that they show me to be true?
Go and well, your observation of the physical natural world when you go outside. Do you notice the Earth as a globe?
No, of course not.
Okay. And if you were to say, is it a far stretch of the imagination that my observation would also follow a measurement? Can I measure the Earth as a globe? because they're telling me that the Earth
Um,
is a certain size. Like if you type in on Google right now how big the Earth is, they'll give you a radius, diameter, and the circumference. So the
yes,
size,
they will.
the size of the geometric shape of the Earth is given to you right now. You could find out what size the Earth is. So it's not too big, it's not small. It's the size that they tell you it is. So you could essentially go onto the Earth and measure a small sample of the Earth, and like a small arc segment, if it as it were. And if it's true that you could measure a small arc segment, then you could know from the completion of that arc all the way around that it would be a sphere, if it were. So just a small sample set is all you would need to confirm that the Earth is indeed a spherical, spherical
So
object.
when I think of a flat Earth, like I'm automatically driven to believe it in, like, to imagine it floating in space. Is that the case with your idea? Like, it's
Well,
something that floats.
No.
No? Okay.
the cosmological aspect is such that we would say this is the floor of the universe. The ground that you're standing on is the floor of the whole entire universe, right? And
Mm-hmm.
there isn't an outer space. The outer space idea is garnered by those who have given you this narrative. So you can
I
only
see.
think about it that way. So we would say that the floor of the universe is what you're standing on. So all that there is above your head. So the lights in the sky, these objects or celestial lights, is what you see. But that's all that there is. There's no other galaxies. There's no other planets. That's a
I
narrative
see,
that's
yeah.
so.
And what
There's never
I
been
oh,
there's
that's
never
actually
been an
interesting
argument
to mention.
nor well just to add this to really appreciate the point, there's never been an argument or any good argument to believe that we exist in a cosmic vacuum, which is why they had to coin the ad hoc rescue appeal to universal gravitation. The sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be attracted to one another, or in Einsteinian metaphysics,
Yeah, mass
causes
attracting
matter to
mass.
fall along the surface of the curvature of space and time itself, so that things move initially and don't fall off the surface of these humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas flying around in the cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
Yeah,
Huh.
it takes more faith to believe the story that they give you than it does for something that's logically consistent, which you can understand from a vantage point of not having to be so imaginative, right?
Nor has there
Yeah.
been any good reason to believe that if we didn't have Cavendishian, Newtonian matter attracting matter, or Einsteinian curvy bendy space time, that everything would just float up and just wander through free space. There's no reason to believe that either.
Yep. I don't know. May I test your knowledge of the Earth as a globe, Master?
Sure thing, yeah.
All right. If I was, and you could answer this intellectually honest, like positions that you have. So I have three main tenets that I want to talk to you about, and if you can say
Yes.
I don't, or I do know, and then give me the very specific information, we're gonna find out if you know the information that supports the claim. So if I was to tell you who has measured the curvature of the Earth in history, as in the drop over the distance. So if you were to say somebody's measured the curvature, then I need to know how they measured the surface of the Earth to be dropping over the distance as if we were living on a sphere. So do you know who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? Anybody?
Wait, are you saying someone who measured the curvature of the Earth? Like, no, I don't understand what you mean exactly. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the drop over the distance. So relative
Yes.
from your position, an observer on the Earth, to a target distance, there would be a specific curvature, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Horizon.
Has anybody ever measured that?
The drop that
Yeah.
you were supposed to see.
Yes.
I think the measurement is I would say that the measurement is directly just what you see directly, like when parts of, for example, the thing that is when something drives off in the ocean,
Mhm.
it loses some of its bottom parts.
Okay,
You don't
but
see it anymore.
that's an explanation. I'm asking who's measured it. Do you know?
Who measured it? I don't know. Maybe I can go outside and measure it.
No, thank you. It's I don't know is the answer, right?
Oh,
Yeah, just be
okay.
intellectually honest. If you don't know, say I don't know. If you do know, then tell me
I
how
don't know.
you know.
I don't know whoever measured like
That's fine.
that
And so
thing.
that's where we would stop. We don't have to continue and try to figure it out. If you don't know, just say I don't know. We'll go to the next question.
Yeah. I don't know
Okay.
the question either, to be honest. I didn't really
Well,
understand it that time.
no, you do, right? So if you're standing on the surface of the earth would
Okay.
be the earth would be curving away from you. Do you understand that?
Who? Yeah, like things are
Okay.
going
Yeah.
curving away. Yeah.
And my question was who measured that? Do you understand?
Like who measured how much is going away from?
Yeah.
Like how much?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they have some formula out there saying if you go
Okay.
this far,
Yeah.
then you should lose this and this much
Yeah,
side of this
measured
object,
who
depending
measured
on your observer height.
who measured that?
I don't know who measured that. NASA?
That's what I'm asking. Now
Some
you
ancient
understand,
Greek
right?
scientist?
Yeah, but you do understand now, right?
Yeah, I do understand that it exists, but I don't know who came up with it.
That's what I'm asking. Okay, so you don't know, so now we'll go to the next question. The next question is the rotation of the Earth. They're telling us that the
Yeah.
Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Who measured that?
I don't know who measured it. I'm not that well versed in scientific history.
You're fine. You're fine. All right, so we're going to the third question. Do you know that you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you believe that you're in one, as far as the Earth being a globe?
From what I've observed and what the experts and the authorities say, I'm in a vacuum.
Okay, but the question is, do you know that you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you believe that you're in one?
I believe and I know.
No, it's either one or the other. It's a dichotomy, sir. You either believe that you're in a cosmic vacuum or you know that you're in one. Which one is it?
I know it.
Okay, now, if you know that you're in one, then detail to me how that is possible that your knowledge is that you know.
Because I got my knowledge from authority.
Okay, so you're trusting secondhand information. That's not primary knowledge, sir.
It might not be, but neither is, for example, my belief in the Christian God.
Yeah, but we're not worried about the Christian God. We're worried about how you know that the earth that you're standing on is inside of a cosmic vacuum. So you said
like
that
I
you
said,
know.
I trust authority.
So you said that you know. That's primary knowledge. That's experience. That's you being able to tell us how it's possible that we're in a cosmic vacuum. So detail to me how it's possible you're in a cosmic vacuum. Go ahead.
How it's possible? I don't know how it's possible. I don't know how God
You don't
created
know. You don't
the
know is
universe.
yeah, but you don't know is the answer, right? Or
Which
can you
answer to how it exactly works?
know how you know you're in a cosmic vacuum? Either you know or you don't know.
I know because I trust authority.
Okay, trusting someone is not primary knowledge. Primary knowledge is
But that's
something
how
that
I found out about Jesus.
yeah, we're not worried about Jesus, sir. We're worried about how you know that the earth is in a cosmic vacuum.
I'm
More
lost, man.
specifically,
Okay,
your appeal. Yeah,
primary
more
knowledge.
specifically, yeah. To
Sorry.
finally get this critique said to move on from this because we're going in circles. His
We're
critique,
not
Alpha's
gonna move on, right? We're not going to move on. We're going to have him understand. So primary
I
knowledge.
know. I'm trying to help him
Okay.
understand the critique.
Go ahead.
So Alpha's critique is that your appeal is not logically sufficient, just because these supposed authority figures the so-called professional scientists say that, it's not a sufficient appeal to demonstrate that the premise is true.
I
So
see.
the strongest appeal in principle, as is very obvious, is that we observe, that we empirically detect that we exist in a cosmic vacuum. But if you're going to be honest with your own empirical experience, with your own anecdote, you've never observed or empirically detected in any way that you exist in the cosmic vacuum, including the Earth that you have
Uh-huh.
always lived on. That's his point.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
I
have
got
you?
your point now.
Or have you
Have I what?
known that
Have
you're
you,
inside a cosmic vacuum, sir?
Known that I live in a cosmic vacuum.
have you empirically detected,
Oh
seen,
no,
smelled,
empirically I
taste,
have
touched, heard, have you
no,
empirically
I have
detected that you
never
exist in a cosmic vacuum?
no, I have never been outside of
Okay, so let
Earth.
me ask the question again, and perhaps you can answer it once again. Do you believe you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you know that you're in one?
I believe the authority.
Okay, thank you. So now let me wrap up the three questions, the three main tenets that actually prop up the Earth as a globe.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea that you are on a curving surface spinning in the vacuum of space is a blind belief that you have right now currently. It is not primary knowledge. You do not know this information. You believe it to be true at this point. You do not know that the
Okay.
Earth is a globe. You believe it to be so.
So I have
And
reason to not believe the scientific authorities.
no, you didn't understand what I just said. It's not that you don't believe it. It's that you just believe it.
Ah,
You just
okay.
believe. That's the only
Yes,
thing you have is belief. You don't have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe. You don't experience the
totally.
Earth as a globe. You've been told that it's one, and you believe it to be so. That's all you have. It's the
Yeah.
only thing I wanted to show you right now with this example of what we talk about in this room is that the primary knowledge is not sufficient. You don't support the Earth as a globe with a primary knowledge. You only support it with just someone
Yes.
told you that it is one.
Yes, I
And
support the scientist out there or the guy. I know what you mean. Yes.
yeah, and listen, this believing something is it's up to you, right? Because your critical
Mm-hmm.
thinking mind, if that's what you call knowing something, that's the standard of evidence. It's just somebody telling you something. It doesn't mean that you actually verified it or falsified it. It just means that you trust someone, and that's your
Yeah.
standard of evidence. That's it. Does that make
And let
sense?
me articulate this, because a lot of times when we go through these 3 points, people fail to mention needed nuance. Not absolutely every appeal to everything that is authoritative is fallacious. Now, if one says that it is, then that's self-defeating, because the person who says that is presupposing that the laws of logic themselves are authoritative to indicate or demonstrate the truthfulness or falsity of the concluding premise or supporting premises they're appealing to. So it's self-defeating to deny the authority of everything, right? So it's necessarily the case that there must be something that is logically authoritative in order to demonstrate and discern the difference between what is or is not true, is or is not false, is or is not known. So there's that nuance. And another nuance that has failed to be mentioned is that some people have this bad habit, which they also cannot justify and is also self-defeating, where they conceive belief itself as being only accepting or affirming a given premise to be true without any justification, or that it's only false. But if they say that, then they believe that, they affirm, they accept that premise to be true. And if it was true, then it's false. And if it's false, then it's false. So that's also caught on the horns of a dilemma. And because people don't think these things through rigorously enough, they fall into these very common logical or epistemic potholes that they can't get out of. So I wanted to mention
So
that
there's
just so
nothing I
that
can
there's no
believe.
confusion.
So is there something that you can know is to be true? Or is it all just belief then?
Yes. Yes. No.
Yeah, consider this in the open chat.
Something that's self-evident is also something you can know to be true, right? So your world experience and some things that, like, if we're both standing outside, right, and you have vision,
Yes.
and we both see the sun, and I can point to it and say, look, there's the sun. That's self-evident. I don't have to tell you the sun's there. You just know that it is there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's objectively true, just the statement to say that the sun is in the sky.
Yeah, that was an argument that Alpha said. And so the concluding premise is the sun exists. And his argument, his supporting premise, was to appeal to empirical data, to appeal to the empirical data of the sun up there in the sky, to empirically verify the concluding premise that the sun exists. You know, very obvious, very doozy, easy to grasp logic sequence. And of course, it gets more complex depending on what the concluding premise is. And so you can see what I posted there in the open chat. Knowledge is justified true beliefs. Now, I define the key terms, those 3 words that define knowledge, right? Justify, that's the first one. Justify, sound argumentation with one or more specific objective true premises and a logically valid argument. Truth, a proposition that is coherent and or corresponding to a given object, right? The concluding premise concerning the sun existing corresponded to the object, the most brilliant object we've ever seen up there in the sky. So there you have it with that. And belief, accepting or affirming the given proposition to be true or false. You can believe things to be true or to be false. And your beliefs themselves are true or are false. So,
And so, how do I know that? It kind of makes me think like maybe nothing is real.
No, that you're thinking about it. You're going about this in a way that you're trying to reduce everything down to whether or not you know you exist or not. That, and
Yes.
it's self-defeating. That type of
Okay.
logic is self-defeating. So we can't
yeah,
know
here's
things. Yeah, we can know things, and there's things that we can't know, right? So, do you know? Let me see.
Geeks
If
has
you were to-
questions when you guys are finished, by the way.
yeah, I know, geeks. If you can know something like, what are you doing right now, sir? Let me
I'm
just give
playing
you.
Hearthstone.
You're playing what?
Hearthstone.
I don't know what that is. All right, but no. What I meant is, are you sitting down, standing up, walking? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sitting.
Okay. Do you know 100% that you're sitting down?
Usually I would say yes, but I don't know anymore.
No. You're that.
I'm just really confused. I'm sorry.
You don't have to
some
be.
people are confused like that, Alpha. Some people are very confused like that.
Let me just tell you. Whenever you make a
Conversation is blowing my mind.
yeah, whenever you okay, well, just think about it like this: are you doing anything other than what you say that you're doing right now? You're sitting down.
Apart from sitting, yes, and I'm playing video games and talking to you. Yes.
Are you flying the
Peacefully.
plane? Are you flying the plane?
I don't fly a plane. No.
No, right now. Are you flying the plane?
No.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
No.
Are you sitting down?
Yes.
Okay. If you can affirm what I'm telling you and not what I'm telling you that you are, then you're able to discern with discernment what you are doing. And if I'm to tell you and you affirm that 100% you are doing the thing you say you are, and you say yes, then you know what you're doing. It's just logical, right? If you can't tell me that you know what you're doing, then the lack of communication is going to break down between you and me. We're not going to be able to communicate. Words are not going to have meaning anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The value of your existence will then diminish because you're not going to be able to tell me anything and have it have meaning whatsoever.
I understand what you mean. Yes.
Right. So to some level, to some extent, we're going to have a common ground on things that we agree on. Otherwise,
I
we're not
agree
going
that you and I are real.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is we're not going to be able to have a common ground that you and I are going to be able to speak to each other. So words
Why?
have value. Words have value, and if you don't value words, that's when everything goes out the window. And like you can't talk to somebody because you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what truth is. Everything becomes like subjective, and yeah, just everything goes to the toilet once you start thinking like that. There's no truth that can be garnered from this lived experience.
So
I
consider
understand
this.
what you mean. Yes.
Right. So, Master, Cooler Master, consider this. You, how do I say this? You kind of fell, you plummeted into utter skepticism, which happens, which is sometimes needed to provoke people to be critically considerate and self-scrutinizing.
Okay.
And so you're not the first and you're not the last. And you didn't even fall that hard, anyways. And so this is what happens when people do not have a coherent worldview and they're not epistemologically self-conscious. Humans, vast majority of them, are just in the habit of believing this or that, thinking this or that way, doing this or that act, right? Rather than being introspective, rather than being self-scrutinizing, like I just mentioned, rather than thinking deeply and attempting to know what they believe to be true or to be false. And so when you say the premise, when you say the idea nothing is real, well, now what's the argument for that? Because if you say an argument, then you inevitably and necessarily are presupposing the reality of something in order to form the argument to demonstrate the premise is true. So, so if it's true, then it's false. And if it's false, then it's false again, another premise, caught on the horns of a logical dilemma. So it can't be true. It cannot be known to be true. It can only be false.
I understand that very well now. I understand what you mean. Therefore, I would just wonder why. Then what is this footage? Are they lying about there being a spaceship up there? I don't understand.
Well, you'd have to analyze it from a standpoint of saying, what can I do to verify this information? So your
Okay.
critical thinking mind would be engaged. You would then be saying, any information that someone tells me or shows me, how can I know that that is true? And if you're not able to, then how is it possible that logistically you would try a way to see if it's possible for anyone to know this? Or is it only certain individuals that can access this information? Which then puts it at arm's length for the rest of humanity. So the important thing here, the takeaway, is that the level of scrutiny that you give something, rigor, right? What can I do to figure this out? Is it possible for me to, and really what I'm saying is any information. Doesn't mean just only this thing. So when you start to think of things critically, is it possible for you to know something with primary knowledge that this is true? So it doesn't matter what it is, Cool Master. Just apply that type of logic when you're thinking about something.
So consider this also.
I've heard this once before.
Yeah, I was about to follow up with that. So consider this also. You obviously have enough sense to make the inference, right? We all, the vast majority of us adults, have the sense, the discernment to make the inference. We have been taught all our lives that we live on a ball. There's no empirical data to verify that premise. This premise is still taught anyways. What we empirically detect is that the surface of the earth and oceans is topographically planar, and we measure it to be so, and we operate our machinery according to that fact. Therefore, someone in history lied. Right?
Yeah.
It's not the case. There's no empirical verification for the premise. The empirical data indicates the very opposite, the very antithesis of that premise. The whole of human society operates our lives especially our high-tech machinery, according to that fact of the surface of the Earth and oceans being topographically planar, not convex or concave, therefore that necessarily indicates someone in history lied. It's a deductive argument.
Yeah, when I think about only trusting this in a empirical manner and to be smartly skeptical about these things and confirm these for myself, I kind of thinking about the whole Bible study thing. How do I know all this shit? I grew up
Well,
in church,
another, that seems to be another topic, right? That you'd like. You sounds like you'd like to get into. But as far as this room is concerned, we're only mainly concerned with people asking their questions about a cosmological aspect. So we can get into that topic probably in another room, but
yeah,
because
totally.
that seems something that you're thinking about as well. But to indulge into that farther, we're going to veer off the topic from other individuals who are here listening to this specific topic in this room. And I don't mind talking about it because it's actually a part of what we discuss in this room. It necessarily needs to be something that people look at because either there is a creator that made all of these things that we're saying is logically consistent in this world, or there is not a creator. So there is or is not. So that's the dichotomy of creation. Either you think that there is one or you think that there is not one. That nature just spontaneously made itself into existence. Or an intelligent creator made all of the things that you see here. Does that
So
make
consider
sense?
this in your DMs. That's my little server. So if you want to join that and discuss with me further, I'd be more than glad and willing.
Yeah, Gregory can take.
Basically, just getting into this topic, but yeah, totally.
Yeah, he can take you into that topic more in depth for sure.
I sent you a friend request also.
I got some questions. Geek's got some questions when you finished.
All right, let's see. There it is. Oh,
All right,
thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your
Sorry.
inquisitive mind, Cool Master. But yeah, like Gregory said, you can join the server and you can follow up more with him about the questions you
Done
want to ask
so.
him.
Yes.
What do you have, Geeks?
Geeks got some questions. Sorry, I've fucking tripped over and hit my nose, so that's why I sound like this. I apologise. I know it sounds
Poor
stupid.
man.
Can you hear? Don't worry, I'm a big boy. I'll be fine. Can you hear me? Okay, though. I know it
I
sounds
hear you.
silly, but can you hear me? Okay, cool. So Gregory, couple of things. Thanks for putting this knowledge justified through belief definition. You got justified truth and belief. Brother, just to be transparent, my views, my definitions of knowledge and belief are not mutually exclusive. Just so you're aware, but we don't. It's not that I want to discuss that specifically. Well, actually, it does relate to that. This is a kind of a minor question. In belief, you've got accepting or affirming the given proposition to be true or false. Philosophically, I guess, is it possible to accept or affirm a proposition that you have no knowledge of?
Yeah. People do it all the time.
I tend to. I think I agree with you, but I just want to be crystal clear. So, accept. Let's just say accept. Forget the affirming for now. Accept a proposition that you don't know exists. Does that change? And then what is it? Can you hear me?
Does it change what?
Okay, can you give me an example? This is not a big deal. This is we can move on from this very, very quickly. But just out of curiosity, can you give me an example of a proposition that you could accept that you don't know exists? If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. I'm not talking to you right now. I believe I'm not talking to you right now.
So what's the proposition?
That's the proposition. I believe I'm not talking to you right now.
But you know that proposition exists.
Yeah, the proposition exists, and it's also the fact that I am talking to you right now, but I believe I'm not talking to you right now. So I couldn't know that to
Yeah,
be
no,
true.
no. I'm not talking about the truth of it. I'm talking about the knowledge of the given proposition, the knowledge of the proposition's
I just said,
existence.
I just said I couldn't know that to be true.
I'm not talking about whether it's true or false, just whether it exists, regardless of whether it's true or false.
You talk about the existence of the proposition itself?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah, that also. So I just said a proposition. I believe I didn't say a proposition.
Yeah, but you know the proposition exists.
Right. So that's an instance of
You
that
have to do it.
proposition that I just said being also false, right?
Yeah,
And
it's
that
false.
necessarily
It's false.
presupposes that the proposition does exist.
Yeah, it's kind of like the reason why I bring that up is purely because I think I don't want to speak for him, but I think that's where knowledge and belief was going. I think there's just a disconnect in terms of definitions of knowledge and belief. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. My main thing that I wanted to ask was, where was it? Where the hell was it? Hang on. I've both forgotten it now. Sorry. I'm so sorry. What the hell was it?
I hate that.
Okay.
Let it go. Let it come back to you.
I'll go off and I'll come back when I remember it. It'll literally come back to me. I'm really sorry.
Mhm.
I'll come back in 2 minutes. Hang on. Try to remember.
Now, there's a reason why knowledge, trying to define it, trying to understand its nature, there's a reason why epistemology, the study of knowledge, episteme, logia, right, the study of knowledge, there's a reason why this area of knowledge exists in the subcategory as a subcategory of philosophy, because people are trying to ascertain how they know what they know. We always talk about what we do know, what we don't know, right? So we have to eventually understand what knowledge is in order to discern what is or is not known. And if we don't, then we can't discern what is or is not known. We don't know what knowledge is in that instance.
Yeah, I'm on the. Sorry, whilst I'm trying to scroll through pages, I'll just clarify. Yeah, I agree with you. The only reason why I brought that up, it popped into my head because I remember Mr. AV. I think it was him that held Codemaster's feet to the fire. Forgive me if I'm misquoting you, AV. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I think you said you either know or you believe. I can't remember what we were referring to, but it's one or the other.
You sound like you're recalling a sentence Alpha said earlier, which is why I mentioned that nuance.
Yes, correct. Yeah. But just to clarify, Gregory. So, I'm not speaking for all Globers at all, but just myself. My definition of knowledge and belief are such that they are. You could know and believe something at the same time.
Yeah, I agree with that. But my breakdown doesn't do that either. And in fact, it's necessarily the case, like I just explained earlier. Knowledge is a subcategory of belief.
Yes, absolutely. It's a subset. Yeah, okay, fine. It's just because then maybe I'm misquoting Mr. AV. Then in that case, maybe I misheard it. But that's the only reason why I brought up this whole knowledge thing, because
or you heard someone else and you thought I said it, but either way.
No. I knew you didn't say it. I know you didn't say it. It was AV when he was speaking to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you and I are in alignment with regards to how we see knowledge and play. Okay. Cool. Mr. AV, are you there? It'd be interesting to get his views on this just while we're on the topic, if he's there. If not,
which user? Who?
AV. He was the one who was talking to Codemaster. Is that correct?
Cooler Master. Yeah, I don't know where he is.
Yeah, no worries.
Me? What's up?
No,
not Cooler. Not you, Cooler. Alpha.
Oh, okay.
Just to be honest with you, Gregory, it's kind of like, it's a small fry definition thing in the grand scheme of things, really, isn't it? But yeah. What was I supposed to be looking at? Oh, I remember what it was.
There it is.
I should have written it down. Right, okay. I've heard now quite a few times reference when I've been chatting to guys about scientific method, what the definition is, right? Don't have to go through the whole thing at all. But there's something that's like a lot of it is not fully clear. But the one thing I want to address is this dependent versus independent variable impact to produce the data that would validate. Very
Say again?
So, specifically, I want to talk about the dependent and independent variables that are mentioned in the scientific method definitions. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, I hope.
I recognize those two categories, yeah.
IVDV, independent, dependent, yes. What about them?
Cool. So 2 questions, and again, these are just to understand how you guys are defining these. This isn't, for me to necessarily argue against it. 2 questions specifically. Number 1, what are the roles of the dependent and independent variables in whatever step we're talking about to produce the output that will be measured? That's question 1. Well, let's do that. Let's do it.
The dependent variable is what the researcher sees, right? Observes as a natural phenomena. The independent variable is the thing they try to manipulate to see if they can cause a reaction, to see if they can get what the dependent variable is to have a reaction. So if they see, let's say, if you look at a geyser, I'll give you an example. If you look at a geyser and you see water boiling, you want to know
My voice didn't change, by the way. That's Alpha.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, you're fine. I can hear you.
All right, so if you're seeing...
That was a joke, by the way.
Oh. Yeah. So if you see a geyser, right, and there's water boiling there, and you want to figure out what's causing that water to boil, you get some water, right, just like in the geyser, and you try to see if you can vary and manipulate things to cause a reaction to the water, because you want to see it boil just like the way you saw it in the geyser example. So you try maybe putting some leaves on it, putting sticks, you try putting stones, nothing's causing the reaction that makes water boil. And then you start to realize, what if I try other things, right? What if I expose it to sunlight? What if I put it into darkness? What if I expose it to fire? You know, like there's other things you can do to vary manipulate an independent variable to cause a reaction for the dependent variable that you saw, right? So then when you get to a reaction and you start to see something happen, then you as a researcher has use the independent variable, the thing that you're using to manipulate, right? There are the things to cause a reaction to the dependent variable, which is the water that you see boiling. So when you cause the reaction the same, then you can know that the independent variable that you're in your hypothesis test caused the reaction to the conclusion to be that such that you didn't need any mathematics whatsoever. All you needed to do was vary and manipulate certain things to cause the reaction that you saw with the dependent variable. So you now have something to go on, and you could further get more detailed as far as like what the reaction, different ways you can use heat, you know, applicable to cause the reaction that you did to see water boil. So it's just one of the very many ways that you can know something is in this physical and natural world true, right? So that's the important connection between the independent variable and the dependent variable. I gave you an example as one thing, but there's many other things you can apply this to. However, there's things that fall outside of the.
Can we back up? Sorry, Avid. Can we back up?
Sure.
I'm so confused. It's not your fault. It's just I'm trying to follow along, and okay. Could you in this experiment we're talking about, right? Is it just getting water to boil? Is that correct?
Yeah, because you saw a natural phenomena happening in nature, right? That's redundant. So you saw water boiling in the ice.
Okay, I'm starting to understand
Yeah, you want to know what's causing that. What is causing that phenomena to happen? You're asking the question.
Why? Wait. Hang on. What's the relevance of the geyser if because we can see water boil?
Well, it's just, I mean,
geyser, right?
It's an example. It's an example to show you that water's boiling near a geyser. So the only thing that I'm showing you here is that something is happening, right? So you see water boiling near a geyser.
It doesn't have to be a geyser, right? It doesn't have to be a geyser.
I mean, obviously, there's places in the I think in I've seen them in like some parts of Chile where they have like these rivers that are really hot, like they boil. So I'm just using the geyser as an example of water boiling in a location.
Sure, because it's a natural phenomenon, I guess, is what you.
Yes, of course.
But it's not necessarily linked to the experiment that.
Correct.
How do we get water to boil?
Yeah, you're only looking for a reaction, the same as you saw in nature.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so Alpha mentioned that the geyser as an instance of the expanded articulation of the so-called scientific method, the causation inquiry method. So he mentioned that as an instance of observation in the world.
Yes.
Right. And then you get to the step of experimentation. Your question is concentrated on the step of experimentation. And so like he said to you earlier, you're given hypothesis, which you define before you do the experiment. Within the experiment, you have the independent variable, which is the supposed cause in the given hypothesis. And the independent variable is the supposed effect of the supposed cause in the given hypothesis.
Okay. And the hypothesis well, I know we're working backwards here, I'm sorry. But the hypothesis in this particular case, take the geyser out of it, the hypothesis in this case would be we observe water boiling when we apply heat to it?
No, that would be the observation. That would be the observation.
Not when we apply heat. That's already talking about the hypothesis test. You're testing out the hypothesis. The hypothesis is something that you see in the world of naturally observed phenomena. It's a cause.
So what's the hypothesis for this? What's the hypothesis for this particular thing?
Well, we're looking at water boil, and we want to understand why it is in nature.
Yeah, so the hypothesis concerning trying to ascertain what is the cause of the effect is an if-then statement. It's an if-then prediction, right? So if
which in
I
this
increase
case
the
is
heat to this given
we-
temperature, then the water will boil. So that's the hypothesis.
Isn't that what I said? If you apply
No.
heat, then the water will boil.
Yeah, but
You said
what we're
when
go ahead.
you. Yeah, you said when you. That's a predication rather
Oh,
than
if
yeah.
I apply heat, then water will boil. That's the hypothesis.
Right. That's the hypothesis. Is the hypothesis, the hypothetical statement.
If-then statement. That's always an if-then statement.
Gotcha. And I said when, which
Yeah.
okay, I hear you. Okay, fine. Because that's technically an observation. Because it's like when
Correct.
this happens, then that observation. Okay, fine.
That's
If
correct.
heat is applied to water, it will boil like a geyser. Right. Fine.
And so in the hypothesis test, like let's just say you didn't know heat causes that, you would apply many different things, right? Like I said, you could put stones in it, see if it causes a reaction to water. You could put leaves on it. You can put sticks. You could do other things, right? You're manipulating the independent variable to cause a reaction because you don't know what causes the reaction to water to boil. You're coming at this brand new. You don't know what you're going to get. But let's say if you're a logically consistent person, you would say, well, I don't know. I think heat would probably be the most logical thing, right? So then you would try different forms of applying heat. You could put it on a hot plate. You could, apply just fire itself, like, different
Wouldn't
things.
the hypothesis, like in the hypothesis, if we apply heat, then the water will boil? Wouldn't that then infer what the independent and dependent variables have to be? We haven't mentioned leaves or rocks
You
or
as a
anything.
researcher, yeah. So think about it like this: you as a researcher don't know that information yet until you actually go through the process of doing the varying the independent variable. You got to vary and manipulate. These are key to the test. They're very key.
What are the independent and dependent variables then in this?
So the dependent is you see the water boiling, right? You know that something's happening, but you don't know why it's happening.
It's the water. It's the water itself, right?
Yeah, but you don't know
the heat. The heat.
Yeah, you don't know why it's happening. So what you have to do is to try to figure out how to cause that same reaction, the one you saw in nature. So you're going to vary and manipulate an independent variable, which is you're going to try to do something, right? With something that's causing the effect. So something's causing the effect that you see. You see water boiling. You don't know why that effect is occurring. You want to know why, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to vary and manipulate an independent variable. So that independent variable could be something like you're applying heat, you're applying ice, you're trying to figure out what's causing the effect. So you're going to try different things. So you're varying and manipulating the independent variable.
Yeah, so once again, the hypothesis is the hypothetical statement about what will cause the given effect. And so the cause is the independent variable, which you must manipulate to ascertain whether or not it is the cause or not. The dependent variable is the effect, right?
Which
is
is
the effect where you're trying to see whether or not it is caused by the given cause or not.
Which in our case of this would be...
Now here's something important I do want to add. Now keep in mind, this has nothing to do with mathematics. Nothing to do with mathematics. You don't need mathematics to understand that.
Yeah, it's observation, isn't it? It's just testing and observation. Not
A lot of times,
yeah.
So let me just finish, Geeks. So a lot of times people
Sorry.
So a lot of times people come into this room and they say mathematics is definitely tied into the scientific method, and we're no, it's not. So I know this is a tangent, but the reason why I'm saying this is because people have a misinformed idea that mathematics are directly tied to the scientific method, and it's not. Because we're talking about something outside of mathematics. We don't need math to figure this out. All we need to do is vary and manipulate certain things to cause the reaction. Avoid of mathematics. You can
see.
you can use math. I'm not saying you can't use math. What I'm saying is it doesn't need math. You can use math if you want to, but you don't need mathematics to do this. The hypothesis test.
Unless in the instance you're trying to quantify something, you know.
Yeah, you could use.
Yes.
It's not needed though for this.
Well, it depends. I think this might be where because I've seen like a few of the discussions also break down with you guys and Globies around this particular area because of this very thing, this whole math thing. And yeah, Gregory, you're absolutely right. Unless you want to quantify it. AV, you're absolutely right. You don't have to if all you want to see the effect is water boils. It either boils or it doesn't.
Yeah, infants do the experimentation. Infants are designed by the Lord to do hypothesis tests. Now, of course, they don't think and say that in so many words, but the infant is crawling around, and they can learn that they have the strength to exercise causal power. Right? They can trying to think of something to say.
They can. No. I see. They can test stuff about they can push a ball and it moves. They can hit blocks over and I get you.
Right.
But the thing I think is this is kind of where I wanted to. I know it's taken bloody long time, but I appreciate your guys' patience on this. It was purely because of seeing where the conversation breaks down. It's with that math thing. And I think it's because, as you say, Gregory, unless you want to quantify something, if I may, in which case the hypothesis would have to change to something that resembles the following. If you apply enough heat, or I don't know, over 100 joules of heat over an hour, then the water will boil, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And
the
that's
hypothesis test would require some quantification if the hypothesis includes a supposed quantity.
Yeah, that's only following what Gregory said about quantifying something. But like I said before, in the beginning, you didn't need that because you're only trying to cause a reaction. However, if you're trying to quantify what causes the reaction, then that's going to be a separate question. Then you're going to try to figure out how much of heat do you need to apply. So that's how much is going to be the important step to know the specifics, right?
And then the dependent variable actually then becomes numerically relevant because
you got it. Yeah, you got it.
Cool, brilliant. It's just I've seen several discussions. This is not your guys' fault at all, but I've seen several discussions break down because of that, kind of crosstalk in a way. If someone comes in with talking about mathematics, and from what I've seen on your guys' side, it's purely binary. It's purely it either happens or it doesn't. Would you?
Yeah, at the base of it. Yeah, basically. Right. So you are realizing, and so that is an instance. That contention, that cross talking, like you said, that's an instance of mathematical sycophants that fail or refuse to acknowledge the distinction between a qualitative predication versus a quantitative predication.
I don't know what sycophants means.
A sycophant is one who is really, really zealous about something.
Yeah, they're the guys who are math geeks that say that everything in this universe is known to be with math, and nothing outside of that math is reality. That sort of thing.
I understand. I mean, I'm one of them. So,
but you'd be incorrect to say that because even in that statement, it's not logically consistent.
We can
However,
argue that another day. We'll argue that another day.
however, you know, the specific mathematics that the creator used for this quantification of where we're at here in this universe, like
Yep.
that is beyond the scope of human thought processes. You couldn't
I mean-
imagine, like let me put it to you in a way, right? You
I don't
couldn't
believe in a creator either, just to be clear.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this physical natural world that you and I are in, you couldn't imagine a type of mathematics that were used to be able to specifically make the things that we know quantifiable in a realm that the creator is in. Because those laws they're just known as laws. We don't understand them like in a quantified understanding. Like, you know, okay, let me just give you an example. You know, the average rate that something falls through the medium of air. You can quantify that more or less like an average, right? But you don't know the law that gives that
We
thing.
disagree. Wait. We disagree on that, though.
I'm at the crescendo. Just hang on.
Sorry.
So you can see something fall. You can quantify it, right? More or less give an average. But you don't know what gives that thing the propensity to go in the direction that it does when you let it go. You don't know what gives it that downward effect. You don't know why it does that. That's just a law. It just happens, right? So the creator, however, has been able to do such things as to create an existence for you and I to where that happens in a specific rate. But what gives it the propensity is something that you don't know. No one does. These laws are understood, but they're not quantified in a you know, a super, I don't know how can you put it, like the fabric of reality. You wouldn't know what makes up the fabric of reality. You just know that you're in this reality. You can
They transcend our understanding, would you say? Transcend our understanding?
Yeah, that's more or less kind of where I'm going with. It transcends human thought into like the realm
Our
of
capability. Our capability of understanding.
Yes. It's beyond the scope, because think about it. Many people have already like been arguing this for centuries, haven't they? Trying to quantify this information and then saying that, well, we have the downward effect. That's great. But what is the causation of that downward effect? Is it the propensity to move in the vector that it does through the medium? And nobody can give you an answer to that. There isn't any logical way that you can describe the fabric of reality. And people have been trying, haven't they? You got
Except one type of people.
Yeah, you get Newtonian mechanics. You got Einsteinian general relativity trying to explain it, but nothing can give it the
Not even
causation.
them.
You see?
Yeah.
The
To his point, to Alpha's point, but I was referring to another type of person, type of people that can answer that question with knowledge.
Who? The Christians.
The disciples of Lord Yahushua. Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
I was close.
Yeah, and you know why?
Fair enough.
You know why? It's because the intelligent creator that made all of this had designed this place in such a way that he gave us like a reason and logic and common sense to understand the physical and natural world. Now, when things that defy common sense and logic and reason are used, then we can say that it's false, because we don't see things happening in a cosmological kind of worldview that they give you that supersedes logic, right? So we'd say we see the physical natural world such that it is a flat and stationary plane. Now they're telling you that the earth is curving even though you don't see it. They're telling you that the earth is moving even though you don't feel it. They tell you that you're in an ever expanding cosmos even though you can't detect it. So everything that defies logic are the things that they tell you. And the creator wants you to understand the physical and natural world in a way that's very real. And so you can be able to talk to people about, yes, I'm standing upright. The person that's, 100 miles away from here is also standing upright. But I know this because the creator gave me the common sense and the ability to know such things. But when somebody tells me that person is antipodal to my position relative to where I'm standing, that is ludicrous. How can I believe such things? I've never seen it. There's no such thing as...
Alpha. Dude, I appreciate all of this. A lot of it isn't landing with me because I don't believe in, as you said, creator. So I
Well, what I'm saying is
Yeah.
the reason why you're having the ability to process information with your critical thinking mind is because you've been endowed with that ability by the creator. Whether or not you think the
Sure.
creator exists, whether or not you think a creator exists, is regardless to the fact that you've been endowed with the ability to be able to have a discernment in this physical and natural world. So he's
Fine.
given you that ability whether or not you think he exists or not. That's not the point.
Okay,
The point is you have the ability.
cool. I mean, like that. I think that's a different discussion that goes into religion and everything. So, I just want to just summarize because I've clarified a lot. Appreciate it, guys. So, hypothesis has to be an if then, like that's kind of required in order
By
for it to
definition,
make
that's
sense.
what it is.
No, of course, but in the sense of, you know, if I were to come to you guys with a hypothesis, it should be in that format. When it comes to the independent and dependent variable, actually, the binary of it, something either happens or it doesn't, is not, you guys would accept, is not the only thing that this definition of the scientific method allows for. It could
And mathematics is not absolutely necessary for every given hypothesis.
I agree with you entirely.
That's why it's broken down in an alternate and a null. The change will either happen or it won't.
Slightly different topic. We're talking about.
Well, that would be the qualitative side of the dichotomy. So you have just the sheer qualitative hypothesis. This type of entity will cause this type of effect, or this type of event will cause this type of effect, as opposed to the quantitative aspect of the qualitative statement. This quantity of this type of entity or this type of event will cause this quantity or not of this effect.
Just to bring Jedi up to speed, just so he's like what we're referring to is that when we talk about dependent and independent variable in terms of what's defined as scientific method, if heat is applied, one hypothesis, if heat is applied, the water will boil, right? And the independent variable is the heat. It's like, do you apply it or not? Right?
Yes.
And then the dependent variable is, you know, the water boiling. However, Jedi, the key thing, the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because I've seen this a couple of times, and it bugs me because you guys like
just get to the point, dude.
Okay.
Don't need the commentary. Just stick to the point.
I'm doing it for your benefit. Okay, fine. So, if you vary the amount of energy, for example, that is applied, as opposed to just heat or no heat, then actually maths becomes important because you want to determine how much energy, how much heat needs to be applied, the independent variable, for the dependent variable, the water to boil. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Cool.
You're gonna have a scaling system, though, aren't you? And there are various scaling systems of. It's always the same amount of heat, but we can call that 100 degrees Celsius, or apply it in Kelvin, or apply it in Fahrenheit,
or apply it across an amount of time, or how much water are we talking about? You're absolutely right. But in all of these cases would require, you know, the numbers as opposed to just a binary.
We'd have to express what we found out for sure, because we can't just say heat or temperature. The temperature is important. So with regards to water, it has to reach a certain temperature if all things are kept the same.
Geeks, is that what makes you like are you the creator in that situation? Like when you add those numbers and then manipulate the variable, are you like the creator?
I wouldn't use that word. I would call myself the experimenter. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cool. Just wanted to clarify that. I just, not being rude, I want you guys to watch out for that, because a lot of guys come in here, as you say, math nerds, etc. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, geeks, we're well aware of the conversation. You don't have to warn us of that. We're well aware.
Yeah, and also I have to say that you guys have to understand, if you're talking about natural state or you're talking about something that you're doing in a lab, this is not meaning that you're able to do in a lab. It's not happening in natural state. So you have to absolutely have to know what you're talking about and what you're talking about. Yes, understanding the difference between something that you're manipulating from the natural state or something in the lab.
Cool beans. That's all I had. Like I said, it wasn't really a debate topic. It was just more of a clarification of, something I observed.
No, maybe not, but we were talking about that in the middle of the discussion. And therefore, this is the point. That's all.
What is the point?
The difference between what's happening in the natural state and the natural world, or something that you're manipulating in a lab. I'm just pointing out that. That's all.
I was talking to Geeks. What was he wanting to clarify? What was the point he needed to clarify?
Don't shut people down when we talk about independent variable and variable.
Yes.
Independent variables and dependent variables if they're talking about varying numbers as opposed to a binary on or off. That's the point.
Okay.
I hope everybody understands now. Sorry.
Mathematical variables are different from scientific variables. Okay.
Yeah, that's a control, Geeks. The amount of something is a controlled variable. You sound like those guys from Idiocracy where they were wondering why plants don't grow in the toilet. The more when the guy said water makes plants grow, the guy's like, "You're a dumbass. I've never seen plants come out of the toilet."
I mean, what a nice thing to say to someone who's just trying to clarify something. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're missing some key plot points there.
It's funny. In the same time, it's very funny. Yes, you can grow a lot of shit in the shit. Yes, that's absolutely true. But that's maybe something else.
Sorry if I wasted you guys' time. Alpha, Gregory, sorry if I wasted you guys' time. Hope I didn't.
Never mind that. You were fine. So
yeah, dude, I wasn't trying to take the piss out of you. I'm just letting you know that your feedback here on what you think independent and dependent variables are is still deeply flawed. You're missing a lot of information there.
Cool. And I have no response to that.
All right, let's shift the topic to anybody in the room. Does anybody have any questions about the shape of the Earth?
I am Spartacus.
Anyone in here? Hello. What's up, guys?
How do you explain photographs from space?
Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, how do you explain photographs from space?
There is no photographs from space, first of all. So it's just CGI, and there's not really a photograph.
Why would they lie, Johnny?
I don't care. I don't have the answer for them and fucking shit what they are doing. But I know better. It's not working.
Well, if you don't know, your minority opinion's just stupid.
Oh, so I have to answer for their fucking lies? No, I don't care. You just know better.
Yeah, not knowing something's really dumb. That's ignorant if you don't know. How about, do you got any proof that the Earth is flat?
There is. The Earth is measured flat, first of all, and all the measurement and all of the technology is using flat Earth geography, topography also. So what are we talking about? Do we have a problem?
Yeah, that's completely irrelevant. Earth's a globe. Deal with it.
I Actually, sorry, I know I'm jumping back in, but before I jump off, I have one final question, if that's okay.
Yeah, go on.
Should I even bother anymore? Should I even bother?
Everybody likes you, geeks. You're an important person. You matter, and you're appreciated.
Yeah,
That's
Stuart
not an answer.
Smalley. And God darn
That's
it,
not an
people
answer to
love
my
you.
question. Should I even bother? Like, I'm trying to. Well, should I even bother anymore? Because like I said, I don't want to waste people's
Alright.
time.
Not wasting
Well,
anybody's time, dude.
Geeks, let's not play the victim for an hour and a half, bro. Just if you gotta say goodbye, say, "Hey guys, I'll see you later." Okay, Geeks, see you later, bud.
well, he's
That's
like
like
kind of like a buzzkill. I think he wants to go
you
out
don't
on a
have.
high note.
Yeah, you don't have to. Just you're all right. Just go ahead and have a nice day, will you? We don't need to hear you apologizing for 30 minutes, bro. That doesn't need to happen.
I wasn't
All right.
apologizing.
Yeah, you're fine. You're good. You're good, bro. You're good.
Here, look at here's from words from NASA's director Bill Nelson, and God bless you, geeks. God bless you,
All right. See you later. Bye.
and God bless you.
What about the NASA director?
He really has a personal relationship with God and speaks to God daily, or semi-daily, or whatever. God has told him to come out of retirement and lead America at this critical juncture to return America to the moon. God handpicked him.
Did you hear what? Yeah. Did you hear what the Apollo 8 crew had to say? Had a message.
Yeah. Christmas Day, they aborted the mission, turned the ship around, and read from the Bible to give the glory to God. And this so infuriated atheists that they took.
This asks me a good. This is a good question to ask though. What's the problem with religion and the Earth being a ball? Why can't you have both?
Well, you have to have both. If it's a ball, you have religion. Plain and simple. Every ounce of heliocentric proof comes from state sponsors of religion. There's no secular bits in the heliocentric model. Big Bang, Catholic Church. The first heliocentric model, Copernicus, Catholic Church. This is a full religious doctrine based deeply inside Christianity. Western version of Christianity. That's why it should be easy for atheists to grasp flat Earth. Atheist logic matches. A lot of atheists say at the very beginning of time, the first caveman didn't have any concept of religion, didn't have any concept of supernatural entities and beings and creators. They just kind of took the world for as they saw it. Exactly. And they also understood the Earth is flat and stationary. No caveman rolled out of the cave and another caveman said, "Look at the sun, 93 million miles away, a giant ball of gas in the ever-expanding vacuum, and the Earth is a lava water ball, a water-covered lava ball." And the other caveman's like, "Ugh." It didn't really.
Were worried about that.
No, it's like even the Greeks. People say the Greeks proved the Earth was a globe. Don't you know that is still state-sponsored religion? The Greek religion had a ball, a geocentric ball. Zeus kicked Atlas's ass and made him hold the ball up for all of eternity. That is still state-sponsored religion. There isn't any. That's what I'm saying. I would like to see the atheists put their two brain cells together, rub them really hard, and come up with a heliocentric model of their own. Don't hijack Christianity and then slap a used sticker on it and say, "Oh, now there's no God because heliocentric." That's some bullshit,
Would you
right?
agree? Would you agree that science is not religion?
Yeah, that's the physical, natural world. Religion would be the spiritual, supernatural world. You'd use some kind of reason-based thinking. Science is purely cause and effect, adjudicating the physical and natural world, completely separate from the supernatural world. You couldn't use science to adjudicate a creator. That's outside of the creation. That's where atheists don't really understand science, because they try to take science, systematic controlling of variables to determine cause and effect, and adjudicate a creator that is outside of the physical and natural world. They're science deniers, is what they really are.
Science deniers?
Yeah, they denied science as a means to test the physical and natural world, and then threw it in to the supernatural world, and then tried to say now they don't know what's going on. And they
Well,
can't
the
even.
supernatural world is unfalsifiable, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why you'd use some sort of reason-based thinking. You think it through logically with some sort of logic and reason. That's why humans have used religion to share their lived experience with each other through like peace. They say, "Hey, I understand the creator to be this. You understand the creator to be this. We're both created by a creator." And then but except for that's why they'll always be able to fall back with stories of where they come from and why they're here. Except for the atheist. The atheist doesn't even know why they're here. They have no clue what's going on. It's just all a big question mark, a big, huge question mark that they don't know anything. And it reflects in how they conduct.
Anything.
Yeah, they don't know why they're here or where they came from.
There's a simple difference. One believes that God created everything, and one believes that the universe is just purposeless and it's just the laws of matter. That's basically it. I mean,
They have
you might
laws with a
like one
lawgiver.
better than the other. I think anyone would rather believe in a God if a God is true than believe in just nothing, basically. That there's no purpose to the universe, but
That's antithetical to the reality.
the science is here to prove things, right?
In
You
the
can't
physical
prove God.
natural
I mean,
world.
I don't doubt that there's a possibility that a God exists. Maybe there is a creator, right?
Yeah, that's
I think there's a
incorrect.
decent chance there is one.
You,
But
that's correct. You can prove God's existence. Absolutely.
Yeah.
you can prove
And
God
science
exists.
doesn't do
That makes
anything,
sense.
people do.
Guys.
And
First of
science
all,
doesn't do anything, humans do.
listen, science is not
What do
a
you
thing.
talk? Humans
Science is
develop
not a
science.
person. Science
What
is
are you
just a
just like? Why does Gregory just say stupid shit? Is that like what he's good at? Saying stupid shit?
You're the one that said that an abstract entity is doing something. Who's the idiot?
It's just
What are you talking about? You're saying science isn't doing anything humans doing. Obviously, humans are doing science. Who else is doing science, Gregory? Who
Right.
else?
So when you
Humans?
said,
All right,
science
then.
is
Like,
here,
stop.
so when you
You always do
said,
this bullshit,
so
dude. No,
when
no,
you
no.
said
Just shut up.
science is here to do things, to prove things, you were
Science is
wrong.
not doing anything.
Exactly, and we're doing the
You have to have
science,
the
so you
right
know
term.
exactly
You
what I
cannot
mean.
say
You're just
it
doing
is
yourself
doing
confusing.
things. The science is not doing it. You
And
are
these
using
people
the
like
wrong term.
very low in
So yet again, more condescension, pretension, and derision because he doesn't know how to engage in sound argumentation. That's all he does every
No,
time
you
he
don't know how to
talks.
engage in sound argumentation. When
That's
I say
all he does
science is
every
doing
time he
things, you
talks.
know
He's an
exactly what I
insolent
mean. You're just
child.
overcomplicating and self-confusing yourself.
I'm always right.
You want
Always
to
right.
argue
And
so
I'm just
much, so
pointing
you're
out
gonna. You
you have to
obviously know
use
what I'm
the
saying.
right term.
Oh, you obviously don't know what you're saying. I do know what you're saying. That's why I refuted it. You don't know what you're
Exactly.
talking
When I
about.
say science does things, obviously us humans are doing it
Well,
because
that's
there
not
aren't aliens doing
obvious.
science, are there? Oh, that is very obvious. You
No,
just
it's
don't want to. You
not.
want to argue with me. That's why, because you're a dumbass. You want to argue with
Oh,
me so
you're a
badly.
dumbass. You're the one that doesn't know what
No,
he's
you're an
talking
idiot. That's
about.
why even in the
So you
Christian
come in
chat, they
here and
mute you because you're a
condescend,
fucking idiot.
deride, and pretend because you can't engage in logically sound argumentation, and then you have the audacity to be so belligerent and insolent and disrespectful when someone
Gregory, you
corrects
are
your
such a joke,
dumbass.
dude. You're such a joke.
You know,
You're
full
an
well, you
idiot.
wouldn't be talking to no one like the way you do on the internet. I will knock the fuck out of you.
Okay, Gregory,
What's your
disengage.
argument?
Okay.
What's your argument? What is your argument?
Come knock me out, Gregory. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. Come knock me out, Gregory.
This is like completely. Both you guys you're done for the.
I'm actually
Stop
in
letting him
Jacksonville.
talk in this voice channel. Everyone was
Not
chill
very
before he opened his mouth.
So, Gregory, what's your argument in my question? Are you able to answer the question? What's your argument?
They're done. No, they're on mute for a
You're
while.
able
They
to
got
answer it? No,
go
you're
take a
not.
knee, cool down. That's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, the guy is not able to answer the question because he
Johnny
don't
B, we
know.
can barely understand who you're directing your question to, sir. You have to be more specific.
Both of them, both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
take it to DMs, Johnny, if you really want to talk to him. Okay.
Yeah,
This-
quick,
this-
but go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah,
what
that's
is the
absolutely
argument?
okay. Right now, that's absolutely ridiculous. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. If you're gonna like completely just shit out all logic and reason and start swinging, this isn't the space for you. Just get the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Absolutely. Therefore, my question is legitimate. You don't know. They don't know what the argument is. They're just arguing about something that they don't really understand. First of all, if you're talking about the science, science is not a thing. Science is not a person. Science is not something physical. It's just a method. It's a method that people are using. That's all it is. Everybody can be a scientist in that matter. And if you don't understand that, then you're out. It's about the rules. It's about how to do things, how to manipulate independent. You get independent and dependent variable. It's about manipulation of that you're testing. That's all it is. It's not a big thing, but it is very, very the way you have to do it. That is science. Observation of phenomena, hypothesis, and then try to manipulate it with independent and dependent variable, and then conclusion, and then take all the data and the information that we have got and get resolution. That's all it's about. And John is right about that. And if somebody is trying to say something else, then they are not. They are not talking for anybody. They're just talking. Yes.
Well said, Johnny.
Science is just about methods, not things.
Could you steelman Johnny's argument for us?
Yeah, he said that a lot of people. I mean, like in my own words, mind you. Okay, he's saying a lot of people are always wrapped up in the thinking it, in the what they imagine. They get so far into the imaginary world that they've completely lost the plot, and now they're adjudicating what they thought was natural, but was only in their mind. So instead, he says, come back to reality and start using science as a method for the world and not for your imagination. I mean,
Nice job, Johnny.
He said a little bit different than that, but that's kind of my take. I've talked to Johnny many times, though, so I kind of know his vernacular.
Britt, I'm wondering why No Tanks is asking you to steelman him. Do you think that he didn't understand what he was saying just by agreeing with?
I didn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, Johnny's accents.
Yes, it was very, very clear. I understand what he's saying now. Yeah, I will say he's absolutely right. Yes, he has right understanding.
Johnny's real quick, Johnny. His accent's kind of thick, so some people might have difficulty understanding it. And he does kind of speak in a really poetic way, and you have to get used to that.
Yeah, because I am artist, and yes.
So let me speak. All right, let me speak to Felix. Felix, are you in here? Are you at work?
He's texting. I think he can't talk on mic right now.
I was just going to ask him, why did he join the group GF6? Why does he have a tag?
Yeah.
Just wondering. Did they have a great dental plan, or what's the point?
Yeah, I noticed that too. I was like, oh, that's a shame that Felix has now galvanized himself onto a side. Yeah.
But they talk about flat Earth being a cult, and that's exactly what they are doing. That's hypocritical, isn't it? They're joining a cult, GF6. Why? You're your own critically thinking person. You're individual and such. Why would you join a group of people who have groupthink when you can think for yourself? I don't get it. But go ahead. I mean, isn't that what we're trying to get away from? This idea that the world is giving us a narrative and we have to just blindly accept it. Why would you then join a group that I don't know? Maybe you can tell me. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I heard the tongue lashing you got from QE on our server, but
What do you think Johnny is always right in the end? Why do you think it is? Maybe because I know what I'm talking about. Many guys in the house, I'm not trying to take you down, but you guys don't really know what you're talking about. You have not got through it like I have done. So you really maybe have to take a second look and try to understand what it's about. Not just because it's a right or left or something, a team or football or whatsoever you think about. It isn't like that. It's about you. It's about your life and your understanding where you are. So it's very, very important.
I saw in text that you said you're going to speak in 5 minutes. All right, that's cool.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead, man. Let me know what that's all about, because I think it's antithetical to thinking that you're an individual, in this world thinking for yourself, to join a group who has groupthink. I don't get it. Maybe you can tell me.
Yeah. So it's a joke, actually. I mean, I'm kind of a low key troll, I guess. But before I put on the GF6 tag, I actually put on FE capitalized and then licks, right, Felix? And I was that for a little bit, and then I was like, I should just balance that out, put GF6 in front of it. So I'm more just trolling. I might just go back to Felix in a little bit, since
Well, no, not that it affects how I speak to you or anything. It's like, why would you do it? Kind of thing. Anyway, but beyond,
it started out as just me trolling. So I'm I think my position. Again, it's like my I
thought I did.
Yeah, exactly. You're not saying anything. You're just driving around. Maybe don't kill anybody around you. That's okay. I hope so. You will not. But you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right?
Huh?
You're talking to me, John?
I'm talking with you.
What?
He's driving a car and just open his mouth and not saying anything.
Driving. I'm actually just somewhere.
Oh, so you're not driving anymore. You're going out from the car. That's better.
It's kind of funny. But
are you taking your lunch right now, Felix?
Yeah, I am.
All right. So, I mean, I heard what was being said with QE and that, but obviously, man, don't take that to heart. I mean, just know that QE is that way with a lot of topics, and he's that way with a lot of people.
Oh yeah. No, I've heard of QE before. Like, I recognize that voice, so it wasn't something. It wasn't so much that I was annoyed with that. It was more that with CB, like, I kept asking if he wanted to engage in a good faith conversation and discussion, which I'm all for. But it was just hypocritical in how that was conducted. That's all. But yeah, I know QE. I don't expect him to ever change. It seems like it's a consistent beration within a minute. Like 30 seconds, he'll ask a question, regardless of how you answer it. He goes into this like berate anger mode within 30 seconds. That doesn't. I have not seen that ever change, so I don't expect that to change.
Okay, you're speaking for many seconds. The only thing that was a real point was the angry point. That's the only thing that I grabbed from you. But you're not saying anything. Can you say something with some meaning?
What?
Johnny, you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking with
Yeah,
you.
sure. I mean, like, you mean regarding the situation with P? What he asked me, or?
Yeah, but yes, you're using a lot of words
Yeah.
without giving any
Oh,
point.
okay. So, for example, he asked me to define scientific theory, and I responded, "It's an explanation of an observed phenomenon that's based on empirical testing." And then he just said I didn't know what a scientific theory was. And then I asked him, "Well, can you explain? Like, what do you find wrong?" And then he just never answered that. He moved on to a hypothesis, and I answered, "That's a proposed explanation for an observation, and it has to be stated in such a way that it could be falsified or tested." And again, he said, "I don't know what a hypothesis is." And then he just said he kicked my teeth in. That's that's the general thing of how that went. So I don't know. That's how that
Are
conversation.
you sure about that? That's exactly that. Because if you say that, then QE will never be angry against you because that you're saying is not so bad. So it's.
I mean, you can't talk to someone that's being
likely,
unreasonable.
it's not likely will be pissed off on you just saying that because if you're talking about the scientific method, can you give me the definition or clarification of how the scientific method works?
Yeah, I mean, I could give a general one, but I won't try to be pedantic. But you know, it's essentially, and just to preface this, I'm not, I love science, I love physics. I don't do
That's not
science
a
in
question.
academia,
I
but
was
the
you're able
scientific.
to give out
Okay.
definition
All
of
right.
it.
So
I'm not in feelings.
yeah, okay. So a theory. So what happens in science
No,
is
not
we have the
theory.
scientific method.
No theory. Just direction,
Okay.
direct definition.
Okay. So as basically as can you see something, you want to you're wondering, oh, how does this work? You propose a reason why that works, and then that proposal that you assume that you could test this, that you could do something
Now I
to
understand
model
why QE
that
didn't
hypothesis.
like you're babbling and babbling because I'm getting pissed off you now because you're not answering the question.
Well, I'm just. What do you want me? You're asking me what is the scientific method?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm describing it.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
you're not able to answer it.
process by which. Well, I don't know. It just depends on how you want me to answer it. I'm trying to answer it. So it's a process by which we could
it's a
ascertain
process.
how a natural phenomenon works, right?
Yeah,
We observe.
it's in the process. Wow.
Do you want a specific example, or do you want me to have a general example, a general definition? Like how
The
specific
clarification
do you want me to be?
what it is
Uh,
about.
All right. Well, I need to go order my food, so you could explain. You define it for me. Then you define it for me while I order.
Oh, so I have to answer your question that you're not able to answer. Okay, that's all. Now I understand why QE was not taking you seriously. I really understand it now. Goodbye,
Yes,
sir.
that's kind of the same interaction that he had with QE, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't have to say anything more. I don't have to I don't have to ask anything more. I 100% understand.
No, you do have to, because I did give a definition. You just didn't accept it. You're saying it's wrong. So tell me how it's wrong.
You there, Johnny? You want to tell him what's you there? He's on mute.
No,
Okay, never mind.
I'm finished. I will not waste my time before him. I have a lot of all the things to think about in this fucking nonsense that's happening in his
all right.
mind. Absolutely. So I have nothing more to say. It's finito.
Okay, so the question is, he's asking what is the scientific method, and you're saying it's a process. The scientific method is just naturally observed phenomenon, hypothesis, then repeated testing, an identified control, independent, dependent variable, and then, then the hypothesis test, and then you just keep doing that until you determine the cause of the
Yeah,
dependent
and
variable.
you think
Or
that
the
you are
dependent
able
variable,
to
sorry.
manipulate that you get the cause. It's about the cause and effect relationship. That's yes, it is. But that is about for the most.
You got that? Do you hear that? Did you hear him, Felix?
He's ordering food. He's on his lunch break.
All right, no worries.
What up, Zodiac?
Yo, yo, yo. I'm still waking up.
All right, Felix. Catch you later, bud. Hey, you missed it, Crit. I completely owned Peter last night. Owned him,
Yeah,
bro.
he was really hot, man. He came back.
You were there?
Yeah, wasn't on mic, but I was listening. And
Yeah.
then later on when you unmuted him, and I'm like, okay, how about this, Peter? Let's just say you prove the globe. Now what? He said, now I go cure cancer. And like India was like, you fucking clown.
You were there.
Yeah. I like asking them that. Okay, now you've proved the globe. What happens now? And hardly ever they answer that because it's just a vacuous idea they have. They don't know what happens next. R.C. Meisty, Magnetic West Meisty, said he
Oh my
designs or engineers something better for the betterment of humanity. And then he said that like 2018. I'm like, dude, it's been 6 years. Have you designed or engineered anything at all?
Nope.
Nope, nothing. See, they really don't care that the Earth is a globe. They care that you disagree with it. That's their hang-up. Their hang-up.
He wanted to say that I was saying that elevation, that he got elevation from these guys who are really clearly stated what elevation they were at. He's like, well, you think that's wrong, right? I was like, no, I don't think it's wrong. Like, he wanted me to say yes, that how they gain elevation from mean sea level is incorrect. So he wanted me to say that. And I was like, dude, that's fine. They got elevation from mean sea level. We're good. He's like, no, but no, it's incorrect, right? You would think it. I was like, he said like twice or 3 times, but he wanted me to affirm that that's incorrect. I'm like, no, that's fine. It's correct. They got elevation from mean sea level. And then I told him the devastating point is that he's like, what? I'm asking, what points are you using to gain elevation, or at least what points are you working with in your test? And he said the parking lot right near what was that? Puget Sound. And then he said, off into the distance, there's a building or something. So he's like, those 2 points. And I'm like, okay, so those 2 points have elevation. He gave the elevation too. I was like, but you forgot the 3rd point. And he's like, well, what 3rd point? I'm like, mean sea level. That's how you know elevation. So from those 2 points, you know elevation from mean sea level. That means that mean sea level to the parking lot, and from the parking lot to the building, from the building to mean sea level. 3 points. So you know elevation from mean sea level, but the surface underneath is on a planar surface. It's the horizontal frame of reference. So you're going to refer back to the horizontal plane, right? The horizontal plane of reference is what you're referencing when you say, I'm above this horizontal plane, because from mean sea level to the bottom of my feet, there's an elevation that I know that I'm standing above that horizontal plane that I'm referencing. Therefore, the 90-degree angle from the horizontal line that's made from mean sea level to my feet is known at an elevation profile. So where I'm standing is a specific elevation above mean sea level, according to the horizontal plane of reference. And also, the other point that I'm looking at is above mean sea level, which is on the horizontal plane of reference, so that the 3 points that connect are mean sea level to the parking lot, from the parking lot to the building, from the building to mean sea level. We're all standing above, we're the 2 points that are above mean sea level and mean sea level itself, which is the average, is on a planar horizontal surface. And it's the one we're referencing when we say we are above this specific surface. It was clear, dude. It was devastating to his point. I don't know why
he didn't accept that because that's exactly how we are able to know that vast distances are above mean sea level on land. That's because we're referring back to that horizontal plane from mean sea level. It's pretty simple. But if you're on a globe, you don't have that because every point that's on a globe is on its own specific horizontal plane, which is a tangent, which that doesn't happen in reality because the tangent then shoots off into the sky. So it's like a line that's on top of a ball. If you would put a line on a ball, think about it. Put a ruler on a basketball. That ruler is going to have it's going to be a line, but it's going to be touching the ball at a specific point, and then it's not going to be resting completely on the ball. The other two sides of the ruler are going to be off of the ball. So only at a specific point will the ruler touch the ball. But that's the thing. That's a different tangent from another person on another side of that ball. Is going to be on a different horizontal plane. And how can you then say from that horizontal plane to the other one, the other point on the ball, that they're on a specific elevation profile if you can't know you're on the same horizontal plane? Because they're two different points, two different horizontal planes. And this is what they say. So yeah, completely destroying his point. Because if the building and the parking lot are in two different horizontal planes, that means that they're not on the same horizontal plane of reference. They're on two different horizontal planes, which are tangents. You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a
You
script.
have to say all of this. You're so absolutely correct, but you don't have to be so specific to kill the argument. And of course, we are on a flat plane because we are measuring the Earth as a flat plane. We are using elevation, angle, and so on. So, but what you're saying is very, very great. There's a new way to see it, and I'm proud of you. Yeah, but we don't have to be so fucking specific to understand that we are living on a plane.
Well, I know, but like the point that was raised prior to the one that I mentioned was that he was saying that you don't need mean sea level at this, because he was using points on the Earth to say that I got the parking lot, which is above mean sea level, and the building, which is above mean sea level, but I'm only going to use those 2 points. And I told him, I was like, there's actually a third point, which is the mean sea level. So if you don't say that from mean sea level to where you're standing, that you're gaining an elevation profile, then you're incorrect, because you have to use that point to connect the point that you're on, like at the parking lot, to know that you're above mean sea level. Otherwise, you don't know that you are. You're just saying things. So either you know that you're above mean sea level as an average, and then say, I know I'm above mean sea level, and the average elevation profile of my point vertically here where I'm standing is such that I know that I can correspond that to mean sea level. And also the other point, the building, right, is above mean sea level. I know that's above mean sea level. Well, how do you know if you're not using mean sea level as the reference? If you're just saying that you're above, at a specific elevation, how did you get that elevation? You have to reference something, which is mean sea level. But he wasn't using that. He said mean sea level in this particular example is not needed. I'm like, well, then if you're just saying that you're above, an elevation profile above mean sea level, but you're not using mean sea level as another point, then how are you then going to connect the fact that you know that you're, on a planar surface or any surface to say that we're in the parking lot and the building are two distinct different places above mean sea level? The third point would have to be mean sea level. It would have to be.
Excuse me. I'm just saying. Yes, you can keep on day along, night along, and give a new example because you can say, yeah, and everything has to be tilted also away from you, and all the buildings have to be tilting, and that has to be measurable because everything that is changing has to be measurable, right? And if it's measurable, then every building has to be tilting because every building around us has to be, or cities has to be tilting them away from each other. So we can keep on and pointing out all this fucking nonsense that's not holding water. And first of all, yes, the globe cannot hold the water.
Oh, I thought I already had you in my friends list. Look at my friend request.
Say again, Gregory. Your mic is. Try again.
Let me try again. I'll disconnect quickly.
No, you're better. You're better. You're better.
Oh, it sounds better. Yeah, I thought I had you in my friends list already. Look at my friend request.
Let me see.
Look at your DMs also.
Hey, Clovis, did you really listen and take it in and understand how much nonsense you have been living in? And you're not able to take it in and grab it? You just want to be stupid and don't be knowledgeable and be yourself. You just take it in and believe you're on a spinning globe. And we are telling you all of this fact, and you just, no. What's wrong? What's wrong with you guys? Come on, man. It's so embarrassing. What's wrong with you guys? But, okay, it's not funny anymore. It's sad. I told you all this, all of this, and you cannot get any elevation angle or at the long distance and the circular vehicle altitude that we do in celestial navigation. You cannot get that on a globe with 3959 radius. That's impossible because only the circular vehicle altitude, you have 1,000 miles of flat area.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a good point, Johnny. A circle does lie within a plane, so I mean it would have to lie within a plane. So it was a good point that you can't get a circle on a globe. You can only get a circle. Thanks for letting me jump in with you. I appreciate it.
What you're saying? I'm just saying. No, you cannot handle it away. That's just a fact.
I mean, you're just saying it.
But you're handling it. Just taking it away, just like I don't.
All right, so you just want to say things. All right, well.
Then there's something wrong with you, and you have to be stupid. Sorry.
What? Go ahead, Tanks. Go ahead.
I'm not worried about it. It's just Johnny just likes his voice a lot. That's fine.
He likes his voice a lot.
What were you saying? Just say it. Go ahead.
I said, great point, Johnny. A circle does need to lie within a plane. It can't lie outside of a plane. Yeah.
All right, we have we got some new people in here. Let's see if we can talk to those guys. We got be the Aaron Bushnell. Be that bet that he whatever. Welcome to this room.
Be the Aaron Bushnell.
All right, my bad. Good
Be
for
the
you.
Aaron. Be the Baron. Be the Aaron Bushnell you want to see in the world.
Okay.
You know.
So on the topic of this room, what do you think about the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's a globe?
I don't really think about it much.
Well, let's kind of think about it now that you're here. Why not? Right? We're just talking. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, you would say you don't
it's a
think
globe,
much.
you know.
Yeah, you don't
People
think
say
much
it's
about
a
things
globe.
you know.
All right.
I don't think much every day about the shape of the Earth. People told me it was a globe. I pretty much accepted that without ever really examining it. I do want to ask you as a question as somebody who's like part of like the flat Earth believers, right?
You have a question? Go ahead.
Well, it's a question that's not directly related to flat Earth, but it's like incidental to flat Earth.
Okay, what's your question?
Well, what's your position on Israel?
What do you mean, the war in Israel?
Yeah, like the whole thing.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a topic for this room, but
Here, I think I can. Can I field it? If it may?
I mean, like from a flat Earth perspective, specifically.
Flat Earth perspective. I don't get that.
Yeah.
That's I don't
Well,
follow.
here,
What do you-
Alpha, let me try. Okay, so on the globe model, they said they went to the moon, and they went to the moon for world peace. Richard Nixon signed a plaque, Apollo 11, brought to the lunar
I
lander.
thought they went to the moon to spite the Russians.
No, he said, we come in peace for all mankind. So that was supposed to be
Russians?
a coming together, a uniting of humanity for one common goal to push human consciousness further and further and further into space. But what you
Oh,
saw,
that's beautiful. We never went further though.
no, we didn't, and all the wars just continued. Richard Nixon is responsible for domestic surveillance. He's responsible for cracking down on civil rights. He's responsible for adding sugar to food, the high fructose corn syrup. He's responsible for
man.
taking America off the gold standard. He's responsible for a thing called the domino effect, the Truman Doctrine, about containment of countries where are communist. He is responsible for lots of really horrible shit that all continue to this day. Carl Sagan said it much better than I could. He called the whole Apollo program pure ironic, peak ironic, the most ironic moment of all of human history. He said that Richard Nixon says he's going to do this for world peace as he systematically carpet bombs third world countries in Southeast Asia because he disagrees with their economic philosophy. So on the flat world, nothing changes around here. The same set of conditions will exist perpetually. It's part of the human experience. There's not going to be a coming. Well, hold on, Aaron. I'm almost done. Okay. On a globe, eventually you would have come together and turned into some sort of spacefaring race. By now, I mean, it's been 60 years almost. They've had lots of
60
time.
whole years. Wow.
They've had enough time to come together and sort out their differences. There's let me get a video for you. It's called A Small Talent for Warfare. This will kind of like 7-minute video from the Tales from the Dark Side. Will really break it down.
What was it like about the military-industrial complex?
Yeah, it kind of touches on that, but it's a twist, like like how Twilight Zone does it. So it's almost 8 minutes.
Is it that it was Israel and the Jews all along? Is that the twist?
Well, no, it shows you that a lot of these countries who are responsible for manned spaceflight or exploring space for the betterment of humanity, they're also completely psychopathic. They're bombing the shit out of each other without hesitation. So Israel is supposedly a spacefaring country, but yet look how they're treating people, refugees. It's got to the point where America has airdropped supplies in as a humanitarian crisis. So here, watch this Twilight Zone, Small Town for Warfare. It will highlight kind of like the irony of what people think space flight would mean and what it actually means.
That's very well said, man.
Yeah, thank you. I spent a lot of time trying to polish that concept and argument up. And really is borrowing a lot of the thoughts from Carl Sagan, who really came up with it, with the whole concept of why it was so ironic.
The problem is Carl Sagan is so loved in America. He's like a god, and people say, "Oh, we really miss this and that." Yeah, miss the fucking bullshit pseudoscience terms and with the right voice and everything right, because that is the way you have to take the information. All the information you got from Carl Sagan was absolutely fake, false, and without any knowledge. And if you go through everything that he was talking through all his talk show, he was saying different things between some talk shows. He didn't know what he was talking about. He was talking from his arse. And he is the worst thing that one of the worst men against America, because people really believed him and believe he is some kind of face of science. Again, Science is not a faith. Science is not some case or whatsoever. No, it's just method. That's all it is. Everybody can be a scientist. You don't have to be cult psych and fucking pseudoscientist. That's the worst thing you can be. That's the fucking most shame that has been walking on this earth. Shame like that. Fucking pseudoscience. He should be taken down in the electrical chair. And I'm not joking, because he is absolutely criminal. Or was. Good, he's dead.
Great, who was the user you were talking to?
Charles Hagen.
No,
No, Charles.
yeah, he I think he disconnected to watch the video. It was like a name, try to be whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Is Bet he Arnold or something, or Aaron?
He sounded like Scott Mackey.
No, Scott Mackey was squawking. That's normal. Nothing new under the sun. He gets triggered and then starts freaking out. That's normal.
I'm not going to stop saying this to these people. Condescension, pretension, derision is a futile substitution for logically sound argumentation. It doesn't matter how much you don't want there to be a God. It doesn't matter how much you don't want the earth to be topographically planar. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want. These are matters of facts.
In the electric chair, and just take them off.
Oh, I agree completely, Gregory.
Which part did you agree with the most? That you want there to be what, or don't want there to be what?
No, it's the facts that matter. Doesn't matter how much you want things to be true.
Yeah, which one did you agree with the most?
The thing that you said, the facts should matter.
The facts about what?
Just in general, it's the facts that matter.
I mean, yeah, but how do you know something to be true for a fact? I mean, it's just super broad. When you're saying the facts of epistemology, then what should matter? Yeah.
Well, the facts of anything.
Right, and how do you attain the facts? How do you attain the knowledge that you're saying that you agree with? I mean, you're being really broad. I asked you specifically. You're like staying broad for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, it was a broad point, so.
No, he was real specific. He named a few specific things. That's why I asked you which one you agree with the most. No worries.
The thing I agreed with the most was that your opinion on things doesn't matter. What you feel, what you want to be true doesn't matter. It's the facts that matter. That's what I was agreeing with.
On which of the topics that he named?
I didn't name any topics.
Jeez, you didn't hear anything. You just heard what you wanted to hear. You heard the facts that you wanted to hear. They just went, right through your filter, your pre-assumed worldview filter, and you were just like, nope, I heard what I wanted to hear, and that's all I needed.
It was a very simple point being made. Gregory said, what you want to be true doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether you believe in God or whether you want the world to be a topographical plane or whatever. It's the facts that matter. And I said, I agree. It is the facts that matter. That's it. There's nothing more to it.
All right. So the God thing came up to you first. I mean, that's the first thing you mentioned. Then topographical plane. So you think these two things linked, or just for you?
Are they linked? Not necessarily.
Which one? Well, you did name the you did
what do you
name
mean linked?
Saying that you did name God as a fact as your primary. So that's your primary standard. Then is God is a fact, and then you're going to use that standard of ultimacy in determining if there's topography, which we know there is. So we got two facts going on. Is that, and it doesn't matter if it's true?
I'll be honest, I'm confused. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, just
no idea what point you're trying to make.
You don't even remember what you said. You literally said those two things. I repeated them back to you, and you don't remember them. That's all right. You have maybe a delayed memory because it took you 45 seconds to remember what Gregory said. Then you repeated the two things, and it's going to take another 45 seconds for you to remember what you said. It's just one of those delays.
I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at. Just saying I agreed with what Gregory said. There wasn't
Yeah,
much
the
more
two
to
things.
it than
Yeah,
that.
that you said.
Well, there was one
I mean,
thing,
I remember you
which
saying
was
it.
the facts that matter. That was the main thing.
Yeah, right. See, I mean, you just yeah.
The
So
thing about what you
it's
want to be true, you
specific.
gave 2 examples of like whether God's true or whether the Earth is a topographical plane or whatever. Those are just examples. The main thing was that it was the facts that matter, and that's what I was agreeing with.
Yeah, I was asking you what you agree with the most, and then I did want to follow it up with like, what are facts made out of? Like, what substance makes up a fact that that's your standard of what's true the facts.
Well, that's a very deep question. That what is truth? How can we obtain truth? How do you know what you know?
Okay, so facts are what's.
Can you trust anything?
Objectively true. Okay. So it's not just your feelings; it's what's objectively true. Those are the facts. That's the thing that you agree with, is that that truth is objective, regardless of your perception.
I would say that yes, there is an objective truth. Now,
okay, good.
Whether we can truly obtain that objective truth, whether we can truly know, well, that's up to debate.
So you don't believe that you can know the objective truth?
That's self-defeating.
I don't think it's self-defeating.
Wait, my question. So you don't believe that we can know the objective truth that you said is real?
I would say we should try our best to remove our own personal biases from obtaining truth, and just
I didn't ask you that.
What facts we can obtain and focus on that.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Because if you do say that you do believe that it's not possible to obtain the objective truth that you said is real, which is a predication, then like Alpha said, that's self-defeating. So if you predicate that there is truth, that there are truths, then either you know that to be true or you don't. But the predication presupposes that knowledge is possible.
Can you restate that?
When you predicate there are objective truths, which is redundant. When you predicate there is truth,
there are objective truths. Yes, there is a truth.
Yeah,
there is an objective reality.
Yeah, so when you do that, that presupposes that knowledge is possible. If you deny the possibility of knowledge,
think it does.
But that's what a predication is, by definition. So it's necessarily the case that it presupposes that knowledge is possible. Now, again, like I was about to say, if you say that knowledge is not possible, then you couldn't know that predication or any predication to be true, of course.
No, I wouldn't say knowledge is not possible.
All right, let's give one example, man.
No knowledge is possible.
Hold on, man. Let's give one example of what you think is objectively true. Name one thing.
I know that I exist.
Okay, is that objectively true?
Yes.
Okay, would you say that's up for debate?
You might debate it, but to me, that is objectively true.
Okay, so there is objective truth in this world, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you 100% certain of that?
Yes.
Okay. So
don't forget the last question.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Yeah, what the gentleman just said. How do you know?
Well, I know that I exist because I think and I feel.
That's begging the question. Just like Descartes.
I don't think it is.
Of course it is. The conclusion is that you do exist. And then you appealed to the fact that you appealed to the idea that you exist in your supporting premises.
No, I'm appealing to my thoughts and feelings to prove that I exist.
Yeah, you.
To me.
Yeah, your concluding premise is I exist. And then your supporting premises is that I am doing the following. You're begging the question.
I do things, I think, therefore I am.
Yeah, that's begging the question.
I don't think
it's a very old argument that's been refuted.
Well, what's the issue with that line of thought? I think, therefore I am.
Begging the question. It's a tautology.
Yeah, why? Go further. Why? What's the problem with that?
It's repeating the conclusion to support the
I'm
conclusion.
not repeating the conclusion. I think, right? That's one thing. I am. That's another thing.
Dude, both predications presuppose a first-person appeal to your existence. You have to exist first in order for you to feel and to think.
Sure.
So to appeal to I'm thinking and feeling presupposes that you exist first.
Yeah, because you're concluding is because that's how you know you are, because you're thinking. But you couldn't think if you didn't exist.
Well, great.
Right, so you're begging the question still.
But that's not begging the question.
Yeah,
These are two
Guy,
different
you
things.
just
Me existing and me
Guy.
thinking are different things.
Guy,
Oh, okay,
A
but
thing
you
can't
repeating
think
your
if it
conclusion.
doesn't exist.
See, now the
listen to this.
disruption, see? You're
Yeah, listen to
repeating
this.
your conclusion to support your conclusion. Your concluding premise is, I exist. Then your supporting premises is, I am thinking and or feeling, right? You have to exist first in order to think and feel. So your supporting premises are presupposing your conclusion.
No, it's
You're repeating
describing.
your conclusion in your
it's not.
supporting
describing the
premises.
Because things can exist without thinking and feeling, but a thing can't think and feel without existing. So if you think and feel,
That's a red
you
herring
have
from
to
the
exist.
point.
That's not. No, it's not. This is not circular.
You're
This is
digressing the
nonsense.
focus. That's not the focus.
Yeah.
The
So
fo-
think about it like this. Yeah, think about it like this. You have to exist before you think, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how can you think before you exist?
You can't.
Right. That's the problem that he's
Right.
elucidating to you. Why can't you see that?
Yeah.
That's
So I
you're
don't
breaking the
understand. I
question.
don't. What I don't understand is why the logic from I think, therefore I
don't-
exist,
You
is
don't
faulty
exist.
in any way.
Okay. You don't exist because you think. You exist and then you think.
Right.
Yeah, what you're saying is a tautology. I'll say it
But
again.
a thing can't
But
think.
just let me finish the
without
reply.
existing.
We heard you. Just let me finish the reply. Okay? We heard you. You are saying a tautology, and you're presenting a tautology as an argument, and therefore it is a fallacy of begging the question, because the tautology is a repetition of the conclusion, given that you're supposing a tautology as an argument.
No, saying like I exist, therefore I exist. Well, that would be like a tautology.
And what you said, the ekachito from Descartes is a begging the question fallacy. It is a tautology supposed as an argument.
No, it's just a descriptive statement, right? He's describing that he's having experiences, therefore he exists, kind of. Right? He's
No,
describing the current state
Guy,
of affairs.
it's not just a description, dude. What I said is correct. That logic gate at the very end of that ekachito tautology is a logic gate for a concluding premise. Therefore, I am. That's an argument. So it's a tautological argument. It's begging
He's
the
describing
question.
his first-person experience, right? And he's using a descriptive statement
No.
to
It's
reflect
not
that.
just a description, dude. It's a tautology
Also, you accused
that is
him of
presented as
begging
an
the
argument.
question, right? Could someone beg the question without existing? Right? Are you not conceding the debate here when you accuse him of begging
It's
the
not
question?
conceding anything, dude. You're just obfuscating the issue. It's not a mere description.
Blah, blah, blah.
He didn't just say I exist. He didn't just say I am thinking. He said I am thinking, therefore I am.
Therefore, I exist. Yeah. Therefore,
That's an
I exist.
argument.
From the sentence that he is thinking, that's a descriptive statement, he can infer that he
Dude,
exists.
you're replying as though that refutes
Bravo,
what I
very
said.
nice, very nice. Good job. We can move on, I think.
Dude, you're replying as though that refutes what I said. And it doesn't. You're just
He's not
digressing
saying-
from the focus.
He's
What
not
he
saying
said was
everything
an
that
argument.
exists. He's not saying everything that
Gregory.
exists thinks.
So,
Gregory,
without
do
the
you exist?
obfuscation, because people think that they can use some alternative because they're trying to get away from a conclusion they don't want to be true. Descartes' ekachito was a tautology presented as an argument, and it's begging the question. The supporting premise presupposes explicitly prima facie his conclusion. He repeated the conclusion to support the conclusion. That's a begging the question fallacy. It's refuted.
All right. Well, I disagree, but hold on, Gregory. Do you exist?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
Given the absurdity of the contrary.
The absurdity. What does that mean?
Yeah.
The absurdity that you
So
don't exist.
if I predicated
Well,
that I don't exist,
I think.
can I answer the question finally?
The Earth
Like
being
you
flat
asked
is
the
absurd,
question.
so I don't.
Yeah, you
Okay,
asked the
go on.
question. So can I answer it?
You can answer
What
it.
the
Go on.
fuck is it with you people and doing that? So dumb. So the answer, right? Given the absurdity of the contrary, because I only have two options: I exist or I don't exist. Now, if I say I don't exist, then that presupposes that I do exist in order for me to deny it. So if it was true, it's false, and if it's false, it's false. So that is caught on the horns of a dilemma, inescapably. So the only option left in this dichotomy is that I do exist.
So let me
That's a
say,
deductive
by
argument.
you saying you don't exist would be absurd, because in order for you to say you don't exist, you would need to exist.
You would need to exist, yeah.
How is
Yeah.
that not appealing to yourself in the same way that I was doing?
What are you
Because it's
talking about?
self-evident.
I didn't appeal to myself. I appealed to the logical, absurd implications of the contrary. It's a reductio ad absurdum as a deductive argument to support the
Yeah,
conclusion.
he can't say that he doesn't exist. Can he say that?
He
Bez.
could say he doesn't exist.
Yeah, but would that be true then?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, that's what we're getting to.
But by
This
yeah,
is
but by the same thing is I couldn't think if I didn't exist.
No. But you're saying that you can't think unless you like. In order for you to exist, you need to exist first. Like you can't think outside of it. It's
No, in order for me to
self-defeating. You
think, I
can't
would need
say
to
it.
exist first.
Yeah, but that's not what you're saying. You say I think, therefore I exist. You have to exist
Yeah.
first in order to think. You have to
Yes.
exist.
So
before
I
you
can't think without existing.
Let me say
No.
this because he's not getting it.
Let's do it in a with our P's and Q's. So it would be.
How about I just say this? How about I just say this? Because I can clarify. Okay. So you said a tautology. I said a reductio ad absurdum argumentum, Latin for reduction to absurdity argument. I appealed to the necessarily implied absurd implications of the contrary to demonstrate deductively that the only option in the dichotomy that is logically possible to be known to be true is that I exist. That's the difference. You didn't give a deductive argument. You gave a tautology. I gave a deductive argument. It's a world of a difference.
Hold on, let me. Right, it would be. Right. If a thing thinks, it must exist. Do we agree?
Yes.
Right. I think, therefore, I exist.
So again, repeating your conclusion in your supporting premise. Tautology
Right, but
begging the question.
no, it's not, because if we agree, right?
My God, dude.
If a
it's
thing
like a
thinks,
really
it
obvious
must
prima facie.
exist, and I
Just being
think,
invincibly
therefore, I must
ignorant now.
exist.
You just being
Agreement
invincibly
doesn't
ignorant at this
determine
rate.
truth.
Just doesn't get it. Like his argument is not categorically the same as my argument. I didn't repeat the
Right,
conclusion
I'm
in my
just making
supporting
it
premises.
I'm making it a very simple, affirming the antecedent. You know, if A
And
is
you're
true, then B is
still
true.
saying a
If we agree
tautology.
that, no, it's not tautological.
It is tautological.
we-
It breaks down. It simplifies. It reduces to a mere tautology. You're saying your conclusion in your supporting premises.
No, look, if we agree, right, that if A is true,
God,
then
dude.
B has to be true, right?
You can just concede, like,
we
like
can-
it
and we
won't
can
hurt,
val-
dude. Like your pride is not that
'cause
important,
this is
dude. It's
this is
not.
nonsense.
Your pride is not that important, dude. Just concede. You repeated your concluding premise in your supporting premise. It's begging the question.
No, this
By
isn't. These are
definition.
two different things.
Shove it through the modus tollens.
Yeah,
I already gave him the modus tollens in the reduction to absurdity argument. He thinks that his argument is categorically the same as mine. It's not a deductive argument. He's repeating his conclusion in his supporting premises, begging the question. This is beyond.
No, it's
beyond
not begging the
refutation.
question. Oh my god!
Beyond controversy.
Right, look. Right. Let me say something else. Right, Gregory. If it is a Yorkie, then it is a dog. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Right. I have a Yorkie. This Yorkie then must be a dog.
Yeah, that's not. It's a false analogy. It's a false comparison between.
No, it's not. Right.
That's not a false analogy. It's a false comparison. Dude, let me reply, guy.
If it thinks,
guy,
then
let
it
me
exists.
reply, dude.
True or false?
Stop that, dude. You already said your example. I can reply now, dude. So it's a false comparison. You didn't repeat the conclusion to support the conclusion in your example. You did in your initial argument that you're trying to defend with this false comparison.
No, it's not. You're just wrong. Like
unjustified negation.
It's a very simple affirming the antecedent argument. If A, therefore B.
It's not a matter of affirming the antecedent, dude.
I exist.
You repeated your conclusion to support your conclusion, dude. You're not that smart.
With the
you're not as smart as you want to believe you are, dude. Just concede that you're refuted.
Then you agree with the conclusion.
You repeated your conclusion to support your conclusion.
Yeah, you don't.
No, this isn't the conclusion. Repeating the conclusion would be saying I exist, therefore I exist. I'm saying I think.
No, that's not the only way to beg the question. You don't have to just repeat your concluding premise verbatim to beg the question. Your premise, your concluding premise can be contained in your argument, your set of supporting premises, and that would be an instance of begging the question. No matter how many or little premises you have in the set of supporting premises, if you repeat the concluding premise in your supporting premises, that's begging the question.
Yeah, just by definition.
Oh, my audio reset. So whatever you said in the last 10 seconds, I didn't hear.
If you repeat your concluding premise, no matter how many or little premises you have in your supporting premises, you're begging the question.
Observation stored.
It's not. It's a very simple statement. It's not begging the question.
Okay, you're just being invincibly ignorant with an unjustified negation retort. We can move on. I'm not going in circles anymore.
I don't like know what kind of line of logic you're going at, but it's nonsense.
Yeah, it's not. He's not
obviously.
No matter
like what?
No matter how absurd it is, he's not going to concede. This is just mez.
Does anyone else disagree with that?
No, because I think I can understand.
I'll tell you where my head is.
Ready? Watch. I'll do both side by side. All thinking agents exist. All corgis are dogs. I think
the wrong analogy.
Exist.
That's a wrong analogy.
I am a corgi, therefore I am a dog.
No.
Yeah, category error.
That's you can't think that's.
I already refuted that too, didn't I? It's a false comparison.
You didn't refute it. You just said nonsense.
You keep using it. You keep using it to say that it's analogous, and it's not. It's a wrong analogy.
I don't understand why this isn't analogous. It's a simple affirming.
I already explained it. I can explain it again for the last time. I'll say it again.
So if you want to take your argument,
try and do it without your flowery language.
Okay, he's still. You can hear me say I'm about to explain. Okay, so that comparison. What's his name? Mez's dog, and then Duncan's attempt to try to reiterate that. We could just stick with the one that Mez said. All the Yorkies are dogs, right? All the Yorkies are dogs.
True.
This dog is a Yorkie. Therefore, dogs exist. Did I say that right?
No.
What did you say?
You said that very wrong. I said
what did
all
you say?
Yorkies are dogs. This is a Yorkie, therefore it is a dog.
Okay, so in that instance, that was not an instance of repeating the concluding premise to support the concluding premise. The concluding premise is not contained in the supporting premises. Therefore, dogs exist. Dogs exist is not in the supporting premises.
No, the argument isn't that dogs exist. The argument is that this thing is a dog.
But
wait.
Stop.
How is the existence of dogs not
Dude,
presupposed
stop.
in Yorkies existing?
Stop.
You confused me.
Wow.
Take a nap.
Okay. So the concluding premise in his comparison is not in the supporting premises. In his initial argument he's trying to defend with this comparison, it is. I exist. I think, therefore I am. The very presence of I, right? I am is the concluding premise, which also exists in the supporting premises in his initial argument. Therefore, he's begging the question. It's
No,
so
I'm
simple.
sorry. You're incorrect, Greg. I said, Greg. I said all thinking agents exist. I didn't say I in the very first premise.
Hold on, you granted the
If you want
Yorkie,
to
right?
remove that element, then that's even better.
No, but it's not analogous, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you, in one instance, also you're using first person. The other one is third person. You're identifying something as a dog and a Yorkie. You're not even saying "I think, therefore I am." You're saying the Yorkie would have to say it. Then I'm a Yorkie, therefore I'm a dog. Can a Yorkie do that? No.
Fine, let's say something else. All humans have parents. I'm a human, therefore I have parents.
Wait, we're not going to whistle past what just happened here. I'm explaining to you that you're using a first-person perspective and then turning it into an analogy with a third person.
It doesn't matter if it's first or third
No,
person.
you guys, listen, you guys have to know when you're wrong, and you have to concede to the point. You and Duncan were on
I
the
agree.
point.
People that are wrong should concede to the point. I think you should very clearly concede to this point because it's obviously nonsense. what
Yeah,
you're
now
arguing
Mez
for.
is trying to persevere to dominate the voice channel. Now I'm going to irritate him to his moderation.
It just seems to me you have a problem with premise one that all thinking agents exist. That's what you seem to have a problem with.
No, you need to say your example again because I already addressed his false comparison. That was your false comparison.
It's
all thinking. All right, so let me ask you. Do you disagree with premise one? All thinking agents exist.
No,
You don't disagree.
I don't.
His claim is that he is thinking, right?
Okay, ready?
Dude, stop talking to Duncan. Like, dude, have some sense of discernment at all.
Okay, ready? I am a thinking agent.
Okay.
I exist.
So again, the very presence of I or I am is existing in your conclusion and your supporting premises. You beg the question again.
And you didn't use it in the same frame of reference.
You're wrong. You didn't hear my first premise. I was not in that at all.
Hold on, Duncan. Wait. You didn't say the statement like the way it is said by Mez. Like, listen, let me repeat it to you guys. This is how it said. I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. You didn't say that. You said, I think, and then you said, I exist. That's not how it's been said. I think, therefore I am. Can you repeat that, Duncan? Because that's not what you're saying. You're changing it up. You're moving the goalpost. You're saying, I think, right? Okay, now I exist. Those are two separate things.
Saying I am and I exist are basically the same thing.
No, you didn't say that at the
Yes.
beginning. You guys are shifting the goalposts.
The first thing I said was I think, therefore I am.
There
You
you
guys had
go.
issues with that, so I broke it down into an affirming and antecedent.
It's not about breaking it down.
And you still
It's-
had an issue with it.
The statement stands as it is erroneous, right? So you can't say the statement the way it's said and then say you're correct. That's what we're arguing about. When you start to change the words and manipulate what the statement is, then you're taking it out of context to say something else. Your
what
argument
you're
then shifts to something else. We're talking about the statement itself. That's why it's a begging the question, and you guys don't realize that. The statement that you said, I think, therefore I am. You understand? Or no? You can't change it around to make different words and say, no, let me break it down for you. Let me change the way it sounds. No, it sounds exactly what it sounds like, and therefore that's why it's a begging the question.
Hold on. If he is actually thinking, then he must exist, right? That's all he's saying.
You're changing it too,
So the
aren't
question
you?
is,
You're
don't you
changing
agree with him that he is actually
no. You're not going to get away with it.
Right, yeah.
You're not getting
So
away with it.
Alpha's point is that you keep beginning the logic sequence with a hypothetical premise, right? You keep doing that. That's not the way the ekachito from Descartes is said. It said, I think, therefore I am. Or rather, I doubt, therefore I am, is really what he said, more correct translation of the Latin. But of course, doubting is a category of thinking. So I think, therefore I am. That's the predication following the predication. That was an instance of the concluding premise, the therefore premise, being repeated in the supporting premise, begging the question.
That's a lot of gibberish, bro. If you grant him that he's actually thinking, right, then he
Dude,
must exist.
so that's
all
just an
he's saying.
episode of gibberish fallacy. So every time I say a coherent, intelligible argument, they just dishonestly
You're dodging,
and
bro. You're
uncharitably
You're
just
dodging.
derided as being
You're
gibberish.
dodging. That's all.
So if you
No,
don't know what I
you're
said,
just
you couldn't possibly know it to be false. So you couldn't refute it. You didn't. If it's gibberish, then you couldn't make any sense out of it. So you couldn't know it to be false. You couldn't refute it.
If he is thinking, then he must exist, and then he's saying, "I think,
no,
therefore I
you're
exist."
changing
Right?
it again. You're changing the
you
words.
can
No,
say
you
no,
can't. Listen, here's
brother.
what you're not going to do.
You're
You
just
guys are
adding an
not.
That's very
additional
obvious.
hypothetical premise to the logic
Yeah,
sequence.
You're
Yeah,
moving
tell me
this
what
is
I'm not
what's
going to do.
considered moving the
All right,
goalpost. This is what
big
you guys
boy.
are doing. You're not going to move the goalpost. You're going to say it exactly the way it's said. The statement stands to be a begging the question fallacy. Now, if you are going to challenge that, then you have to say it the way it's said. You can't manipulate the words to then say something else and then argue from that standpoint. That's not
I
what
think
the
that's what
argument
you're
is.
doing. Yeah,
No, you're doing that. You're
I
saying
think that's what
something
you're doing,
different
man.
than I think, therefore I am.
I mean, his version is just affirming the consequent. If A, then B. A,
No,
therefore
it was
B.
affirming the antecedent. That's affirming
No,
the
it's
ante. Oh
affirming
my
the
god!
consequent.
Look, I'm gonna post the thing in the chat. Right.
Yeah,
It's
if A,
affirming the
then B.
antecedent.
A,
It's
therefore
valid.
B. He affirmed the consequent. So after
That's
he gets
the
past his first,
antecedent. The antecedent goes afterwards.
yeah. So after he says his first hypothetical premise, he then follows up with Descartes' ekachito, the begging the question tautology. That's all he did. He just added an additional hypothetical premise before the ekachito. That doesn't help the issue.
Right.
Yeah,
You
let's
know, let me
move
try
on.
something else. Right.
Yeah, there's nothing to get here.
All unmarried men are bachelors. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even divorced?
I am unmarried, therefore I'm a bachelor. Is that valid or is
Okay.
that whatever?
That's a deductive argument.
Great.
Yep.
All thinking agents exist.
No, you're not saying it like that.
Say it. No. Let him watch. Let him
All right,
watch.
all right. Let's
This
say
is
all things that think exist.
He's trying to justify it. Is all he's doing.
I know. Let him say it.
And
Watch.
they don't like it.
Do
They
you
can't go
agree?
with it.
Do you
They can't
agree?
go
All
with it.
things that think exist.
Yeah.
Great. I think, therefore I exist.
I got you so begging the question, fool.
Why is that a
No,
begging
what are
the
you
question?
talking about? You just accepted it, but then
It's
you're like, wait,
fucking
back to the
nonsense.
question. What are you talking about, dude? Gregory, you're a clown, dude.
This is fucking
He
stupid. This
did
is
it
the
again.
dumbest
He just
shit.
added an additional premise
Gregory
before the
can't determine
ekachito.
he exists by virtue of him thinking. This is
I'm gonna pause the
retarded.
Yeah, we
Hold
should
on.
move
I'm
on.
gonna pause the room. I'm
This
sorry.
is-
Everybody's getting muted at this point. I want to hear somebody specifically. NASA's son, what was wrong with what's being said? Because you just chimed in to say Gregory's a fool. How is he a fool by what he's saying? I want you to explain it. Steelman the argument.
Because of what he just said, because of what what's it called, Jekyll just said. I think, therefore I exist. You know what Gregory just accepted? Gregory just accepted that if something thinks, all thinking agents exist. So why does he have a problem when Jekyll says, I think, therefore I exist? That follows.
Because he's supposed to be
Gregory's like,
proving his
All of a
existence.
sudden you're begging the question.
Because he's supposed to be proving his
That's just him
existence.
being an idiot, dude.
Here we go again. He's not actually letting me reply. He just
I will
wants
let
to
you.
remark. Here we go
Everybody's gonna
again.
get muted. Now you're going to hear the reply. Everyone's getting muted right now. Let him reply. Go ahead, Greg. Reply now. I'll unmute everybody as soon as you're done.
The problem is, his conclusion is I exist, or I am. Right? Either that can stand alone as a predication, that two-word predication, or as the beginning clause of a predication about whatever is a fact about you, or whether it be a fact or not. His concluding premise is I exist. I am. His supporting premise is to predicate in the first person that he is. I am. So he repeated the conclusion to support the conclusion. When you say I or I am in any predication in the first person, then that is going to presuppose the concluding premise that you exist. And all he did was add an additional hypothetical premise or an absolute statement in the case of Mez, right? All thinking beings exist. He just added an absolute statement, which is true, to the beginning of his begging the question. So rather than just a single premise to support his concluding premise, now he just has two supporting premises, one out of the two, repeating the conclusion to support the conclusion, begging the question. Done.
All right, I'm going to unmute everybody.
I think what's it called? I already posted in the chat. I already reposted it as well. Gregory's just being retarded.
Yeah, so like I would say it like this: like where Gregory would be right is if I said this: I exist.
Oh my god.
I exist. I think. All things that exist think. That's where he would be right. But that's not what we're saying.
Listen, whether he's right or not is not proof, right? Like, so if we're just going to use whatever Gregory says, if we're, if he approves of it, that's what is true and that's what is proven. Then the Earth is flat. Everybody, I mean, Gregory said so.
All right. What if I say Mez thinks, therefore Mez exists?
Who's Mez?
Mez is I.
Agent, right?
So there we go. You just said I.
Right.
You can't get away from it, dude.
I just broke it down like everything.
Maybe.
Like
Maybe
everything.
I don't exist. Maybe Gregory's right. Fucking hell.
Well, it's just listen, the
that's
point
not
is
the
that you
point.
are not what makes you exist. I mean, that's really the point. Just so you know, like your
how you-
thinking doesn't
you're
make you
thinking-
exist.
It's not just you that makes you exist.
No, you're saying that the process of thinking is initially saying that because you're thinking, that's how you're existing. No, you're not thinking
It's
because
not
that's how
how
you're
you're existing because you think you must exist. Because
Yeah,
all
but
things
how
agents
is that
exist.
possible?
Like, what's so complicated about that?
It's simple because it's simple, right? It's a first person perspective. You exist in this world. If you didn't exist, you couldn't.
This is the
Hold on,
self-confusing thing you guys do
No, it's
over
not
and over
confusing.
again.
More disruption from NASA again.
Yeah.
No,
if it
you're
wasn't a
confusing
dog, it couldn't be a
yourself.
Yorkie.
It's not. That's the third person perspective. You can't use that because a Yorkie is something that you're identifying, which means it's not you as a first person. So once again, wrong analogy. You're using something to identify something, and you're identifying something in a third person perspective. You're
Again, the
identifying
first person thing doesn't matter. We established that if I was a bachelor, I couldn't be married.
the same way I could identify you as a person. I don't
Yeah,
need
so-
your acceptance. I don't need your acceptance to say that you're thinking, therefore you exist. I can just see you, Mez, standing right in front of me, and I can say you're existing. You didn't
Yeah,
need
so-
to tell me that. It's self-evident. It's self.
so-
Your existence. Listen, your existence is self-evident. You don't need to say a statement like "I think, therefore I exist." I could tell you exist as a third-person perspective because I see you. I know that you're there. You exist.
Right,
If you
so,
didn't exist, I wouldn't see you.
Right, so
I
the
don't need your.
reductive
I don't need
absurdum
your.
or to the contrary.
I mean,
I don't
that's
need your.
basically
Hold
you're
on.
basically
Who's
judging
Well,
on
let's
yourself,
stop interrupting
right?
Alpha. Let's
You could
stop
Alpha,
interrupting
when are you
Alpha.
done?
over
Will you take
talking
a
me
bunch
right
of
now?
breaks, man?
Fucking just wait.
You're just getting triggered, bro. Calm
You don't
down.
have to. You don't have to be so eager to talk to me when I'm speaking. Fucking despise that shit. All right. So basically, if I'm identifying something in a third person, that's fine. That's logically consistent. I can see someone there. If nobody was in front of me, then I would say, how could I identify something that does not exist when I don't see anybody existing? Therefore, if I see you, I can say that you exist. On top of that, you can therefore also say you exist, but you don't need to say that you're thinking in order to make it self-evident because it's already just objectively true. You exist. You don't need to say you think to exist. You just do exist. Why is that so
Yeah,
hard?
I just do exist because I think.
No, you don't have to think. We know that you listen. If you were in a coma and you couldn't think, that statement would be false. But I could still identify that you exist in this world, whether or
Yeah,
not
you
you think
could.
or not.
I couldn't. You could.
Well, you exist. It doesn't matter if you think or not, does it, Mez? Is it predicated on your thinking about it?
No, there are other
right.
ways to come to the same conclusion.
right,
We
all
could
right. So
identify
if-
something as a
you don't
dog
wanna-
without it being a Yorkie.
You don't
We
want
could
to,
identify. We could agree on ways that things could exist without them
Mez.
knowing if they think or not.
Mez.
But
you
if
don't
something
want-
thinks,
don't
it
wanna
must
admit-
definitely exist.
You don't want to admit that thinking about yourself existing is not predicated on the fact that you exist. You exist.
No, not thinking
outside
about
of the fact that
myself.
you-
Thinking at all.
No, I'm sorry, but you exist outside of the fact that you think you do. Doesn't matter if you say, I don't think
Sure.
I exist.
We
And
agree.
I don't care if you think. Listen, whether or not you think or you don't think you exist is regardless. You exist no matter what. It's self-evident. I can say
Okay,
that
calm down, buddy.
you understand? You don't need to say the statement, I think, therefore I exist, because it's self-evident. You exist
Yeah.
no matter what. It doesn't matter what you think.
And I don't need to say that something is a Yorkie to know that it's a dog. It could be a corgi.
The wrong analogy.
It could be a bull terrier.
Yeah, you're just
It is.
identifying.
It's like it has nothing to do with the logic sequence.
So I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you think that statement is incorrect to say that you think, therefore you exist, because Guess what? Let's just
It
say,
is
for
incorrect to
example,
say
and
that you think, therefore you
let's
exist.
use a special case. A special case could
Oh my
probably make
God.
this more apparent. A special case would be, let's say you couldn't even think, right? Let's say you were born in this world, you couldn't think. But I could say that
Yes.
the person exists. It's self-evident. It's objectively true. The person exists because I see them. So when somebody says, I think, therefore I exist, you don't have to think, therefore you exist. You can just exist.
Yeah, no, that wasn't part of it. No one was saying that a thing had to think to exist. Rocks exist. I think that rocks exist. Okay? Rocks don't think.
All right. So why
But
do you
one
need
way
to why do you need to qualify your existence by thinking? Why?
I don't. That's just one way
he
that we
never
can
said that was the
determine that
only
something
requirement.
existed.
That's just one
If all
example.
things that think exist, and I think, therefore I must exist.
Yeah, well, it's not sufficient given
There
that
are
you're
other
begging the
ways to
question.
know that things exist. I can hold a rock. I can feel a rock in my hands. Okay, then therefore I know that this rock exists.
Yeah, so it's not sufficient given that you're begging the question again.
Right.
It's not begging the question. I think we've been
you
through
haven't
this.
justified the negation of the critique. You just keep denying it with invincible, devout ignorance.
Yeah, and you keep repeating the same shit with infinite devout ignorance.
Because it's an argument. So every time you repeat the conclusion,
it's wrong,
or the argument that I'm refuting, I'm going to repeat the refutation.
I mean, this is just stunning. Don't you think that Descartes, as a philosopher, was aware of the begging the question fallacy? You think he just...
What did you say?
ignored it?
Why do you make
Wait, what did he say? Hang on. What did he say?
Well, I'm just asking. Don't you think that René Descartes he was aware of the begging the question fallacy? You think he just committed a blatantly begging the question fallacy there?
Yeah, in history, in the history of philosophy, philosophers have committed flagrant fallacies and never corrected them. Yeah.
Yeah, like you could talk about nihilism as the same. You could lump a lot of categories into that basket, like nihilism, right? So if you start thinking like those guys, or if you have this philosophy of the worldview, like the way they think, then yeah, you will fall into the same category. They're just other methods of philosophy that are incorrect to say that they're not standing with the objective reality that you and I would describe with common sense, logic, and reason.
Now, notice how that question...
They defy logic and reason. Most of these statements.
Alpha, notice how that question insinuates. Notice what it indicates. It's a controlling premise in the back of their head, whether they want to admit it or not, whether it's really self-conscious or not, that, of course, it couldn't be the case that René Descartes committed such a flagrant and blatant fallacy. Right, so if that's the controlling premise in the back of their head, consciously or unconsciously, then of course they're not going to concede to the very simple refutation to such a blatant fallacy, because that's the controlling premise. It couldn't be the case that he is guilty of this fallacy because he's such a smart man. He knew better, but evidently he wasn't consistent.
Yeah, that's just an appeal. So if you're saying that just because the man was a great thinking guy, you're not saying that the argument itself is inconsistent. You're just saying that he can't be inconsistent because he's a great thinking guy. That doesn't support the idea that he could be wrong.
And both René Descartes and Spinoza were rationalists. Just sit down, think deeply, define clear and distinct ideas. The whole history of rationalism and the whole history of unbelieving thought with a philosophy that's not after the Messiah, Yahushua, always reduces to arbitrarity, subjectivism, absurdity, and or impossibility. Sorry, Descartes begged the question. A cogito is an argument. I think, therefore I am, the very presence in English of I or I am in any given predication when trying to conclude the premise I exist is begging the question. It presupposes or it's repeating the conclusion to support the conclusion.
Bro, the I think part, right? It's just him experiencing something. He's just trying to express that in the premise, saying that I think, right? He's trying to kind of express what he's experiencing. Yeah.
Is what you said a refutation to my argument, yes or no?
So when he's saying that he's experiencing something,
you heard my question, dude.
That he does not exist, right? There is something called a performative contradiction.
You heard my question, dude.
He cannot.
You're not going to disrupt the voice channel
and be thinking. Yeah.
So answer the question. Was what you said a refutation, yes or no?
And this is kind of what you said, right? You said you kind of appeal to the
You see how he's
impossibility
voiding
or
the
whatever,
question?
right? He's
He knows
saying
full
that
well he
if
can
he
hear my
does not
question,
exist,
but he doesn't
right,
know how to
you would be
actually
committing
engage in
a
a debate about the
performative
issue.
contradiction.
He wants to just reply
Thanks for
as though
listening.
he is refuting me without manning up and being logically consistent and conspicuous with his reply that he is saying refutation. And the reason he's also not answering the question, because he knows what he said is not even an argument and doesn't refute anything I said. He's just obfuscating. And they always want
Well, I
to
think
dominate the voice channel with that stupid ass obfuscation.
we're pretty much. I think we're pretty much solidified on the point that they don't have a reason to be able to refute the argument, but they stand on this idea that the person that spoke this philosophy is incorrect, or excuse me, is correct. So they're gonna just based on that premise, is gonna say that that's why you're incorrect, because the person who said it couldn't be wrong, because he like as if he already thought of the idea of how it could be logically inconsistent. But what if he willfully did so? What if he knew that it was logically inconsistent and still went ahead and said it? You ever think about that?
The rationalist has no choice but to be arbitrary. They appeal to themselves as the ultimate arbiter, the ultimate authority of what is or is not rational. If it doesn't make sense to me, it's not rational. If it makes sense to me, then it's rational, it's true, and can be known to be true, given that I find it rational. That's rationalism. That's why Immanuel Kant wrote a critique of pure reason. It was arbitrary.
What you find rational is not rational. Rational can be generalized. Rational is not dependent on a single individual.
I agree with that, except one individual,
Who?
the God.
We ain't here to debate about that.
All right, let's get it.
Hey, you don't want to talk about it, fine.
Yeah, well, hold on. We got some new people in here. We got Big Jack Horner. We got Dev that just joined us. Welcome. If you're brand new to the channel, guys, welcome to the channel. We do talk about logic, reason, and things that we can discuss within the framework of like the Earth itself being logically consistent, that it's not a globe. So if you think in 2024 that the Earth is a globe and you're brand new to this channel, please bring, I would say just one evidence that we can look at and talk about. So Dev, I know you're brand new. So is Big Jack Horner. If you're brand new to this channel, RPG Vivaldi, I think that's your name. Shadow, welcome to the channel. Bring any evidence that you can about the Earth being a globe, and any one of you can chime in. So just give us your best evidence, and then we'll discuss it, whether or not it's evidence.
I'd really like to hear Vivaldi, because he's been talking some strong words in the open chat. So do you have an argument to prove that you know the Earth is a ball, Vivaldi?
Yeah, please unmute your mic. We want to hear a discussion / argument / whatever debate.
Oh, he's working, he said. Sure.
Okay, all right. So how about Big Jack Horner or Dev? Do you guys think the Earth is a globe? What's up, Jack?
I'm just here to observe for now.
Observe. Okay. Well, you're welcome to chime in with any questions you might have. But yeah, we want to get back on topic of the shape of the Earth conversation, because right now we are live streaming on YouTube, and we have an audience there that listens to our conversations about this topic. So we usually like to get up. We talk about logic, reason, and the way we describe the Earth as it really is level. So if you want to partake in that, and you think that the Earth is a globe, give us some evidence as to why you think that's the case. Go ahead, guys.
Does anyone want to help me replicate Eratosthenes' experiment to either prove or disprove the globe or the size of the Earth? Anyone?
That's a sun. That deals with the sun, not the Earth.
Yeah, I think you're measuring angles of shadows. No, you're not measuring curvature. You're just measuring angles of shadows. Has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
Does anyone want to participate?
Well, if somebody
Duncan,
does,
you're deaf, aren't you?
yeah, Duncan, if somebody does, can they contact you in the DM?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, how about we all drop a ball at the same time, Duncan? Like I'm going to drop a ball, and you're going to drop a ball, and then I'm going to tell you what shape this tree is. Let's do it.
What? Here, why not have this? Why not have Duncan walk us through his thought process here, and we can talk about it.
How about like just cut to the chase and say you did this, and now what? Now what's the next step? What does it mean?
I haven't done it. I would like to do it, and I would like the participation of people that think that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so if we just get to it, just cut to the chase, and say what's the conclusion? Now what?
There is no chase. I'm asking if someone would like to participate in this.
Well, yeah, I would say the reason why people won't chime in to participate with what you're saying is because we know that Eratosthenes was just measuring shadow lengths. So shadow lengths do not depict what the shape of the Earth is. It works off a presupposition that the Earth is already a specific type of shape. So if you're already have in mind that the Earth is a specific type of shape and then measuring shadows, you can superimpose that idea of the measurement of shadows over. You can superimpose it over the idea that you're living on a geometric shape. It doesn't necessitate the fact that you are living on a geometric shape. It just means that you think that you are. And so that you're going to superimpose that math over the idea that you live on a geometric shape. So it's in no way referencing the Earth as a geometric shape. So that's why nobody on Flat Earth side wants to do it, because it doesn't lead to a concluding argument that it is an actual globe. So
it's a weak inductive appeal.
What if you measure 3 shadows?
Doesn't matter if you measure 1,000.
You can measure an infinite quantity of shadows in this operation. It's a weak inductive appeal.
And we try and triangulate the position of the sun.
You can't
do you think we can do that?
Dude, you just whistled past what I said again. Can you stop doing that for once in your life? It's a weak inductive appeal. That operation, that result can happen in both paradigms. It doesn't break the logical symmetry between the two paradigms. It's a weak inductive argument.
No, that's wrong.
Okay.
And just like negation retort, if you don't add some bones to that weak retort.
All right, say how it's right then. How's it right?
Well, if you have, if we're on a sphere and we measure an angle, if we're on a flat plane and we measure an angle to a sun.
Stop. You said if we're on a sphere. You said if we're on
I'm giving you 2 options.
We're not doing that. We need to find out if we are, not if we are.
Right, which is why
we can do both. I can give you an if for both.
No,
so I want to do it with more than more than 2 locations. I want to do it with at least 5 locations.
Do you hear the problem?
I just said you can do it with an infinite number of posts and shadows. It does not matter.
Of course,
do you hear the problem?
Yeah, it does.
It does not matter because you can have it in both paradigms. You're just being invincibly ignorant again. You people
No, that's not true. No, you're not letting me explain. This is why you're being invincibly ignorant.
People don't engage in discourse. You just repeat the same things over and over again. You're wannabe occultists. You think you can repeat the same thing over and over again, and eventually, if you say it enough times, it'll become true. No, it won't. Occultism is also a false philosophical school of thought. Guy, if you do this operation, no matter how many posts, no matter how many poles, no matter how many shadows, an infinite number will not make the difference. Why? Because both paradigms can have this phenomenon if you adjust the size of the light source, the distance of the light source, and either make the light rays divergent or parallel.
Yeah, so that's not true. So if you put if you measure the shadows and we're on a flat Earth, you'll be able to triangulate the position of the sun very easily. But if we're on a spherical Earth, a curved Earth, or curved surface, you won't be able to triangulate the position to the sun.
Have you ever done this?
Invincibly?
No, I haven't.
You haven't done this.
Yeah,
so
you're just whistling past what I'm saying, Gregory? How dare you?
No, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You haven't done this, yet you're giving us an absolute information to say that this is a great way to know that you're not on the flat Earth. You haven't done this, sir.
Geometry.
So how is it possible? So how is it possible you're giving us how is it possible you're giving us a conclusion to what you're saying is true when you've never done it?
Because
I understand the laws of geometry.
The laws of geometry. So what geometry have you understood that the Earth is, sir?
Simple Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so how do you know that there is a simple Euclidean geometry? Go ahead.
Well, through testing.
What did you test?
Through every experience I've had. Euclidean geometry is pretty simple.
I'm going to follow you. I'm going to keep chasing you.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Okay, so it's a straight line. Do straight lines
All
curve?
parallels never.
Do straight lines curve?
No, straight lines don't curve.
Okay, so
Where are you going with this, Alpha?
where's the curve of the Earth then?
What do you mean? Where's the curve of the Earth?
The
Well,
distance
your feet.
between points.
If it's curved, yeah, we can't know.
Listen, the distance between 2 points is a straight line. Where does that straight line
Right.
curve between those 2 points?
It doesn't. If it's a straight line,
Okay,
it's not
then.
curving.
Earth is flat. Welcome to flat Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to
How
Flat
did you get
Earth,
to that?
guys. You
No,
got
I
to
didn't
it.
This again.
I didn't get to it. You did. Thank you.
No, how did you
Yes,
get to that?
let's try this again. Let's
We've
try
got
this
2
again.
points.
He's obviously trying to
the
dominate the
shortest
voice.
distance
and
between 2 points is
disengage
a
in
straight
discourse.
line.
So I'm going to keep talking because he's
Do you
not going to
accept with
dominate
that?
the voice with obfuscation, right? So the point is that you're appealing to this
Alpha?
sunlight post operation. That's what you're trying to appeal to. That operation, you can get those results in either paradigm. Just because you deny it, just because you're trying to intensify your pretension and condescension, doesn't refute it, right? Just because you don't want to believe it, right, doesn't mean it refutes it. What I said is deductively true, given geometry. With Eratosthenes' operation, with his measurement operation, he presupposed, and not verified, presupposed, the sun is very far away, beyond what is quantifiable, and that the light rays are parallel. But that's obviously empirically inadequate. Why? Because we never see parallel light rays. We only see divergent light rays.
So did you not hear my explanation for why it's not?
I did hear it. So now, are you going to engage my rebuttal, or are you going to repeat the very thing I just refuted?
Well, you repeat the same thing you said before, so I'll repeat what I said. Okay?
Because you repeated the initial
So
thing
if you
that I
do this
refuted.
with if you do this with more than 2 measurements, you measure the angle to the sun at more than 2 positions, say 3, 4, 5, and you try to triangulate the position to the sun. If the Earth is flat, you'll be able to do it. If the Earth is a sphere, you won't.
All right. You can
So
get
once again,
Go ahead.
right? He repeated the very thing I just refuted. He's
Okay, so
just
let's
being
just-
invincibly ignorant. He doesn't know how to engage refutation.
Do you disagree with
So
that,
whether you
Gregory?
have 2 posts or
Do you
3
understand
posts or
geometry?
4 posts or 5 posts, it does not matter how many posts you have, right? It doesn't matter because Eratosthenes' operation, you only have a dichotomy. Either the surface is convex, right? It's curving, or it's not. So whether it be on a convex or concave surface, the surface is curving as opposed to a flat surface. Eratosthenes presupposed, not verified, that the sun is at a very vast distance away from the Earth and that the light rays are parallel, so that it happens on a sphere. But he never saw the sphere, and he never saw the light rays from the sun be parallel. We only
we're
ever
not
see the light rays from
necessarily
the
talking
sun,
about
and you're
Eratosthenes here.
interrupting again because you know this is a savage refutation. We only
Yeah,
ever see
you're talking about the
and
wrong
we
thing.
only ever see the light rays from the sun be divergent, and we only have ever seen a flat surface that is the Earth and the oceans. So if you repeat the very thing I just refuted, I'm going to repeat the refutation.
Greg, you were right.
No, but you didn't address the argument.
Eratosthenes did assume the world was a globe, and he only used 2 towers, which is why you have a point there with only 2 towers being used, and assuming that.
Duncan, I already said,
However,
no matter how many posts you use, I already said that. This is the problem with you people.
That's false.
But
Stop saying that. It's
that's
false.
where you're wrong. You're right when you're criticizing Eratosthenes for like the whole assumption of the globe thing. That's a valid point. But when you use more than 2 towers, and I want to use at least 5, that I'm sorry, you're just wrong there.
You don't have an argument. You're just saying I'm wrong.
But you're still assuming a globe.
I'm assuming
not.
one light source, and
You're
I'm not
still assuming a globe.
No, I am not assuming the globe. No, I am not.
Yeah, you are.
So,
'Cause
Guy,
you don't know,
whether you
you don't know
have
where each
more
of
than
the
2 or
are.
2, it's so simple. Here's the rebuttal to the reply he just said. Listen, whether you have more than 2 or less than 2, okay? Whether you have, no matter how many you have, the light from the sun only extends so far upon the surface of the Earth. It doesn't wrap around the entire Earth. The whole Earth is never yet been illuminated by any source, okay? So you only are going to have so many posts within the area that is illuminated by the sun. So whether it be 2 or more, it's not going to make a logical determining difference between seeing these shadows on the surface of a ball or on the surface of a flat plane.
Okay, let's do it
How do
this
you go?
way.
I would like to hear a complete walkthrough of this because I know how to refute it already. But just humor us and show us how 5 sticks with 1 light source proves that the surface is a ball.
So we need to get into some trigonometry.
Hold on, Duncan, are you there?
I understand trig, so go ahead, tell me.
I'm here. Why?
All right, good. Amish wants to ask you a question. So, can you tell us about your test that you want to do with Eratosthenes?
Well, I'm driving right now, so I can't really get into the trigonometry and the formulas of it. So maybe someone else can, because he technically only asked the room. He didn't specifically ask.
Well, if you pass the buck off to someone else, they might misrepresent what you're doing, and that's the only issue I feel that's going to happen. And then they're going to Amish will respond to them instead
I'll
of you.
take that risk. I'll take that risk
Okay.
for now.
All right. Just I'm letting you know that as far as. All right. Does somebody want to take Duncan's point? Mez, did you want to take Duncan's point and explain what he's doing? Or
Yeah,
anybody
it's quite
else?
simple. If you measure the angle to the sun at different points on the Earth, you should be able to triangulate it to an exact position if the Earth is flat. If you can't do that, if you get these angles going in different directions, then that must mean the surface must be curved in order for these angles to line up to the same point.
That's self-defeating. You tried to draw a angle from a curved surface.
Yeah, you can do it from from plane.
Right. So you're defeating your own argument.
No.
More another unjustified negation retort.
Yeah, can you get an
You-
angle
you-
from
you-
a curved Mez, can you get an angle from a curved surface?
Yeah.
From the tangent of the curved surface, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we're not talking about tangents. We're talking about the surface itself. So if the surface is a reference in which you're referencing and you're using many different points, you're going to go ahead and then say that from that point that you're measuring from is on a plane or either it's on a curved surface, right?
Right, because you got 5 different shadow lengths.
You
from
can do it with
5
3.
different
You can do it with
points and
3.
1 light source. How do you conclude that the surface is curving from that? All right, so 3. How do you conclude the surface is curving from that?
So whether you can triangulate the angles to an exact position or not. I posted a
Right,
thing in chat.
because we can
It's pretty
demonstrate this
simple.
on a flat surface just fine.
Go on then, do it.
Yeah, so hold on. But you go on and do it is not you telling us how the method is done by Duncan, what he wants to do. So we're investigating the method, right? We're using critical thinking, analyzing. Is it possible to gain the knowledge of a curving surface from using shadow lengths? And you said it is. So we're not going to go ahead and say go on and do it to find out if the Earth is not curving. What we want to know is how you got the information that it is curving. That's important.
Yeah, it's like a version of shifting the burden of proof, but he's not shifting his burden onto us. It's like deflecting from his burden.
Yep, exactly. I've noticed every single little like diversion tactic that they do, and this is one of them. It was pretty slick. If nobody noticed it, that's what he did. He shifted it quickly to like, oh, you tell me how the Earth is flat. No, that wasn't what we're talking about. The conversation's all about Duncan's method, how he's going to provide.
Which is on his
evidence.
way. Yeah, which is on his way to a
No,
two-core
Amish
play
said you could
fallacy.
do it on a flat Earth.
You didn't
so I
prove
asked
your
him to
position, therefore
show me.
see, like he has to interrupt this. See, so he just deflected from his burden.
No, I was responding to what Alpha said.
He's about to do it again, so I'm gonna start over. So he's deflecting from his burden, which is on his way to getting to a two-core play fallacy, where he's insinuating, well, if you fail or you haven't met your burden of proof, therefore my position is true. Two-core play fallacy.
Great, then let's do it. Let's all do it together. Let's all DM Duncan. We'll all get our
No, we're
positions
not
on the
gonna-
Earth.
We
Measure
already
some
told you
angles.
why we're not. We already told you. You haven't given us information so that we're going to be able to be saying like, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good way to measure, because it's not a measurement of the surface of the Earth. It's not drop over distance. You're measuring shadow lengths and then presupposing that the Earth is a geometric shape. That's all.
I would say we're
Duncan's
measuring
doing.
angles.
Yeah, you're measuring angles. Good for you, but that only happens on a planar surface. That doesn't
No, that's
happen
false.
on a curved
That's
one.
wrong. That's incorrect.
All right. Well then go ahead and prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
show
just
us
have
how
a
you
tangent
get
on the
angles
surface.
up from a curved surface. Show us.
Yeah, you hold a plumb bob and then you have like a tangent to it. You measure an angle from the
Tangent
tangent.
to what?
That's to what?
Just
Plumb.
The plumb is tangent to plumb.
To down.
That's a our
Plumb is
surface.
tangent to the direction
No,
it's pointing in.
the tangent is tangent to plumb.
This guy's a fool. So, what is the plumb pointing down to?
Just down.
Oh, it's just down. It's not pointing down to anything. It's not pointing down to anything. Is that right?
So you
Just
need
down.
two
We'll just say
lines.
it's down.
Two lines that intersect create an angle, right? Mez.
Yep.
Two lines that
So you-
intersect create an angle, right?
Two lines that intersect create an angle. Yes.
All right. So what two lines vertical? The plumb bob. That's one. Where's the other one?
Yeah.
What is the other line?
one horizontal to that line.
Correct. You are correct.
Which is the surface of the Earth, correct? That horizontal line is the surface of
no.
the Earth or oceans, right?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly.
What is it?
So what is the horizontal line?
It's just a line.
From where?
Oh, so it's just an abstract entity that you're imagining in free space that isn't actually existing in free space, and therefore you haven't informed yourself of the elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth or oceans. You failed.
Yeah, let me
It
ask you
is
a question.
tangential to the surface of the Earth.
Mez. Let me ask you a question. How do you know? How do you know the horizontal line that you're saying goes off into the sky is measured a straight line? How do you know that?
We don't know that. We're just getting a
Oh,
line.
you don't know that.
We're
So how
going
do you
no
know
further.
it's a line? So how do you know it's a line?
Because we determine it to be a line. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
that's fine. You can think. You can determine anything to be whatever you want it to be. How do we know
It's
empirically
not
that it's
funny,
a line?
Mez.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, you
Let
hear
me
that
get him on
nervous
this-
laughter?
Let me get him on this point. How do you know it's a line?
What do you mean, how do we know it's a line?
Okay, let me give you
Because
an
it's a
example.
line.
Let me give you an example.
It's a line perpendicular to another line, tangential
let
to the Earth.
Specify what type of line, Alpha. Specify what type
Let
of
me
line.
give you an example. A plumb bob is giving us a vertical line, right? Because it looks like the
Yes.
down. The plumb bob. Okay.
Yes.
So now you're talking about a horizontal. How do we know the horizontal tangent line going off into the sky is a line? How do we know that?
Well, we don't. I didn't say anything about it going off into the sky, but it's
Where does it go?
perpendicular to plumb.
To what? To what?
It just goes perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah, perpendicular meaning horizontal, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. So how do we know where is this imaginary line?
Well, you can have lines perpendicular to other lines that aren't
Yeah,
horizontal.
where is this line running to? Is it running congruent with the surface of the Earth, or is it off into free space?
It is running perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question. Is it horizontal to the surface of the Earth, or is it running off into the sky, like into free space?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to determine with the
Okay,
experiment.
so you don't know. That's the right answer. You don't know, right?
Sure.
You don't
I never said we know.
You don't know where the horizontal. You don't know where the horizontal line is. Is this correct?
No, I know it's perpendicular to plumb.
Where is the horizontal line?
I never said it was a horizontal line. We're not talking about horizontal lines.
yes,
You just said the horizontal line is perpendicular to plumb, then you said it's not a horizontal line. Contradicting
You said
yourself,
it's
dude.
horizontal. You said so, Mez. You said it was horizontal.
Okay, sure. I'll take that back. Let's not say it's horizontal. We've just got
just
we've got a
reply.
vertical line. Okay.
No.
We've got a
we're
plumb
not gonna
line,
walk back
and then we've
what
got
you
a line perpendicular to it. Okay.
It's
And then from
honesty
this,
in
we can measure an angle to the sun.
Here's
Or
what we're
Polaris. We
doing.
could do Polaris.
In this example, you said it correctly. It's a horizontal, and we have a vertical. That makes an angle. We understand that. So the horizontal line, of course, it's a tangent line. This is what's going to give you the knowledge whether you know you're correct or incorrect. Where is this horizontal line? Is it parallel to the surface of the Earth, or is it going off into free space?
Well, that's what we're trying to determine.
So you don't know.
No, why would I need to know?
So you
Because
can get the
that's how
fucking
you
elevation
create an
angle up from the
angle, sir.
surface.
That's how you create an angle. You need that line to create the angle with the vertical line.
Yeah,
So
we've got the line.
Alpha was being very generous
We
and
don't.
charitable.
We don't
when he
need to.
went
We don't
when
need
he-
to know that if
Alpha
the
was
line
being
follows
very
the surface of the Earth or whether it
Alpha
goes
was
off into
being
space
very
or not.
generous and charitable. See, Alpha is being very generous and charitable, going through that long inquiry, that long interrogation with you, and when I already just made haste to the conclusion. You're sitting up here trying to tell us that the horizontal line, which the plumb is perpendicular to, isn't the surface of the earth or oceans, that it's just this abstract imaginary line or surface that is extending from a point on the curved slope of the surface of the earth into infinite or finite free space, which is an instance that necessarily implies that you're not getting the elevation angle up from the surface of the earth or oceans, but up from an imaginary line or surface. You failed.
Yeah, that you
No, it's
don't
not
know.
imaginary.
Yeah, it is.
We measured
Then
it.
where is it?
Where is it? To wherever you are.
You're not saying where it is in the example. Where is it?
It's
in
wherever
the
you measure it
example?
from.
Listen, if you're doing the test, you got the vertical, the plumb bob. You know that it's vertical. That's good.
Yeah.
Where's the other line?
Perpendicular to it.
Here's this question, Alpha. Look, Alpha. Look. Here's this question. He said,
wherever your plumb
he said
hole
it's
is.
not imaginary, right? The line or this monochromatic plate extending horizontally from the point that he's standing at, right? So it's real, right? It's concretely real. You're standing on. Let me clarify. You're not standing on the earth in that instance. Yes or no?
What the fuck are you talking? Of course you're standing on the earth.
Okay, so you are standing on the earth. So you're not standing
Yes.
on a geometric. So look, listen. So you're not standing on a geometric fucking concept, right?
I'm not standing on No, I'm standing on a real physical thing.
Right. So you couldn't possibly be standing on a line or this monochromatic imaginary plate extending from the point that you're standing on the surface of the earth, right?
What do you mean monochromatic? What does that mean?
That's basically what you're imagining. It's just this line or this monochromatic plate. Pick your color that's just
You keep
extending
saying
from the point that
monochromatic. I don't know what that means.
Single color.
I only know that in Photoshop.
Single color.
A single color.
Okay.
Yes.
This
What do colours
monochromatic
have to do with this?
that's extending from the point that you're standing on. That's what you're imagining in your head, right? So let me just make it more simple. I'll just stop
No, it's
using
not
that.
imagining. We're measuring it.
No, you're
So,
not.
Guy, dude, is the plumb pointing down to the earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is the plumb pointing down to a line, the geometric concept? Yes or no?
Is it pointing down to a geometric concept? Honestly, I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, because you people don't contemplate these things. You don't contemplate ontology. You don't
I'm
realize how ontologically confused you are. You're not.
I don't think I'm ontologically confused. I think you're desperately trying to find a way to
you have
invalidate
to
this
interrupt this,
experiment.
right? You have to, because you don't want understanding. So again, you're ontologically confused, dude. You have walked us into this stupid ass annoying error. This
I
stupid
don't think
error
I
where
am.
you say that it's pointing down to a line, right? It's not pointing to the earth, even though you just conceded it's pointing to the earth. So it's pointing to the earth, and geometric concepts don't have fucking substance that extends in space. It couldn't be pointing to the line. It's just a geometric concept we conceived to make the measurement intelligible. So, dude, if the surface of the earth is not that horizontal line, which that other straight line is extending up from to get the elevation angle, you're not getting an elevation angle up from the earth or oceans. It's from an imaginary line.
Yeah, which is based in reality.
The imaginary line is
Because you measured
based
it.
in reality. The imaginary line is
Yeah.
real. Is that it?
Yes. No. The line isn't real. There's no real line, okay?
Yes, no.
But you have plumb, right? Right, and then tangential
failure.
to that line, you have another line perpendicular to it.
All right,
That is
go ahead.
tangential to the surface of the Earth. Okay.
Hold on, man.
And then from that, you can measure an angle to the sun.
Yeah, you're no.
Is this confusing to you?
Oh, it's just problematic because of the way you're framing it. Go ahead, old
I don't think it is problematic.
Yeah, it is.
I've got nothing to say. I was just mocking him.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, like I was
Is math
mentioning
hard?
before, I was mentioning before, you laugh because you're not intellectually honest in this conversation. So you don't say.
Oh, I laugh because you're not intellectually honest, because you're clearly desperately trying to invalidate this experiment, even though you know that this would prove that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, listen, Eratosthenes was using the surface of the Earth, was he not?
Yeah.
Okay, so why aren't you?
And the sun and the shadow.
Yeah, no, but why aren't you?
We could do.
No.
But this is
you
a better
said
experiment. It's more accurate.
you were saying that vertical is only perpendicular. That's when you started laughing. You didn't say the surface of the Earth. So the plumb bob is measuring to the Earth, vertical line. We know that much.
It's not measuring to the Earth. It's just a line.
Yeah, I know. Vertical, right?
Yeah. Let's call it. Yeah, we can call it vertical.
Well, no, that's what it is. We're not gonna just call it that. That's
It's
exactly
a line,
what
yeah.
it is. So
But we'll
vertical.
call it whatever we want. We can call it
So if
Timmy.
we want to get an angle, we have to do it not from a curved surface, right?
I mean, you could do it from a curved surface if you have a
No,
tangent.
you can't get a 90-degree.
Yes,
There's
yes,
no way
yes.
you're gonna get. Okay, then tell to me how you can get a curved surface having a angle. Go ahead, Mez.
With a
Curved
tangent.
surface. Okay,
With a
the
tangent.
on the. Yeah, the tangent. Where is the tangent off of? Is it on the Earth or in free space?
It's on the edge of the surface.
And where does it go to? Where does it extend to?
It doesn't matter where it goes to. It's a line.
Yeah, it does. Where does it extend to? Answer
No,
the
it
question.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Where does it extend to, Mez?
Why do you think it? Why do you think it matters? Why do you think it matters?
Yeah, I know. Stop mocking me and answer the question. Where does it extend to?
It doesn't matter where it extends to. Why do you think it matters?
Then why are you afraid to answer the question? Answer it. Where does it extend?
Because the answer would be begging the question. Because if I say it's along the surface, then that would say, well, the Earth is flat. And if I say it goes into space, well, that would say the Earth is curved. But we're trying to find out either one. So I can't answer that.
Where does the line extend to, Mez?
I just explained it. Were you not listening?
Where does the line extend to, Mez?
I just explained it. Alpha, are you not? Open your ears.
Mez, where does the line extend to?
I just explained it to you.
Answer the question. If you want to continue
I
to
did.
speak in this voice chat,
I did.
you're gonna suffer the consequences of being this.
Oh
Where does the
no!
line
Woe is me.
You imagine
I'm
me
gonna
such a
give you
mad
one more
British
time.
man.
I'll give you a couple more times to be generous, but afterwards you're going to be muzzled. So where does the line extend to?
Alpha, did you hear what I said before?
Be honest. Where does the line extend
I told
to?
you I can't answer that because this experiment would show whether it goes across the surface or whether it goes off into space.
Okay. And so
Did you hear that?
if you're saying that you can get a line that's horizontal, what does horizontal mean to you?
Well, perpendicular to vertical.
Okay. And where is that on the Earth?
What do you mean? Where is that on the Earth?
Yeah, the
Wherever you are.
line, or the horizontal line. Where is the horizontal line?
Where? What do you mean? Where is the horizontal line?
So we got a vertical line, right? It's pointing down to the Earth, straight up and down. Now the
Yes, we have
horizontal
plumb,
line.
and we can use this to establish vertical.
So where does the horizontal line go from? Tell me.
Perpendicular to that vertical.
Yeah, I know that. Where
Right.
does it extend?
So
on the
what-
surface? Is it on the surface of the Earth? Yes or no?
We don't know because this is what we're trying to find out.
He doesn't
with
know.
this experiment.
He doesn't know.
Listen, because you don't know that, then we're not going to follow this dumbass experiment that you think is an experiment, which is
Right,
not.
Alpha,
Because
if I say
nope, not that you say. Your experiment is not an experiment because it's not a cause and effect relationship. So therefore, it falls outside of a scientific experiment. So you wrongly put it in the category. So it's a category error right now. It's not an experiment. So basically, it has to deal with geometry. So the line which you didn't want to answer was a tangent point on the surface of the Earth that extends into free space. And you were so scared of saying that because you know the implications. So here's why you didn't answer it. Because that's a presupposition that the Earth is already a sphere before you even measure it. That's the problem that you had. The reason why you didn't want to answer and you were laughing and mocking me is because you know the implications of saying that it's a tangent line on the surface of the Earth that extends off into free space. A part of it touches the Earth, but the rest of it shoots off into free space. So you didn't want to tell people why it extends out into free space because then you would know what that implicates. That means that you're saying that it's already a sphere. So you didn't want to say that. Now you're muzzled because you're disingenuous. You see how that works, Maz? All you got to do is be honest. If you were honest in
Not a
saying
problem.
the tangent line on the surface of the Earth is because it's such that it's going off into free space because we know that the Earth is curving, that's already begging the question. You didn't want to say that because you knew the implications. That's why you said it's only perpendicular. It's like a parrot.
Can
Right.
you use
We concluded the matter
Eratosthenes to
about 10 times.
differentiate crepuscular from parallel rays? Because that's another assumption that's going to screw you that we didn't even get into yet.
No, we mentioned that. We already addressed
Oh,
that several
okay.
times. At least I did.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, I turned things off for a minute. So
Yeah, no worries.
yeah, I mean,
So
that's
yeah,
a big.
we repeated the conclusion like almost 10 times to him and went in circles about a dozen times or more. And this is what you get. This is what you get from the atheistic materialist, wannabe scientist enthusiast who believes that they can get away with whatever they can. They can get away with this or that without suffering the repercussions because they live in a world where it's only humans that have a limited ability to make them suffer any penalty, and they don't have to dread the wrath of the god. This is what you get. This is what you get from these people. So he was going to sit there for as long as he wanted to enjoy trolling others, because if he can't actually refute them, then he can just frustrate them, and hopefully they'll stutter and stumble and say something wrong, and then he'll sink his teeth into that. I know their game.
Yeah. So we got Amish. Did you want to add another? We were just discussing with him, but see, he was just being disingenuous. Like he didn't want to actually say where that line actually led to, because you can't say a tangent and say all these ideas that you think that it's sitting on top of a surface that's curved, but the rest of that line is going to be extending off into free space. He didn't want to admit that. So his like little laughing and mocking me was so that people will be distracted by that he's not answering the question, which is fine.
Yeah, I had nothing further to get into. I was going to bring up the crepuscular rays versus parallel, which is one of the assumptions and a critical assumption. And for this to be an experiment, you'd have to have a way to differentiate between the two so you know which one is happening.
Exactly what I said earlier.
Eratosthenes did not propose any way to do that.
Exactly what I said earlier. Yep.
Yeah. And then the other thing that people believe is that you can assume that Earth is a ball. So if they try to do a modern rendition of the Eratosthenes demonstration today, they're gonna resort to like latitude and longitude to get their fixes, to get their position fixes. And they're gonna say, well, we're not gonna assume anything here. We're not gonna assume whether that Earth is flat or a globe. We're just gonna use lat and long to get our position fixes. Well, guess what? Lat and long presupposes a globe too. So you got a bunch of different ways you need to overcome these objections, and it can't be done. It's never been done.
That's a lie.
What is?
Nobody can triangulate where the sun is, and that's what you're attempting to do. They tell you in celestial navigation, don't, because you can't. Why? Because the sun is treated as if it's infinitely far away.
Yeah.
Wait, specify. What is the lie?
That was Tawangner. Welcome to the channel. Do you have something to retort what's being said? If you said it's a lie? To what Amish was saying? Tawanger?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It was a falsehood. What do you want me to say?
Why it's
What
false?
was a falsehood?
Tell us why.
What did he say?
Things have never been discovered.
No, it's never been an exclusive globe proof.
It's never been a strong indication of the Earth being a ball. It's a weak inductive argument.
Because it works on a flat Earth with different base assumptions. We can assume things all day and come up with whatever we want. We can come up with potato chip Earth. We can do Eratosthenes today and assume potato chip Earth, and it's going to work out just fine.
I like potato chips.
I do too. So
yeah, there's a
you didn't
potato
justify
Earther
your
somewhere
critique.
around here as well.
So next time you want to accuse someone of lying, you better watch your mouth.
It was a lie. I stand by that.
Yep. Okay. Let's move on to someone else.
Yeah, he sounds very unintellectual, man. Engaging with him is probably not going to lead to a road to a good
Yeah, I mean,
discussion.
Same with Mez.
that was literally nuh-uh.
Yeah, you didn't retort how it's incorrect. You just said it is. So we know that you're not intellectual, sir. That's fine. We got a lot of people like that.
The sun is
So I
treated
guess I
as
have to
infinitely
conclude
far
this.
for Selnav because its position cannot be triangulated.
Yeah. So I guess I have to infer this inductively. Given the very frequent and very numerous instances of these disruptive, despicable, invincibly ignorant, etc., all those adjectives that you've heard me use 1,000 times, this subject attracts these people. Don't it? Don't it seem that way? Am I wrong? Am I tripping? This subject attracts these kind of people.
Like a retarded moth to a flame.
Like a fat kid to butter.
The only way the sun cannot be triangulated is if you assume the Earth to be flat. So if under that assumption you can't triangulate that, how can you be sure that it's the fault of the sun and not your wrong assumption that the Earth may be flat?
And guess what? Nobody can test the sun. The sun cannot be tested whatsoever. So we can test the Earth and it's flat.
Embo, I want you to Embo, I want you to triangulate the sun from a sphere. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to hear your syllogism. I want to hear the deductive argument, given that your premise is that it cannot happen. It cannot happen that you can triangulate the sun from a flat plane. I want to hear your deductive argument. Because that's what it requires.
It wouldn't be a deductive argument. It would be a geometric argument.
No tangent planes, because you're going to do this from a sphere, right? You don't need a plane if you already got your sphere and your tangent point. So just show me triangulation to the sun off the sphere.
Well, the reason I'm saying this because his claim was that you can't triangulate the sun's position from the flat plane. So he needs to provide his deductive argument to support that.
I thought he said because you're doing it off the flat Earth, it's because it's. I thought he said it's because you're doing it off the flat Earth. It's not the sun's fault. It's because you're doing it off a flat Earth. So I figure, well, if it only works off a sphere, then do it off a sphere. Go ahead.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, it would create an error and conflicting results.
No, you're assuming the sun is something positively, and we say you don't know what it is.
I'm not assuming anything about the sun.
Yeah, you're saying the sun can't do this. The sun can't do this, and we say yes, it can because it has to, because Earth is flat.
Yeah, so you make some pre-assumption, and
I don't assume Earth is flat, kid.
I mean, you do. You literally just did in your argument.
If Earth measures flat, then the sun is indeed doing something funky.
There's no assumptions, Embo. Just Earth is flat, water's level, and everything else fits into place.
That's an assumption from definition. No, it doesn't. The entire
It's not
point
an
is that it doesn't
assumption.
fit
You
into
just
play.
deny these facts.
Okay, so you make something that gives you
I have
conflicting results. So either there's something with the sun has to be wrong, or with your interpretation of how the
No,
Earth
you don't know how to argue, dude. So every time you engage in the voice channel, dude, and we critique your arguments, you just whistle past the critiques. You never engage the critiques, ever.
We love you, Embo.
Yeah, and that's wonderful. Therefore, I will tell you about you don't need to triangulate the sun because the elevation angle alone is you don't need anything more to know. The Earth is measured flat. You don't have to triangulate the sun. Yeah, I know it's hard to say. Maybe you're not able to do it because we are talking about the apparent view. Yes, therefore we don't have to talk about it. Just the elevation angle and how you that's not about triangulation. It's just about the measurement about two angles. That meets in 90 degrees and give you the time also. If you grab it, then you get your postcode. So there you have it. And then you get a circular equilatitude that's 360 degrees, thousands of miles of flatness. Over.
So if you're abandoning your concluding premise, it's so simple. Like you set a premise. Now the challenge is provide the deductive argument given your premise. Provide the deductive argument to prove that it's impossible to triangulate the sun's position from a flat plane. Show it. Say the syllogism. Show your
Yes,
work.
you can do it, but is it really true? Yes, if you really do it, then you get to 4,000 feet up, something like that. But is it really there? We know better. Of course it isn't. It's just a little bit higher.
Yeah, so let him. So just let him carry his burden.
Apparent view. Therefore, you're not able to triangulate it, and also it's moving all the time.
Yeah, so just let MBO carry his burden. Carry your burden. And if you want to drop it, then you made another predication that you don't know to be true. You don't know what you're talking about again.
So if you make a right triangle where one of the sides would be the height of the sun above the earth, another side would be the distance between that point, that the geographical position of the sun, the ground position, and your position on the ground, and the third side would be just a line connecting you and the sun. Then for that angle of elevation of the sun to drop by the same amount, so let's say for example 1 degree, the further you go from the sun, the longer distance you would have to travel on that ground for it to drop the same angle, because you cannot have a linear relationship between the angle and the distance.
Embo, this is a straw man. This is a straw man. No one's claiming the height to the sun in this scenario. In celestial navigation, the height is not known. So stop with the straw man nonsense. You guys try this all the time. It's a waste of dude. It's a waste of time. Stop it. It's old and tired. Quit.
Yeah, we will claim that the sun is in an apparent location, Embo. So wherever it is what it is, and there's nothing you can do to change it.
But I would say in that case that something cannot be in multiple locations at the same time.
Which is a red herring from the refutation.
We are not saying it is. The sun is doing something funky, and we know this because we can test the Earth. We can't test the sun.
Don't repeat the red herring. Don't do it. Don't repeat what you just said. It's a red herring.
It's not a red herring. You can't explain how is it.
It is a red herring. You know,
no one's making any claims about
the sun being in multiple locations simultaneously. It is a red herring.
And I don't know how simpler I could have gotten.
Yes, if you triangulate the sun, you will get different locations for different observers at the same time.
No one's triangulating the sun. No one's triangulating the sun. Okay, We're doing celestial navigation.
I can do that.
Okay, so you know the actual height of the sun then? The distance from Earth. You know the actual... Oh, no. So you don't. You can't triangulate the sun. You can't. So you can't find the actual height.
Yes, the entire point is that I can't. And if the Earth was flat, you should be able to do that.
No.
Why?
False implication.
The sun is weird. That's why. End of the story. The sun is weird.
Magic, basically. Yeah. So
you can't test what the sun is. It may as well be, because you have no idea what it is. We don't know what it is.
I mean, I have a pretty good idea of that, but
you have a story. You don't have any verifiable evidence for the story that you were given. We were all given the same story.
Okay, so listen here, right here, listen, right here, listen, right here. Doing celestial navigation upon a flat plane does not imply, let alone necessarily imply, that the height of the sun or any body would be known. No, it doesn't.
I don't care about if the height is used. What I'm saying is that every single...
I just refuted what you said, not obfuscate from what my reputation is to what you said. You just tried to say that doing celestial navigation upon a flat plane implies or necessarily implies that we would know the height of the sun. I'm not going to let you obfuscate. That's what you said. That is not a true implication of the premise. So it is not the case that celestial navigation on the flat plane would necessarily imply that we would know or could know the height of any celestial body, including the sun. You're refuted.
Okay, when did I say anything about celestial navigation?
Just less than 2 minutes ago.
Oh, that's fine. So you are actually trying to travel to the sun. You're trying to travel to the sun, are you, Embo?
No, I'm speaking about triangulation, and that isn't celestial
So what is?
navigation.
Well,
Celestial
that's great.
navigation
So
is
you're triangulating to a physical object, right? The sun's a physical object to you.
What I'm trying to say is that what we can test on the Earth
Yeah.
is that
Go ahead and ignore me. The sun is a physical object to you, yes?
I mean, yes, yeah.
Okay.
How
would you prove that?
Because we can feel.
Well, well, hang on. Define physical. What do you mean by physical?
Physical, I mean that in this context, physical would be that it is a material thing, which has mass.
Well,
Okay, let's be more specific because their idea. Let's be more specific. Their idea is that it is a gas ball in a particular location in a fraction of all space. To be specific, because light is material, it's not an idea.
Determine coordinates.
That is my idea, but how of these properties are relevant to my argument? The only property of the sun that is relevant to my argument is that it is in one consistent physical location, because that's the thing that we can observe and test with all of the objects we have here. So it's
Okay, so let's stop obfuscating past my latest refutation because we're about to get lost again. You said that if we do triangulation on a flat plane, that we would know or could know the height of the celestial bodies, including the sun. No, it's not necessarily implied. It's just non sequitur. Don't say it again.
What is the reason why we wouldn't be able to do that?
Because you're looking at an apparent, not an absolute position.
Well, I mean, like the other guy said, you can't triangulate. You can't use
Yes, that's my
trigonometry.
entire point.
Hold on, be quiet.
I can't do that, but I
Hold
should.
on, hold on, be quiet. So you can't use trigonometry to on a globe either using the celestial bodies. So I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand why. You know, because I mean, if you're saying that's your point that you can't do trigonometry, yeah, that's right. But celestial navigation still deals with right angles.
Greg,
But you said you weren't talking about celestial navigation, Mo. So then why are you talking about the height of the sun at all? Like where does that come into play? You're not talking about celestial navigation, so you're talking about the height of the sun. Well, then how would you get the height of the sun on a sphere? Doing the same thing you're saying won't work on a plane, because I don't get what what you're trying to say. That you can't do trigonometry on celestial objects. Yeah, we get it. But what's that got to do with what's the okay? So you can't do trigonometry on celestial objects on a plane. Okay, and
you should, because on a plane,
no, even on a globe, on any surface, you can't do trigonometry on the celestial bodies.
I can. Do you think what parallax corrections are in celestial navigation?
The point is, it's supposedly celestial navigation is non sequitur to what you was just saying, like you said out of your mouth. So the bottom line is, you're saying it wouldn't work on a globe. Well, we're just talking about on a plane. So we're just talking about the Earth. And since you think the Earth is a globe, I want you to tell me how you can use trigonometry on the sun. Since you already think we live on a globe, how does that work?
You can observe a very rare event, which is the transit
Oh,
of
no.
Venus.
You didn't say any of that when it came to the flat plane. You didn't say a third, or you didn't say any of that. No. That's not a standard. You're not applying a standard. You're not applying a standard in any way. It's completely non sequitur.
No, but this standard, it isn't basis. It is based on the
He doesn't
geometry
care.
properties of the plane and on the globe.
Like I weep for these. I don't know.
So what do you think? What do you think is the cause of things getting in lower angle of elevation with distance if the Earth is flat?
No, I
Like,
mean,
for
first
example,
of all, you do trigonometry on a plane on the Earth using terrestrial objects. So I don't know what I really don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so MBO, what's your point right now?
my point is that I cannot triangulate the sun or any other celestial object with consistent result in a position, assuming that the Earth is flat. But I can do that with every single.
Can't do it on the
other
globe
thing.
either. You can't do it on the globe either.
So two quote Quay fallacy again.
Can I?
Yeah. So let me reply. Right. So let me reply to clarify your reply. Right. Yeah.
If you want to
we heard
reply
you.
now, you wouldn't
We heard
be
you, dude.
replying to my
We heard
full
you.
point.
Finish, dude.
Let me finish. It would be a
Go ahead, Gregory.
Okay. So a two quote Quay fallacy. Right. You can't prove your position. Therefore, mine is true. Two quote Quay fallacy. You haven't proven that you can do this on a ball. You're just presupposing that you can without argumentation. Two quote Quay fallacy. Stop saying it.
So since when was I saying that I cannot prove or you cannot prove that the Earth is flat? What I'm saying is that I can prove that it isn't flat.
Holy cow!
Wow.
What the argument I'm doing now
You know,
is
and when you say you can't do it on flat Earth, you're also strawmanning a flat Earth when you say it can't be done on flat Earth. So you have an
Yeah, there's that
imaginary
also.
version
There's
of
that
flat Earth.
two-part refutation. What Amish just said and what I just said.
Yeah,
Can you also remember your own words for more than 5 minutes? Because if you have the memory of Dory from Finding Nemo, then we can't have a debate.
Anyways,
the reason why I assume that it cannot be done on a flat Earth is because
you don't
I asked
need any
whether
debate.
I
It's over
wouldn't
for a long
be
time
able
because the
to
Earth is
do that
metal
on a
flat.
flat Earth many
And I can
times,
prove you,
and I've never got any response besides that it's doing that and the Earth is flat because I assumed it, therefore it has to.
No,
have
we
some
measured it
meaning
flat, so
for
the
that.
sun does what it does. The end.
Yeah, so I'll say the refutation again because you're obfuscating the issue because you're dishonest. So I'm going to say it again. You just said that you can't do it on a flat Earth. That's what you said. I'm saying it very simply. You said more words, which basically is semantically equivalent to saying you can't do this trigonometry on a flat Earth concerning the sun or any celestial body. Therefore, I can do it on a ball. That's your logic sequence. That's a two quote Quay fallacy.
No, in my logic sequence, therefore the Earth isn't flat, and that's the end of the argument.
Yeah, but how can the
It's
Earth
also
is
non
metal
sequitur.
flat? How can it not be flat if it's metal flat? What's wrong with you? It's metal flat.
Right, that's also non
So how do
sequitur.
you know?
So there's a two quote Quay fallacy and a non sequitur fallacy. Next fallacy.
I would say that if the sun wasn't able to be triangulated and the Earth was flat, that would be a violation of the law of non-contradiction. And the opposite thing, where the sun would be able to be triangulated, but the Earth. Wait a moment.
Again, you're assuming that the sun has to be physically manifest within a specific coordinate reference system. And we're saying it's an apparent thing. It's an apparent phenomenon. We don't know if that is the true object or if there's an object perhaps beyond it. We don't know. But we know that the Earth is flat. So we know the sun has to be doing something else.
Yes,
No,
but
the Earth is
I
flat
would
because
say
it's
There's no
metal
contradiction
flat.
either. You didn't identify a contradiction because your latest objection was that our position somehow is contradictory or implies a contradiction. But you didn't identify P and not P, A contradicting B.
So the contradiction would be that over flat surfaces you can triangulate an object based on angles and distances, and on the flat Earth you cannot do that with the sun.
If you're not
Therefore,
triangulating to a fixed and absolute position, an apparent one instead that varies and isn't the same for all observers, then the lines of sight aren't going to intersect at its absolute position, and you're not going to get the height of it. Pretty fucking simple, dude.
Why?
Thank you, Heretic.
Why?
Because of everything I just said.
No, you just say that it happens, but you didn't explain why.
No, I didn't say that.
All you need is to explain what the sun is. We don't know what the sun is, and you don't either. So asking why this is the case doesn't help.
Since
There's
when
no way to
would you
find
think
out.
anything about the composition of the sun? What do you
Okay,
mean
so at this
by
point we're
saying that
casting
we don't
pearls
know what
before
the sun
swine.
is?
I gave you the answer really
Yeah,
clearly,
the only-
really specifically, and you just said, you just summed it up as, because I say so. No, that's not what I said at all.
The only assumption I'm making
All right,
about
well,
the sun
you're wasting
is
our
that
time. Fuck you. I gave you the answer.
This is dishonest. I mean, to anyone who thinks that people like MBO or Mez are being suppressed, they're not being suppressed. They're being censured from being disruptive. That's just disruptive. That's not an honest engagement in discourse. Heretic said an argument. It was an argument, not just a predication, not just a single sentence. It was an argument. And he just replied, persevering to just whistle past the argument, saying why. And if he didn't answer why, would just goes to the question of the uniformity of nature again, which they don't care to talk about, right? Then it's just a red herring from the issue, just digressing from the issue, even if he did answer the question. So they're just persevering to reply and not engaging the critiques said to them.
Thanks for the commentary, Gregory. Thank you.
Well, I'll take him off mute if you guys don't want the fun to be over yet, but he was just talking past me.
Yeah, is there anyone else who wants to actually engage in good faith? If not, we can go back to these people.
All right, I guess that's our answer.
Go back to the anti-flat earther.
All right, more obfuscation coming up, I guess.
All right, Mez, you're up. Oh no, he's deafened.
The Earth is really a square.
Got proof?
I was in space before.
Oh gosh.
What?
Everyone is
You
in
went to
space.
Mm-hmm. Or no, I was
Have
really
you-
in space. My uncle was in space. He was an astronaut. He told me it was a cube.
What's your uncle's
Bring
name?
your uncle in here. Yeah, bring him in.
Sorry, I can't do that. He's kind of in like a grave right now.
Oh shit, he's gone.
So his death is public record, right?
My dad actually works at NASA, and he built a rocket that went to outer space. Thank you.
And how do you know that? How do you know that it went to the cosmic vacuum?
Yeah,
My dad's bigger than your dad.
Testimonial time.
I mean, NASA's my daddy. Whatever my dad says is
6'5",
true,
but-
right?
So how do you know the rocket went to the cosmic vacuum?
Can we all just circle back to my uncle? My uncle was never wrong. He was always right.
Back to your uncle. We're gonna ask the people in this audience right now if they know that the Earth is a globe by any way that you can give us some evidence. So, any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Go ahead, guys.
Well, he said the Earth is a cube, though.
Exactly. Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, if it's not a
He's talking
globe, listen. If you say it's a cube, where's your evidence that it's a cube? Where's your evidence?
My uncle
Wait,
said
hold
it,
on.
bro.
Where's your evidence, sir?
My uncle was never wrong.
I think they're smoking the
I don't care
evidence,
about
Miggy.
your uncle. I care about the information. Where's the evidence that it's a
It
cube?
is information. He told me it, bro. Like, holy shit, are you dumb?
Evidence that the Earth is a cube. Do you have some or not? We'll go to another person.
The evidence is that my uncle said it. Like, come on.
All right, relax, relax, young man.
They're trying to troll them.
Does anybody have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Like the
I'm not
penguin
sure
story for
that-
Toy Story 2.
I don't know if personal testimony would count as evidence. Would it?
Geeks, no, it wouldn't. So,
It's
does
called
anybody have?
anecdotal evidence?
Does anybody have any
The
evidence?
type of
when-
appeal is just weak.
We're asking the question in 2024. Somebody should know the answer. If there's so much information that the Earth is a globe, you guys should be able to respond to what I'm asking for.
Is this dude an idiot? Did he not just send me, like, say it was a globe? I mean, a square, I mean. Like, is he an idiot?
Young
You
man,
didn't
nobody's
remember your own
listening
words,
to
so
you
who's the
actually-
idiot?
Unless you're able to.
Regardless,
Actually, I
you're
just
able to
would you like?
provide-
It was a mistake.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. If you start over talking, you're just gonna get muzzled. What would you rather prefer? Answer the question or not answer the question? It's up to
Okay,
you.
I'll answer the question.
All right, how is your
Can I read something real quick?
how is the Earth a globe, sir?
Well, can I read something real
Not,
quick?
not a
man?
globe, a square. I didn't mean to say globe.
We don't want to read your stuff, Elijah.
Yeah, I do actually, hear Elijah, but I was.
No,
just
we don't want to hear it. My uncle's never wrong.
Can we
Like,
censor the disruptions down, please?
Your uncle is never wrong. An appeal to false authority occurs when parents are not a valid authority on the subject, or your uncle in this case. That's what you're doing. It's not a valid argument. Stop saying it. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Or at least give some more
Anybody-
supporting premises that are stronger than that, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my dad built a rocket
God,
that went to
dude.
space.
Yeah, good for you.
Okay,
All right,
I was
so-
asking you about that and you refused to answer, so how do you know the rocket went to the
I was at the
cosmic
launch,
vacuum?
and it went up to the cosmic vacuum.
Okay,
May I
so
ask some
you
questions?
believe you live in a cosmic vacuum, yes?
Yeah, the rocket
Live
went
in
into
a
the
cosmic
cosmic
vacuum?
vacuum.
What are you talking?
Bold spread.
Just listen. So you believe you live in a cosmic vacuum, yes?
Sure.
Okay.
I will.
So you believe
step in
that
the
you live in a
trap.
ball. So you believe that you live in a ball surrounded by gas in a cosmic vacuum with no barrier to contain the gas, yes?
I'm just saying that I saw my dad make the rocket and launch it.
I just said my question.
He's not going to answer
That-
you.
that's
He's
my
he's
argument.
trolling right now, Greg. I know Voltsprat. He's trolling.
No, let's see if he continues to troll.
Stop trolling, bro.
I know.
Unless you want to do, whatever you want to do. I mean, either let him go and see where he goes, or you can do whatever you want.
I
No,
know you,
I'm-
Alpha Veritas.
Stop
I
trolling.
know you.
Listen, dude. Like, if you don't get your mind right in this chat, you're gonna be muzzled. Stop trolling. Do
That's
not
a
be
bummer.
trolling. He's asking you some genuine questions in an inquiry. If you're not gonna respond to him genuinely, then you're gonna be muzzled. What you pick your choice. What do you want? Stop trolling. That's all I'm asking.
What do you want?
Give him the information that he requires if he's asking you a question. Don't troll.
Okay, so again, the last question. So you believe you live on a ball surrounded by gas in a cosmic vacuum with no barrier to contain the gas, yes?
Gravity, Einstein, Newton.
Oh, okay, so you know the
Bending
deal
of space
with
time.
that answer. So give me a moment. Let me show you this.
Gas pressure gradient. Let's go through all the talking points. Come on.
When these gentlemen are finished, I have some questions just to let you know.
Go ahead, geeks. Take my spot.
No, Geeks won't take your spot.
I'm.
You give me less than a minute.
I'm disengaging here. I'm just gonna listen in. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
No, well, that's fine.
Just
But
let-
if you don't want to talk, that's up to you.
Yep.
That's
Freedom
up to you.
of choice. Freedom of choice.
Well, as far as it goes in here, yeah. All right. So you don't want to chime in, Greg? Did you want to engage with Geeks? Because Geeks is going to be like another hour and a half.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Go ahead, Geeks.
No, sir. My questions are for you, Mr. AV.
Yeah, but Geeks, Gregory, right now we got his time for the moment. So a lot of people don't have a lot of time in here, but when they do, we like to give them the floor. So
Then I shall wait.
I'm always here. So
My questions are specifically for you, sir.
what's your question?
What is it that you really believe?
What I really believe?
Correct.
Well, I know
Yes.
I know some things and I believe some things. So my belief is not tied into what I know.
Correct.
I
said belief.
Huh?
I just said
What?
belief.
Yeah, I do believe that we have been created in this very specific way to live here on this earth. All the evidence that I have to support that leads me to know the knowledge that the supporting information of the creation itself speaks to a creator. So I can understand from a logically consistent position that my belief supports the case for us being intelligently designed. So I know that is a true statement logically because I can see all of creation, and it speaks to the fact that it can give me an understanding about a worldview that can say that my belief and understanding that the creator exists from a standpoint of that I myself am a part of creation. So yeah.
Thank you. I understand. Could I ask when you weren't born believing this? Could you elaborate on how you came to this realization?
Well, I mean, I could tell you what I started to think of when I was very young, but it really started to be when I would see the world around me and just contemplate how things can be without, there existing some form of intelligence. So I wasn't able to formalize this until later years, when people start to become, I guess, critical thinkers, you can say, when we don't just accept things as a child, but start to understand that we can contemplate things in our mind, whether things are true or not. We can apply logic and reason. And so when I started to, in my I guess you could say early 20s to like 30s, I really started to challenge the idea more so in my mind. But as I challenged it more, it became more apparent that what I previously understood as there being something grander than me, something bigger, and it just started to become more formal as how I can articulate the fact that I know now for sure that we are here with design and purpose, and this isn't just some random accident. We all have meaning and value, but that meaning and value is derived from the creator of this creation. So we can see all of this in the fact that we can experience the world in a way that the creator has given us kind of like the existence to have some things that are not able to be quantified, such as feelings. We don't know how to measure love or anger or that, but we know when we're feeling them. So things that fit outside of the boundaries of us being able to quantify, we know that exist. They exist still. So because of that, I know that my world experience and everything that I see, touch, feel, taste, hear, has to be dealt with in a way that I can understand information that has given to me, endowed to me by the Creator. So the Creator has given me the capability to have discernment, to understand, to reason, to have logic. All these things make sense to me when I know that information has been given to me to do so on this earth. So I might get a little long-winded and preachy, but this is kind of the way
not
I
at
feel.
all. No, Mr. AV, that is what you said was beautifully put. I guess my next, the pertinent question, the real question now becomes, this is about the Lord, I guess it's about the Creator, and I assume it's of a specific Creator, but I do not want to ask you to discern what that Creator is. Now, how does that link to the belief or the claim or the confidence that you have about the flat Earth or the anti-globe Earth position? If you wouldn't mind sharing. If I'm getting too nosy, tell me to fuck off.
No, I get the question behind it, but
is it just me or did his accent change?
Yeah, no, he's being a total d-bag. Geeks, cut the stupid accent, dude.
Yeah, I don't know why you started to sound more Indian, but like, listen, I mean, I don't. Yeah, you can just drop the act on that. Like, I would just answer you if you just spoke to me in your normal tone. So
It's
anyway,
Professor Phil, he could never speak in his regular tone.
But what I would say though is that because of the fact that I'm telling you, we've all been endowed with this sort of ability to discern, have intellect, common sense. We all have these capabilities, right? We can weigh out what is good and what is evil based upon that specific knowledge that we have. Everybody has the capability. Now, it ranges for everyone, right? Everybody has a level at which they can understand, but that has been given in measurement to everyone. So we all have a different measurement, right? Some people can think deeply, some cannot, but we can all learn, right? And so learning is the fact that we can all get information and kind of run it through a process. We can say, okay, how do I know the thing that I know, whether or not it is true or not? And in order to have that capability, we have to be able to be endowed with that capability. So we can't just say, I know how to reason if you haven't been given the capability to reason. So where does that capability come from? Where does it originate? You didn't just spontaneously have that.
Alpha is articulating a metaphysic that is related to the transcendental argument.
Right. And it has to be because that seems to be what's on everyone's mind, right?
No, what's on my mind about how do you link it to the flat Earth position?
Right. So it all links up to us being able to discern what we're seeing, what we can test, what we can verify, and that comes from a different place. We can't just say that we originated thought and feelings and emotions and reason and logic all because we just willed it into existence. That information that has been given to us is specifically given to us so that we can understand. So if I tell you that what I'm saying right now with my speech is able to be discerned by you, it's not because you willed it into existence. It's because that information has been endowed to you. You have been given the capability to understand by a creator who's given you the intelligence to be able to have the discernment, to understand logic, reason, and the ability to have discernment. Right? So in this arena, the only thing that you can know is something that has been given. Like, you have to have been given the knowledge to understand. You can't just say I understand because I know that I can understand. You have to say I understand because the ability to understand has been given to me by a creator much more intelligent than I. That makes more sense, because I can't just say I was born with intellectual knowledge. I have to be given that knowledge to understand, such that if I'm able to learn something, well, I learned it from somewhere. But I can't learn something if I don't have the ability to learn it, right? So that makes sense. So where did that come from? The ability to have that discernment. Well, that was only endowed by the creator. So that was given to me to be able to discern. So you can't go through this life thinking that you're a random burp in the cosmos. That doesn't make sense, because how does information transpire from one to the other? Well, it has to be given. Just as you go to school and you learn a lesson, well, you have to learn the lesson and have the ability to comprehend what's being told to you. If you have no comprehension, then no lesson can be given to you. No thought can be expressed. No reason can be understood. Does this make sense to you? Because I'm just articulating the fact that this is where this comes from. That's why I know when I go out into the physical and natural world, when I look upon the earth, I can tell you from my observation, I see the earth as it is. I don't see the earth as they're telling me it is, because there's no way that I can articulate the fact that the earth is something that they're telling me it is. They say that the earth is a globe. I don't see a globe. My observations of this physical natural world are such that it is observed as a flat plane. I can see for miles and miles and miles without any idea that there's any curvature to obstruct my view. Now, the limitation to my view can only be done so by understanding that things, as they move away from my position, become apparently smaller. But not because they are actually getting smaller, but because they are just reducing in size in my vision, because I apparently see them that way. So, if that's true and that these statements are being understood, then I know that everything comes from a place of logic and reason, and I don't have to assume that the person that's telling me that is dropping away from me because of a globe is true. I can discern that. I can say, no, it has to deal with my understanding of the way the vision works. So vision works in a way that I can know when things go away from me, they apparently get smaller. Not only that, but there's also natural phenomena that all make what I see in the far distance look different, like mirages, superior, inferior mirages, towering, stooping, lowering. All these things that can happen that occur in my vision have nothing to do with the earth bending away from me. So
consider this.
With all this information,
with Alpha's point.
I just want to wrap it up. Just with this information, I can discern that the earth is not a globe, just based on observation. I can further go into other things to solidify the point, but I'll let Gregory come in.
To Alpha's credit, so he mentioned, like I said earlier, articulating the metaphysic, which provides the preconditions, the necessary preconditions for knowledge. The God is the sole, absolute necessary precondition for knowledge, and for anything else to possess its nature whatsoever. And then he also touched the point where the contrary, like with the scientists of scientism, they're just arbitrary on this point, as it concerns justifying the metaphysical presupposition that knowledge is possible. Nothing can be the case if it's impossible. So the absolute first principle for anything to be anything is if it's possible. And if it's not possible, then of course it can't be, whatever the predication is. So it must be possible first. But what provides the necessary preconditions for that possibility? The scientists cannot answer that question. They never have. And so that's what Alpha was touching on. Right. He was refuting the arbitrarity of the scientist, and of course the absurd implications and the lack of knowledge on the part of the scientist. And then finally, here's this in the open chat. I tagged you also, Alpha and Geeks.
Okay. All right. I will definitely look at this, Gregory. Thank you. However, this does touch on, I don't want to take up any more huge chunks of time because maybe there are other people who want to speak, but this last question is important for me. It is related to this video, I think. Given what you've said, Mr. AV, why do you think I do not believe? I'm an atheist. Why do you think I do not believe in God? And also, why do you think I believe and also would go claim to know that the Earth is a globe?
I can give a simple answer.
Okay, sorry, go on.
It's a simple answer. You indulge in self-indulgence, so you revel in it. You rather choose a world where you can decide what you want to choose as morally right and good, instead of what you think would be arbitrarily given to you from a creator standpoint. So to you, what makes sense to you is that if you can live a life devoid of a creator, you can live a life that's free from any of these constraints. So in mind, you reconcile that would be a better life, to live without the knowledge that a creator exists. But see, here's the issue. And I think the problem that people that run into this, you think that you, just by saying that a creator doesn't exist, makes it so. And that's not the case.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
No. I'm not saying that you.
I don't believe in it.
Listen, I'll say it this way. Anyone who thinks that way should have to run into the fact that you can't just say something exists because you say it doesn't, right? So that would be kind of like a logical fallacy for anyone to commit if they're in this chat and they say something is not objectively true because I say it's not. That would be wrong for them to say that. It's a logical fallacy, right? Just because you say something isn't objectively true doesn't make it so. It's just that you feel that you have a feeling that you shouldn't think that there should be a creator because you think a better way of life would be living without one. In your mind. Is this correct?
Does it? It's a good summary. I will answer the question. Does it matter if I say yes or no?
To us, in this conversation, it doesn't matter.
Friend?
There's implications to that, right? Meaning a denial of the creator means you are in fact rebelling against a creator, or you don't care to know anything about a creator. But either way, it's a rebellion against the objective truth. So either you acknowledge it and say, yes, there is a creator, I just rebel against it, or I don't think there is one, logically in any way you can actually support a case. But in any way, you're going to be standing against something that we would say has to be, because information can only be achieved by the information giver. Like there has to be that path. If you receive information, like our bodies have tons of information on them, right? Every cell in your body is, millions, if not trillions of bits of information. Your DNA is encoded with tons of it. So if you say that information came from unintelligible intelligence, like just randomness, that doesn't make sense. However, if there's an intelligent designer that's given you the structure that's manifest into physical form, then you have to reconcile with that within your soul. How is it possible that all of this information that's within the construct of your body exists in the physical form and is put together in such a way that makes you who you are, without there being an intelligence behind it?
Because we were born, right? Like I was born from a person. You don't, I feel like what you're doing is looking at life and then saying, look, there is this reality. Therefore, my personal beliefs must be true.
No, it's not about a personal belief. It's about something that stands to reason as objectively true. So let's regress all the way back to the first, right?
Well, hold on. You're saying the creator is.
We're not holding on because I have to drive a point home. You said I was born. I understand that you were born, but the problem is it goes all the way back to the first cause. The first cause would be, where did the first person were they born or were they created? And there has to have been a beginning. A beginning would be something had to have put everything into motion.
That's your personal belief. Hold on. Let me respond. Let me respond. So here, and I'll show you how it's illogical. Okay, if you don't interrupt. So in reality, logic means it has to comport with reality. Do you agree with me?
That's not quite right.
Like if somebody says, I can fly, that's logic. You would say, no, that's not logic because in reality, people don't fly. Are we on the same page?
I can agree with that.
Okay, so in reality, humans are birthed from a pregnant woman who needs to be impregnated by a man. That takes two people to make. Hold on. I know this triggers. I know it triggers.
No,
so
stop
in
that.
reality,
doesn't trigger me.
Well, you're not the one that's trying to stop me.
Let him finish, please.
Okay, so in reality, we can see that to make one person, you need a female and a male. Now, anything that goes against that, I would say, is illogical, right? Because we just got done saying how logic must follow reality.
So how about this? So given your line of reasoning, a human can only begin existing if a man impregnates a woman. So now you're going to fall into one of two lines of thinking. That you have an infinite regress of a man impregnating a woman, spawning sons and daughters, or a finite series. If you have an infinite series, then you fall to an infinite regression of causation, and that can't happen. Because if you go with that line of thinking, that implies that there's only ever an antecedent to every subsequent, which implies there's no beginning. If there's no beginning, then there's no subsequent. If there's no subsequent, then there are no humans, including present ones. So it reduces to absurdity.
Okay, but
so the only way, I'm not done. So the only way you could have humans is if there's a human that began to exist, a man and a woman, that then began spawning children. Oh, lo and behold, that's what the Bible teaches. And lo and behold, also, the Bible is teaching that the God created these humans and all other creatures ex nihilo. So if he did it in the beginning of creation week, then he can do it at any other time after creation week. Oh, lo and behold, that did happen also with the incarnation of Yahushua, aka Jesus. So that's actually logically consistent and not illogical.
Okay, let me respond. So what he just said was, I know it takes a male and a female, and we can prove that. But if my religion is true, and there's this God we've never sensed who can do things that no one else can do, that we've never seen done, then he could have created a man he can then create a woman from, right? Like all you're doing is denying reality to insert a belief that was here. Hold on.
But I didn't. Let me concentrate my reply to him.
Okay,
let me concentrate my
I
reply
don't
to
get
him.
to complete my thoughts. I get to listen to his complete thoughts, but then I get an incomplete response. Is that what's fair?
So just let him finish and let me complete my reply to him because he thinks his argument is so strong.
Well, I don't know where his is going to go.
I mean,
we heard him.
Yeah. Okay. So let me wrap it up. So to just invoke a non-logical, non-reality reason for why humans are here, to me, is illogical. Like to say the Earth is here, and the only way it can be here is if it wasn't here. That's illogical.
Really?
Okay. So are you done? Because here's the reply. Are you done? Because here's the reply. You ready? You ready?
Go first.
So
and
so past the fact.
Yeah, Gregory,
Right,
hold on. You'll go. Then I will go precede you because I do want to chime in too. So I'll be third.
Okay. So you just whistle past the fact that I just reduced the contrary in the dichotomy to absurdity, deductively indicating that the only one that doesn't imply absurdity is known to be the case. You totally missed that. But because you're so determined to be indignant and condescend, you don't really think these things through, which is typical. I've talked to you people before. So once again, you're presupposing that it is only possible that humans begin existing if a man spawns a woman. If a man inseminates a woman, excuse me. right? That's what you're insinuating.
That's what reality demonstrates. I'm only saying
Okay.
what reality demonstrates.
No,
right?
reality doesn't demonstrate that, and you're not listening still. You
Okay,
are
so
insinuating
reality
that it is
demonstrates
only the
spontaneous
case.
human creation.
And I'm still not done with the reply. I let you finish. Okay? You are insinuating the premise that it is only possible to spawn humans if a man inseminates a woman. If that's true, then you couldn't have the first humans for the first instance of insemination and impregnation and birth.
You're
I just
assuming the first
exposed that.
humans. That's you assuming the first human. You make an assumption.
No, it's not me assuming the first human. You're missing the point.
It is. You're assuming that humans weren't here.
Stop. Just stop. You totally misrepresented the argument. You totally misrepresented it. I just reduced your position to absurdity. I didn't affirm a premise. I gave a refutation to your premise, exposing the absurd implications thereof. That's what happened.
All right, I'm gonna pass the mic to Jedi, and then I'll go after him. But I'm gonna unmute you, sir. I just don't want you to interrupt the people that are speaking. So I'm gonna let Jedi finish, and then I'll let you retort, and then I'll jump after him. Okay? So just
the only reason I wanted to jump in is because I hear this a lot, that it's illogical to invoke a creator God. In actual fact, it's the only logical answer when faced with the question how something was created, that something being the nature around you. It is a true dichotomy. You've only got two choices when answering this question. One, intelligence created that intelligence being we would call God. Two, nature created itself. You haven't got any other choices unless you want to evoke everything was here always, like eternal. So creation begs the question of a beginning, so it's outside of that. So you've only got these two choices. The point being that you can only actually ever demonstrate that intelligence is required to create something, whether that intelligence be human consciousness or thought, or whether that intelligence being put in with code, with forethought put into the code with the instructions needed to fill out a requirement. Now, all of these things require information, and information comes from intelligence. And scientifically, that is all that we can verify. As in the idea of nature springing into existence, you, me, and everything around us, for no apparent reason whatsoever, just because it did, has never been scientifically verified. It doesn't happen. So the logical consequence is this. You can either demonstrate something to be true and go with what you can demonstrate, or go for magic, mysticism, and fucking miracles, because those miracles won't take place.
Here's how you kneecap this argument. What made God?
Can I respond?
Here's how you kneecap that's opposed to kneecap. He's eternal.
It's infinite regression.
Oh, existence is eternal. But things that come into existence can't have always existed.
You're gonna wait.
Science can't prove that. Blah, 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 blah.
No, it's not your point. It's his. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Disingenuous.
So
anyway,
the entire point that you're using against me, you will then use for your God. Let me explain. So you're going to say nothing is eternal, everything needs to be created, but you break that one steadfast rule you have when talking about your creator.
He never said that.
Hold on.
So dude, he never said that.
Hold on. Let me just.
Why don't you just give yourself pause and acknowledge that's not what he said?
Why don't you just control yourself, Gregory? Just control yourself, dude. So, if you're going to say that everything needs to be created, then you're going to have to explain. Okay, then.
Like, you don't have the right to continue with a straw man, dude. He obviously didn't say that.
Wow, dude.
Okay, they just can't take it, bro. It is what it is.
Okay, so everything doesn't need to be created, therefore the earth doesn't need to be created.
So that's not what Jedi said to you. It's an easy refutation of your reply.
Yeah, let me ask.
Everything needs to be created.
Sir, wait. Sir, I just want to ask you real quick. When you're finished talking, I need to know when you're done, because I don't know if these pauses are elongated. I don't know when you're done. So you have to say, okay, I'm done. Just for this conversation, okay? So I don't want to interrupt you. That's the only reason why. I don't know when your long pauses are. So did you make your point?
Okay. Yeah, my point is you can't claim that the earth needs to be created. To me, that is just a personal opinion, right? The earth is here. Okay, to say, well, the only way I can explain the earth being here is if it wasn't here and then there was some mythical creator that we've never laid eyes on who then created the earth. That doesn't follow logically to me. If the creator can, this guy who created the earth can exist through all time to then create the earth, why can't the earth just exist throughout time like the creator, cutting out the middleman?
Do you remember what? Sorry, do you remember what I said? I answered this question. If you're listening, the question is about creation, which begs the question of a beginning. The only other choice of not have a beginning is it here being eternal. But if you're asking the question how something was created, you've only got two choices. I already mentioned the eternity bit, but I was talking about creation.
But I don't think the earth was created.
Okay, then. So we're not answering this question of how it was created, invoking God that created it. So we're invoking, well, it's been here always then. Okay.
Yeah, let me... Oh,
yeah, Alpha's turn.
Prove it wasn't here. Give me some evidence that the earth wasn't here then, and I'll join that ship.
Let me just...
I apologize. Let me finish, and then you can take them on. Yeah, no worries. So, dude, I'm only entering this conversation because I'm talking about the logical necessity of the dichotomy when answering a question about creation. That's all I'm doing. I don't necessarily have a side in this, apart from trying to point out the logical consistencies to have the argument. If you're going to be taking the standpoint, well, it was here for eternity then, and you can't prove me otherwise. Of course I can't, because I'm just answering the question at the moment. Go on, Alf.
All right, so now let me just jump in. This is the big part for you to answer, sir. This would be the crescendo to your point. So, what is your creation story? How did things begin for you, in your mind?
Well, again, it's like you're indoctrinated with the creation story.
Okay, how did things...
Wait. Let me finish, please. Can you think outside the box of divine creation?
I want you to tell me how things began, sir.
No, that's if you cannot think outside the box of divine creation, then you're asking me to make you think of something you cannot think of. So unless you are able to think outside the box of a God creating earth, asking me where earth came from is useless and pointless, because all you're going to say is, no, it's created.
Yeah, but you can't divine... Listen, hold on. You can't divine my thoughts. You can't say what I'm going to say. All you can do is present your argument against what you think created everything. Or let's put it this way. How do you think everything began? I won't say creation.
Again, you're loading the question. It's like, when did you stop beating your wife? Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, you're the one misinterpreting the question. You listen.
Yeah, you're repeating yourself.
I've muted him because he insists on being the only one talking. So we will take turns. You will wait, or you will stay on mute. I will unmute you, and you can have a conversation. That's how it's going to go.
It's you guys that want to talk to him that need to take turns. It's only one of him.
Thank you.
Okay. So back to the... How would you explain...
His last tirade was an interruption, by the way. I've been paying attention, so don't worry about it. How about I moderate, and you just sit back and relax?
That's what he's doing now. I put him on mute.
Okay, so how would you say, sir, that everything started? There's certain words that get triggering to people that don't believe in creation. That's fine. I just want to know from your mind how you think things began. Like from the point of everything, the universe and all things. I mean, obviously, have you ever contemplated that? That's the only thing I'm asking you. Not telling you to...
Yes, I have. Okay, and I'll answer. I used to be a Christian. I used to believe that God created everything. And then Travis, shout out to The Plain Truth. He said how everything is always here. And then it gave me an idea that, wait, if God can be an eternal, then why can't the earth be eternal? And it was just, that became a possibility. I know it's not a possibility to you. I know you cannot accept. To you, that's a logical fallacy. I understand that. But to me, I can comprehend and wrap my head around and accept that the earth has always been here.
Okay. So you said, so everything that we see in creation, or excuse me, everything that we see in nature has always been here. Everything.
In my life, yes. In your life, yes. Okay. So why would I not logically just follow that?
Okay, so logically, how can you verify that's the case logically?
How do you know that everything is eternal? Give the argument.
Yep.
Okay. Look. How do you know your God exists to create it? It's a logical induction, right?
We're going to stay right here on this question. How do you know everything is eternal?
Yep.
Bro, I didn't say I knew it. I said I know I exist.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me. Bro, can you let me speak, dude? I said
Some guy on the internet
for,
told him.
I know for a fact that when I was born, the Earth was here. I was born, the Earth was here. My mom said the Earth was here when she was born. Okay, that's what I know for a fact. Now, to follow that factual knowledge does not lead you to the Earth was not here. Again, in my logical processing.
I understand, and that doesn't lead you to the conclusion that the Earth is eternal either.
Yeah.
Well, if it does, it does because
Really?
Yeah. Hold on. If you have something that's here and you can prove that it's here, then you have no proof that it wasn't here at one point. That's the problem for you.
Watch
Watch
this.
this. He's going to dunk.
Existence doesn't equal eternality. That's a non sequitur.
Yeah, I was just going to tell them, okay, think about it like this. If you say, you asked your mom asked her mom, and so on and so forth, how far back do you think we can get to where somebody says, hey, wait a minute, I was not born, I was created? When do you think we could reach that point?
That never happened. That would never happen.
I know, but
Nothing
so
that
if that's true,
that not happening.
if that's
well,
true,
how would you run into a person that wasn't born?
Wait. How would you know that's true, sir? That would never happen. That's
because people are born.
I know that, but how can you verify that? Wait a minute, sir. How can you verify that statement is absolutely true?
But you can't.
How can I verify that it's absolutely true that people are born? Is that what we can go? Me and you can go to a hospital and we can watch people be born on a daily basis.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you ask your mom asked her mom, and so on. How far back do you think you can get to where the one person is going to say, "I was not born, I was created," or "I was just unborn," like infinitely? Do you think that
can't
it goes
verify?
Huh?
All I can verify is what I can verify, right? I can only verify that the Earth was here, right? You cannot. You can verify the Earth was here. So we have that check mark. Earth was here. Now there's claims of the Earth not being here by people, and I'm going. You can't verify that.
And you have a hunch it's always been.
Yeah, you're listening past the critique, so you're trying to deflect from the fact that you don't have a logically sound argument to empirically verify that the Earth is eternal. That's the point. You are falsely equating existence with eternality. You haven't justified the premise, and you already conceded earlier that you don't know that the Earth is eternal. And you're not acknowledging the fact that the Earth demonstrates that it has contingent properties, that it has the properties of a contingent entity.
How in the world would you demonstrate the Earth is contingent? You would have to destroy it.
Yeah. So he's not acknowledging, or he's just not aware that the Earth possesses contingent properties, properties of a contingent entity. First and foremost,
how?
Really does no need to appeal to anything else. Entropy. It degrades.
Entropy doesn't. No, that's not implied.
Yeah, it would negate.
You need to fix your connection. You're roboting.
If he's saying that the laws, he says that the laws will drop. Yeah, if the laws of nature are such that as he describes, then nothing would ever stop existing. They would keep existing. So there is no eternal. There's only the finite, in which we exist in this world that we are in. So we know that entropy is a real thing. We see things live. We see things die. We see the natural process of regeneration over and again. But the process is still happening. Things still
Entropy
are born.
does not imply that everything will be destroyed. It's entirely possible, though not in the current world as we know it now.
We're not talking about that. All right, we're not talking about.
So what is your claim that the Earth is contingent then? How?
When somebody
trying to talk to others.
Yeah, I think that's his only point. Just talk to somebody else. Well, when somebody perishes, right? It's not that they're destroyed; they cease to be alive. So the alive process, when they were alive, they're not anymore, right? And so then the body then decomposes and then so forth, feeds the plants and on and on, right? But what happens is that person is not eternal. They don't exist forever. We know that.
Well, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing individuals existing forever. I'm saying that the cycle of life has existed forever. And then what you do is straw man the entire cycle of life, my grandma, my grandfather, great grandfather, into one singular person and go, well, life can't be forever because, see, individuals die. Yeah, individuals die, yet we create more individuals. That's how life perpetuates.
Yeah, and then you fall into an infinite regress fallacy again concerning the generation of new humans. I already refuted
That's
that.
your issue. That's your fallacy. I said I can accept the infinite nature of reality. So that fallacy only applies to you because you accept an infinite God. So the infinite fallacy doesn't apply to your God, just my thoughts of the world. So keep your infinite fallacy to yourself, and I will accept that Earth can be eternal.
It's not an infinite fallacy.
Yeah, so another straw man fallacy. So here's the
He
reply.
said, okay, so he's
Yeah, so
saying
here's the reply, because that's a straw man
You're
fallacy.
speaking over each other.
Yeah, let me say this, because this is the reply, his supposition. I never described the God as being infinite, and that doesn't make any sense, actually. So you have a logical error. It's not just my opinion, right? You can't just reduce an argument to a non-argument. You have to actually address the argument, which is an argument. I said an argument. So what I said to you was a reductio ad absurdum argumentum, the Latin for reduction to absurdity argument, where your premise necessarily implies an infinite regress, which necessarily implies the impossibility of the beginning of the process, because generation of humans is a process, which necessarily implies that there would be no subsequent, which necessarily implies there would be no humans now. So if it was true, you couldn't know it to be true, because you wouldn't be here if it were true. But given that you are here, that implies that the implications are false, and that which implies falsehood is falsehood. It's a deductive argument.
Yeah, but I can make that hold on, let me respond. I can make that exact same argument back at you. The fact that you need a man and a woman to have sex to create a new human is proof that there has always been a man and a woman to have sex to create new humans, thereby proving your idea that at one time there wasn't wrong. Right? So it all comes down to just an individual's personal beliefs. Whereas I think, honestly, the fact that there always being the humans there to birth new humans is logically more sound than the humans not being there to birth the new humans and then somehow humans still coming about. But you'll say it's the other way around, and that's where it comes down to just personal opinion. But you'll say it's not personal opinion. You'll say I'm breaking philosophical laws.
No, you're only
so once again, here's the reply.
You're only switching where infinite is belonging to. You're saying infinite belongs to the elements of existence of nature. But you're not saying that infinite, there's a God who is infinite. So you're just switching where infinite belongs on. You're putting it on the creation, which is nature, right? You're saying nature is infinite, not creator.
I think the creation is God.
And people is all that there ever was. So your idea of infinite now is switched from the creator being infinite to now nature is infinite. So you still have an infinite fallacy, sir. Your infinite fallacy is now on you. You're the one
let
with
me
the
explain. I think nature is God, right? So when you talk about God, I see Earth as God. So of course, God is eternal. The Earth, being God, would be eternal. So it fits. Yes, it fits.
So, Alpha, let me reply to him because he also misrepresented my argument again. So your problem is that, once again, you're trying to ascribe a property to my position, which is not actually there. So with your position, you are appealing to an entity that obviously has the properties of a contingent entity.
How do you know that?
You're appealing to an entity that has the properties of a contingent entity. And my position has an eternal... Can you stop with that interruption? Yeah, you can stop. So once again, my position is that there is an eternal, and I'll say it is first cause that did not begin to exist. Your position cannot account for the existence of humans, which are contingent entities very obviously. I'm sure you can see that given that you're talking about humans having to spawn other humans, causing other humans to begin existing. So you're missing the point. It's not a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of mere opinion. This is an instance of logical consistency with the deductive argument that I said to you. Your position necessarily implies there would be no humans to talk about if there was a supposed infinite regress of human spawning humans. Okay? But my position actually provides the preconditions for the existence of humans and everything else that is obviously contingent. You want to ascribe eternality and aseity to everything else when they're obviously not eternal and aseitous. I don't do that. I obviously acknowledge that there are contingent entities, including humans,
and that given that there are contingent entities that began existing, then there must necessarily be a necessary, eternal, Alceatist, uncaused first cause that deliberately created all the contingent entities. My position is coherent, yours is not.
So it's okay to have something eternal as long as it's your belief. I gotcha. Okay.
Again, not the argument. Again, not the argument. So you're so desperate
Not the argument,
to
but the
deny.
point I'm making.
didn't justify it at all.
So see, you can't actually engage in good faith. Yeah. So you have to do this dishonest obfuscation, and you have to reduce my position arbitrarily to just mere subjectivism, and deny that it's an argument according to the laws of logic, and it's a deductive argument.
It's not. You didn't actually construct an argument there. You just
made a
stated your
direct
conclusion.
contradiction of. Sorry, bud, but you made a direct contradiction of yourself, saying everything needs a creator except for the eternal
I
creator
never
that
said
doesn't
that.
need creation. You said an eternal entity.
Okay, with that right there. Okay, with that right there, right. Okay, with that right there, right. Yeah, with that right there. Yeah. So let me reply. Yeah, so stop.
So emotionally invested in your creator.
So with what you just said, there's no contradiction. Where's the contradiction in saying the premise that all contingent entities are contingent upon a necessary Alceatist clause? Where's the contradiction? There is none. Where's the contradiction in saying that
you're saying
not done. There's another question. Where's the contradiction? Done. Yeah, so where's the contradiction in saying that the Alceatist eternal God who deliberately created creatures, which are contingent entities, where's the contradiction in that? Identify P and not P, A contradicting B. Go.
You are strawmanning this entire thing. A lack of contradictions is not the same as you failing to construct a proof.
Let him reply. Wasn't to you. Let him reply.
So your problem with my idea of the earth being eternal is the eternality of it. You're saying it can't be eternal because it's ongoing, which means there must be a start. Everything that is ongoing must have a start. And then you're going to say that start had to have been spun by the guy that has no start, the eternal being. That's the contradiction, dude. And if you're just going to whistle past that, then
that's not my argument.
I'll hand the mic off to the other.
You got it wrong again. You got it wrong again.
That was your argument.
It wasn't my argument. He got it wrong again. He got it wrong again. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. So
go listen back. It was. You said eternal entity.
So go listen back. So it wasn't. Yeah, he was wrong. Yeah, he's wrong. So once again, he's strawman my position. He did not say what he just said. I'll say it again. The God is eternal and Alceatist. Nothing caused him to begin existing. He's Alceatist. He's self-sufficient.
There you go. The eternality.
Yeah, the eternality of the God, right. There's an entity that must necessarily be eternal in order for contingent entities who began existing who cannot cause their own existence to begin. Yeah, that's necessarily implied by definition.
No, it's not. It's not, because there is nowhere in reality does a God create human. You're just saying, well, I believe it, therefore that's what it is. No,
okay, so
in reality, hang on. I'm not done.
So you know there's no God?
I'm not done. I'm not done,
so you
Gregory.
know there's no God?
Yourself. Self-control. You need self-control.
Self-control? Dude, you've been interrupting me the entire time. You've been strawmanning the entire time.
Self-control, Gregory. You're just talking all over me.
So it's not just an opinion. You're, again, strawmanning my position again. You're strawmanning my position again. It wasn't just a mere assertion. It was an argument. What I said was an argument. Stop denying it was an argument. Every time you deny my argument was an argument, I'm just going to refute that it was an argument, because it obviously was an argument. It's a deductive argument. So say it again, and then I'll refute it again.
No, you're just going to blurt out because you can't control yourself.
It's not a deductive argument.
Okay, unjustified negation retort. So once again,
all you're doing is saying people exist. Because people exist, I therefore believe there must be a cause to these people that is not the people. That's your personal opinion, dude.
Another strawman fallacy.
You can whine. Hold on, bro. I'm not done.
Another strawman fallacy.
Let me get it out, bro.
It's a strawman fallacy. Why I try to continue?
Okay, and the problem. This is the problem with fallacies. They don't. Whenever somebody says fallacy, they're not articulating the argument. You see how when I articulate where his issues are in the creation of this first human. Now he doesn't address any of my issues. He just says infinite regress fallacy. So he does not need to think or make critical on-the-fly adjustments, he can just regurgitate a fallacy. That's why you'll never hear me say, "Oh, you're saying a fallacy." I'll articulate why what you said is specifically illogical.
Yeah, and I did that. I explained the infinite regress fallacy, and I also explained the strawman fallacy because you're attacking a premise I didn't say. So you're also trying to misrepresent what I actually did with something that I didn't do. So here you go again with that.
Your infinite regress fallacy. You say infinite regress fallacy, and then at the other side of your mouth, you say the eternal creator.
Yeah, that's not an infinite regress fallacy. I just said the God is not infinite.
Okay.
If we allow for eternal things, then we can just say, there is an eternal thing, like the universe. There we go.
Yeah, but he's not saying that, humanity.
Not Jones. Okay,
I'm not saying that he's saying that. I'm saying that his
cannot only be eternal.
Don't follow because there's tons of other
the thing cannot only be eternal. Hello. Yeah, you're just trying to talk to the reply. You're also strawmanning my position. I didn't just say the thing is eternal, right? It's not just an eternal duck toy. It's not just an eternal nail on someone's finger. Obviously, it's an eternal entity that has other properties that are necessary to cause all matter and all other things to possess their nature.
Yeah, but now you're just constructing something that's way more complicated than it needs to be. If we are willing to accept that things can be eternal, then we can just say the universe is eternal and the problem is solved.
Yeah, no, that's always been my position, dude. I'm not creating a factitious idea on the fly as an ad hoc rescuing device. You're just being dishonest.
I didn't say you were doing anything like that.
Your move. Okay, so then I'm not doing that. So then that's what you said is wrong. So your move.
No, you are saying that things can be. Then there can be eternal things.
I'm gonna have to stop you because I'm getting control now. All right, so at the end of the day, you can believe whatever you want. All right, so that doesn't change the fact that the nature of the Earth is what it is. So we're still going to be investigating whether or not the Earth is what it is. But as far as that goes, you can believe that everything's always existing in your mind, even though that's what you believe, right? Can you prove it to be the absolute truth? Or is it just a belief? To the gentleman.
Oh, I've always said it's my the one belief I have because it's the one thing that I can't prove. I can't prove that so it's the one logical.
As long as we understand each other, right? Like it's just a belief, that's fine. Like you can, we got people believing different things. So like humanity, so I had to stop him because I wanted you to just articulate that point. Anyway, we're gonna get to moving off of this subject and into, can anybody provide any evidence that the Earth is a globe? We got some new people in the server. Welcome to the channel, 24/7 Flat Earth channel. A lot of new people that are in here. Welcome. We got some people.
Yeah, why don't we just mute all the globers and just let the flat earthers speak? Like, do you know how disrespectful the flat earthers are?
All right, we don't need that kind of talk. All you got to do is that the Earth is or is not.
Is that the 10-second review of flat earthers? I don't know.
I guess. We got, I'll say some names. Perhaps you want to, we got Diaper Chief. We got Dasmond. Dasmond, welcome to the channel. So humanity's been here. So Mr. Borelli. Mr. Borelli, welcome. Who else do we got in here? RTH, thanks for the convo. We got a little heated, but still conversation. Who else is in here? Brand new. Welcome. Oh, Anubis, welcome. If you guys have any information or evidence that the Earth is a globe, please present the case that it is, backing it up with supporting evidence. Go ahead, guys. I'll open up the floor so that you guys can come in and talk about it.
Physical evidence. We need physical evidence of the globe. Is there any out there?
I like some physical evidence also, the economics.
Physical evidence. Because, that seems really hard to gather. I don't know how you would gather topological evidence physically.
Well, that's cool. If you can't gather it, then we know that it hasn't been demonstrated that it's a globe. So we're good.
She doesn't realize
I think it's an induction, right?
What he just said was, if you can't get the physical evidence, that means you can't get the Earth. If you can't get the ball Earth you believe you live on, then you don't know it's a ball.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're good.
No,
we're good.
You have physical evidence. You build a model, and then you see which model is like most predictive, right? That's the way it works.
So find the Earth curve, find the convex curve. If you can't find it, then it's not a ball.
Your model is only in your imagination. Is where the model exists. That's the only place.
Yeah, like all abstract things, like a shape. A shape is an abstract thing.
talking
Shapes
about
don't exist
nature.
physically.
Oh, someone wants to give us an ontology lesson. I like it.
We're talking about what we see out in nature. When we go out and look and make observations, we can test it to see if the drop over distance required is there.
Well, they tell us that it's a globe, right?
Sure.
So they give us the size of the Earth. They're telling us that it's got a radius, diameter, and circumference. And what I'm asking for is that if anybody thinks that the Earth is a globe, how can we verify those numbers, the numeric values that they give the radius, diameter, and circumference? That's what I'm asking for, humanity. They're telling us that it has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. Where in nature can we witness this information to be true?
Or you could circumnavigate. See how long it takes you to measure the distance you traveled.
So distance traveled equals geometry? Go ahead and explain, please.
No, if you know your relative position by charting like the stars and stuff, then you can establish, well, what was the overall distance.
So give us the method by which we can do that to establish geometry. Go on.
What do you mean by method? Was what I said insufficient for you to understand what I'm talking about?
What method is being used so that you said celestial navigation. Okay. Detail to us how doing that gives us the information that we're standing or traveling over a geometric shape. Tell us how it tells us geometry on the surface of the Earth by navigating with the stars. Go ahead.
Well, if you end up back where you started and you've kept track of like your heading and stuff, you can then tell what you've traveled. Obviously, that still allows for like a bunch of different potential geometries, but you've certainly like narrowed down the scope.
Okay, so how many potential geometries can we have?
Infinite. Well, that's how like all data works, right?
Even
if you accept the globe model, there's still like infinite variations on it.
Yeah, let me just tell you
an infinite quantity of shapes.
Let me just tell you something that's weird, humanity, that they're giving us a specific shape. It's a specific oblate spheroid with the diameter, radius, and circumference, right? They're giving those values to us. We have specific numeric values. Now, the question is, how do we achieve those numeric values? By celestial navigation. If it's infinite number of models, well, we are at a loss here. We don't know how they got the radius, diameter, circumference by celestial navigation, do we? And that's the most important thing. How do we know numeric values?
You would, right? You'd be able to say, you would need to have this degree of curved spacetime to get these models. So if you start assuming that spacetime is, if you start assuming that spacetime is relatively flat, well, then you're forced into something that approximates a globe.
And we use that in celestial navigation. Holy mackerel!
He just gave us an ontology lesson.
You're just tracing out like a path and keeping track of which directions you're heading in. So like you
just gave us an ontology lesson, and then
topology, then that tells you information about the topology.
What you're saying is what sailors have been doing successfully over the horizontal plane for quite a few centuries now.
Yeah, so here's the inconsistency, because I know he's going to whistle past this. He just tried to give us an ontology lesson about shapes, and then appealed to a reification fallacy from Einstein, space-time. Hilarious.
I'm saying in topology, you have to assume what kind of space you're embedded in.
Dude, that applies equally. What other kind of space? How many? Okay. So how many spaces? How many types of spaces are there?
I mean, by broad classifications, you got your hyperbolic, the opposite of hyperbolic, which I just forgot the name of, and your flat spaces.
What's a hyperbolic space?
When parallel lines diverge.
That's not a type of space.
That sounds like an optical phenomena that we see at the horizon. Your optical acuity.
I'm not talking about optical acuity. I'm talking about actual mathematical geometries.
Well, parallel lines.
I'm not talking about geometry. What are you talking about? I'm asking you about space.
Yeah, the guy brought up space time, and now he's.
Yeah, parallel
flat space.
Hold on. If there are parallel lines, if they're actually truly parallel, they're never going to intersect only in the way that perspective works.
That's not true, right? If you have a sphere and you draw parallel lines on it, they'll intersect. Whereas if you draw on a, I forget what they're called. They look kind of like saddles, but it's a hyperbolic space, right? And if you draw parallel lines on that, they will diverge.
You're only presupposing on a desktop somewhere. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, but let's not whistle past the previous
point. That's how math works, dude. It's all in our heads. I agree. Welcome to math as a whole.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Let's not whistle past the previous point. He just made a predication about
Earth.
space.
Welcome to geometry as a whole. All of geometry is abstract. It's all in our heads. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's ignoring me now because he doesn't want to actually engage the premise he said about space.
Sorry, I was engaging with the other guy. Please.
Okay, so before you started talking about lines, you started talking about space. Okay, I asked you a question. How many types of spaces are there? I thought there was only one type of space, just space.
No, I'm talking about mathematical spaces. I'm talking about
the
way that geometry works. Whether your your perpendicular lines are parallel.
Okay, so switching categories, which I'm not asking you about. That's what you did.
It wasn't a mathematical question. I was the one who started using the word space, so I'm pretty sure I was referring to the thing I was referring to.
It makes no sense to talk like that. It's just abuse of words. It makes no sense.
Geometry, it's certainly
space is not a mathematical concern.
Of understanding what space your geometry is embedded in, you can't really figure out very much about it.
Guy, it's an absurd idea. It's not logically consistent. It's just a categorically erroneous.
Consistent. This is just how geometry works, my dude. If you have a problem with it, go argue with the mathematicians.
As you try to dominate the voice channel, right? It's stupid. Space is not a mathematical category. It's dumb.
It very much is.
It's not.
That's why we can mathematically define spaces where parallel lines diverge or parallel lines intersect.
Guys, where space they are is space, parallel. Right? Yeah, space is space, right?
You mean the space in the real world, or do you mean space mathematically?
So where else? No, space in a fictitious
generally
world.
The two we're talking about.
Yeah, you have this stupid concept in your head where you have these other supposed subcategories of space. This is just nonsense. It's just not logically consistent. It is.
It is logically consistent.
No, it's not. So define space. Define it. What is space? Define it.
Space is basically a coordinate grid.
A coordinate grid? So every time you walk around anywhere in your life, you're doing math perpetually?
If you're thinking about it in terms of space, sure.
So when you go to the toilet, you're doing math equations the entire time?
If you were thinking about it in terms of space, sure.
Oh, if you were doing it, right? So I'm asking you, do you do it?
I don't think about
when you say
the
if,
general
that there's an
stuff
option.
I'm moving through in terms of space. No, I'm not usually in the realm of the abstract in that way.
Right. So that's a stupid ass definition of the word space. Everyone in their right mind,
it really
isn't, persevering.
Because,
everyone in their right mind who's trying to make sense out of the world.
Is flat
as you
or
continue to talk to my answer or not, as you continue to talk to my answer, right? Yeah. Everyone in their right mind knows full and well that they are not thinking these highfalutin mathematical prestidigitations when they're walking through the world, just trying to get from A to B.
Help us.
You know full well.
That doesn't tell us anything.
Guy, as you continue to interrupt again. This is a bunch of rationalistic idiocy, okay? This is not just common sense and actually being logically consistent with the choice of words and definitions thereof. You know full and well that the defined space as a coordinate system, right, is stupid. You are not walking through the world through point A to point B to do a bunch of math perpetually, unceasingly. That's stupid. So obviously,
Gregory,
that's not a sufficient
if you don't want to do a bunch of math, don't consider geometries like whether something is a globe or flat. Those are geometries. You're going to have to engage with geometry if you want to engage with geometry.
That is not right. That is not at all practical.
You're just
that is not.
Come on.
That is not at all practical.
Did this guy blow a transistor?
Yeah, so this guy needs to stop talking to everyone because he thinks that he can talk to me and befuddle me. He can't do it. So just stop trying. So you know full and well your definition of space is idiotic, but you have to devote yourself to this rationalistic system of trying to do this rigmarole of intellectual verbosity that you can't just say that space is an area of absence. And if it's an area of absence, which it obviously is, then it doesn't have any fucking geometric properties because it's not an entity extending in space.
You're just talking nonsense.
So there's not an entity. So it's not an entity that's extending in space. Space is not extending in space after all. It's a thing which other objects extend their matter in.
No, that's nonsense.
Oh, it's nonsense. So show me the matter
you're
that
not
is space
defining
itself.
space in like any kind of coherent fashion. There, try again.
Yeah, show me the matter that is space itself.
What are you talking about?
Right, because if it's not an area of absence where things can occupy, where matter can extend in space, in the absence, right?
Indeed, it's not. That doesn't
I have
make any
space
sense.
right now. I have space to move around. I have space to exist. Right? There's an area of absence
you're
that I'm
like swimming in
occupying.
a bunch of different like matter.
Yeah,
you have
you're
a
just
bunch of
trying to
relations to
obfuscate
matter.
the issue again.
But if you don't
You're
want to
still
think
trying to
about space
obfuscate
as
the
a
issue.
coordinate grid,
And you're
then there's
still
no
trying to
coordinate
obfuscate
grid
the
for you to
issue.
exist in.
And you're
dude.
persevering to obfuscate the issue still. You're an obscurantist. So you know full and well that what I
Listen,
said
you
does
can
not
make
contradict
up whatever
any
crazy
laws of
names
logic
for me you
whatsoever.
want.
And you're
If you
still
want to
persevering
understand
to
geometry,
dominate the
you're
voice
gonna
channel
have to
and
engage with
obfuscate the issue.
geometry.
You're still persevering to dominate the voice channel and obfuscate the issue. So I'm going to
No
keep
one
doing
trying
this
to
until
dominate
there's
the man. You won't
moderation.
stop talking.
I'm going to keep doing this until there's
I've already
moderation.
made it very clear
So
what
if the
my
moderators
position is.
don't
It's
moderate
thoroughly
this, I'm going to
pointless.
keep this up. So you're going to keep this up. I'm going to keep this up until there's moderation. Right? We can play this
Mate,
game
you're the one
all
who's
night
not
long.
shutting
I
up.
got time, dude. I got a lot of time. So we can do this. We can do this stupid ass game where you can persevere to talk to me and I'll
You're
interrupt
the
your
one playing a
interruptions
game,
until
dude.
the
I already
moderators
gave my
intervene.
position.
So until you stop interrupting me and until you stop obfuscating, then I'll stop interrupting you and then we can have a dialogue for real. But I'm sure a
Except
lot of
we
people are getting
can't
some
because
laughs
you
right
don't
now
finish. You
because you're
don't
a
shut up.
clown
You
that's
just keep
trying to
like
obfuscate
being
the
mad
issue
that I
with very
understand
simple
geometry
terms.
and you don't.
So I'm going to keep doing this until there's moderation. You can't do it with me, dude. It's not going to work. You're going to learn one day.
There's no
You're
useful
not going to
dialogue if you
befuddle me.
aren't willing
You're
to
not going
engage
to
with the
confuse
subject as
me.
it exists.
You're not going to make me stutter and stammer to the point that I can articulate my points anymore. It's not going to happen. You're not going to obfuscate and deceive anyone in here. It's not going to happen.
You're
So
being
until there's
silly.
moderation, this is going to continue because you're obviously a dishonest pseudo-intellectual that wants to obfuscate the issue and masturbate your
Why are you
bride
attacking my
with your
character?
verbosity
Engage
and
with what I said.
prolixity. Yeah, so I'm trying to do it, but I'm going to keep
You're
obfuscating and
not.
interrupting your interruptions
You're just
until you
freaking out.
stop. So are you ready
Okay.
to engage in discourse, yes or no?
Yeah,
Are you ready
Gregory.
to engage in discourse, yes or no?
Greg, are you listening?
Yes, yes.
Yes, someone else will pick it up. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. What was it? Your name? I'm tabbed out. Humanity.
So,
Okay. So what are you trying to put down? That Earth is the geometry of Earth.
not really. I was just saying that if you want to like define a geometry, you need to define what space it exists in.
Okay, like how so? Like 3 space or 2 space or?
Well, there's a triangle drawn on a sphere, right? It's going to have different properties than a triangle drawn in a flat plane or a triangle drawn in a hyperbolic space. Right? They're going to have different angle sums. They're going to have different properties. The space defines how geometry in that space works.
It wouldn't be a triangle then if it doesn't sum up to 180 degrees.
How would you know if it was a triangle? You would measure the interior angles, right? Like, so is he saying that it's not a triangle on a sphere, or is he saying, what's he saying?
He said that they would have different properties. But I don't know exactly.
So like the mathematical convention, it's still a triangle because triangles don't have to have some particular angle sum. They're defined by being a regular polygon with 3 sides or something like that.
Oh,
and you can build that in a sphere.
3 straight sides, yeah.
Well, yes, their sides have to be lines, but the lines are obviously in the space, which is why as long as you draw a straight line on the sphere, you still end up with a triangle, even though the lines are weird.
Yeah, a triangle exists within a plane, right? So there's 3 straight lines lie within a plane, and that interior angles add up to 180 degrees. You're gonna have to just get a different
Only
definition.
in Euclidean geometry. In non-Euclidean geometry, they don't have to exist in a plane.
Yeah, they're not it's just not triangles. It's not going to be A and
again,
not
they're
A.
called triangles. They are called triangles. Like
well,
you might not like them, but that's how mathematicians have chosen to use the words.
Yeah, but it's not like you just call them that. You can define and you can prove a triangle on a piece of paper. Right? You can get the interior angles. You can get the lines and get different triangles. You know, but the requirements
Yeah,
for
you can
that
do the
is
same
they'll
thing
have
on
to
a
be
sphere.
straight and everything. Well, no, you can't. You can't. Well, you just said you can't. I mean, you said you can't.
Oh, I said you can. It's just
No.
you just prove different things than a triangle on a flat piece of paper.
Yeah, all you're proving is that it's not a triangle. I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm proving it's a triangle in a different space.
No, you can't. I mean, again, Euclid and the triangle has its definitions and its proofs, and they're proven to be so within a plane. You know, and all you're going to be proving is that it's not a triangle.
Again, this is not true. Triangles are not defined by having particular angle sums. They're defined by having corners and sides. And you have the same number of corners and sides on a sphere.
I mean, I could find the postulate. I mean, how much money would I get if I find the postulate? Like, what would you pay me? I'll find the postulate. I'll show you where it's like 3 straight lines. I'll show you. You know, I'll go through it with you. I mean, how much? Like $500? Like,
yeah, this is what happens when you want to be arbitrary.
Literal, like,
again,
matter of word
he's going to talk to me
definitions. Do you
again.
get what I'm saying?
See, I was speaking before him. So why should I submit to him, right? So he's going to be arbitrary.
No one cares. Please stop.
So he's going to be arbitrary, and he's going to try to rationalize his way around the very obvious fact that a triangle, an object with 3 angles,
Please stop talking.
has 3 angles. So he's still doing it. So he doesn't want to actually engage in good faith. Like I said earlier, he wants to masturbate his pride and dominate the voice panel and talk to everyone else that has something to say. He doesn't want to engage in discourse.
You don't have
He thinks he can
anything
boot
like
me out of the
worthy
group
to
call.
say. That's why you should be
I'm
quiet.
going to keep doing this because I'm not going to submit to his disrespect and disruptiveness. So I'm going to keep doing this until this moderation.
Listen, I know you're on some ego trip with submitting.
Yeah, so now
that's
he wants to
apparently
reject his
a thing
license
you're
onto me.
concerned with
Now I have
doing
to
to me.
be
But
bothered with
you should just stop and not do that and be quiet instead.
Okay, so moderators, are we going to continue to allow him to be disruptive?
Yeah, Gregory, let someone else talk. You two aren't matching or mixing well.
So I should have to just stop talking every time he wants to interrupt me because I began speaking after he finished his word.
Yeah, or let someone else talk.
Or you could just let me talk and stop interrupting me. How about that?
Are you responding to what he's saying or not?
I am. I can even if he doesn't want to engage with me, I can finish my sentences. I mean, my God.
I mean, you're interrupting with completely irrelevant points just to attack me. Like, no, cease. You're just ruining the conversation for everyone.
Yeah, it wasn't irrelevant. So I just want confirmation that there's going to be consistent moderation. That he's not. That the moderators don't just let him trample on me. I was obviously speaking before him.
Just be civil. Don't talk too much. Be respectful.
Okay, so what I was saying was he's going to obfuscate the very obvious meaning of triangle in this geometric category. It is a shape that has 3 angles. Right? You can't just neglect that.
Now you're just lying. Stop.
Right. So anything that doesn't have 3 angles is not a triangle. Anything that doesn't only have 3 angles is not a triangle. Very simple.
We can agree on that.
Not engaging with what I said. A triangle drawn on a sphere has 3 angles. It has 3 sides. It has 3 corners. It has its edges are straight lines. It is a polygon. It is, in every meaningful sense of the word, a triangle. That's why mathematicians call it a triangle.
Okay, so how is me defining triangle irrelevant to you just talking about triangles? Please explain.
You didn't object to what I said because you're agreeing with me that it's a triangle.
Okay, so it was relevant, right? So you misspoke the first time you said the objection?
My bad. You've been irrelevant for all the other shit you said, but there, you were on topic. You were just, like, agreeing with me in a really confrontational way, unnecessarily.
So the first part of what you said is also false, and you didn't clarify what you said with the last thing that I addressed. So that was your fault.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the matter, man.
Okay, so do you have a point, an overarching point, or are you just running your mouth again?
If you can't remember the conversation, you don't have to engage with it.
No, I'm asking you from this point forward, was there an overarching point or not? It doesn't sound like there is.
If you cannot remember the conversation, you do not have to engage with it.
So it sounds like there is no overarching point. You're just running your mouth. Okay, good.
It sounds like you've ruined the conversation for everyone again.
So it sounds like you're trying to persevere to put fault on me, even though nothing is my fault right now.
Okay, let's.
It sounds like you're more interested in derailing and like jacking yourself off than actually having a good conversation.
Yeah, now he's trying to do what I did to him earlier.
I just drew
humanity.
I just went to the baseball field here and measured out the triangle, 2 triangles to make a baseball diamond, and it was 180 degrees, 3 straight lines.
Very nice.
Is that
Your
baseball
field must
diamond?
be pretty flat.
Is that baseball diamond not on the Earth?
Oh, it just means it's like flat enough that your measurement isn't meaningfully not 180 degrees.
Where would you
your
get?
measuring
Where
tool
would
is
it
only
start?
accurate to some level of precision.
Where would it start to be more than 180 degrees? How big of a baseball diamond would it have to be?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't have the size of the Earth and whatnot offhand. You could probably look it up though.
Listen to the
what about
geometry
the
expert now. Yeah, could I get a triangle like in the from the store, like that you play music on, or just buy a triangle or a pool cue, and then could I then lay it upon the Earth? I mean, that's a triangle on the Earth.
Does it curve then?
Well, that's the thing. You can embed whatever triangle you want, right? You can buy a globe from the store, draw a triangle on it, and I've got a triangle on the Earth. That's also like it's spherical. I think it's called.
That's not a triangle. What you
Sound
have is a pyramid with one side of the pyramid being have a dome over it.
No,
That's
pyramids
not a
are
triangle.
4D. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry. Pyramids are 3D. That's a 2D shape.
What you're doing is you're drawing a pyramid inside of the sphere. Then the side that points to the outways away from the center. That's got a domed top on it, almost like
what you're
a
saying,
snow cone.
but like geometrically, that's not what you're doing.
That's exactly what you're doing.
No.
You could shave off the domed part, and you'd have a pyramid right there.
Yeah, but like you can do the same thing on a flat triangle. You can also say, "Oh yeah, it's just a pyramid," and shave off like whatever surface you put it on, like a block of wood or whatever.
Yeah, so when you're drawing a diamond or a triangle, 3 angles, what you do is you cut into the sphere on all 3 of those until those places would meet, and then pull that part out. That's a pyramid. That's not a triangle.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, that makes sense. So, like he said, well, you can buy a globe at the store too. So, if we buy both of these things at the store, right, and I take the triangle and I place it onto the sphere globe, where it spins and everything, right, I cannot get it to touch the sphere globe unless I cut into the sphere globe. But yet, in reality, he says we can get a triangle and place it, over the surface of like standing water, and no parts will be higher than the other. So how do these two things like exist? But if we were to get a triangle light on the Earth,
that's actually a great way to think about it, right? If you had, let's say, a ferrofluid and you had a spherical magnet, you would see that the ferrofluid, neglecting gravity, of course, will lie flat on the sphere and will lie level in whatever triangle-like thing you build on the sphere.
I just had like a triangle where I you play music on it, and I'll add a bathtub. You got some better equipment than me.
Well, you need something where the gravity pulls inward towards the center of the sphere, right? Because that's the globe model. So
I just got a bathtub of water.
Yeah, you got that wrong.
But you need the bathtub to attract the water towards one point, and that's not usually a thing that's easy to do other than using electromagnetism. Unfortunately, we aren't all hydromancers.
But like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't do it. I'm telling it to do.
Indeed, the world external to us is oftentimes quite unwilling to comply with our will.
So quiet for?
Yeah. There's a stupid guy in chat baiting people. I think we went really off topic with the triangle stuff because at one point it didn't really relate to the flat earth conversation. But whatever.
So I know very, very basic 3D modeling. We could whip up a little 3D model of a 24/7 flat earth politics. We get the best minds in here combined, and we could create a rudimentary model of all of our ideas of where we live. You know, the truth. We've got a lot of truth seekers and a lot of truth acquirers in here. Let's 3D model this out. Let's visualize this for humanity. We got to get the truth out there, guys.
Okay, so Flat Earth states that to get gravity, the Earth is always accelerating at the speed of gravity. So
Wrong,
right.
wrong, wrong. This is not the Flat Earth Society. Don't bring that bullshit in here.
Yeah. Besides, that's an anthropomorphic fallacy. Flat Earth doesn't state anything. So
that's just the idea.
What's the idea?
Just one of the ideas of how a model would look like.
Your model? Is this your model of Flat Earth?
No, I'm just stating other people's models of Flat Earth that I've heard online.
And so you decided that everybody thinks that, or what was your point?
I just think that's one of the ways it could work. I just wanted to discuss it.
Okay, so what do you think in your flat Earth model that the flat Earth is raising up into at this 9.8 meters per second per second?
I was just about to question that.
Oh. I mean, I'm asking you because you brought it up.
I don't really have any ideas.
Okay. I don't either. Yeah.
I don't believe in flat Earths.
No one asked you to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's interesting that people use the term believe. I mean, what do you experience every day? Do you experience a round Earth or a flat Earth, or what do you experience?
I experience spherical Earth. How about you?
So anyway, to the gentleman about the upward rising Earth. I know that's not your idea. So, what do you experience?
Well, from my point of view, since I'm not really interested in proving flat or spherical Earth. From my point of view, and from the point of view of people in the past, it just looks like a flat Earth. Because you're not high up to see the curvature, or you don't have binoculars to see a ship sinking in the distance.
Okay, so what we experience seems to be fairly flat. But, you wouldn't necessarily be totally conclusive and say, oh, it has to be, just because we don't see, right, the possibility thereof, that it could be something different. But that's what we experience. And apparently, even from the ISS, whatever that is, they only see about 3% of the Earth out their window. And they say it's no way to tell. So what are we supposed to conclude? That we apparently live on a flat stationary plane, which is what water does, what we observe. We don't feel any spin. We see other things moving, like the luminaries, but that's about the only thing that has some kind of rotation or apparent rotation above us, so we don't feel the Earth spinning. And I could be honest and say that I don't see a container, though I am breathing air. And if I've got gas pressure here, then all that I've ever experienced is when I have gas pressure, I also have some sort of container. So I also don't even make any claims about what might be too high up. It could be a solid structure. It could be water or some kind of liquid. An infinite vacuum seems highly unlikely, but then I'd have to say, well, is there a cause for this infinite vacuum? And if there is, what is it? And that would also require containment, because gravity makes a vacuum?
Gravity pulls the air back to the Earth.
Okay, what's gravity?
Magical force.
So now we're into magic.
Oh, we can't. Unless you get into math, you can't explain it.
Math. So it only exists in the concept, then?
I don't know.
You don't know. So you said magical, but then you said that it has to do with math. So it's either magical or it's conceptual, but it in no way is provable or physical.
Just to the average person, it will seem magical.
So it is a thing. It's a force.
Maybe.
So you don't know either. You're making it up, or you're guessing, or you're hoping.
I'm not an expert.
Yeah, are you following just the popular ideas?
The popular ideas of scientists, yeah.
Okay, so the scientists have ideas that they only conceptualize, and you've decided to go with them, which is fine. I mean, you can do that. They're not conducting any science. Does that change your mind at all?
I would just believe what's the best, what makes sense using math and models. It makes sense.
Okay,
that
so
would be spherical, just using math.
Okay, so in a concept, so you're deciding that your religion is entirely conceptual and proven and measured. So the thing you want to kind of is entirely conceptual idea, no evidence whatsoever. That's the way.
Am I having a roboting?
I think my internet's cutting out.
It might be me. Well, if you're just going to go with the belief, the hopes and dreams of other men, then I guess go ahead. We're really hoping that somebody would come in here with some type of evidence that we could all put our hands on or test or measure, but more power to you. We're not here to convince anybody. We're just here to see if there's any actual globe proof that we missed out there, or at least you can ask us questions and get our point of view. But welcome.
Are you here to prove the flat Earth as well? Or?
Well, I mean, let's talk about proof. So you and I both experience the same thing, unless you experience a curvature. You experience a curvature?
Well, I'm asking you. Are you here to prove the flat Earth as well, or what?
What does that mean, prove? I experience, and apparently the Earth is measured to be flat, built on flat, navigated flat. I mean, I don't have any evidence to the contrary, right?
Did you measure the Earth to be flat?
Did I measure it? Yes, I did.
Okay, show me the measurement then. Show me a citation for
it. Dude, see, this is why you can't be talked to, Matt. You don't know that measurements and citations are different.
I mean, you can give me a citation or a measurement, whichever one you want to do.
What would a citation of what? You don't even know what you're asking for.
I'm asking.
This is why no one talks to you.
If you have a citation that someone measured the Earth to be flat, I'd like that as well. You understand that?
Oh, okay. So, is Google Maps good enough for you?
What do you mean Google Maps? Did they measure?
Well, that Google Maps that you use, like if you wanted to go to one place to another, and you used your little GPS. Yeah. That map there is a flat plane. That's where everything was, measured and charted to be. Flat plane.
What are you talking about?
You don't think that your maps are flat? They're not Cartesian coordinate systems?
I mean, they can be, sure.
They can be? So are you navigating with the globe? You got a globe on the dashboard of your car?
I want a personal measurement from you, so that's what I'm looking for.
Personal from me? Well, I mean, I've got an observation, 112 miles with no curvature. You want that?
Yeah, sure. Let me see it.
Okay. Do you... 112.
112 miles with no curvature?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's impressive, dude.
So, do you have any curvature measurements that I can verify?
For yours. That's it.
Okay. That's fine. So this is gonna turn you, right? You're gonna go all flat after this, right? Right, man?
You posting the chat yet, or are you still waiting on it?
I'm getting to it, bro. Just don't worry about it. Are you gonna go all flat once I show you this?
What do you mean going?
Or is this?
Consider that.
Huh?
I'm gonna consider the evidence. Yeah.
You're gonna consider the evidence, okay? So you're not just gonna turn, right? Because it's kind of like what you come in here and do. Like, I don't know what you'll accept. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like,
what you said you had, or what? Can you just post it?
Hello.
What's up?
Not much. What y'all doing here? Oh, flat Earth. That's right.
Make sure you at me when you post it, though.
No.
So, you're not going to post it?
No, I'm just not going to, go through the trouble of it. I mean, if you can actually just look at a chat and see it, I mean, for crying out loud, dude.
All right, dude. I'm waiting on it.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Reality Man, did you go make that measurement, that observation I told you to do?
I'm still working on it. I got to work in between this stuff, too. How are you doing today?
Dude, it's been like 3 or 4 weeks now.
No, I don't even think I've been on Discord that long. Maybe 2. I'll grant you that. I can't remember. Was that you just now, or was it someone else who was asking for proof of the globe here? Was that you or someone else?
Oh, Matt, I was asking for proof of the globe. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It says you've been a member of Discord since April of 2023. Reality Man. Just
okay. Yeah, I didn't
out there.
I think that maybe that was probably when I created the account or something. I don't know, but yeah. But I was just going to quickly say that it seems like, to me anyway, if you really wanted proof of the globe, this is the wrong place. It seemed like you'd spend your time at universities or NASA or something like that.
University. That's like a commitment of years. You're saying it takes years to. You can't just
No,
you
not
can't
go to
just
school.
know.
No, I don't say no. I'm not saying go to school for 4 or 6 years. I'm saying just go to these places and talk to people who specialize in these areas: physicists, geologists, astronomers,
They
etc.
don't want proof of the globe, dude. That's the problem. If they truly wanted it, they wouldn't be here asking casual people for proof of the globe. They would be doing
That's
their
what
own.
I'm thinking. You just go get it from the experts, and they can explain to you everything you want to know. They can give you the math,
Wait a minute.
science.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So
Wait a minute.
if
Wait a minute. You think we haven't done that?
I don't know if you have,
You think
but I'm just.
do they have the Earth curve at the universities?
I think you get better answers from those people than people on Discord. That's what my
Did
point
you
is.
go? How come you guys didn't go ask the people at the universities if this was so easy? You should just go to them and be like, "Give me the evidence so I can take it to these flat Earth assholes and just show them what's what."
Well, I don't question it, so I'm fine with the scientific
Yeah.
consensus. But
Yeah. See, and that's where you fucked up. See, you just go ahead and trust people that you don't know to tell you what your world is, and I mean that's pretty lazy and stupid, if you ask me.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not omniscient, so at some point I have to trust someone. If I knew everything, I
What
wouldn't
is
need to
this?
trust anyone.
What does this have to do with omniscience? You live on the freaking Earth, dude. You can measure it.
But it's really big, though.
How big is it? Is it you can't determine if it's? I mean, you can't determine if it's curved or not because it's so big.
Well, I'm not a scientist. I don't. If I was a scientist and I worked in that field, I would be able to tell you.
This is not a scientific question. Don't you know that? I know you've been here long enough to have people tell you this is not a scientific inquiry.
You don't think this falls into earth science?
Earth science.
Science again. Here we go.
Oh boy. So what natural phenomena are we studying?
I appreciate you posting with nothing else. No distance measurement.
But to be fair, that's why I keep saying.
Evidence
To be fair, that's why I keep saying scientific method is not a good name for this method.
Okay, what do you want to call it? What would you call it then?
Yeah, it's the causation inquiry method.
It's geometry, jackass.
You can call it whatever you want. The point is you want answers, right?
No, it's geometry.
And then says whose point? Yeah, it says whose point is about this is about geometry. Geodesy is about geometry, not causation.
We can tinker with words, we can quibble, but the point is you want answers as the shape of the earth, right?
Yeah, you want answers, go get them, right? And then we'll always say, hey, listen, we went out and to go get them, and they weren't there, and you're like, well, you just didn't look hard enough. Like that's all you got. Like you got to find them.
I was just wondering, if it was me, I wouldn't be talking to people on Discord. That's all. That's what my point is.
Yeah, like nobody's here looking.
Why do you keep mentioning that? We heard you say it already. Why you keep saying that?
The idea is not that we are looking to you for the answer, like on the how to measure it. We're trying to open you up to like to try to understand. So you can go ask those same experts and then look at the techniques that they claim to have used to measure it, and then judge for yourself: is this a valid way to measure a shape? Right? And then if you are to be honest with yourself at some point, you say this seems kind of like pseudoscience. When you're trying to measure a shape, why are you dropping things on the ground? That seems a little strange. Just measure it, right? Like
okay, sure. I mean, I understand what you guys are saying. I'll just ask you one more thing. If you were wrong about something, would you want to know?
That's exactly why we're here.
Okay.
Do you trust your senses, Superman?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think they're viable. Sure. I don't have any reason not to.
All right. So then, are you moving right now?
Am I moving?
Yeah.
You mean like my body?
Yeah. Are you moving? I don't mean like swinging your arms or dancing or sitting or leaning off to the left to release some flatulence. I'm talking like, are you moving? If you're sitting in a chair, do you feel like you're moving?
No, not really. No, I'm not like moving forward or backward. No, I'm sitting down right now.
Okay. Is your house moving?
Not that I can tell. No.
Okay. So then why would you go against your senses and think that your house and yourself is moving while you sit in a chair?
Okay, meaning like sitting on the planet, the entire planet is moving, right?
Yes. You don't feel any of it, but you're still asserting that you're moving. But you're not moving.
I understand what you're saying. I guess it's the same reason why you feel like you're not moving when you're on an airplane traveling 600 miles an hour.
Oh, you feel
I
you
feel like,
feel the
yeah.
movement while you're on a plane. I've been to 10 different countries, and I've lived in all 10 of those different countries.
Yeah, people
And
make
to
that
get
argument all the
those
time.
same
I agree.
countries,
Yeah,
you gotta be on a plane. Also, I've ridden bicycles and ridden in cars. I've been on trains. I've been on a few buses before. I've been on a boat.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
if a
feel the
plane
difference. I just
accelerates,
wanted to chime in. I feel the difference on the plane. When I walk to the back in front, I don't feel like I'm walking around in my house. I don't feel the
I
same.
can feel the plane take off, but if it accelerates from 600 to 650 miles an hour, I'm not going to feel that. I wouldn't even know it.
So you
feel it.
You would jump
Yeah,
out
I
of
do. I can feel it.
park
I mean,
at the
going to the bathroom
terminal.
on the plane, I
You
feel it.
jump out
I
of a
feel it.
moving car. Yeah, you jump out of a moving car because you think it's parked. Like, it's asinine.
Well, yeah, that
Yeah.
would be asinine if you did.
You ever seen? Maybe you haven't gone on a plane reality. I mean, on a train, right? But they're going straight down that track. You ever seen the movies like the guys are like holding on to the seats as they're walking? Do you do that around your house? Like hold on to the wall as you're walking around the house?
No.
Right. Right, but you see it, right? Like somebody's going from the front to the back or back to the front of the train. They keep touching the seat, like holding onto the seat. I mean, why is that?
I don't know. These are physics questions. You know, the
Maybe it's
only
because
way
they
I
know
can,
they're moving. Maybe they can feel they're moving. Yeah, I mean,
I
so
guess
the
it's
example
relative
given that you can't tell you're
to
moving on
whatever
the
it
train.
is you're inside of or on, you know? I mean, let's just pretend the Earth was only 10 miles wide. Yeah, I would expect to feel it moving around.
Okay, so the reason that you don't feel it is because you do feel it when you're on a train. Then I mean, it just wasn't a good example because you do feel it on a train. So while you're moving with the train,
I think this is one of those situations where size matters. And the size of the
okay.
planet probably plays a big deal in why you feel and don't feel certain things.
You don't feel the rotation of the Earth because the Earth is already
Come up
spun
with a
up.
reason to explain why it is the way that it is, right? It is so massive and it's moving so slow in comparison to its size that I don't feel it because I'm minuscule compared to it. But again, you don't have a curvature measurement. You haven't directly measured, or no one has detected the actual motion of the Earth. They've made assertion claims, right? And even when Michelson Morley were testing to see if they could detect the motion of the Earth, and they came up with a negative result. What was his name? Lorenz. He came up with an explanation as to why the device didn't pick up the motion of the Earth, because space-time expanded and contracted the machine so that it wouldn't detect it. So, like, they're going out of their way to explain why that they don't feel or detect the motion of the Earth. That's strange.
Sure.
So you can trust your senses, and your senses tell you you're not moving. What else you got?
No, that's
Chico,
all
what
I
would you
had.
call that? Chico, what would you call that? You had a ad hoc rescue fallacy when they appealed to GIS, all right?
Yeah, it's a rescuing device.
The logical fallacies. I
know.
love those. How many of them are there? Like 700 or something? I think human beings are a logical fallacy just innately. We're walking fallacies.
I mean, it does fail at every turn, right? You say, well, like, I mean, it's been run through before, right? It's like, okay, well, if we were on the Earth and it was spinning in a perfect circle, we wouldn't feel it, but because of the train, you don't feel it, right? Because there's no change in acceleration. But they then say that the Earth is changing in acceleration. When you change latitude, you'd be changing acceleration, as well as the orbit around the sun is a change in elliptical orbit, which is a change in acceleration. None of these things are measured, especially the Michelson-Morley. That's the sun's, the movement around the sun. So this change in the elliptical orbit should be measurable, and yet it's not found. It should be felt, but yet it's not felt because it's a change in acceleration. And there's more than just one change in acceleration, obviously. And those are the things that you're quantifying it or qualifying it. I'm sorry, and saying these are the qualifiers that would need to happen in order for this result. These things do happen. I still don't get the result. Therefore, I'm going to now bring in a rescuing device to just an ad hoc explanation of why I'm going to move the goalpost.
Okay, I don't think I was moving the goalposts, and there was certainly nothing ad hoc about it. I was just answering the question. But I ask you this: I know you guys don't trust NASA. Why do you think they didn't do it the other way around? Why didn't they just tell us that the Earth was flat and really trying to hide the fact that it's a globe? Why not the other way?
God, you all right, dude? What's going on?
No,
why not just tell the truth and then not lie and then lie about the not truth? Why
No,
not?
I'm saying, why didn't they just go the other way around? You think?
Why not just tell the truth?
Doing that? I don't know.
Why not just tell the truth? Listen, so I mean, I don't know. Listen, I could give you a whole bunch of shit, right? But the thing is that there's a
hold on, it negates the globe Earth paradigm that you can go into outer space. It's negating that fact. So if they tell you that it's a flat and stationary plane with with the covering, then that would mean that you can't go to outer space. That's why they didn't say that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
No, they had to invent outer space first as well, but
Yeah. Huh. Oh, okay.
But I mean, listen. I mean, nobody's been right. Like nobody that we know has been there, right? So they obviously, I've seen outer space a million times on TV. So somebody invented this idea that nobody's been to confirm. But I mean, even you're saying like, why would somebody do something? I don't know. Like, but then when you're saying why would they do it, you're saying the controllers of the world, like the government. Why would the government want to control and govern its, its society? And how would they be able to govern this society if So why would they? There's a bunch of things that come into play. I mean, the thing that I focus on, it's easier to govern people when you tell them, listen, this is all that there is. You can't go anywhere else. You're stuck. Then you got to listen to the rules. Like, it's just like, well, you tell your kid, all right, well, hey kid, you think you can figure it out? Get out of my house. If you're going to stay in my house, you're going to follow my rules. And my house is all that there is until you're 18. So they're going to follow the rules till they're 18 because that's all that there is. So if they draw a big circle and say, this is all that there is, follow my rules or else, I mean, what choice do you have?
Well, I'm thinking about history. History teaches us that people don't keep secrets very well. I mean, if you just forget about the physics, the math, the formulas, the measurements, put that aside for a second. You can't get two best friends to keep a secret between them. And I just can't imagine. I can't imagine it seemed like it would be easier to tell the truth rather than go through this whole massive, depending on everyone to keep their mouth shut thing. I don't.
Well, what would be I mean, listen, I hear what you're saying, maybe a little bit, but what would be the consequence of what would happen immediately if you told the truth? Like, just in my idea there, where I said, listen, you tell them there's a circle, you stay in the circle, that's all there is. Where would people go immediately after telling them the truth?
I don't know.
Outside
it just seems
the
like
circle.
It'd be easier to
Jesus Christ, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't know? Answer the fucking question. You want people to entertain your shit questions.
Well, you're asking me to try to get inside someone's head. I can't tell you why someone would do something. That's why I said
I gave you the whole made-up scenario and said, this is why I think this would be happening in my head. They put a circle around you, and then you couldn't imagine going outside the circle. Give me a break. What else can't you imagine?
Okay, well, you want me to... I don't know why they would want you to think that. Why? What do you think?
Listen, I'm just saying, you got these shit questions you're bringing up. Why would they do things? I give you an option, right? They have a circle, 60th parallel south, right? That's the circle.
Sure.
This is the end of the earth. You can't go there. The thing that would immediately happen if they were like, listen, you can go past there, is that people would fucking go past there. Wasn't a trick question.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you were like, I don't know. They wouldn't go past.
No,
there.
maybe I think I misheard you. So, well, yeah, maybe I would think they're hiding something past that point. That would be, what I would initially think.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a reason, but that would just be a consequence of what would happen, right? Like if this was the case, that there's a circle, they said you can't leave your cage because there's nothing out there. That's where the world ends. And then they tell you, hey, guess what? The world doesn't end. People would leave the cage, right? So they can no longer govern you, right? Because you're not in the cage. I mean, how are they going to...
human beings can do it.
Are we stuck with the same question again, like 2 past days? Is this going on again?
Human beings can do a lot of things, but they don't do a very good job of getting people to keep their mouths shut. I just don't see it at the end of the day. But okay, I'm done. I don't want to waste you guys' time.
Think about this, right? What would happen to an animal if you put them in a cage, right? They would check to see how they could get out, right? And then they would try to force their way to get out, right? And if they don't, they kind of just lay there and wait for you to let them out, right? Well, like prior to World War II, right, it was, the thing to think that you was on a ball. because that's what everyone was taught. And then you have events like the Knickerbein bombing system that Germany had in order for them to attack the United Kingdom, right? They had some radio towers at 2 different places, and then their bombing planes would follow one line of signal, and once they heard the other signal come across, then they would start releasing their bombs, and that's how they know they were hitting their target. The people in leadership in the United Kingdom was like, no, that can't be, because how is it that the radio signals are traveling across the earth and it's curving? It's impossible, right? But they were doing it. And then they decided that, we're done with war. Let's go explore the rest of the world, right? And so you had a bunch of exploration happening in Antarctica, right? And shortly after they explored Antarctica, the leading countries decided to say, no, let's not let anybody go out there. Let's make a pact. Let's everybody agree. No one's going out there for military purposes. If anything, it's going to be for scientific purposes. And then let's create some hoops for people to jump through in order for them to go out there, right? They got to be approved to go out there. So they make the system. And then you also have the United States and Russia deciding to simultaneously dig as deep as they can and fly as high as they can. The United States and Russia were both launching probes into the sky while they were digging into the ground. The United States stopped digging before Russia did. Russia was digging from like the 50s or 60s up until the 90s in the Kola borehole. Pretty much, they weren't able to dig any deeper because as they were digging, the hole would fill itself back in. So it looks like, checking history and, expanding on it a little bit, it looks like they were trying to find the boundaries of their cage because they were launching probes up. All the probes were, blowing up at specific altitudes. And then they launched missiles into the sky, and the missiles were detonating in the sky. So,
and they also added. You can also add Operation High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze 1, 2, 3, and beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So now, Kiko, do we have both? So the option that we have both now, right? So the option that I was kind of laying out there is if they draw an imaginary circle, you'll want to go out of the cage, leave, right? And then you'll leave their leadership. But now, if there is an actual limit, that circle is the actual limit, and then you find out about that limit, you're going to be like a crazy animal. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So there's 2 reasons either way.
No, I guess it's not about the crazy animal.
Arbitrary circle out there to limit free range, right? But then also nobody wants to go out into Antarctica because that place is cold as fuck. I would not catch myself going out to Antarctica because I don't like the cold personally. So
there's going to be at least one guy that does it.
Yeah, there's going to be people that are going to go explore because you got people who want to climb Mount Everest and all that other crazy shit.
I'm trying to go on like a hot air balloon or something, like a cruise, like maybe I don't want to run out of fuel.
Did they do that actually?
Yeah,
cruise.
I'm trying to have a luxury business, not like just hiking out the mountain. Sounds awful.
Yeah, the cruises, the flight plans, the hikes, it's all predetermined. The company that you're going to hire to help take you out there and go explore, they've already got a pre-approved path. They've already got a pre-approved location by the UN.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Or whoever it was that they're working with, right? If it's a United States company, they're going to ask the United States, hey, can we go to your territory in Antarctica? And we'll take the people out here to this path. We'll go around this way. We'll maintain our garbage. We'll maintain their garbage. We'll maintain our shit and their shit. Everybody will come back hunky-dory, right? You go on a pre-approved path, but you haven't actually explored it in the way that, the questioning.
Yeah, that's the reality that's the reality of like the world that we live in now with the rules. I was imagining reality, imaginary world where they tell you the truth, Now I'm hopping on like a really nice cruise that just goes, I'm not trying to hike up that thing.
Oh, he left as well, the reality man.
Yeah.
Convenient.
Yeah. It is ironically people, even me, like I have my name is like opposite of, well, I don't know if it's opposite exactly, but his name is opposite of what he wants. His initial question was, if reality was something other than you thought, would you even want to know? That was his question.
Well, you would want to know the truth. What the hell?
Yeah, sounds to me you took the red pill and then took the blue pill and went back to the red pill again. It's like.
Yeah, and he's reality man saying that he liked the blue pill is better. That's reality man telling you. Like,
so he's Cypher.
Yeah, he should be Cypher man.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, comforting lies rather than facing the truth. What a shame.
A lot of times he'll come in here and I'll ask a question like, so what? It's a dumb question. It's an easy answer question. Kind of like, well, if you wanted to know the truth, wouldn't you ask the right questions? And I'm like, yeah, that's why we're here. And he goes, oh, okay. That's all I wanted to know. I'm just seeing what you guys think. It's like he's got these gotcha questions, and then all of a sudden the simple answer comes, and he changes his tune. It's weird.
Yeah, he seems like a nice guy, and he probably is a nice guy. But nobody's nice when your worldview is challenged. I mean, and he's on here on the Discord internet, going into like atheist rooms and flat Earth rooms or Christian rooms and flat Earth rooms, like everything that is opposite his worldview, and he's probably not just nice. He's probably nicer, not challenging his worldview.
Maybe he's fighting more with himself than anything else,
Aren't we all?
Half the battle. Yeah.
It's good to do that, otherwise you become biased and delusional. You gotta question yourself sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, it could be healthy, sure. Yeah. The world has a way of, telling you when you're being retarded.
Yeah.
Which came first? NASA trying to go to space, or the Operation Dominic and Fishbowl? I can't remember.
I think it's the Fishbowl Dominic stuff. NASA was 1960 something. Well, there's there's the Admiral Byrd, the Dominic, then the NASA, right?
Look at it.
Yeah, it was like the treaty. Then it was like treaty. Treaty was 1959. Is that right? And then NASA was like 1958, and NASA was the next year. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Go there, checked it out, shot stuff up there. That didn't work. Put up the treaty. All right, cool. Nobody go here. NASA. This is where we should go. Pretty sure that was a nice, nice tight story there.
Looks like NASA first, then the rest of other things.
Right, but then that was NASA when they were not the space agency, though.
Hello, are you guys talking about anything at the moment?
Who, me?
I said you guys, so like anybody in here. I want to talk to a flat earther about something.
You're talking to flat earthers. Is your first time here or what?
No, it's me.
I'm asking.
Been here all the time.
You guys.
Who, me?
Go ahead, me.
Okay.
Who, you?
Right.
Who, me?
He's me. I am you.
If it helps, you can call me MI, right? That sometimes works for people that can't break through that wall. Okay, so earlier today, somebody I know, although I'm not friends with him, I don't like him at all, but someone I know came in and he was asking like, how does like flying across the globe work? let's say the globe. How does flying work on a flat Earth, right? Basically, and he was saying like, so if you were going to go from, let's say, America to I don't know, Somalia, right? Which is probably not great. Like America to Australia or something, right? How would that work? So then, yeah.
You gotta go a couple steps before the flight takes place. You gotta go to the when you're asking about flights, that has to do with aircraft, right? Aircrafts.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a flight, right? It could just be walk, right? It's just about the idea of going across the known Earth. Let's put it that way.
So any type of travel, not specifically from one point to another point.
Yeah, A to B, right? So I automatically thought of that like the map that flat earthers are most commonly associated with, and that like essentially I drew a circle on it and said to him, yeah, you just go round, right? But I was thinking about it, right, to be clear, I need to talk specifically to a flat earther that believes in that common flat Earth map to be the case. Is there anybody here that believes in that?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I can help you. I already know what you're asking about. Why, when you look at the globe and the flight path of this, why it does make a curve when it could be just a straight line, which would be much faster. But exactly that, when you apply the AE map onto the globe map and look at the flight path again, it makes exactly that straight line.
Okay, right, I'll show you.
Yeah, so I would just say, like, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody had mapped the Earth to be a globe, and then they said, well, this is how you get from here to there, and then it matched. It should match. I mean, you know, if that's what they put down on a map and said this is the path on a globe, it should match.
Okay, I print screened it.
Yeah, the map is not the terrain. You don't travel across the map. You travel across the terrain. Though the map and the terrain are not the same thing.
Okay, so if you look in the chat, right, I sent like there's line 1 and line 2, right? So you got the curved line. The curved line is how like we would get to Australia from Brazil, and then the straight line is like should be the fastest route, right? Because it's
you haven't posted it yet. Maybe double enter.
Oh, sorry, oops.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, can you see it? So yes. Why 2 and not 1?
Who's taking route 2?
Well,
the black marker is taking route 2.
Like I feel like most planes will take. Well, actually, they take a different version of 2 that goes through. What's it called? They'd stop in South Africa and then keep going. But the point is that like they would do this loop around the Earth rather than just going straight across like the what's it called? Arctic? I can't remember what the top of Arctic. Yeah, instead of going across the Arctic, like across Greenland.
You're talking about air travel then.
Who's taking that route?
Yeah.
I'll show like an example of like a plane doing a similar route.
Because this is a globe map. You realize that, right?
No, that's not the
we don't trust the globe.
No, that's the globe map.
Yeah, the globe map is false.
Yeah, the AE map is a flattened out projection of the globe. So if you're saying that's wrong, then you're saying that the globe is incorrect.
Okay, so then what map do you guys believe in? Like, how do you...
We don't have a map. We've never claimed a map. That's the whole point.
Well, that's why I asked for anybody that believed in this, and then Rick called.
Listen, maps are not what you're asking about. It's a projection. That's not a map. That's a projection. So maps are utilized for very specific purposes, like to travel across to have a reference of a certain terrain at a certain specific area that you're gonna practically travel.
I hate niggers.
Not for hypotheticals and for projections that you don't use for anything. If you want to travel from point A to point B, you need a map accordingly to the area that you're gonna travel across. And when you look into these maps, they're done by coordinates, right? Step by step by step, by area, by region. It shows landmarks, shores, a lot of different things that the navigator can utilize to have a frame of reference of position and where is it going towards the destination. So you don't use this flat map or globe map to do anything in reality.
Okay, so is there, because you guys said, I'm getting mixed signals now, because some people said you guys don't have a map, right? Like what maps do you think are correct?
Well, officially, there's no actual map of the Earth. There's a lot of projections, but there's not one accurate map. So the globe doesn't even have a map. The globe, believe it or not, is a projection. It's called a polar coordinate system. So it is also incorrect. Were you not aware of this?
Okay, it's not about what I'm aware of. I'm asking you, like, what map do you think is accurate?
There are no accurate maps. That's the point. I just told you.
So, is that to say that we don't have like a true representation of our Earth?
No, because those who are capable of doing so and making correct observations are not providing us with the correct information. That's the reason why we do not have access to it.
Every map that you see is a projection of some kind. Every one of them. Then none of them are the actual Earth.
Well, I was on. So if you take the globe argument for why the projections aren't quite right, it's about like how they projected it. But for you guys, it's just flat, right? So it should be the case that it's easier for you guys to come up with a map that isn't just a projection, right?
Well, why would it be easier for us when we don't have the data?
So there's not like, maybe if we take it on a smaller scale then, for something that you guys could have achieved, like, do you have an accurate mapping of, like, say, a single country, like, I don't know, Cyprus or something?
What do you mean, you guys? What are you talking about?
You guys being the flat earthers.
Why would we have accurate maps? Are we all professional cartographers now? Is that what you think?
Well, you guys go out and do experiments and stuff, so I just
we do observations over maybe like dozens of miles. We're not cartographers.
They've stooped down to the level of just not wanting a map, just even a rudimentary concept of where is what, scale of things. They want nothing to do with it, because in these,
are they scared of a map?
Why would we be scared of a map? A map would be freaking awesome if they weren't all projections. We would love an accurate map. Nobody will offer up the data or anything that's actually accurate.
How are people doing things like flight, or how am I using, like, if I get out my phone, right, and I decide to go from I don't know, London to Edinburgh using my car, there's like a map that takes me on that journey. You're saying
there you go. This goes back. This goes back to what I was asking you earlier about aircraft, and now you're asking about flight. So aircraft.
No, I'm talking about car.
Oh my God, you were talking about from one continent to another continent earlier.
No, London to Edinburgh. I just said, right? Like, would that map be accurate?
I hear the UK has some pretty accurate maps. They did something in 2003 where they mapped out a square grid across the entire UK, and it's very accurate.
Yeah, nothing to do with a globe.
You could use your GPS to go anywhere, right?
Oh, I don't know, right?
Not anywhere.
All right, so
like most of the.
So you guys know that we do have maps that we use, right? Maps that we use right now are okay enough for us to use over the Earth. There's no need for making any more maps. We already have enough. There's many map projections that are made of the Earth. It's not a one for one.
Okay, so
but
Alpha,
they're useful tools to navigate. And they're not. Yes.
Sorry, you're lagging a little bit, but so like, is there a map of the Earth that you would think is accurate then? Because the other people are saying that there is no accurate maps.
Yeah, there's maps that are useful, but accuracy is not the key to a map. Every map is useful for a specific type of navigational purpose. Some maps are used for like local charts are used for navigating the open seas. Some are used for navigating in air. It just depends on what you're going to use the map for, and it'll be useful for that specific purpose. But there's no it's not like a one for all kind of a, all in one map that you're going to say that this is Earth representation, because there's that that doesn't exist. There's a problem in cartography, and it has to deal with, translating the continent sizes over into like how we describe them, in reality. So when you go outside, it's basically a depiction. So that, like, modeling takes place, right? Like they give you the local map to like tell you the elevation of like different land masses, but it's not exact in the same that you would say accuracy.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yeah. If you're saying that like they're kind of doing it within tolerances and being a bit of guesswork, then that that would make sense. But if that's the case, right, then if I asked you for a world map, that like would be best representative, even if it's not completely accurate, is there a map that you would say is good for that?
No, I think nobody has that. I think everyone is going off of like continents in relation to one another based on kind of a general idea of what they think the land masses are. But if we were to all, like, let's just say flat earthers, right? Only flat earthers were to get together and figure out what the land masses are in respect to one another, there wouldn't be anyone that agrees with another one. So we have, like, I'll give you an example. I usually bring these two up. Mark Sargent was making a detailed map of what the Earth looks like if it were a flat and stationary plane, like so that people can get their minds wrapped around it. And it was very different to like Antonio Subrats, who passed away, but he came up with a very different map than Mark Sargent. And also, it's a very different idea than the AE map or the Gleasons. So it doesn't line up with like what you would say, like the AE map. Mark Sargent's map is different, putting the continents in a different place. Antonio Subrats was going based off the sun, putting the continents in a different place. So yeah, nobody can really like be on the same team when it comes to this, because of the fact that when you're traveling over water, there's nothing to reference. Like you can't say, I know the distance between this position geographically to another position. On the open sea, if you're traveling over the air or water, there's no way to reference any point on the earth because you have nothing but water. So there's nothing to reference. But on land, you can reference certain certain points.
There isn't enough distinct properties with the oceanography.
Alright, I need to turn Gregory down. It's like really loud for some reason.
I don't know. Did you hear what I said? Like that's
yeah, no, I did hear what you said. It doesn't, to be honest, it doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because like referencing back to my original question, right? So I pasted that AE map in the chat, and then they said they don't think that the AE map is essentially accurate enough for me to be able to say like, why do we do B? Well, I called it route 2 rather than route 1, right? In order to get from, like, even if you were to just walk it, let's imagine you can walk on water. Why would we do route 2 rather than route 1? And then
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but that's the AE map is basically what you would say the Mercator over the globe would look like. It's basically just flattened out. So it's a flattened globe map. That's all it is. So the AE map, there's nothing new about it being something different than the globe. It's a globe. It's basically a globe flattened out. That's all it is. It's the same type of like thing that you would be looking at. Well, I mean, if you're looking at the Mercator on a flat surface, just looking at it from a top-down view, you'd be saying that that's what all the continents would look like on a flat idea. So, but it's the same as a globe. It's just flattened. That's the only thing. So when it's kind of hard because the glober would say, well, you have an AE map and we have the globe, but the dichotomy doesn't exist because the flat map is exactly what a globe would be if it was a globe. It's the same. The continents are useful in the same way. They're not different.
Yeah, so like, then I'd ask again, like, why do you guys not have a map that like I can Google, or like a map in your server or something?
Well, yeah, because we have enough maps, and these maps are useful. Like, we could say that there's enough flat maps to say that we don't need to make one. You know what I mean? Because all the flat maps that we use right now, these projections, there's enough to say that if we're going to use them for traveling over the Earth, then we'll just reference like Google Earth. So it doesn't mean that we live on a globe. We're just using it for navigational purposes. I don't know if you know what I mean.
So there should be so there should be no issue with me pasting the AE map, right?
Well, in reference, listen, when you're starting to get to like talk about specific point, like point A to point B, I would say there's an issue. because we don't use the AE map to travel. We use specific local charts like navigation over the air or the water. We're using specific local charts. Like when you say that you want to travel from one town to another, you're going to use local charts and not a giant overall worldview map. That's not efficient for traveling.
Yeah, obviously,
That's basically
but like we can
Yeah.
chart like journeys that people take, right? So like when I ask why do we take route 2 rather than route 1, right? Route 1 is being like, if you look at this overall map, this is the shortest way to go from point A to point B, but it seems that the actual way people are doing it is route 2, right? And route 2 increases the amount of time you'd have to spend like in the air or walking or on a boat.
Yeah, well, I get what you're saying, but amount of distance traveled, like, or how you travel varies in very specific ways. So if you travel over the air, you would put enough fuel to approximately get to your destination, but you wouldn't put in an exact amount. So there's not like this specific knowledge because like there's a lot of variables, isn't there? So if you were to say that I'm traveling over the ocean, over the air, there's variations in the water, like currents. There's wind, like that would knock you off course.
Yeah, but they basically do the same route every time they do the journey, right? Like that's why this is route 2 versus route 1, right? There might be some variation based on things like that, but the general coursing is the same.
Yeah, the headings are the same. You always use the same headings, but the headings aren't always going to be like your destination where you're heading to. Is always like that's why even seasoned navigators, like the ones that travel, like pilots and mariners, they have issues with traveling over long distances. So they're always going to have trouble going from point A to point B. I just think that you and I are simplifying it over a conversation on Discord to make it sound like it's easy. It's not. It's a very difficult task when you're traveling long distances. For sure.
That's why I scaled it down, right? And I said like, even if you did the same thing on if the AE map is just a flattened version of the globe, and the globe is correct kind of accurate to what you guys think it is. It's just it isn't actually a globe, right? Then I could draw a line from say like France to Cologne, right? And a car would be traveling but a car would be traveling in the same sense. Like it would be traveling like in a little curve rather than straight from A to B, which wouldn't.
Yes, correct. But what I'm saying is, just distances from point A to point B aren't going to give us the sufficient information of geometry. So we're not going to know geometry from traveling over the Earth. We're going to know it from measuring. So the distance traveled is not going to equal to geometry or equal to us understanding anything other than that. So when we want to define the Earth as to like the surface, right, what it is, then we have to inquire as to how we can ascertain whether or not the surface is actually curving. So the map situation, like using that as an argument, is basically reifying a position of what you think the world is overall. So if you think the Earth is a globe overall, then you're going to reify a position that the Earth is a globe from a perspective of saying that the map works over a globe. And a person who's looking at the Earth as a flat and stationary plane will say this map works over a flat and stationary plane. So both sides would be just reifying a position from a standpoint of saying that the overall worldview perspective works just fine. So there's a lot of fallacies that are introduced in here. I think a pragmatic fallacy is probably one that would be introduced, which is when you say it works and that makes your premise true. I think that would be fallacious. Just because something works doesn't mean that it makes the premise of the Earth being a specific shape true, or that you're saying that it's flat that makes it true. Just because it works. So what we have to do is go down to the root cause and find out what is making the Earth actually what it is that we're traveling over. So we'd have to measure things instead of just saying I'm traveling over something. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So in any case,
I understand
you could say, yeah. In any case, you could say
I'm more getting at like so because I don't feel like I could explain the flat Earth argument by like to my friend again by giving him the AE map thing and then just saying like go around in a circle, because I don't think it makes any sense, right? So like I'm really not concerned about kind of what you're getting at. I'm more concerned about like how do I explain to somebody else what you guys believe.
I get it.
Miggy,
Yeah,
Alpha.
How can I yeah, go on, Jensen.
Mara, she replied to her. Go ahead, Alpha. Reply to her.
No,
Go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, like, I get what you're saying. Like, how can I condense the information so that I can give it to him like in a bite size, so that he can like grasp the understanding without having to get into like so much complications of like how things work. I can hand him something, he can look at it and say, okay, I get it now. Like, instead of us going into like a lengthy kind of is that what you're saying? Like, you just want to give him something condensed so that
yeah, like the reason why giving him a map and saying that, so if he's saying like, how do you get around the Earth if it's flat, right? And then I send him a map that is like a flattened out version of the globe, and I say they go round, right, rather than going, like I said, there's no rather really, but they go round, right, on a flat Earth. Well, that doesn't seem to be adequate, because then I'm going to get questions about the loops.
Well,
it's a straw man position because no one's making that arc route that you're putting on that globe projection. See, like, the whole thing's a mess. Nobody actually claims a map. Now, there might be some flat earthers out there that kind of use the AE map, but ultimately that is not a model or a map that anybody can use. If you want to describe or explain to your friend about how the Earth is flat, just tell them that there's Earth curve measurements. And I haven't found anybody with
You're lagging. I can't hear you. This is like talking.
Is he breaking up for me, or is it just me?
He started breaking up.
You're lagging real bad.
It's all
sorry. So
come back.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you want to tell your friend that the only real reason you want to explain our position, don't use a map or any of the projections, because we don't really claim any of those. Just say we're looking for somebody that has Earth curve measurements, and that's the reason why we think the Earth is flat, because it appears that way, is navigated that way, and there's no curve anywhere. You could start there. If he has Earth curve measurements, man, bring him on in.
Okay.
Also, the map argument is dead on arrival, because it extends. So it extends to the bigger projection and travel from one continent to another. So when you put the airplane and the actual engineering, because you gotta go step backwards, not just look at the map. The map is an after fact, and then the engineering of the aircraft is based on a horizontal, flat, motionless baseline. So there's no doing this on a globe map, because the airplane is designed to not work on a globe map. You see, and the aircraft itself is not flying. The aircraft is not flying on a globe. It's assuming a flat, stationary, motionless plane. So where are you gonna go from there? Just because a map is saying something, but in practicality, it's not being taken into account. The curvature or the movement of the ground is not being taken into account. And you say, but the map shows that we're going around something. But going around doesn't mean you're going around a sphere. You can go around a flat table, right? And you go around the flat table. You didn't go around a sphere. You're going in a circle. So don't confuse it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, real quick, I just want to let whoever has a cat, that cat needs some kibble. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh no, she's a 22.
That's what I was thinking too. That cat sounds hungry as fuck.
No, she's 22. She's deaf, so she meows really loudly. She just wants attention.
She's not hungry?
No. She's also dying. So.
Yeah, that guy sounds like this dickhead branch that used to always jump around here.
Is passing, you're saying, like just like on those last days or something, last timing?
Hold the fuck up. Why
really
am I a
old.
dickhead?
She's got
You can't just call me a
hypothyroid.
dickhead and move on, man. That's not cool.
They were moving on.
Branch, you're kind of like over talking people at the moment, Branch.
No, it's not
You
that,
don't want to
man.
do that.
You can't just call someone a dickhead and then the whole chat moves on. That's not cool. He's got to apologize, man.
Now you're talking about dicks. What's wrong
There's
with
a
you,
lady in
Branch?
the room, Branch. Can you relax?
Bro, Branch, can you just relax a little bit, bro? Can you chill, Branch? Can you? Yes, no, yes, no.
Yeah, man. Just don't call me a dickhead.
I meant it in an endearing way.
Okay, yeah, I've gone. So somebody in the chat told me to look at the map section on you guys' server, and yeah, so they like you guys generally do have like these AE type maps that you're posting in there. So like, why can this not be used? I don't get like why you would even care about these things.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's not useful for navigation. I think what happens is it gets convoluted into that kind of argument. So when you start presenting these things, somebody says, "Well, a globe works just fine, like the map on a globe," and we're like, "Okay, so what about this?" And let's just say, for example, that was our argument. What happens is it gets turned into that's our idea of what we think we live on, just like maybe some people think they live on the idea that the Earth is a globe. So it gets into like
surely even if it's not accurate, surely you should have like some plotting of a map of what our Earth looks like.
Yeah. And I said you can do that on local charts because that's how people navigate. So if we were to ask the people in the industry how they actually traverse the Earth, like the pilots and the mariners, they're not going to pull up an AE map or they're not going to be spinning around it. They're not going to spin around a globe and say like, okay, we're going to start from here from our journey and end up here. They're actually going to use local charts that they use to navigate and other navigational tools.
Show that visually. Why can't you just show
Hold on,
us?
Brent. Hold on. So we're not going to be. Yeah, they're not going to. So the guys who actually work in the industries are not going to pull up a globe or an AE map to navigate. That's not the tools that they use. So when we're referencing the things that actually people do. All right,
bro,
so here you go.
I like the fact.
All right, so basically that's the way it operates, right? People that navigate the Earth for a job, they're not going to use a globe or an AE map. They're going to use local charts. That's just the way it works. So
so why can't you just take loads of local charts and stick them together to make an Earth map?
Well, yeah, that's what you're getting with the map projections. That's what you're getting. That's why map projections are what they are.
Okay, so then
that's exactly what map projections.
But this is what it's difficult talking to multiple of you, right? Because it seems like Alpha, like if I pasted that map to my friend and drew a circle and said that's how you'd like roughly how you'd navigate. It's not 100% accurate, but roughly how you'd navigate, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you would agree to that. Whereas there's other people in here who are being very staunch that like I can't paste that map at all. That's useless. We don't have a map.
No, yeah.
So it's like two different.
The problem, but the problem is when you navigate, like somebody that navigates over the open ocean, so it doesn't matter. Like you and I can disagree on specific overall worldview maps, but the guys who actually use this in industries and navigate like fishermen that are fishing in the open seas, to bring fish in to like sell to the markets and that, and pilots that work over the airs, of different continents, they're going to tell you that they're not using overall worldview maps. You could draw a line from like point A to point B on a globe, but that doesn't mean that's the tool that you're using to navigate. You use local charts, and then when you combine the places using a heading, then you're going to say, okay, I'm going from this place to this place, but in a short distance. And then you're connecting the dots from as you keep going. But it's not going to be, so it's kind of a difficult process if you're in the industry working those kinds of things, right? So when we're in a Discord chat, however, we want to make it simplistic so that people can see like what the Earth actually is. So we're trying to model what we're saying. And in doing so, we're starting to use ideas like the AE map or the Earth as a globe, with the Mercator projection. So we're saying that's what we're saying we live on. And that's not the case. Because when you actually start looking at how people navigate the Earth, they're not using those concepts that we're using in here. So I know so you want to condense it, right? But the flat Earth doesn't need more maps to think about. We already have enough. Like the ones that are useful right now, we can use those. Like there's no difference from us using those to say that we're gonna be off course if we don't use a AE map. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't need that to navigate. So if I'm gonna navigate on this Earth, the maps that we have right now are sufficient. They're good enough to do the job that I need them to do.
Okay, so if you can look in the chat at the one I posted, right? Again, right? Taking out of consideration the like what might come to be as a byproduct of I don't know, being in a boat or being in a plane or whatever, right? even if you were to walk, right, you would take route 2 rather than route 1. Like, are maps inaccurate to the point where route 1 isn't viable? Like, it's not a true representation to such an extent that even though it looks faster, it wouldn't be?
No, it's basically just a tool that you're okay. So, local maps are different than like overall worldview projections. Okay, so I think there might be a difference in conversation here.
When you say like local maps, right? Does that mean there's more land than, well, doesn't say land. Let's say there's more ocean or there's more land than is represented on a big map.
Yeah, the big map is just showing a representation of everything as it is modeled to say. Remember when you have the local maps and the local charts, like stitching them all together, and you're getting an idea of what you think you live on. That's what an overall worldview is. Local maps and local charts give you an exact like data that you need for your specific location. You know, like you do when you get those road maps and such. They're giving you like these things that because as you zoom in, you can be a little bit more specific, right? But when you zoom out, things get a little bit distorted. Does that make sense?
Not really.
The more you zoom out, the harder it gets to represent the Earth as a whole in totality. As you zoom in, you could be a little bit more precise because you're working with distances that are like obviously close to 1 for 1.
Right, but the problem is when you're trying to represent on like a very large map, right? Like, if there's so much extra water or extra land on Earth that drawing a straight line from one part of the Earth to the other part of the Earth is so misrepresentative of reality, right? Then these maps would just be completely useless.
Yeah, and then that's not those. Okay, so the overall worldview, once again, is not what people used to navigate. So those are just basically a concept that you would have if you're going from point A to point B. They're not useful tools for navigation. Useful tools for navigation are local charts. Right.
Obviously,
so local
but I'm not
charts are what
talking
you
about
use.
navigation when I say useful. When I say useful, I mean like if these are so inaccurate as to the positions of like say countries, right? Then they're not. They would have to be really, really badly off, right? So that would be like a gross misrepresentation of the relation between like two countries.
Yeah, I would say think about this. Look at a map projection called the Gall-Peters map projection. Gall-Peters map projection. Look at how it differs from the Mercator projection. Look at the differences, and these are just worldview maps, right? There's a lot of inconsistencies with different projections, and the reason why I'm actually showing you this is so that you can get an idea of what you're dealing with here. So it isn't just an AE map and a Mercator globe projection that we're talking about. These are all map projections that we're speaking of. They all have their inconsistencies. So we kind of deal with that in local maps, in local like zoomed in kind of my specific area type maps. So that's what we're dealing with when people claim an overall worldview map, it's extremely fallacious because there's no way that you can tell me from any perspective that anyone's been to that the whole world looks like a specific map. There's no way. Unless you believe that the Earth is a globe and astronauts have taken pictures from space and whatnot, which is.
I mean, yeah, I do believe that. So.
Well, that's fine. Belief is not. It's still not showing us the evidence that you know. It's just you believe something, and everybody has beliefs.
Well, I mean, there's no belief.
So
There's actual factual science. I mean, do we have to get into how cameras work and all this? Yeah, I mean, are we just disproving, or what are we doing? Just doing.
We're having
Alpha. See, then that would be the question for us, Alpha. For her is like, okay, so are you telling us that like, how am I supposed to tell my friends that the globe that you guys all tell us that we live on is totally inaccurate as a map, and on top of that, there's no Earth curve anywhere. Like, how am I supposed to tell my friends that it's all wrong? What do you want me to tell them?
Wait, that they believe in they believe in the flat Earth, or they believe in like the global Earth?
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Let me respond. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. So like,
I'm just trying to figure out context. Sorry.
Yeah, the reason why I would believe like astronauts have been into like space would be like I've used my telescope to see the ISS, right? Like going across the sky.
No,
So to me,
that wasn't the question that I just asked you, was it? You want to do a non sequitur? I asked you a very specific question. What am I supposed to tell my friends? The fact that there's no curvature on Earth, and of course the globe is no good for navigation. So you guys don't have a map?
What?
That's the thing that you're asking us. What am I supposed to tell my friends? That the map that I use as a straw man's no good? Okay, so the globe is not accurate for navigation. Nobody uses it. So you guys don't have a map, and there's no curvature, so it's twice wrong. There's in dimension 1 and 2, right?
I have a question.
Okay, so if he asks a really basic question, like if I keep going east, why do I end up in the same place, right? Which is essentially the question he asked. I think that was what he asked this morning, right? And so then I said,
no, I'm asking you. Why do you keep going off onto red herrings and stuff? I'm asking you. How come your map? How come you guys don't have a map? And how come there's no Earth curve in reality?
I mean, you could just go on Google Earth, right, and then say like that's how that.
Yeah, Google Earth is a Cartesian coordinate system. It's a flat map. So how come there's no curvature on Earth? And how come you don't have a map?
I mean, every single map is a map of the globe because it's projected based on mathematical transformations from a spherical coordinate system.
No, it isn't. It's taken from elevation angles to Polaris. So you're twice wrong, Embo.
I mean, it is.
Yeah,
so me.
You can find on the internet the exact mathematical formulas that.
Anyways, the question remains. I just muted him. He's trying to bail her out. So
the globe came before maps, and then we met. Timbo's claiming that the globe came before maps, and we do maps based on the globe. That's kind
it makes no sense. So how come there's the globe? It doesn't work as a map, and how come there's no Earth curve in reality?
But it does.
It does work. So you're using a globe to navigate.
Well, no, but you said it works as a map.
No, so you're not using the globe.
Maps aren't used for the purpose of navigation.
What else are they used for? Show and tell?
Well, I used maps a lot at school to understand where different countries were in relation to each other.
And how do you prove that?
How do I prove that?
How do you know those distances are accurate? Across the ocean, especially.
Yeah. He's talking about an overall world. He's talking about an overall worldview perspective. How do you validate it? What I've been telling you is the issue.
Okay, I don't
How do you
know.
validate?
Wait, what do you mean? How do you validate it? So you guys look at because the world isn't curved right in front of your eyes means the globe is wrong. What do you?
No, sir. You're obviously new to the topic. So I'm asking
you, sir.
Okay, so do you have any Earth curve measurements that we can validate?
Earth curve measurements. I'd rather explain how the atmosphere works. Would you rather get into that? Can you?
So you're talking about air? You're talking about air.
I'm not air. I'm talking about the atmosphere.
Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Okay, I have to mute you because you're freaking out. First of all, you're going to have to give context. Second of all, you're butting in on a conversation. So, how come your maps don't work? How come there's no Earth curve in reality?
Like, this is kind of like you're asking me questions when my base question is just how can I explain this to my friend? So this doesn't seem useful.
It's the same question that you were asking me. I'm asking you. We don't make claims about maps, do we?
Well, I just had a long conversation with Alpha, right, where he was telling me about how maps can be used, right? So
and he was talking about local maps, local charts for local travel, and he didn't make any claims about a map that we do. Okay, so
he said you could stitch them together and you would get something similar to the overall representation, but it wouldn't necessarily be wholly accurate. And so then I started talking about how if it wouldn't be wholly accurate, it seems grossly inaccurate.
Hold on. I don't want to be misrepresented. But what I'm not saying is that, or what I am saying is that it's not a representation of geometry. It's not a representation of geometry. That's, I think, where you're thinking I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying from the planar surface of the Earth, we can say that from this point to that point, it's only going to tell us in kind of like a more or less kind of way, like where we're going to be heading to. It only gives us a direction. It doesn't give us what you think it does, which is geometry and or landmass sizes. There's a lot that's missing in the information that I said that is not supported by an overall worldview map. The overall worldview map argument is fallacious, like just off the rip. You can't use it. You can't say I'm using the Earth as a globe and it works just fine, because I could say I'm using the Earth as a flat Earth and it works just fine. We can both say the same statement, and how do we know who's going to be wrong or right? Because based on just being able to travel from point A to point B, none of us are going to be wrong, right? Because you say, I can use this to go from point A to point B, but I'm going to then tell you, are you using the overall worldview map or local charts? What are you using to travel as your method of, tools that you're going to use? And you would say,
this is still a controversy.
You get it?
Yeah,
I
so
just
I guess
wanted
I'll
to
just
represent-
I guess I'll just go like quickly back to the original question then. So if I can't use the AE map to represent, like, to explain to somebody this is how you keep going east and end up in the same spot, what can I use that's like simple?
Well, I mean, if you're saying that, listen, if you're saying that you can go east and come back east again, then I would say, who's ever done that, and then look at what they've done, right? What has the person done that's navigated the Earth that's ever done what you said is possible to do? And then examine their method of travel, and then use that as your catalyst for your point. Other than that, if you're not using that specific method because someone's actually demonstrated that it can be done and it has been done in a very specific way, then you're going to start making erroneous claims as to what you think can be done. Because that I've heard that claim being said by many people, both on flat Earth and globe side. If you start from one place, you go around in a circle and end up back again. That's fine that you said that, but who's done that? And what was their method of travel? Did they use things that you're saying that they use, or are you just making an erroneous claim that they've traveled in a very specific way because you want it to sound like supported to your overall worldview projection? Do you get what I'm saying? Because that becomes a problem. When you start saying, I'm going to use saying that going east and coming back east again is going to support my overall worldview map, when you don't know a demonstration that has been done, and then use that specific demonstration of how what the person used going and doing that, how they traveled from east and back to east again. You know what I mean? You need to see what they did to travel the Earth. What method of tools did they use? Were they using an overall worldview map of a globe? Were they using an AE map? What were they using? And then use that as a catalyst for your point, not some kind of like idea of what you think could happen, because you're not going to be supporting the claim, if you get me.
Yeah, it just seems like from what you guys have said, you don't have a developed enough model for me to be able to simply represent this. Like,
well, I'll give you a model. So, yeah. So walk out your front door and just go left, okay? And then come to a corner and go left. Come to a corner, go left. Come to a corner, go left. You'll come back to your front door, and the whole time you just went left, and it was on a flat block, and you went around in a circle and you ended up where you started. So you took straight lines even. Like, there's not even a circle. You took straight routes. So it's very simple. It doesn't necessitate a globe. And the beauty of this is that there's still no curvature of the Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not relevant because I'm talking about the like north, south, east, west.
Yeah, you just said east. Relative direction, right?
Left, right? You'd be changing direction.
It's all
right? So,
relative to north. It's all relative to north. And relative to your front door, we'll just go left. Just keep going left, 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 and back to your front door. Same thing. No curve.
Well, yeah, I mean, if she's claiming to go in a circle, then there would have to be some kind of measurement equidistant from its central point to define that circle. Yeah.
Right. Kind of like Polaris, yeah.
I mean, these are just what's required to go in a circle and to make a circle. It's not saying, it's not to say that you've done it.
Yeah, that's fine, but I think what can't be said is that the Earth is an entire circle. So when that claim has been made, where's the verification to support that? I would say on both flat and globe, there's been claims that you can go around in a circle, back to how do you know where the continents are in relation to one another to say that you're going to do the exact same thing that someone says I'm going east and coming back east again in a circle. So
Well,
that's
yeah.
the only
How
important
did you
thing I think the
verify the
takeaway.
distances from the central point? Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's important because that's a part of like verifying the information, right? So if we're gonna stand on this as an empirical truth, then it needs to be fleshed out to say that it has been done in a very specific way in a demonstration. We have to, look at the method, seeing how they ascertain that information, and then see if we can inquire to do the same.
So, Aussie Man, tell us about the atmosphere and how that proves something about the ground that you stand on.
Is he still here?
He's still here.
So, to be clear, right, the maps I've shown in the chat, like I say maps, they're really just very broad representations, right? Would the first one, let's call it A, be representative of kind of like what you guys have in your head, even if it's not an accurate representation of Earth? Obviously, it's a green circle. Be kind of what you guys think north, south, east, west looks like. And then the second image is what Globers think north, south, east, west looks like.
Maybe. Listen, when you bring up these maps, like I know you guys have been going on with,
they're not maps.
What axioms are you gonna what are you gonna use to reference to verify that something is true of that map? That's the point. What are you like? Just name something. What are you gonna do? Just top of your head. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna check it?
That's
what I'm saying.
About
first thing that comes to mind.
Whether one is representative of kind of the way you guys think about north, south, east, west.
Yeah, no, no. First thing that comes to mind. How are you gonna check it? How are you gonna check it?
Yeah, people can't answer that question because that's exactly what he's saying. How are you going to verify it?
Well, I'm not.
You can't answer
I'm not
that
asking
because
whether you can verify. I'm asking if this is how you think about north, south, east, west.
It's the same way that the globe model also thinks about north, south, east, west.
Well, they're fundamentally non-compatible, right? Because the globe model.
No, they're exactly the same.
Has a 3D shape.
North is always north. North is always north, isn't it?
Okay, so
they have a 2D coordinate system as well. I mean, you claim it has a 3D shape. They said, I'm sitting here arguing in the chat. These guys are talking about the globe being a 2D thing, right? They're saying, look, we're traveling the shortest distance on the surface of the Earth, right? In an airplane that's not on the surface of the Earth. That's a change in the vertical, the change in the dimension. But they're like, no, surface, only surface. Yeah, that's a 2D circle that he's talking about, not a 3-dimensional reality.
Yeah, nobody navigates in hypotheticals. Nobody navigates on a map. You navigate across the realist level, which is not that map.
So, again, right? So the reason why the globe and the flat model wouldn't necessarily align is that north would be towards the North Pole, which is at the top of a spherical shape. South would be to the bottom of the spherical shape. Whereas for you guys, north would be looking at the thing I've drawn. If you guys look, right, north would just be the center of something, some shape object, and south
it would be
the
like the North Pole. Yeah, it'd be like the North Pole.
What?
Yeah. I've never heard that until it's weird. I never even heard the word North Pole until somebody was like, "The Earth is flat." I was like, "Wait, North Pole, Earth is flat." Yeah.
Yeah, so north would always point towards the center or
only on the flat Earth. Like you never even heard of the North Pole until the flat Earth, right?
No, I've heard of Santa, so yes, I've heard of the North Pole. Right?
Actually, there is not one indication of what that really means because of the North Pole. There's a lot of claims that there is a magnetic, a geomagnetic, a geographical. So there's and then there is a celestial north, right? So people a lot of times mix all of those together. So you got to be careful with when you say north pole. The north, celestial north, geographical north, geomagnetic north, magnetic north. That's
the geographical north
it's a tricky one.
map pole.
Okay, so I just pasted it again.
So you're saying they don't have it? You said there's nothing similar. They don't have a north pole on the flat Earth. It's only on the globe Earth, or
No,
is that
I'm not trying to say that. Like, can you look at the picture?
Okay, so those two things are similar. Where's the difference now?
Right.
Where's the next thing that we're gonna jump to?
Right. Can you stop? Right.
Me.
Because you interrupted me mid-flight.
Are you?
Okay, we're going.
You're hoping that to like just make this. She's just trying to make a straw man stick. She's really wanting the straw man to stick, but it's the same on both the globe and the flat Earth. Well, then you're having. I mean, how difficult is this? It's the same on both a flat AE map and a globe, north, south, east, and west. What are you not getting?
Because it
sounds like
isn't
you're
the
speaking
same.
for her.
They're substantively two different objects, right? So
How
what
are
it
they
means
differentiate them, please?
to go west or to go east on a globe, right, would be to go round a spherical object, right? Whereas to go west or to go east on a flat Earth map, right, wouldn't be to go round a spherical object, right? It would be to.
Oh, I got you. Right. No.
Right. So
it's. I mean, it's.
If you look at so if I can explain then, if you look at the two maps I've posted in the chat, is you guys' understanding of like where north points to be like some point on Earth, and then south to
like
be
the globe
the outskirts of that point. Well, no.
Like the globe does.
Have you looked at my maps?
Yeah, I've seen it, and we've already been over this with you. It's just a projection. You're trying to create the straw man that the flat Earth is believing in the AE map.
It's not a projection.
Excuse me. Why are you freaking out now? Listen, are you freaking out? What's the problem? You okay?
Because you clearly haven't looked at the picture.
No, I've looked at your picture. So the AE map is a full version of the globe.
Keep interrupting her. Just be quiet and let her finish. Holy
Yeah, no, we've been here already talking to her for quite a while. She's persisting to not understand, so you can be quiet.
You're not looking at the different map I put. This is a different map from the beginning to now, right? That's why I said, like, have you looked at this?
Yeah, what's the difference again?
Right. So the difference is this is about representing.
Right, so no difference.
You just asked the question.
It doesn't look like he's going to look at
answer
it. It doesn't look like he's going to look at it.
I'm looking in the chat. I'm looking in the chat right now.
Okay, right.
No,
so
she
this,
drew a
this isn't.
circle
This,
on a piece of paper. Everybody sees it.
okay, right. So the point is that like the shape of it doesn't really matter. It could be a square. It could be a 5-pointed star, right? The idea is that south would always point outwards to whatever that shape is, right? And north would always point inwards to the center of or to some point in the center of that object.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
So
Hold on. That's incorrect. Yeah. What are you using to navigate? Like, let's say if you're going east, what are you using to navigate? How do you know you're going east? Yeah, it is. How do you know you're going east? Just please answer the question. How do you know you're going
you
east?
get a compass.
Okay, what is a compass reliant on?
Magnetic poles, as far as I know.
Okay, so how do you know the magnetic pole is where it is in relation to you traveling over the Earth?
You don't know.
All right, then. Then how do you know you're going in the specific route that you say you are?
Because it's not about a route. This is not the whole point. It's I just want an idea of how. It's not about a route or navigation, right?
You said you've given two examples on the text channel, and you're saying which one of these is it? And I'm asking you the specific question: if you're going east or west or north or south, what are you using to navigate? And how do you know the specific reference that the compass is using to navigate? How do you know where it is to then say where you are, what you're going to be doing? Like if you say that you're going to go in a circle, right? How do you know you're going in a circle?
Right. So if you have like you can say no, I reject that as like in terms of the first image I pasted, right? You can say I reject that, that's not correct. All I would like is for you to draw what north, south, east, west looks like to you.
Right. So if you're saying that you have this very rigid, very standard way of looking at it, and how people navigate using a compass is with magnetic declination, and there's many different magnetic anomalies on the Earth. Like as for instance, the people that live in Australia. If anybody that lives in Australia, their compass is going to be very different to North America or Europe. They're not going to be using the same way because of the magnetic declination that they use. So your idea of this rigid way to look at north, south, east, and west in a false dichotomy wouldn't be correct to say that somebody in the south is using the same type of method using a compass, because they're not. I don't know. You probably don't understand what I'm saying.
Just to add to that, Miggy, you're on point because she's also in these depictions she's missing a couple variables. You're depicting north and south on like some type of ground or whatever that you depicted there, but what about celestial north and celestial south? Where is that in your equation? Because in reality, we observe celestial north and celestial south, or the movement of luminaries. Were you talking about north, south, east, west as a reference of two cartoons between each other that you never seen with your own two eyes? So you're asking a question that is going to lead to nowhere.
So can we define the point of disagreement?
Yeah, she won't give it. She's gonna just go on and refuse to accept anything. Well, I'll ask her: is there a symmetry breaker? Is there something that differentiates besides your overall idea of what is the whole of the Earth? Is there anything different when you hold a magnetic compass?
Wait. Don't hold up. All right. So real quick, someone said there was a problem with using a magnet in Australia.
Whoa.
I'm asking a question. Holy shit. Is that a problem?
4 questions.
You just interrupted him, so you interrupt you.
All right, go on.
50
Sorry,
minutes,
your comment is important.
Listen, I mean, she's invested now. I'm not saying in a bad way.
I have yet to make any comments, but go ahead.
Yeah, she's in this thing, dude. Deep. If she can't give a symmetry breaker, something that differentiates in this idea that she's putting forth, I think maybe this is the time to move on.
Okay, well, as a full globalist, I do want to
give her the chance to. Yeah, but I do want to give her a chance to show what the difference here is. She's saying that this doesn't work because his globe. I don't know. Is that it? Is that it?
All right, cool.
Okay,
hey,
what is your point right now? Just to get this clear.
Can I have your chance to speak and respond to this guy about why Australia doesn't work?
We need to define the disagreement first, because that's not clear yet. What is your point?
So I'm specifically talking to Alpha here because he makes more sense than the rest of you, no offense, right? So are you saying because of these magnetic fluctuations, right? West and east could look like, if you're in any of the points on this squiggly object I've made, west and east could look like a different.
You're just begging the question, But anyway, is there a difference?
Wait, what is your point?
I'm not answering your question. I'm talking.
Yeah,
to Alpha.
I'm asking you, as a gentleman, in a nice way. Can you wrap it up?
Alpha.
What's the point here? What is the point?
I'm talking to you, bro.
Okay, so the point
I'll drop out. Alpha, they want you, buddy.
There's no point that I'm trying to make, right? I'm trying to be able to show a physical representation to my friend, right? I say friend, I fucking hate them. But the point is, I'm trying to be able to show them a physical representation of what you guys believe, right? East and West looks like, right? So when Alpha brought up that because we don't necessarily can't see consistently we can't say that west and east looks like a circle when we complete it. All we know is that we're following what is west on when we're navigating, right? So then I've drawn another image which I've pasted in the chat where it shows you could be at different points and where west is could change consistently, so it's not some perfect circle. And I'm asking Alpha whether that would be correct and therefore that this would be the best representation.
Yeah, you've spoken correctly, but as far as a representation goes, you really need to stick to the idea that there is anomalies on the Earth, magnetically. So magnetic declination does exist, so that people. Who said that? I don't know if you're on the flat Earth side or Globe Earth side.
Aussie, bro.
If you're on the Globe Earth,
I'm not on the flat Earth side.
Right. So yeah, if you don't know how to represent magnetic declination, I wouldn't advise you to step in right now.
What do you mean? It's a pretty simple concept, bro. You don't need. You could be a kindergartner and understand this. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. Are you? Wait. Do you have a doctorate in this kind of field?
What?
You'd exercise some discernment, dude.
And then again with the magnetic declination, Alpha, it would be like, what are you going to use to confirm that is giving you, what is it that's ultimate, the standard that you're going to use to correct that magnetic declination? Is it going to be the globe again? Like, we know that we're off because this is what is true. Like, so how? Yeah, I mean, but the magnetic declination does exist, but then how are you going to confirm what's happening?
Yeah, we're using also, because that's one of the tools that we use is a compass. It's not all of the tools. So when we navigate this Earth, the compass is a part of navigation. It's not the arbiter of it. So if we rely solely on a compass, it's not going to help us get us to point A to point B. We have to rely on other things like the heavens, like celestial north, celestial south. That is apparently true. So there's references that we can use on the Earth to help guide us to a different location, right? So the compass gives us basically more or less a heading and an understanding, but to give us a specific geometry, it's not going to do that.
Okay, yeah.
So you guys see where I'm coming from?
That's fine, yeah. So like the geometry is not correct, but
Okay.
so like I can just broadly draw like a blob, right, and say that this isn't representative of reality, but this is what theoretically west and east could look. Because really, all I'm getting at is if he says if I go from east, like why when I go east will I meet myself again? All I want to do is be able to represent that. And if you're saying that there's these magnetic fluctuations or something that fucks up the compass isn't a perfect circle, then that's fine. I can live with that. Thank you.
Do me a favor before you leave. Just look up magnetic declinations, and then you'll see this information is not like some kind of flat Earth secret knowledge. This is like basically well established and known. So you can just look at and research the information yourself. So I just want you to get to know a little bit about navigation so that you can help. Because like you could represent the Earth in a depiction to say a horizontal plane can look this way, but you can also caveat to your friend who said it's not your friend that this isn't like the end all be all. Like I'm just going to show you what something looks like as a concept. I think that's okay if you're not going to sabotage it and saying this is the actual flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So long as you don't do that, I think. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. I mean.
Yeah. It makes, at least I can give him something now that like I can try and give him an understanding, like very simply, of why you would end up in the same spot if you kept going east.
You sound very persistent for this friend of yours.
Okay, so it was only because he said it, and then I tried to explain it to him, and then I realised that like it didn't actually make sense, and that bothered me. And this explains why it didn't make sense.
What?
So let me ask you this.
The globe is nonsense. We agree. Go ahead.
What is that? What's she talking about? I don't really want to.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha seems to have got it. It just seems like you're
Yeah, I got you.
You're more interested in trying to prove flat Earth than
Earth's not flat, but yeah, cool. You want to walk in a circle and call it something else, then you do you.
So let me ask this. Am I wrong for saying that?
Yes, you are.
Right. If we yeah, of course I'm wrong. If we exist on a topographical plane and we go east or west long enough, we will meet the very point that we started from. Am I wrong for saying that?
Who are you asking?
If you do that, then that would be what we
primarily.
Yeah, the point that I was making. No, listen. The point that I was making on that, Greg, is if people have done that, what was the method of travel? What did they use for their tools? Like we only are assuming that this is the case based on a specific type of idea with the overall worldview perspective, and we're drawing circles and saying that that's the case. So if we're gonna do something, we have to know how it was achieved.
Mm-hmm.
We have to know the route that they took. We have, and then just basically use that as the catalyst to say like this is what I'm telling you. But then it's hard because I would say if the person is saying overall worldview, kind of like this is what I did, then we're gonna say how do you know in relation like the continents are exactly splayed out in a specific arrangement to say you went in this specific order. You know what I mean? Like
the sizes and distances.
Yes. So it's not it's a difficult thing, right? But I'm not saying that you can't do what somebody says you can. I just want to know detail to somebody how it's been done, so that
Yeah,
people
step by
have a
step. How did
really
you come to this conclusion? Yeah.
yeah, yes, that's correct. Versus us just saying arbitrarily that it can be done, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because the pitfall would be like when somebody asks, well, yeah, how was the like somebody could inquire and we're left with well, just because I said so. Like, no, that's not going to be good enough. You gotta
Yeah. Even
show
if the
how it was
conclusion is
done.
true.
Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah, this is like we're talking like in like an ideal compass, like ideal gas law, like ideal compass world where there's nothing interfering. With an ideal compass and a central point, what would happen if you went east? What would happen if you went in a circle? Is that you would have gone in a circle, which would be east from that central point.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty like elementary, right? Whether you're on a sphere or a flat Earth, going due east, of course, you'll just run into yourself. Just in a flat plane, you'll just walk in a circle, right? I don't see why
I
this
don't.
is actually a
Me was
question.
on it for like 55 minutes and said, "No way, this doesn't make sense. I got to go,
yeah,
my friend."
I mean, whether it's flat or a sphere, it's the same thing.
yeah.
You're just
Well,
walking in
the
a
point
circle
is,
on a flat
yeah,
plane,
the point
right?
is to what we're relying. The point is to what we're relying on for navigation, right? So if you say it's a compass, well, what's the compass referencing? What is it using to navigate? And is it always something reliable? Because I think what's happening here is that the compass is like 100% reliable, right? We're going to use a compass and it's going around a central point and we're good to go. Like everybody's happy with that, but they're failing to realize that there's anomalies that happen with the compass as you're traveling. Do people realize that? And that's what
Oh, of course,
that's where I'm at.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the
So
magnetic declination, right? The field isn't perfectly ideal, so yeah, you'll have different variations.
That's correct.
Of course.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thanks for
But
tickling,
it
man.
seems like
I gotta start saying that.
but it seems like the confusion is even more elementary than that, because I do hear people say like, oh, if I travel east, how am I able to walk and see myself again? Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a flat whether you can have a flat projection or a sphere. It's the same thing. If you just travel north, because it's pointing to the same spot. I don't see why that's even like a point of
Right. Well,
contention.
the thing that comes up is that if the Earth were a globe, right, then east would be a straight line, no kind of deviation. Now, what did you use to measure that no deviation? How did you maintain
That's my
that?
point. Yep.
How did you maintain
Because in the real world,
yeah.
that direct heading, right? That's like a dead reckoning. There's no way that you can do that. That's not possible on the Earth. I don't care who you are. You can't fly straight as a crow flies. There's no way. That's just these are things that we say, right?
Yeah, it would be circular.
Not,
So what did you reference to know that eastward direction was a straight line? They'll say, well, the compass. I referenced the compass is the thing that we're questioning. Like, how did you know? What did you reference in order to determine that did not, that turning this axis to that axis? It's circular.
Okay.
It becomes more mysterious than it does. It becomes more mysterious than it does give us the answers that we're looking for. That's why we kind of, I would say, dilute the answer to make it more simplistic for discussion purposes on Discord. Because who has time to look into all of this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who's going to go into the minutia of having to travel the Earth? Nobody got time for that. I could just throw the AE map and say, okay, homie, figure it out. You think you live on a globe? But, I mean, on the one hand, there's really isn't a problem with that for the basic, but for the actual intellect who's going to inquire about every point, then yeah, we are going to have to dive in, right? But so, I don't know. It's not easy.
I don't understand.
Well, we know one thing, Greg, that the Earth is eternal and it's always been here. So people have always lived. Don't worry about it, man. It's an infinite regression into infinity. You're some great
that was fun. That was fun. That was the most intense debate I've ever had. He was so sure
I
of
almost
himself.
felt like you were standing up. I felt like you were standing up in this, like wagging your finger. I was like, dude's getting into it. Like, man.
At some points, I was standing up. I was outside. I was doing some errands. I was doing errands and doing a debate at the same time. I've never done that before.
That makes the time go by faster too when you're doing them.
Yeah. I was buying some cookies, and yes, I love my chocolate chip cookies. And I was reaching for something that the cashier was not handing me because I was half focused on doing the transaction while I was debating.
Did those
The cashier
cookies look
probably
like
looked
the
at you,
flat?
he looked at you cross-eyed, man.
I had
He's
to
like, what the?
I had to exaggerate my exactly. I had to exaggerate. Like, no, never mind. I'm busy. I'm sorry.
Did you get flat Earth cookies? Like
Yep.
flat Earth shaped cookies? Cool.
Yep.
Nice.
Discs, 12 discs, a dozen discs. I've never seen a spherical cookie.
Or like it was like where you had like 2 layers. Oh, okay, that's weird.
I want to see that. I want to see a spherical cookie.
Well, technically they start
Yeah,
spherical
the man.
and then they become just like an oven.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but
I'm right.
yeah, but check this.
I'm right.
Check
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
old.
check this. Check this out, dude. The guy said literally the Earth is God. That's what he said. No cap.
He was on his way there. He was on his way.
No, I mean that's a real.
No, he said it.
Dude,
He actually
that
said
Did
happens.
he? Yeah, he did. He did. You're right.
Yeah, he did. He said the Earth is God. I was like, really? Wow.
Yeah. Did the
And
Earth
he
reveal
said,
that to you? Did God say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem to be the
case.
You're either going to worship the creation or the creator, and the creation, as far as people know it, is the earth, and then all things are derivative and derived from the earth. And they say, well, then that's my God.
Yeah, the
And then
Earth
they
is
turn it
God. If
into
that's
an-
not a poignant articulation of worshiping the creation rather than the creator, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, it's super. This is like every anti-flat earther I meet, they worship the earth. Like they objectify it. They say this is the end of it. And they put it on an altar and they worship it. They love it. They love the earth. Yeah.
Well, as a design created environment, the designer and creator of it supersedes it.
No, the earth.
And he conceded at least 3 times that he didn't know the premise to be true. Not only did he know, he just didn't have an argument. They always do that. They don't give an argument in an alternative for their alternative. They just toss up some other premise just so that it clouds the issue and so that they can get away as much as possible. They're just scurrying away from the Bible. That's it.
Well, leave him to say it was just a belief. It's his belief, because if he would have said it's his knowledge that he knows, oh boy, we would have not relented. At least I wouldn't have. But he said it was a belief. I was like, well, you're good. I mean, everybody believes different things, so you can believe that. That's fine. But yeah, if you put it in the realm of saying we're gonna have to figure this out, man. You better put a pot of coffee on, because we're gonna figure it out. We're not gonna let go until you say either I believe. Yeah, there's no way. There's just no way. Can't justify it. You can try.
Hey, Felix, you got recruited by the GF6 team, Felix?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Explain yourself.
I was
And when
hearing
you get tired of
roboting
explain yourself. What GF6 boy?
No, I'm just asking if you got recruited by the GF6 team, Felix. Or
Oh,
Felix.
no. I was just I was just trolling because I named myself FE, like capital FE Licks, and then I was like, oh, I'll try to balance myself and do GF6. But Scott McKay did actually reach out to me some time back and um, wanted me to stand in arms with him, but
Okay.
I neither accepted nor denied nor rejected it. So
You
I'm
know,
trying
there's
to
no
be
such
like
thing as
the
neutrality.
Switzerland.
Yeah, there's no such thing as neutrality. You
Well,
whether you know it or not, you're
well,
taking a
then
position.
explain how the UN exists. I
Listen,
will
if you're
counter
gonna
that with how do you explain the Geneva Convention?
the what?
What is it? Switzerland? Yeah, I'll try to be Switzerland.
Well, they're not neutral. That's what I'm saying. So the neutral position would just be a denial, right? Which would be like a positive denial of the other position. So it's not neutral at all.
Okay.
You are taking a position.
Thanks for the reply, Felix. I was just wondering.
Yes, I am.
Just asking. Thanks for the reply, bro. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Makes me sick.
Yeah, my position, just to be serious, is like for all practical purposes, and I've said this before, like my working knowledge, basically what I know is kind of surrounds like the globe model. But as far as what I believe and disbelieve, I think that's a different thing. I can't say that I could believe the flat model if I'm ignorant of it, right? So I don't know what it is. But as far as what I'm hearing, it sounds like you guys are like very hard skeptics of the globe model, and I'm starting to understand like where that comes from. So I mean, I'm open to being skeptical as well, but I can't say that I am like on one like on
Can
the
you
side of
explain it? Where does
all
it
I
come
know
from?
is globe. The globe skepticism or
Yeah.
okay. Well, I don't want to misrepresent your guys like the position, and I'm sure each individual has different ones. But this is what I hear: is that I think number one is that your direct experience hasn't confirmed the flat. That hasn't confirmed that there is this globe that is rotating and that there is a vacuum in space. That we're in a vacuum of space. So I guess curvature is being there's skepticism on curvature because there hasn't been like a primary direct observation. It's only been kind of an indirect and derived from calculations and observations. So it's not a primary one. It's like a secondary or tertiary one. As far as the motivation, I'm gleaning that there is this general idea of whoever controls the knowledge controls the power. Therefore, the authorities at B don't necessarily want people to know the truth. So there's some level of control or belief there. Maybe that's an incentive for why NASA and other agencies don't unveil that this is not a globe. But yeah, I mean that's about as much as I could glean so far. That's so far what I've gleaned.
Damn, you're a slow learner. You're such a smart guy too.
Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, and I'm open-minded. Like I'm definitely. I've said this before. I understand the bigotry that flat earthers will get, and I disagree with. I don't agree with that kind of behavior and interaction. And I understand it comes from both sides. But I give a lot more leniency to flat Earth because, just to be honest, you guys are on like fighting an uphill battle and definitely the minority. So I give a lot more charitableness towards flat Earth. So and it's also because I don't like to claim, and I think everyone should adopt this stance. And I'm not saying I'm the most humble or I have the best character, but I do think that we should all be willing to listen to one another, regardless of how much we think we know, and regardless, like, someone else could be really a lot dumber than me, but still know something that I don't. So I think that we could all say that we can always learn something from someone else, regardless of what we think they are. And I don't agree with appealing to credentials, nor appealing to authorities. I think any argument should stand on its own. I do understand that physics is a complex subject, and you can't get someone to understand something in one day. So I do also have patience that if someone doesn't understand physics, that's fine. You being ignorant in physics doesn't mean you're dumb. I don't think anyone should judge someone else as being dumb, just ignorant, right? And so we all come from different steps in life and have different backgrounds, and not everyone can know everything that I know, and I can't know everything that someone else may know. So that's kind of my stance.
All right, so the Earth's a globe. What does that mean?
That
Means you're
means
wrong, Crit.
it would have to mean that.
So this is a
Go
okay.
ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Okay.
no,
Yeah. So Crit, to answer. Okay. Yeah. So Crit, the Earth is a globe. So this is more like a model, and I heard people talk about, oh, what do you mean? Is this a scientific model? Well, the thing about science, science kind of is the idea of creating a model to explain reality and maybe make predictions about it. But as far as whether it really is reality, that might not be what science is trying to do. It's more that, okay, I see something, I could describe it, and based on this description, I could predict how like this thing might be behaving, and that's validated when I could apply that same idea to another scenario, and it behaves the same. So a model is good for its predictive power, right? And to some degree, and I don't want to get too much into epistemology. I know Gregory is here. Shout out. Like, as far as we can know, like this could at least describe the behavior of the nature around us. And so the model, the globe model, what it does, it's there because it's explained the movements of the stars and celestial bodies. It could explain like weather, how we get temperature differences, like what we see at different locations of the Earth when we look into the sky. Look at the sky. It could describe some Newtonian things with inertia, such as Coriolis, which it also affects weather and water and things like that. So it's kind of this abductive. It's a model derived from like abductive reasoning. It's not deductive in that this is like reality itself. It doesn't say that. It just says, okay, this is the model that we use, and it explains a lot of other phenomenon that we observed. And so it seems pretty cool and valid. So that's the idea of
well, you got wrong here, because if you're using an astronomy model, that is a study of everything in the universe besides Earth. So what you did here is astronomy is a study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. That includes objects we can see with our naked eye, like the sun, the moon, and the planets, and the stars. So what you did was you put Earth inside and outside of Earth's atmosphere at the same time.
Yeah, there is a presupposition there that I understand, is that, and I agree with you guys that, a lot of people are speaking from a presupposition, right? Like they'll say, oh, well, why is it called atmosphere again? It has the word sphere in it, right? That's a very elementary fallacy there. But like, I understand that to some degree that there is, and I would say that this is kind of like adductively reasoned, because, I've heard Eratosthenes, and I understand that you could look at that on a flat Earth as well as a curve, but I guess like out of those two views, maybe they just stuck with this curve and they ran with it. But that's to some degree how science kind of works. Sometimes some models are more preferred over others, and but that's not to say that that's the correct one, right? I know Einstein works in a lot of things, but it's not saying that that's correct. So
so what you're doing here is you're invoking everything other than the surface of the Earth as your proof of what the surface of the Earth is.
Yeah.
You don't see a problem with that? That star, that moon, that galaxy, that black hole, that atmosphere, all the stuff in the sky, all of that is proof of what. So you're talking about everything other than the surface of the Earth. Why not just leave all that stuff
Right.
out, just like it tells you to, and go back to the surface of the Earth if the surface of the Earth is a topic?
Right.
So is it curved?
No, I agree.
Is it curved or not?
Well, I agree with what you're saying. So what I said earlier, I said primary observation, right? And so that's correct. I don't know off the top of my head if there has been like this primary observation of the curvature of Earth. Like, because I understand when we're looking at the sky, we're doing another reference. Like, we're taking that as our reference to confirm the very thing that we're standing on, right? And so that is actually a very, I mean, it is fair to say, okay, that's a pretty big leap, right? But yeah, like, so I guess I understand that. There's this inductively reasoned leap there. So you guys are asking for like a direct measurement, and if we go to theodolites and stuff like that, I also understand like a lot of the refraction and curvature stuff is built into that calculation. So again, that's also like another built-in presupposition, like built into those devices actually, because actually my office actually has a theodolite, and so I understand that I could use that, but that doesn't prove that Earth curves. It just proves that this instrument has been preloaded with that in it. So it presupposes this curvature, right? Yeah. So like I can't say truthfully that there has been a direct primary observation of the shape of the Earth, like by us standing on it and being able to walk on it, that I know of.
What was your
So
estimation on this?
we can succinctly say this, right? What is required for the concluding premise to be demonstrated true? Empirical detection and measurement of the Earth being a sphere. That's what's required. If that's not met, then no one knows the Earth to be a sphere.
Yes, that's a problem. Like this idea of globe skeptic, you're not presenting anything to be skeptical of. That's what you would call like a poisoning the well. You like somehow the globe is there, and it's demonstratable, it's provable, it's here it is. I'm laying it right out in front of you on a silver plate. How can you deny this obvious thing that's right here in front of you? Where is it? You like what you did was you rolled it out in front of me, and I'm like, dude, it's like a bunch of observations of the sky that don't match the majority of human history. It's some Johnny come lately Catholic Church interpretation. No, I'm not going to just dive into a state-sponsored religion method or idea of creation. No, not, hard pass. No, thank you.
King's invisible robe.
Yeah, but then how would you explain hurricanes?
What about them?
I don't know. I'm just being completely like non sequitur.
Oh, well, the whole thing is no hurricane crosses the equator. Then you roll out the 17 that have, and even sourced by NASA, cited by NASA, is that sometimes hurricanes start up due to topography and weather conditions. Has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'll have to add this. This is also me trying to be neutral too. I've looked up some other models, like and some Chinese like ancient ones, and like for example, like this might seem like a tangent, but I think I'll try to relate it. Like For example, like traditional Chinese medicine, it operates on a totally different
Okay,
framework to like
hold on,
Western
hold on,
medicine.
wait, pump the brakes, pump, stop. We can't go into
Got it.
anything
Go
medical.
ahead.
Yeah, that'll get us
Okay,
shut down.
sure. All right, forget it. All right, I'll scratch that. Okay, all right, I'll 86 that. But basically, I'm open to. Okay, my point is basically that if there's another model that could equally describe, say, like hurricanes, like from like the Coriolis effect, that it's not like some other alternative method or alternative of like theory to it, I'm open to that. Like, so
Yeah,
it's possible
internally.
that could be completely wrong.
Here, I'll
and you
destroy
could
this
still have a model
Coriolis.
that works.
Yeah, I'll destroy this Coriolis thing very easy. Internally, the idea is not even logically consistent. It is contradicted just by looking at Jupiter. If you say Jupiter is a planet, just like Earth, some mass of something in the ball, and Jupiter is even larger and spins faster, both ideas for Coriolis, then why does the storm on Jupiter, the big red storm, spin exactly the opposite direction? A direct contradiction. If anything, the storm should spin the same way, even faster, but it spins the opposite direction.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to check that out. I've never noted that. Cool.
It isn't as though they saw this happen, right? So it's not as though that is said because it was observed to be happening. Someone just fixed their mouth to say the idea, and they could have just said the alternative that Crit just highlighted, but they didn't. They said the antithesis. So someone is cooking this shit up, and they're not good at cooking it up. It's just that the people, the public, are bad and don't even persevere, don't even make the effort to scrutinize these things.
Yeah, so we've all seen they got this demonstration of Coriolis and say, here, check out this merry-go-round, right? So we're going to spin the merry-go-round in a circle. And now I'm going to throw the ball like to you. You're on the other side of the merry-go-round, right? I'm going to throw it in a straight line. So now let's remove ourselves from this, get a God's eye, bird's eye view, and what we're going to see is an apparent deviation, even though we know we're throwing this thing in a straight line. So they're going to show you something that's just an apparent deviation, and then they're going to attribute it to an actual rotation of a storm. Yeah, that's supposed to be of the air that's moving with the Earth, right? So, I don't even know what kind of proof it is to begin with, this claim of Coriolis. So the air that's moving, the atmosphere that's moving with the rotating Earth is just apparently deviating, causing actual hurricanes to form. Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
See, this is the best part when globalists say, hey, flat earther, explain these storms that never pass the equator. Okay, they do pass the equators. Then they say, well, explain, like how it works without that. And you're like, yeah, I just did. How about you explain Jupiter? If you think this is the case, and that's the rule, that's your physics. Your physics demonstrate that storms will always spin certain directions based on their position above or below the equator as the atmosphere is being dragged along with the rotation, creating an apparent deflection. Okay, how does a red storm in Jupiter work? How are you going to explain that? Is exempt somehow?
So to describe what Crit just talked about in general terms, humans are in the habit of vindictively giving adversarial or interrogative scrutiny against the position that they don't want to be true. And then once the person under the interrogation fails to answer this or that question, at least, or if they think that they failed, then they'll conclude, so you don't have a coherent account for the world, or you don't have a coherent position to defend, therefore mine is true. Tu quoque fallacy. So it's a dishonest, interrogative, adversarial scrutiny that eventually they want to conclude with a tu quoque fallacy conclusion.
It does seem to be the goal that if you can't answer better than my model of non-reality predicts, then my model of non-reality must be true.
Yeah, that's why Austin, to his credit, that's why he's coined this alliteration when he says the retort against what I just described. This premise does not require a whole cosmological substitution for this specific premise. My refutation of your position does not require a entire cosmological substitution for the verification of my premise. It's true. It's not a logical prerequisite. I don't need to explain everything in the cosmos to empirically verify the distinct premise: the surface of the Earth is topographically planar.
Yeah, it comes to mind that falsification is independent of replacement. Little motto.
Yeah. Now, that's not true. I have to mention this. That is not true. That's false when it concerns giving a justification for the metaphysical presupposition of the possibility of knowledge. That's the only thing it doesn't apply to. Refutation does require substitution for that issue. Excuse me, substitution does require, is also required with refutation because it concerns that issue. Because if you don't substitute, then you also don't have the necessary preconditions for the possibility of knowledge, and therefore couldn't know your refutation to be true.
Right.
That's why I begin the presentation of the transcendental argument with the fact that every other argument whatsoever about whatsoever presupposes the possibility of knowledge. But this argument addresses justifying believing that proposition.
Well, yeah.
But the question about the geodesy is not trying to be the necessary preconditions for knowledge.
No, those things are all assumed when you're in this kind of conversation. But yeah, when you're talking about, the transcendental argument, if you don't, then, you say, well, I don't know anything. Well, then you don't know anything. Yeah. If you have no justification for that knowledge. Yeah.
And then finally, that's why I keep half humorously critiquing them when they say, well, you could know this, that, or the third. You could know language. You couldn't know math. You couldn't know any laws of physics. You just couldn't know anything at all if the Earth is not a sphere. All right, it's basically like a whack, quasi-bootleg transcendental argument for the globe. It's
Don't
foolish.
tell me I missed Gregory giving a justification for the first premise of tag. He wouldn't do that to me. He wouldn't go on explaining that when he knows how many times I've asked him when I wasn't here.
I don't know. How would you know? How would you know that?
That's a squawk. He's all.
Did I miss it?
Don't even entertain him. Don't even respond at all.
Yeah, if you want to
I'm
come with
guessing
something
not.
if you want to come with something substance instead of a random blurting squawk, then people might field your question.
You'll catch up eventually, or you won't. I don't care.
Hey, that's
So-
Gregory.
Oh, no,
You shouldn't say that to Crit.
RPG made a claim. He claims that the horizon is Earth curve in the side chat. He says the water's convex.
At what time? What time did I say?
Remember that?
The horizon curves?
Didn't you say that the convexity of the water blocks the shore in that video? That little video you put?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, anyone with two eyes can see that happening, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So that thing that I just asked you about, and you're like, when? Oh shit, yeah. So
Well, you made a
so the
specific
horizon
claim.
is
You said
Earth
that I
curve.
said that the horizon curved. I was talking about the fact that the water or the shore on the other side of the lake was being obscured by the
Another false
water.
distinction. They can't help but do that. Another false distinction.
So in
You
the
can't help
ocean,
yourself but to chime in, Gregory.
RPG. So on the ocean, the water is blocking the boats and the buildings, right?
Maybe if you stuck on topic, this conversation might get a bit further than
You're talking about water having convexity, right? Blocking things beyond the convexity. Yes.
Yeah, especially when the height of the observer is directly manipulated.
Okay, right. So let's say we manipulate that height down to a foot and make
That's
sure
exactly
to see
what
if
he
that
did in that
convexity.
video.
Right, and so the horizon would have been, at any horizon, any place the water has convexity out over the water, right, would be at 1.22 miles, yes?
Depends on the observer's height.
Like 1 foot, right?
I'm not sure what it is at 1 foot. I'll take your
At
word
1
for
foot, it's 1.22 miles. Don't you know your own globe geometry?
it. I'll take your word for it.
You'll take my word for it? So he doesn't know. So then why in the Black Swan is the horizon, the water that you say blocks boats and buildings at 10 miles?
Sorry, were we talking about my example?
Oh, well, you were just showing me a white swan. I'm telling you about a black swan. Do you know the difference?
Well, as far as I've heard, that's just simple refraction, hand waved quite simply.
Oh, so then the water is an Earth curve. It's not a tangent point, so no Earth curvature.
Based on optics, it could appear as though you're seeing further.
So whistling past the reputation, right? Again.
So once again,
that
it
was
isn't
directly
Earth curve.
responding to it.
So it's not Earth curve, then, is what you're telling me.
What's not Earth curve?
The water.
The water's not Earth curve?
Yeah, it's not the geometric tangent point blocking boats and buildings like you claimed earlier.
Why not?
Because you said it's refracted. It's not physical. It moves all over, right?
Just because there is refraction doesn't mean that you can't have Earth curve.
Right, so it's not an instance, by implication necessarily, of the water curving around the ball and obstructing the boats in the distance. Right, Evan?
Well, I'm talking about the lake. I'm not talking about these boats and these habitats.
So
yeah, I know. You're talking about a white swan,
bro.
I'm talking about
Are you guys going to engage with what I'm talking about? Or are you going to just get back on
engaging exactly. How come you're not engaging with what I'm talking about, bro? You're showing me a white swan. I'm showing you a black swan. How do you not get this?
Because yeah, it's like having a picture of a white swan that you've turned negative, and you go, look at the black swan!
Yeah, so you're still not getting the point.
Do you understand?
It's still just a normal situation under different parameters.
You continue to obfuscate. Right.
Yeah, I know. So you're making my point for me. You understand that there are black swans, yes?
No shit.
Okay, so how many black swans does it take to prove that not all swans are white?
He's delaying.
No, I'm literally rolling my eyes at how fucking ridiculous.
So how many? Just how many does it take? How many black swans does it take to prove that not all swans are white?
1.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, well, you're not addressing the black swan of the flat Earth, which is the gift that I'm posting. So all I need to do is post one observation of Earth curve over water, and then the flat Earth is destroyed before the flat Earth has faced its black swan.
Where's the gift? Where's the gift? Where is it? Where is it?
I'll post it again.
That's so sad. That's hella sad.
Oh my god! Tell me again how many black swans it takes to say that there's not all swans are white. Just tell me again.
The same amount it takes to prove the Earth isn't flat.
Dishonest, dude.
He's not going to make the claim. Clear. Oh man,
inconspicuously dishonest. He is a clown.
Yeah, he's snatching his own wig off.
He does it every time. Every time that black swan is said to him, he just obfuscates the issue. He interrupts, talks through so that people get irritated and then stop talking so he can dominate the voice channel again.
Is someone changing the topic when you're talking about something? Is that aggravating, Gregory?
Hey,
that's exactly
RPG.
what you fucking dumbasses did to me.
RPG, look, I replied to your
You
image.
wanted to
Look,
pick on Gregory. You said,
Fuck you, dumbasses did to me.
You said, I missed the transcendental argument Gregory made. And then so you wanted to talk to Gregory, so he's talking to you, right? And then
he said not to engage with me because he's too scared to engage with me on that topic.
Okay, so I replied to your image,
and I replied with a couple of days ago.
Then you put in the chat.
You posting your brick of text that you found somewhere is not a refutation. I'm sorry.
No, I'm refuting what you posted in the open chat a couple days ago.
Not once.
You got to keep
Are
up,
you
pal.
angry that there's too
Not
much
not once.
attention
You
on you,
gish
or
gallop
not enough
and
attention on you?
prevaricate and equivocate. A lot of equivocation.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. So
Yeah, I
you're still
do.
trying to project the same critiques that we give to him back onto us. So I'm
No,
going
those are
to snatch his
those are
throat
direct critiques
and
of
get it
you,
right back onto the
Gregory.
focus of the Black Swan. The Black Swan refutes your all swans are right? As though the whole Earth is a ball in a cosmic vacuum. But you cannot account for the Black Swan. You cannot account for the fact that the horizon is well behind those oil rigs, far beyond where it would be if the Earth was a ball with a radius 3959 miles. You can't account for it. So
Well,
when you
why are
appeal
you
to
not
refraction,
accounting? Why are you not
when you
accounting for
appeal
the
to
black swan of the flat
refraction,
Earth?
as he tries to interrupt me again.
Yes, because
Right.
you never
As he
stop
tries to
talking, and I
interrupt me
would just
again,
hope that there's
and I'm
someone
not
behind you
going
with
to
duct
submit
tape one
to
of these
it
days.
because he's a. Thank you. So, the Black Swan, which you can't account for, which you tried to
I just
account for,
accounted
but
for
failed
it.
with it, and he's doing it again because he can't handle it. Yeah. So again, the Black Swan, you can't account for it. You made a self-defeating appeal to refraction, which necessarily implies that the horizon, the tangent line of the water, is not the curvature of the Earth.
Wait, what's the argument that it necessarily implies it?
What's the argument? What's the modus tollens that we said 1,000 times?
You haven't said it once.
I haven't said it once. Totally dishonest. Moving on.
Maybe it got caught in your beard like all those crumbs.
He did buy
That's called,
cookies earlier.
it's called a victory right there. You heard
That
that?
was just lame. That was like, that's lame RPG. That's retarded, dude. Come on.
I'm just trying to give him a little fire so that he can actually man up for once.
Oh my gosh, this is sad. Like,
Hey, RPG.
Imagine being such a cryberry for a ball in a vacuum.
Sorry, Gregory. There's someone who's actually trying to be a good faith interlocutor. So please shut your mouth.
It's not gonna work, dude. Everyone heard you get exploded, dude.
Exploded. Great one.
I was just replying to the GIF that you posted and the
Where was this
infrared that
taken? When was this taken?
When was it taken?
Where and when? Yeah.
It was taken between Greenland and Iceland by the Calypso satellite, and it's an infrared photograph, and it supersedes the one that you're showing. You see across water.
At what height was it?
Around 20 kilometers. Looks like, you know, those Saraluns, the NASA launches, the ones that we pay money for.
So
they can
you don't
launch
think that
everything.
there could be a stark difference in the amount of Earth observed when at 20 kilometers
This
above
is water.
the Earth?
This is not. This is water, not Earth. You don't water. This is
Is
a
water on
level,
the Earth,
you
bud?
see?
Come on, no need to be that pedantic.
But are we looking at Earth or are we looking at water?
Well,
Which
in
one
my
are we looking at
give,
right here? We're looking at water, right? So that's what we're looking at.
where is water?
You see the
Where is
the
liquid
horizon
water?
line? You
It's
see
in
the
that
you see the
picture.
horizon line? So he wants to
There's
argue about
water in
something
that
else.
picture? I'm sorry, that's just a photo of water. There's no actual water in the picture.
Yeah, a
You're a
photograph
fucking
of
retard.
what we observe in the realist level, right? What we observe from reality. What we you've seen a horizon before.
Yeah.
And now this long distance observation already confirms what we observe in reality with our eyes. Now we extend with a technology, with infrared observation devices, right? And then we can confirm what we already know. It's not curving.
So then how do you explain the observation that I'm showing?
It's the one I showed you. It supersedes the
Why?
maybe 7 miles observation that you're doing there.
Why?
Because I'm showing you 695 miles of non-curving
So like
that
this
you
bigger
are
number means
not
better?
showing. No, you're not
What's
showing
the
curvature,
importance of
and
the
then
longer distance?
listen. We're not showing. You're not showing curvature, and then we extend the observation, and it's not showing the curvature, so it's not there. It's pretty simple.
Sorry, I'm showing the curvature.
No, you ain't.
I mean, you can act like a preschooler if you want, Gregory, but it's right there, and you can choose to not accept it, as most of you probably have done with a lot of facts of life. But it's right there.
Where?
It's right there. What an 8.
It's right there.
Yeah,
Because level is
can
curved,
you
right?
not see how you look
Because level is
as the
curved, right?
camera lowers?
Like a
You can
parrot
see
or something?
less and less of the other side of the shore.
Yeah, you're talking about those little waves that are. Is that what you're talking about?
No. It's not the waves
Talking about the
because it's
curvature
a
of the waves. Is
continuous
that right?
amount. No, if it was waves, it would be sporadic. This is a continuous amount that we lose.
A continuous amount. Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at I'm looking at that picture. I get like GIF, right? That you got the little waves, right, going up and down. That's what you're saying is blocking and obstructing as you.
Yeah, the waves are curving.
decrease
I'll agree with that. The waves are curving.
Yeah.
No,
You
if that
decrease
were
your
the
angle.
case, then in the video you would be able to see the base of the trees cutting in between the waves, which you are not able to do.
That's non sequitur. You need to study logic, my guy.
Hey, is this the
Said the guy
curvature of
too
the
scared to give a justification for the first premise of tag. Please shut your mouth.
He keeps digressing to that. He is so butthurt.
Because you try to tap dance around it, and just no, I never forget.
He is so butthurt.
Hey,
I'm not butthurt. I just love exposing your ignorance, Gregory.
Hey,
Yeah,
RPG,
you're
are
butthurt.
these people behind the curvature?
What? Sorry?
Are these people in the photograph that I posted? Or is that the curvature?
Refraction, bro. Refraction.
So it's not the curvature.
No.
So it's like a similar situation to what's happening in the water, right? Across the.
In that
the
one
lake.
picture, at that
Not
one
the curvature.
instance, yes.
So there is not things are not going behind the curvature. Like the like the
there's not
like the
enough
legs of
distance
these
in that
people,
picture
right?
for
They're
the
not going
curvature to be a factor.
behind it.
Refraction, dude. You can even see the heat coming off of the concrete. Why
There you go.
are you able to see heat lines coming up from like hot pavement? Like, why are you able to see that? What do you think?
Exactly. So it's not the curvature. We agree. There you go.
Exactly.
In that one picture, it's not the curvature. Yeah.
So you see,
Hilarious.
you see RPG. You're not observing the curvature. You get it now.
Just in that one.
Be sure not to
picture.
chuckle in your own sense
But
of bad humor.
When we look at the picture of the oil rigs, when it's like normal temperature scenario, and there's no refraction, like severe refraction going on, then we see the curvature.
All right. So is the refraction hiding their feet or showing their feet? Which one are you claiming right now?
It's hiding their feet.
Is the refraction in that photo of their feet disappearing? That's making their feet disappear or reappear?
Well, what's the flat Earth explanation for why they're?
No, I'm just
that's the question, right?
Answer the question.
God forbid you guys answer a question.
Yeah, what?
God forbid you stop projecting.
I mean,
we know
the
that their
refraction
feet
is
are
hiding the feet, I
disappearing,
guess. But
right,
what's
or
the flat
because of
Earth
refraction,
explanation for what you
right?
see?
Yeah, so
We
dodge the
know
question
that-
again, right?
It's really not a good look for you to do that.
You
Gregory,
see
because
less.
It's really hypocritical.
Refraction, you see less, and then in the oil rigs, you see more. So the opposite of what you're claiming of refraction is doing.
Well, it can go either way, yeah.
Oh, there you go. So what about if I pull out the infrared equipment and it looks beyond those points that you're claiming, and it's cutting through that medium. It's not showing. Nothing's refracting through the infrared. What happens there?
There's always refraction at some level.
Everybody knows through an infrared camera, you're going to always see the geometric Earth curve horizon at 1.22 miles square. Everybody knows it. That's what the infrared
At
would
1
do.
foot.
No, I mean, depends on the observer's height.
Yeah.
1.2 times
Yeah,
the
that's
square
the
root
whole
of the observer's height.
fucking point. That's the point you
Very
leave
good,
out every
Tommy.
time you say it.
Very good, Tommy. Very good.
So with the infrared, you should always see it 1.2 times the square root of the observation camera's height in feet. Right? Is that so? All infrared should be white swans. Is that the case?
I don't know all infrared pictures, so I can't make a claim.
Well, they remove refraction, right? So that's where the horizon should be. Then physical geometric horizon of the Earth. The thing that's coming up into view somehow up. I don't know how it's coming up into view to obstruct distant observations. So when you stand there, you look out straight, right? You get yourself all horizontal, right? You make sure it's a straight line, and then things are blocking. There's a big hump of up, right? 1.2 miles away if you're 1 foot high.
Yeah, under heaven. Another thing about that photo, we don't know if that road is like arched at all.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like it could just be a hill at that length.
Yeah.
You don't know what?
I in fact,
Well, appeal to
I
ignorance
actually
fallacy,
think that is
right?
the case. I think that is a curve, like an arched, like road right there.
Yeah, so appeal to ignorance fallacy.
You should really learn up on these
As he
fallacies.
continues to
before
talk to the objection, I'm
before
going to say it
you
again.
No, that's not an appeal to ignorance fallacy. Do you need me to
Yeah, so
explain
appeal
why?
to something you don't know to justify your concluding premise as though you know it. Yeah, appeal to ignorance.
Yeah, his concluded premise.
What was his conclusion? What was his conclusion?
Earth is curving because we don't see any curvature. That's his.
No, that
conclusion.
wasn't his conclusion from this photo. He says we don't know this aspect of the photo, so we can't make a determination.
Oh, so a non-argument. So irrelevant.
No, I'm gonna make the argument that it is curved.
No, of course,
there you go.
but
Appeal to ignorance fallacy.
That's
Bro,
fine.
you know what you would be saying though. You'd be saying that dude is behind the curve, but still his angular size has not changed. You know, looking at that photo, like he's still the size of a human at that distance, but he's in a hole. Like he's literally standing in a hole, and everything is in a hole right there. Like, it's curved right there. Like he's in a hole. Everything's in a hole there. He's the size we would expect, but he's in a hole.
So listen, he said refraction is making the legs disappear.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I don't think it has the opposite effect, but I haven't studied it a lot. But
Observation denier.
I do think it could be that we're looking like roads aren't perfectly flat. There are hills.
Right, but you see the
what about
size
the
of the
water?
guy. You see the size of this guy here. All right, you're set. What do you think's going on then? You say the Earth is curving. That's why we don't see his feet.
No.
Okay, why don't we see his feet?
So like, what's the flat Earth explanation for why we don't see?
So why won't you guys just answer? This is not even like a trick
you're
question. Why
identifying
don't
that
we see
like
his feet?
because of like weird temperature effects we can get optical illusions.
Tanks, don't even move forward. Like, stay right there until he answers the question.
Yeah, so because of temperature effects we get refraction or whatever. You're saying that like because it's not the curvature hiding this guy's legs, you think there's some sort of refractive effect going on?
You can see it right there. Yep. Yeah, there's a temperature inversion right there at the ground that's hiding his feet. Yeah.
Okay, so
Not Earth curve. Yeah. So things disappear bottom up at the surface
okay,
with the temperature
so-
inversion due to refraction. Disappear.
So what's your explanation for the oil rigs then? I mean, we see.
There's no need for an explanation. You can see it.
We see
it's beyond the geometric Earth curve.
We see the curvature like during normal temperature conditions when that same photo is shot. Like we see the curvature pretty clearly.
What's normal? What do you mean?
That's
normal?
just a
What's
false
normal?
predication. Because if we did see the curvature, we would see it where it would be, but it's not where it would be. Therefore, you don't live in the ball you think you do.
Well, but
Yeah, normal would be the
there's
days where
photos
it's
of
a
that
white
same
smile, where
exact
it's
camera at the same exact place.
Yeah.
Same exact direction.
Bro, you're undoing your own argument. Don't you understand that? You're telling us that the actual Earth curve moves around. It goes in front of things and then behind it. That means that it's not Earth curve.
Yeah, you have only two options. Either the Earth is shrinking and expanding in its size, or that's not an instance of seeing the Earth curvature.
Yeah, the reason
horizon
that
is
we
even-
don't see is not.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you know, like one of the key things about this is when you look at the left platform in the refracted photo, you see that it is like a wavy, distorted.
There's the wiggly crane again.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yes, the horizon is not geometric. Thank you for admitting that.
Okay.
Finally,
What do you
we
even
made
mean
it.
by that? To be honest, I have no idea what you. I
The
don't
claim of
understand
the
why that's a
globe
win
is
to
that
you.
the claim of the globe is that there is a geometrical position from where you won't be able to see beyond that point because things will be behind the geometry of the globe.
Yeah, more accurately, the concrete leading edge of a sphere.
Like,
That's
just
what they're
follow my
referring to. The
assumption.
concrete leading edge of a sphere.
Follow my assumption that the bottom picture, like just go with it, that the bottom picture is a normal condition of what you would see if you're taking that exact photo from that exact position. Well,
That's still
isn't
Black
it
Swan.
interesting? Isn't it interesting that in the refracted photo, the so-called refracted photo, that the wiggly portion is the portion that's hidden by the horizon in the non-refracted photo?
Okay, here's the reply. Listen to the reply. Are you ready?
Yeah, go
It's still not Earth curve. Your appeal necessarily implies the Earth is either increasing or decreasing in size, or it's not the actual concrete leading edge of a sphere.
Well, actually,
How does that
Gregory, that's
explain?
not quite true because what you're he's saying that the hump is changing its relative position to just the rigs. So the hump moves around, but the rigs don't.
Okay, so Earth is flat, but it's also kind of wobbly. Like it's got like a waveform going
No,
through it.
not the implication of our premise. No.
Okay, here, Ultimate. When you look at that, where is the horizon? How far away is the horizon?
I don't know.
Well, where do you see the horizon? Is it like it's before Hill House, and how much before? Where's the physical?
Yeah, the idea of where the horizon is.
Because that's still a black swan. You all you did was show another black swan. You're like, hey, look at this black swan that debunks the curve of the Earth. And here's another one. It also debunks the curve of the Earth.
In the first one, the horizon is behind the oil rigs, and yours that you wanted to post, not in front of the oil rigs. Which is why it says who said what he said.
Yeah, so like Ultimate, where is the horizon in the bottom one that you posted? Where's it at? How far away?
I don't know what elevation the photo was taken from.
It's the same elevation, same guy who did the same photos. They're both exactly the same.
Okay, so the horizon is actually in the same position, but there's refraction going on, which allows you to see things beyond the horizon.
Yep. So the horizon's on Earth curve. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I mean there's still
That
is
used
a
to be
horizon.
called-
There still is a horizon. Let's say he was standing up. You know, it's what 2-3 miles away. That's where the horizon is. If
We
it-
didn't. You're missing the point. Listen. You're missing the point. We never denied that there's a horizon. It's very simple. You just missed the point. We never denied there's a horizon. You, with your appeals, necessarily implied that the horizon is not the concrete leading edge of a sphere.
See, in the days
Well, it
of
is.
yore,
It
the
is.
globalists used to say this was flurfspective. When someone would show a photo where you see
Do you
too
know
far.
how you can? Have you ever seen experiments where you can like bend light by putting it through
around the corner?
Yeah, you can put it through. You can put it through different. You can put it through glass and you can curve it. You can.
Yeah, this is like bending around a corner, though. The physical curve of the Earth would be blocking your line of sight. You'd be saying that you've got a new type of refraction called superlumine, where the curve of the Earth is loomed up, over, and around the curve of the Earth.
Well, what it is there's
Yeah, only because of oxygen.
There's a temperature difference from where it's not like going all the way to the distance of those oil rigs. There's a temperature gradient of some sort that as the air is at different temperatures, it refracts light slightly differently,
Which is vertical, not horizontal.
No, it's not. It's not vertical.
It is.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, the temperature gradient goes up from the Earth, not just
That's not
around the
necessarily
Earth.
true, bro. That's not necessarily true.
Well,
Okay.
bro, how come you keep telling us about how how come you keep telling us about how the horizon's not geometric? Why do you keep doing that?
That's the proof of the globe, dude. Why do you keep doing it?
So
The proof of the
self-defeating.
globe is that the horizon is Earth curve. If you're saying it's not, then you're telling me there's no proof of this globe. What are you doing?
Like your premise necessarily implies the horizon is the concrete leading edge of a sphere, but it isn't, given your own premises. So you have now defeated yourself.
Yeah, no, the idea that the temperature is the same, like 6 miles away and 9 miles away from
It's a red herring from the point again.
is really ridiculous.
Yeah, it's another red herring from the point. So I'm going to say it again because you're going to keep distracting from the refutation like you people always do. You showed us photos that necessarily indicate the horizon is not the concrete leading edge of a sphere. If you say it is, then you are implying a patent absurdity that the Earth is drastically changing its size by several miles or several dozen miles.
No, I said that there's some sort of temperature gradient, and air at different temperatures refracts and reflects light slightly differently. So that's
Okay.
reflection effect there.
Okay, so the only option you have left.
Didn't you say that there was
Oh my
a
God.
temperature gradient?
So so with that reply, you're
did you say there was
denying
no
that this is implied. You're denying that line of reasoning. So you're going with the other line of reasoning, which is the only other option you have in this dichotomy of lines of reasoning. Either the Earth is changing in size, you deny that, so the Earth is not changing in size, and the horizon is not the concrete leading edge of a sphere. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, I've said it's the concrete position of the sphere the whole time.
Yeah, we know that's what you're saying. Your premises imply that it's not.
There's a temperature gradient where air at different temperatures refracts and reflects.
He's
It
brick.
interacts with light differently, and that's what gives you this ability to see
You sound like
you're coping,
buddy. Yeah, a behavior of light you've never observed. It's just an ad hoc rescuing device. The air is just bending the air. The air is just bending the light from the things behind the curve around the curve, making the Earth seem flat.
Yeah, have you debunked or like have you debunked this or something?
You haven't proven it. What do you mean? It's an ad hoc rescuing device, which is an a priori premise.
A fantasy? Debunk a fantasy?
So do you think?
Yeah, so yeah, I have refuted it. It's empirically inadequate. You've never demonstrated it.
Do you think light is ever like the trajectory of light is shifted when the medium that
Yeah,
light
so you're going to make a non sequitur appeal. So we already went through this, so let's hurry up. So you're appealing to the refraction of light so that you can then leap to the conclusion that light from the things behind the supposed ball that you don't see, right? Because you want to obfuscate the issue and not actually hurry up to the conclusion. Your line of reasoning, your last appeal that you want to take refuge in is that there really is a ball. We really live on a ball, and the things behind the curve are being loomed, super loomed around the sphere so that it appears flat. That's your appeal.
So
you've never demonstrated that. You've never seen that. It's empirically inadequate. That's the refutation.
That's been my claim the entire time. Do you?
Hey, so it's empirically
do you believe
inadequate.
that
You've never
light
seen that.
So when light is going through one medium and then all of a sudden it goes through another medium, what does that do to the light?
So again, repeating the very claim I just refuted, right? Your argument is that the light from the objects behind the ball, behind the curve, are super loomed, quote unquote, around the sphere so that it appears flat, but it's really a ball.
Well, no,
You've
there's a
never
temperature
empirically
gradient
demonstrated
of the
that, so
air.
now he has to interrupt again because he can't handle it. So
Yeah, there's a
last
temperature
time.
gradient of the air, and as the light passes through this temperature gradient of ever changing air,
Repeat the premise.
The different so air at different temperatures interacts with light. Light interacts with air at different temperatures differently. So
Yeah, so repeating the premise, right. That's been refuted.
So the horizon's not Earth curve, then, is what you're telling us.
Yes, correct.
no, the
You're
horizon
correct.
the horizon is the Earth curve.
Okay, so wait, let me just
Go in circles with him again.
Special conditions
Gregory, just let me.
that can
Okay.
affect it differently.
Okay, so what day was the horizon Earth curve accurately measured? Since there's always air and there's always refraction, can you tell me?
There's always refraction, but the extreme refraction that we see in that top picture, that was some sort of special event that happened.
So, but you do realize that the horizon does this every day. It moves around. It even does it multiple times a day for the same location and observation. You're aware of this, correct?
Guys, there's a huge problem. There's a huge problem. He's saying that
So
the
when we see
horizon is curving. He's saying the horizon is curved. So it's
Yes.
this is nonsense.
Then appeals.
It is.
And then appeals to super looming, which he's never empirically verified. That's the refutation. And he's just going to keep repeating the premise that keeps being refuted.
So do you just believe light can't be refracted?
Snell's law of isotropic mediums requires an isotropic medium. You're not describing that.
Yeah, so another non-sequitur appeal to refraction. Refraction
do you
happens,
guys just not believe in
therefore...
refraction?
Yeah, so
Air
non-sequitur
has
appeal.
listen, guys.
Oh,
Air
another
has
non-sequitur
different
appeal.
properties at different
You just have to
temperatures,
talk to everyone,
pressures, and
dude.
so on.
Yeah,
And
so
when you
another
have
non-sequitur
light
appeal.
traveling through a medium,
Still going.
and all of a sudden it goes to it collides with a new medium, there is a refractive effect that occurs with that.
Yeah, so a non-sequitur appeal to refraction. Refraction happens, therefore, the light from the objects behind the sphere that I've never empirically detected as he talks through my answer, because he can't handle it.
Do you
So
agree
again,
that refraction?
he's doing it again, so I'm going to keep talking through until this moderation. Why should I
Both of
submit
you
to him?
guys are talking through each other. Both of you are doing it. One at a time, please.
Come on. I waited till he was done. Okay.
No, Gregory, you spoke while he spoke. It does happen.
Okay, so can we finally stop letting him repeat himself and move on? We've been to the circle 12 times. So another non sequitur appeal to a refraction phenomenon that he's never seen, and just the fact that refraction happens, therefore he sees the superlumin that's never been empirically verified. That's non sequitur.
Okay, so you agree that refraction exists, right?
And we always told you that.
Okay,
So you're
so
measuring
refraction
Earth curve or you're
exists.
measuring refraction?
If refraction exists and the direction of light changes as it switches from one medium to another, that's the claim. So there's a temperature gradient from the coastline where that photo is taken all the way out to 9 miles where that where the furthest oil platform is. There's temperature gradients like that all the time. And this one just happened to be an extreme example where there was a much larger temperature gradient, so there was much more refraction that occurred.
Yeah, so a non sequitur appeal again, refraction happens,
Dude, why do you
therefore
Who
superlumin.
taught you this word non sequitur?
Ultimate.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. Yeah, from the Latin.
Ultimate. I asked you not to interrupt. He didn't interrupt you. You don't interrupt him. Pretty simple, right? You grown up?
Sorry, he's interrupted me like a lot, so it's just a habit.
I took care of it. So now he gave you room, and you decided not to shut up.
All right.
So once again,
Go ahead.
a non sequitur appeal, it doesn't follow. You're trying to go from the premise refraction happens, therefore superluming happens. The empirically unverified superluming. It's non sequitur and empirically inadequate. If you say it again, I will say the same refutation.
Yeah, it's not a non sequitur because it's not a non sequitur because if there is a temperature gradient from the coast to 9 miles out at sea, if there is a temperature gradient of the air, then you're going to see refraction.
Absolutely.
Because the light is hitting a new medium as it goes along due to that temperature gradient.
Yeah, different density.
Or insufferable.
Yeah.
Okay, but ultimate, but the problem is, yes, there will be refraction. The problem is that there won't be a new type of refraction called superlumin. Because at that point,
you guys
it's not
bring
a
up
new type.
superlumin.
It's not a new type. This is just refraction.
No, it's not just refraction. It's an ad hoc rescuing device that's never been proven. You've never demonstrated that light is going to curve around a ball.
Well, we've demonstrated that light changes trajectories when it hits a new medium with a different index of refraction.
Which is not what you need.
Basically, it's traveling through air, and the temperature of that air is constantly changing as it travels, and that changes the index of refraction progressively along that gradient, which allows the light to curve.
Which is not what you need to prove. Not just that refraction does happen, but that superluming happens. And you've never done that.
I don't need to know what the superluming concept is. It's just a phenomena that whatever you're calling superluming is. I've never even heard that before. Whatever it is, it's just something to explain a specific phenomena of refraction. It's nothing new. There's nothing new about it. It is truly just refraction. It is truly light interacting with new mediums progressively as it goes along this temperature gradient of air.
Yeah, so you don't know what your ad hoc appeal is. You don't know what even your ad hoc appeal is, so you couldn't possibly know it to be true. Thank you for your concession. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, dude, what you just said there is not an argument. You agree with me that do you agree that air at different temperatures has a different index of refraction, depending?
What I said is an argument. You just said I don't even know what superlooming is, and you're appealing to it all the while. So you don't even know what your conclusion is. So you couldn't possibly know. So you couldn't possibly know. So you couldn't possibly know that it's true. You don't even know what your conclusion is. You simultaneously know what your conclusion is, your ad hoc appeal, and don't know what it is. So if you don't know what your conclusion is, you couldn't possibly know it to be true. That's a self-refutation.
That's not what I'm doing at all, though. So let me ask you this: do you agree that air at different temperatures refracts light differently?
Well, again, deflecting to refraction to then
This is
leap
refraction.
to
This whole
superlooming.
fucking argument is refraction, you idiot.
Yeah, so still leaping to superlooming, which has yet to be empirically verified.
Yeah, so you're
Okay.
claiming that refraction is the reason.
Bro,
that,
what is it? What is this fucking word superlooming? I googled.
You're giving.
Does it know his own ad hoc appeal?
What is this fucking word?
Yeah, let me.
Type it out. Type it out. Superlooming. What is this?
I'll tell you. Okay, this is what happened. Okay, before, like when this argument came up, I can't remember the exact date. A lot of people know it. It was like 2019 or something. There was originally rolled out as a globe Earth proof by a character called the Rumpus. The Rumpus said he was the curator, the inventor of a topic called superlooming, which used to be called pejoratively flurspective. What that meant is that you could see further than the geometric curve of the Earth. That the geometric curve of the Earth could be loomed up, over, and around the curve of the Earth. And when people asked the Rumpus about this, said, how far can you see on the globe? He said, with enough refraction, enough superlooming, and a powerful enough telescope, you could see the back of your head. Literally the back of your head.
That's what he said.
Damn, bro, Rumpus sounds fucking legit as shit.
So the flat earthers picked this up and said, well, just take the superlooming out of it. All you're seeing here is a black swan. You're seeing further than the geometric curve of the Earth. Is that true or false? Are you seeing further than the geometric curve of the Earth?
Yes, you are.
Okay, there you go. This is the same argument flat earthers make. The superlooming piece is because if you just regular looming, that lifts things up, but it doesn't lift them up over a physical block, a hump of water, a wall.
Well, refer to the photo I posted up here. Let me post it again.
Well, the issue is that the horizon can't loom above the horizon. Yeah, if we see looming effects, we still see the horizon with whatever.
Please refer to this image I pulled off Google Images and still has a watermark.
Looming above the horizon and setting it back 10 miles. That's just ridiculous.
So, like I said several times, he's appealing to superlooming, which has never been empirically verified.
Yeah, so you can look at the photo that I showed there. We can see that the light is being refracted as it hits a different medium.
No, that's through a prism block. That's through a prism block, though. That's not just through air.
Well, so the light
It's not
that
analogous.
the light that we're seeing is going upwards and curving. That's why we're able to see it, because we don't have a direct straight line of sight to the object there.
That's your claim.
So
Yeah,
we're
you
looking
think
at
you
the
can
light.
see around the corner.
We're looking at the light that is initially aimed upwards at an angle, and it's refracted to the point that it then curves somewhat towards.
So you're saying the light is bending downwards in air. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, could you demonstrate that?
Well, do you disagree that air at
No,
different
no, just show me a
temperatures?
demonstration.
Okay,
Just show me a
I
demonstration.
just need to ask you. Do you
This will
disagree?
pass the
No,
I want you
demonstration.
to
you don't
answer
need
this
to. You
question.
don't need to
I
ask
want you.
me.
You're past the
You
Your
demonstration.
guys have been refusing to
demonstration.
answer this question, so I want
Your
somebody to answer it.
demonstration.
Say yes or no. Say yes or no. Do you
Your
think that
Mr.
the
listen,
Ain't past the
bro. Your
demonstration.
Bro, quit
demonstration.
interrupting me. Quit
Yo,
interrupting me.
Cyclone, you
Bro,
should
let me
shut the
finish.
fuck
Let me
up,
say my
bro, and let
piece,
him
then you can
finish.
talk.
Oh, you should cry more, little
Disagree that the
bitch.
index of
Bro, you
refraction
literally
of
sit in the
air
flat earth
changes
fucking
Yeah,
with
chat
How
cry
about
temperature?
this
all day,
more.
for
every
Cry
day.
spaz? This is
more.
on
Just
record.
what the
How about
fuck?
that?
Mute this spaz. So,
Do
guy
you
who claims
disagree
the
that the
light is
index of
bending
refraction of
downwards
air
in air.
changes with temperature?
Yeah,
Okay,
he's still
okay. This is
doing
what we're
it.
gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Let me see. All right.
I
So,
muted him.
okay, cool. I'll go on. So, ultimate female respecter. You just claimed light will bend downwards in air. You
Curve.
demonstrating this claim has nothing to do with what I think about anything. It just has to do with you going and getting your demonstration. So, you're gonna get that demonstration?
So I'm going to tell you guys that at different temperatures.
No, you don't need to
Alright.
tell us anything. You need to get us like a video or something of light curving downwards in air, because this is the crux of your argument, yeah?
So does it have the same index of refraction at all temperatures?
So
Is
you're
that what
not
you
gonna,
believe?
so
All
you don't have a
densities, all
demonstration.
temperatures.
Are you saying you don't have a demonstration?
I'm just asking. Like the demonstration is the photo.
Yeah,
Like
he
that's
doesn't
a
have a
good
demonstration.
demonstration of this.
So no, that's not a
Do you
demonstration.
believe
That's not a
that air has?
demonstration. No, that's not a demonstration. What you posted was light going through a prism block. What you're
Not
saying
air.
is that light will bend downwards in air. That's a specific claim. So we'll give you one more chance.
Curving
Come on.
downward through
Are
air.
you going to demonstrate this claim, or can you not demonstrate it? Yes or no?
Someone put a video in chat.
So
If that
the
helps.
the glass in that photo is an extreme example because
Yeah, not
when you're
air.
looking
Not what
at
you're
like a
claiming.
temperature gradient going along miles, like air like right next, so a slightly warmer patch of air next to like a different temperature patch of air like 5 feet away, that's not a very drastic difference, but it is a drastic difference when we look at a temperature
So why are
gradient
you
going all the
claiming
way
it?
Yeah,
9
not
miles.
demonstrative
When
of
we're
your
So
looking
premise.
why
at
are you
air
claiming
to
it if you can't
glass,
demonstrate
that
it?
when we're looking at air transitioning to
Bro,
glass, that is an
Not even listening.
extreme, highly
bro.
visible
Yeah. Okay,
effect
I get it.
of
I get it.
refraction
I
that
get
you
it.
can
But
Dude,
see
your
at shorter
claim,
range.
dude.
Jesus
Stop.
Christ.
Fuck.
Right. Okay, we get it. It's not a comparative demonstration of what you're claiming. We understand that, which is why we're saying you need to demonstrate what you are claiming, which is light curving downwards in air. Very simple, bro. And your obvious attempts to obfuscate away from that are apparent to everyone listening. So, last chance. Do you have a demonstration of this claim or not?
There's a video in chat of it through air, so why are you still asking? We know what he
I hope you
claims.
guys are joking with this stupid
Well,
hot iron video.
Listen,
at
it's on
seven minutes
Ultimate. It's on
past
Ultimate. Has he
7
got
minutes
it or
past
not?
the hours.
It's his claim. No, I want Ultimate to answer
Well,
this.
hey, so the basis of this claim, sits on whether air has a different index of refraction at different temperatures. So,
Right. So you don't have a demonstration of your claim.
well, okay, so do you disagree that air has different index
You're
of refraction?
claiming it's
deflecting
bending
right to that.
downwards in air. Yeah, you're done.
Well, at the end
He
of the
did that.
day,
He did
what
that
he
at
is,
least 3 dozen times.
he is claiming looming, right? Correct in the Black
Yeah, the
Swan
super
photo.
looming.
Yep.
Yeah, that light
So
curves through
looming.
the air, down through the air. Yeah, never
Yep. So
verified it.
7 minutes past the hour, looming the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. So
Right.
looming something up above in the distance, not again looming the horizon up and setting it back 10 miles. He is just incorrect according to what looming and refraction is.
Yeah, it's the same with
Yeah,
mirages and
refraction doesn't
everything. They're in
change.
relation to the horizon. They're not of the horizon, which is why they never produce any kind of citation that backs up anything they're saying in this regard. They just make it up.
Refraction doesn't move the horizon, like take where the horizon is geographically and then move that visually. It actually creates a new horizon at a further or closer distance. So anyone that says that like refraction causes something to be brought up, kind of not true. It's causing the horizon to be pushed back.
So is the horizon the geometric Earth curve?
It depends if you're talking about the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon. Or
There's only one horizon. There's only one horizon, dogs or gods, and you know this. Where is it?
Aggressively saying that doesn't mean there is only one. There's two at least.
There is only one. Okay, show me two in a photograph.
I can't, but I can show you that in that Skunk Bay. Is that the one video where you see the horizon change throughout the course of a day?
Yes, so the one horizon that moves around, the one horizon that moves around?
Well, depending on where you're standing, that horizon will be different. Like, if you want, I can take a photo of me looking at the horizon and then drive for a kilometer and take another photo of the horizon.
The one horizon.
Nobody likes to answer you, Cesar. Like, no one likes to answer you.
I hate it. It's just
So what
simple
was wrong with answer you?
There's
There's only one
as well. You'll
horizon.
notice
Why is
nothing
there only
behind
one
the
horizon?
horizon. Nothing behind the horizon in the Skunk Bay ends up popping up in front of the horizon. So the issue with
No, you
the
can
oil
actually
rig
see the
being
horizon
behind
change where
the
it is.
horizon and appearing in front of the horizon is also an issue that you've never resolved. You guys are basically arguing that if you have a guy standing behind a wall that's at waist height 10 miles away, there would be certain conditions where you could see his legs in front of the wall. That's basically
Incorrect.
what you guys are arguing.
An analogy that works, Cyclone.
It's
So
retarded.
it isn't being obstructed by a wall. It's a slow curvature away. So if that person is, say,
Yeah,
behind
that curvature is supposed to be obstructing the
then
bottoms
there
of
was
the
the
rig.
curvature of the light such that the amount of dirt, the peak of the amount of dirt, was at a different position. Like it would
That
seem to be
curvature is supposed to be obstructing
then you could see more
a
of that
portion of the
person's
rig.
legs. It isn't a wall, it is a curve.
Yeah, an
Yeah, a
obstruction.
curve,
The
a
obstruction
wall of
is
water.
supposed to be blocking the bottoms of those rigs, but the rigs are appearing in
It is
front of it.
blocking, but it is on a very gentle curve that it's blocking.
Right, so it's
any
physically
change to the path
blocked.
of
So
light
how does it
can
appear
move
in
around that
front of
curve,
the
but it can't go
blockage?
up and
So
then
how does
over
it appear?
a wall.
How does it appear in front of the blockage?
So I just explained this to you. What happens is refraction causes where the apparent obstruction, where the light
Right,
is
but you would
blocked,
think that would just
further
extend
back. I'm
everything
sorry, I was
backwards.
finishing my explanation when you interrupted then, Cyclone. It changes the point at which things begin to be obstructed. It doesn't make something come in front of the obstruction.
No, it is obstructed though. You are saying it's coming in front of the physical obstruction optically.
No,
Because
I'm
the
saying
bottoms of the
If
rigs
it
are
was in
supposed to
the
be
dark and we
hidden.
didn't see it, yeah,
They're
if we
supposed to be
didn't
a hidden
see
amount.
it would be obstructed, but we see it, so it's not obstructed.
That light
Okay,
shouldn't
so
be
listen to
getting
this.
to
I'm going to
your
say it
eyes.
very
It's
clearly,
blocked
Cyclone.
physically.
I'm going to say it very clearly, okay? What happens is
Now
there's a
repeat himself
horizon
again.
at one point during the day, and that horizon may block something. But then at another point of the day where there's a different refractive index, the horizon is apparently moved to a different position, further away, so that the thing that was obstructed earlier in the day is no longer obstructed because the horizon line is
But
now
physically, the
behind.
bottoms of those rigs is supposed to be behind a block of curve. So how does the light from the bottom of the rigs reach your eyes before that blockage that it's actually hidden by in order for you to see it in front of it?
It doesn't. Every single thing, all of the
according to
light
you.
from all of those features,
Well,
all
that's
of the
exactly
light
what
from
it's doing,
all of
according
those
to you.
features, all of the light from all of those features is refracted now. So what
Right,
it
so how's
does
it
is it
ending up
makes it
in
so that
front?
when the light can no longer overcome the blockage, is at a different spot. The point at which the light can no longer go over the curve.
You're saying you can see through a physical obstruction, basically, and that
No,
will
I'm
appear
not
in
saying
front of
that.
the
I've
thing
said the
obstructing it.
opposite
Yeah,
of
you are.
that again and again and
Repeat
again
himself.
and
Here we
again
go
and again
again.
and again and again.
Yeah, that is what you're saying, dogs, because the oil rigs
No, it's
are
not.
obscured. The bottoms of them are physically blocked by the curve, are they not?
What do you mean by physically blocked? Do you mean the light is physically blocked? Because no, the
No, I
light
mean
moves
imaginarily
through the
blocked.
atmosphere and is refracted.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of them. There's a certain height of them that's supposed to be behind the curve.
What do you? I don't understand what that means. The curve, the horizon begins.
Yeah, the
where
horizon is
refractive
supposed to
index
be in
causes
front
it
of
to
them.
begin. No,
Yeah,
it
the
isn't.
horizon's supposed to be in front of them.
What horizon?
What horizon? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, what
Good
horizon? The
going, dogs.
geometric horizon? The one that
First,
has
he made a
nothing to
false
do with
distinction
being able to
between
see
two
things.
horizons that aren't there, and now he doesn't know what the horizon
Yeah,
is.
your physical globe horizon, remember?
The physical globe horizon, the thing that we don't see.
Yeah, the thing that doesn't really
Right,
exist.
right. The concrete
So you
leading edge of a
expect
sphere
us,
that we don't see. Right. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, so why are you saying it's
yeah,
there if you
exactly.
don't
So we
see it?
don't see that, but things are still obstructed bottom up. It's just at different distances away from the observer, depending
Right,
But
on
and
not by
not
a
because
physical
of the
curve.
leading edge of a sphere. Yep.
Yeah, well done, dogs.
why not? It's
Welcome to
still
flat Earth.
because of the sphere. It's just that the distance isn't the true distance. It is
Nah,
still
because it would be
happening.
blocking the bottoms
Yeah,
of
it's
the
not
oil rigs.
obstructed by
Cause
the
is still the
Earth
same.
curve.
It's just that the cause has a variable that can affect another variable of
Yeah,
that
it's you
obstruction.
saying you could see the
Oh
guy
my
who's at
gosh.
waist height behind a wall, you could see his legs in front of it. Retard.
What do you not understand about the cyclone? That would require the light to go up
He
and then
understands it all.
forwards and then down and
Yeah,
then
and
come towards him.
overtake the
When
physical
what we're
obstruction
saying,
somehow.
what we're
The light
saying,
from the
what we're
object
saying,
is
what we're
traveling
saying,
faster
what
than the
we're
light from
saying,
the
what we're
obstruction,
saying,
apparently.
what we're
You're
saying.
saying you're saying nothing, dogs. Yeah,
Yeah,
basically
saying
you're
the same
saying
thing
the
over and
light
over
from the
again.
oil rigs, the light from the oil rigs, which would be further away than the obstruction of the curvature, which is supposed to be in between you and the oil rigs. That light from the oil rigs is somehow traveling faster than the light from that obstruction would. It's overtaking that light and reaching your eyes first, making it appear like it's in front of the obstruction. So yeah, you're making all kinds of wild claims that are just unprovable nonsense.
Yeah, so he
As
tried to make a
usual.
false distinction, which is a fallacy, between the concrete leading edge of his sphere and the apparent optical horizon. And funnily enough, he only sees the latter, not the former. And then denied that there's a horizon. All of a sudden, he got amnesia or, some sort of short-term memory. I don't know. He doesn't know what a horizon is all of a sudden. And then repeated over and over again that the obstruction is not obstructing the thing that it's obstructing.
Is there anyone else new, or does someone else want to go with dogs?
Yeah, so if you reduce the horizon to a refractive phenomenon, it's not the concrete leading edge of a sphere, which is what it would be if we lived on a ball.
Love you, dogs. There you go, dogs.
Sorry, I didn't listen to any of that after you guys muted me because Cyclone's been interrupting the end of my sentences consistently. So no point in me
Well, no, I was already speaking.
abiding by your
Okay, no
stupid
point.
rules.
Okay, no worries, dogs. Loud and clear.
Yep. Yeah, I wasn't listening. I wasn't engaging, and I'm going to continue to presume to talk as though I have that right. If I'm not going to engage, I'm just gonna say what I want to say. The narcissism, the arbitrarity, inconsistency. That's why I asked the question, Cyclone. I'm like, what is it with this worldview that makes people so pretentious, condescending? Did I say condescending? Condescending, and just arbitrary.
Desperation.
Yeah, light going through a prism is not your super looming light curving through the air. Neither is a laser being refracted, deflected by heat, not going over any barrier. Yeah, you need to demonstrate that light is going to curve around a barrier. The barrier is there. There's an object behind that barrier, and you can manipulate something to cause the light to curve around the barrier. So now I can see the thing in front of the barrier rather than the barrier being in front of the thing to obstruct it from my perspective.
Yeah, right. Like it is like that. I mean, the bottom of the rig should be obstructed. So if you had a guy 10 miles away who was behind a wall that went up to his waist, they're effectively saying that there are certain conditions where his legs will appear and he will appear in front of the wall, even though none of that light should be getting to your eye.
Yeah, that's a paranormal miracle without the miracle worker.
Or at the very least, very least, his legs wouldn't be necessarily in front of the wall, but on top of it, and he would be higher.
Yeah, he would be standing on the wall.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, I mean, even if you could take the example of saying, right, let's say there's some crazy optical situation where that guy is behind that wall at 10 miles. and he appears like 20 miles away, even if that extended view was a thing, he would still be behind the wall. The oil rigs would still be seen obstructed, even if much further back than what would be the case, right? But when the oil rigs jump over that obstruction and appear in front of it, I mean, there's no rectifying that with reality.
When you say in front of it, where do you get the in front of part, not just above?
Well, because
is it because like the horizon
obstruction is
appears
supposed to
further
be
away
this
and we
curve.
see the line further out?
Yeah, the horizon's behind the rigs that it's supposed to be
Right.
blocking.
Okay.
The rigs, the rigs have a portion of them that should be blocked to your eye. So even if everything was extended, that blockage should still be apparent, and that obstruction should still be in front of the thing it's physically obstructing. To have those things swap so that the obstructed thing is now in front of the obstruction, and your eye is resolving it as if there is no obstruction there, and you can see the full to the bottom of the legs. There's no light phenomena that's ever even been proposed that would do that.
Okay. So like, I think in my head, I'm picturing more of like, let's say you're standing whatever at a spot, you're looking out 10 miles and there's a brick wall, there's a guy behind it, and then let's say there's another brick wall behind the guy. So it's like the guy's sandwiched between two brick walls. From the first guy looking out, it would almost be as if we would see the guy who's in between the two brick walls look like he's standing on top of the first one, and the second brick wall would be behind him, standing on top
I
of
would
the
just
first
say
brick.
there's one brick wall. There's only one obstruction we're talking about, and this is the curve of the Earth. And there's only one object behind it, which is that as the oil rig. So it's not even like we're seeing the oil rig sitting on top of the obstruction, right? We're not seeing the oil rig sit on the horizon. We're seeing the horizon continue way past the oil rig.
Right, and that's why
higher.
That's why I made the analogy as if there was like a second brick wall behind him, so as to be like we see what we otherwise should see from the first brick wall further out, and it makes it look like the brick wall is actually taller than it is, and the guy is actually standing
No, but it's
mid.
like the first brick wall
Yeah, it's a
wouldn't
bit
be
difficult
there.
to word
The
this,
first
but you
brick
both are
wall
right.
would just be way in the back.
Yeah,
And he's
you both
just
are right. So it's as
clear to
though
see.
with the black, yeah. So it's as though with the Black Swan, it's on top of the barrier, and the barrier is behind it.
Right. Okay. I make mention of that just because I think what's his name, Manufactorium or something like that, was kind of
Manufactorium. Yeah.
Yeah, it was poking at this a little bit, and I think that that sort of cleared that up for me at least.
Yeah, well, they love to poke. They love to act like we're the crazy ones when they're the ones saying they can see round physical obstructions. Like, if the conditions are correct, I could see through that hill and see the house on the other side of it, in front of the hill. It's mental asylum stuff.
Which is not what would happen if you live on a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have to abandon and neglect the obvious necessary implications of their geodesic idea.
Yeah, this is like the last act of a desperate man. The whole
That's why the critics called it flurspective. Yeah, it appears to look like flat Earth, even though it's a ball.
They forget their own lore. They forget their own lore, what they used to say.
Yeah.
They call it globnesia. Just present their argument from the day before, and they're like, don't you remember you called this exact same thing perspective, and now you're calling it superlumin? Two things completely made up in your imagination.
That's why I keep highlighting it to them. That's why you keep hearing me say, got amnesia again. I'm going to say globnesia.
Yeah, this is why it's hilarious that they try to pretend that we're retarded and our arguments are shit. They're having to invent entirely new phenomena in physics that no one's lecturing about at MIT or Oxford and teaching about this bizarre pseudo branch of refraction. They're being forced to create on the spot new phenomena of refraction. And if your opponent's argument was shit, you wouldn't have to do that.
Boys and
You should
girls,
be
can you
cranking it.
spell ad hoc?
You know, for me, for the what I find interesting is the refraction argument does seem interesting and plausible if, for example, there was a phenomena or a circumstance whereby you know the temperature and whatever was similar or mimicked that of the diagram often put up by Matrix, where you know you see a gradient or gradiating you know density in the atmosphere across a ball, right? It would seem plausible, but the issue for me is there. Number one, it was, or at least from what I've heard, it was an ad hoc explanation when things got rowdy in these rooms of some sort. And okay, fine, you know, it's an unexpected phenomena. We didn't account for it, but at the very least, one would anticipate this being kind of like the hypothesis, but also B, an experiment to validate it, right? Like you would think, okay, maybe every, you know, kilometer or two, they would put out like a barometer or some sort of devices to pick up, you know, a bit of data, and then you know, do the math on it, and then conclude that, oh yeah, okay, in this situation there was a pressure of whatever at 1 mile, pressure of whatever at another mile, and thus, okay, you know, here's your gradient that actually satisfies the requirement, and therefore this this
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
they don't have any of that. They don't even have the light bending downward in air. Like they can't to even have conditions that would do anything like bending a laser downwards in a
Don't forget the
curve.
word curving. It's curving through the air, not just bending.
Yeah, like curving consistently through the air at around 8 inches per mile squared, just to coincidentally perfectly match the globe model. They don't have anything like that. In order to do that, they have to try and manipulate the conditions with gases and low temperatures and high temperatures to a degree that are never experienced on Earth. All this is an attempt to make long distance observations, laser test, everything else unfalsifiable in terms of, well, it can just appear at any distance. And you know this because when you actually try and pin them down and say, okay, according to your refraction claim, for a 1 foot observer, what is the furthest possible distance that the horizon could be? What's the percentage increase? Because when you go by the mainstream numbers, it's like 7/6R. It's very slight, never does enough to actually help them. But they will refuse to answer that question. They will not put an upper limit on it because they know that if they were to commit to any upper limit, we would just produce an image that goes beyond that, and they'd be back to square one. So they have to just say it occurs. We don't know how far it could go, any distance whatsoever. It's just an attempt to make it unfalsifiable, which is by definition pseudoscientific. So
Yeah, make their premise unfalsifiable. The test is trying to falsify it or verify it.
Yeah. They're making their position unfalsifiable. Anyway, I'm gonna go on mute for a bit and dip, but it was nice to hear you all.
Yeah, that's the rumpus. The rumpus said on the globe you could see the back of your head.
Yeah. Wait, so is it not the case that if I have, let's say, you know, a cube of air, right, at, let's say, atmospheric conditions, right, and then an adjacent cube of air at a higher temperature with a little bit more humidity inside or whatnot, is there not a difference in refractive index between the two? Just by purely having more humidity and more a higher temperature or more pressure or something?
Yeah, you're going to make a difference. You're going to refract light if you adjust the air, the temperature, you know, all that. But that's why I said earlier, they are appealing to what is effectively what boils down to nothing more than a paranormal miracle without the miracle worker.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so they're just basing the claim on that known phenomena and extrapolating out that this is what must be happening out there over the 10, 15 kilometer range.
Yes, every time we said the critique, the guy kept replying as though we denied the reality of all refraction. No, it's not implied by the premise, and they keep leaping from the premise the refraction that does happen occurs, therefore superluming.
Yeah. Okay, so all they have to do is really just show one experiment with a couple probes over the course of 5-10 kilometers, and it would shut the whole thing down.
Thank you.
Right?
They need to do the experiment to verify superluming.
But they
To
don't.
identify it by some name, the superluming.
Right.
Wait, but isn't the Black Swan video itself sort of evidence of the superlooming? Because like if you look at the
No.
before, because it seems like the horizon is before the two oil rigs, and then later on in the video it shows it seemingly behind it. So isn't that kind of
What it is,
No, it's not superluming.
it's a phenomenon, right, that we've observed, and at this moment, there's two possible explanations for it. A, the horizon is actually a flat, is just flat, right? Or this is happening. So until such time as the evidence is brought forth that it's one or the other, we go with the simplest one, which is, it just must be flat.
Yeah,
So to speak.
superluming is light curving around the ball. They've never seen the ball. So that's not no instance of refraction, especially with these long distance observations over the oceans, over the earth, is an instance of superluming. It's an instance of light curving around the ball through the air. No, it's not an instance of superluming.
okay? Because you could still have refraction on a flat Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess this.
But at what magnitude, right? Like how much, right? That's what's in question.
And in fact, one of the reasons why it looks like the things are going behind a horizon could be because of refraction.
Yeah, refraction happens, whether it be on a ball or a flat plane. They appeal to superluming not just to prove that refraction happens. See, again, that's the Moten-Bailey fallacy. Their premise initially was the Bailey, right? The light is curving around the sphere. Then as soon as they are exposed as not having any demonstration to demonstrate the empirical adequacy to verify that premise, they immediately switch to the Mote, the easier premise, that refraction happens. As though they've defended the Bailey. It's the Moten-Bailey fallacy all over again.
But couldn't you show that if refraction does happen, that if there was a ball, if there was a globe Earth, that you'd expect that could explain the stuff that you see given the standard temperature and pressure coefficients, you would be expected that you'd be able to get the superlooming, or like
it's merely the focus on the premise. It's not empirically adequate. They are appealing to superlooming because they're trying to account for the observation of the Black Swan or whatever long distance observation that falsifies their globe. What would be observed if the Earth were the globe, the radius of 3959, we don't see what would be seen if we lived on that. And so to escape the falsification of their premise, they do all these ad hoc appeals, which they've never empirically verified, including superlooming, to escape the refutation.
Wait, the refutation of what?
Of their premise that the Earth is a ball with a specific dimension of a radius of 3959 miles.
Oh, okay.
You see? So once again, the Bailey, right? The Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, right? And they have a curve at 1.12 feet away, right? From a 1 foot observer height, right? The whole equation, right? We don't see that. It's much farther than that. Therefore, we don't live on the sphere that they believe we live on. To escape the refutation, they appeal to superlooming. That the light is curving around the sphere. And therefore, it looks flat, but we really live on a ball.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a good proof of the globe because, yeah, I mean, for the reasons you stated, yeah. Because of fraction, we don't really know what the coefficients are. Although, yeah, I guess so.
So there's that. 1 foot observer height, 1.12 times the square root of the observer height feet. Good grief. Such a tongue twister.
Hey, they believe in the flat Earth. Hey, it's fucking retarded. Hey, Israel.
Hey, the glob hump is fake. It's imaginary. Hey, you think the Earth is made up of many humps, and you're standing in the middle of a valley. Hey.
How flat is the Earth actually?
Flatter than a pancake. A pancake is less. It's more curved.
Doesn't a pancake have pores?
Yeah, so the relative size of Kansas is much larger than its changes in undulations that are elevation changes from horizontal. So Kansas is flatter than a pancake. The Earth as a whole is flatter than a pancake. Do you understand that?
I thought pancakes had a curve on the edge. Aren't they slightly curved?
Well, have you ever had a crepe?
Yeah.
Real flat, thin pancake. Or you can
So
put what is it, baking soda, and then you can have some really fluffy cakes.
if we dig through
I
the
guess they would
crust,
be
will it
more
just fall
bulbous.
off the other side?
Do you think if you dig through the Earth, you'll get to China? If you're in the United States?
Well, I think it would be quite impossible, but I guess your
And well, that would
answer
be
was a
interesting.
question.
At what point when you'd be digging down would you start digging up? Do you think?
Yeah, but the Earth isn't thin like a pancake or a crepe.
Yeah,
You're
there's a
never.
lot of undulation. No, I was just talking about pancakes. Like, so you're saying, oh, they're curvy. Yeah, yeah. If you put some baking soda in the mix, that you get really fluffy cakes. They'll be more bulbous. Just a regular old IHOP flapjack.
So why do things like fall down?
Well, the clouds are floating in the air, and left a leg of a
Well, you know what I
balloon,
mean. Don't
and it
dance around
fell
my
up.
question. Why do like solid objects fall when I drop them?
Well, they're not. I got a bunch of solid literally nothing is falling around me.
No.
Except
Fall
for
when you
rain.
release
Oh, the
them
rain.
in
Well,
air.
the rain. Well, yeah. There's a large cycle, the hydroponic cycle of the Earth. So the water will be evaporated during the day or by heat,
Are you just not
and
going to answer my
it goes
question?
up. It goes up, and it floats in the clouds until the clouds get enough viscosity of these microscopic particulates of water that are floating in the air, and then
So
they
nice,
will
nice story, but
accumulate them in
that was
tons,
not my
and they
question.
reach a point outside of the density equilibrium. Their equilibrious state.
Are you saying the composition of the Earth is that of a pancake? Like, are they compositionally the same?
No, you're just being goofy now.
You're just being goofy. What, bro? You're not answering my question.
Well,
Okay,
You just told me a whole
Your
ass
question is
like
malformed.
the
What
moon.
would be
malformed.
The moon
what
is
would
made of cheese. Okay,
what
so
would
the
be an answer to your question? You're
Well,
expecting. How about can you give multiple choice?
it could be raining meatballs.
so
Yeah,
when
dude.
you're
Why
like
is it? Hold on a
talking
second.
to a person about wait, okay, so I walk up to a guy and ask, "Hey, how long is the range on the F-15 without the fuel tanks?" And it's like, "Can you give me a multiple choice answer?" I don't know the answer, so I cannot give you a multiple choice. It's not like a test.
False equivalence. You
Yeah,
asked a specific
you're
question.
give.
Your question was malformed.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
how is
You're
it malformed?
yeah. You're given. Okay, you asked a question. You're given an answer, and you said it didn't answer your question. So that means you must have adjudication of what does and doesn't answer your question.
He tiptoed around the thing, the question I asked. He gave me a random ass story that has nothing to do with it.
No,
How
you
is my
said
question
something,
malformed?
and what
Yeah.
you said
Okay.
was malformed.
Into the break. Let me try to see if I can help this guy because it seems like are you asking a question you think is no answer to? Is that what the deal is?
No, I asked the question because I was expecting to get an answer. So
Okay. So what would the answer look like? It would be what?
A reason to why things fall down.
Okay. What things?
Do I have to go over this every single time I say? I feel like it's you just like trying to play dumb, right?
No, we're
When I
trying to
say
get
this,
to an
it's
answer here. Okay.
you grab a
Okay, do you want an answer or you don't want an answer? Which one? Let's start very basic. You have a question. Do you want answers or no answers?
I do want to answer. I don't want you to
Okay.
tiptoe around it.
Okay, so what things
A solid object that you drop.
that you dropped?
So is it multiple choice?
So did you drop it or you didn't drop it?
So if you let go of it in the air, it'll fall down.
Okay, did you pick it up and lift it up?
I assume you got it into the air somewhere.
Okay, say again.
It doesn't really matter how you got it to that location, whether you picked it up or not. When you drop
What if you
it,
don't do
falls down.
anything at all? What if you just watch it? Did it do anything?
Watch it on like a table.
Yeah, so you just see an object. Like you're walking around, just leave your house, go touch some grass. Do you see anything just randomly dropping?
Yeah,
I once had like a whole ass coconut fall on my head, bro. It hurt a shit ton. I kind of like got a concussion from it. That happened.
Okay, and so the acorn grew on the tree, right?
Right.
Okay,
I
so
see.
it was lifted up that way.
It was
Okay.
propelled. It was propelled
Okay, do
down.
you see anything just randomly falling that isn't first lifted up?
I assume not.
Well, there you go. Now you got an answer. What causes things to fall? What goes up must come down.
Why is that?
Whatever goes up must come down.
Nice story. Why does that happen?
Because if it goes up, then it goes down.
It has to do with the
Do you
flat.
disagree with that? Is that something you
I
disagree
don't disagree with that. I fully believe
okay.
that. I just want to know why. I just want to know.
Yeah,
why,
because
man.
if it goes up, then it goes down.
Every single
You're
time.
not taking this conversation seriously, bro.
No, I'm trying to get to a point where you at least have an answer that you want and that you need because you have a question. So if something goes up, what does it do?
It goes down.
There you go. Now you know
Yeah,
why.
but why is that? I don't know why.
Because it goes up, then it goes down.
What about in water? Why?
Yeah, you're changing mediums then. That's a different question. That's why Into the Break said it was malformed. Because you didn't specify which objects, which mediums, and all the whole kit and caboodle. You just a random
I
blanket
did.
statement. Why do things go down? Because they went up, then they went down.
Oh, I guess in water, if you take something down, it will go up depending on.
Yeah, you push it. So in water, like you see those like old people who do like water exercises, and they do negative. They push the weight down, and then it comes back up to the surface.
It's like
so it's quite the opposite. That falls up now because it pushed down. So in water, what goes down must come up.
But
Change
why?
the medium.
So that,
Because if it goes down, then it goes back up.
that disproves gravity right there. You know,
Damn.
or gravity isn't even a coherent theory.
Fuck, I knew that shit was actually like complete bullshit, bro.
Nobody's
It's too good to be true.
Gravity or anything. Who said something about gravity besides you guys? Did you imagine?
Yeah,
destroy it?
no one invoked gravity. This is just talking about the directionality.
Well, he tried to give gravity as an explanation on why things fall.
I didn't.
And when you take a balloon underwater, it'll, you take it down, it goes up. There's no gravity involved.
Yeah, I mean, you just destroyed the thing that nobody mentioned, I guess. The thing in your mind. then you said, I knew it. I knew it was bullshit. The thing in my mind, I knew it.
I knew it, man. Things go up, must come down. Why? Because things go up, must come down.
Yeah, what happens if it goes up? What does it do?
It comes down. That makes so much sense, dude. Oh my god, bro. Oh shit, I didn't think of this earlier.
You said it makes no sense, or it makes all
No,
the
it
sense?
makes so much sense, bro. It's actually
Yeah.
insane.
It's very easy to do. I mean, cavemen figured this out, like in the days of yore. Oh, hold on, I'm almost done. Just wait. Just hold on. Okay, relax. In the days of yore, cavemen used to chase like prey or food, like a buffalo or whatever, would chase it up a hill or up to a cliff, and then when it would chase it and scare it so it fall off and then fall down and die from the fall. And then they would eat the animal. They would carve it up and make coats and meat and use the bones to make tools. So cavemen mastered why things fall down, because they go up first.
Wow. Like when I was told that when I was like a toddler or whatever, I didn't realize that was like the end all be all. That was like the truth, straight up.
Yeah, it's like if you put something up into a closet, then it falls down because you put it up. What if you put it down?
Yeah,
It
that
stays down.
energy has to go somewhere. The energy, and put into the system when you put it up.
Nice. Well,
Yeah,
why
potential.
doesn't like
Equal and
why don't
opposite action.
my light beams, like when I shine my flashlight up into the sky, why doesn't it come back down?
Yeah, that's a totally different topic. That light is light even physical, or is it? It's kind of like one of those weird things that people don't really know a whole lot about.
I thought it was always like the spirit world crossing over into like the real world, All these fucking electricians are actually like basically wizards, man. It's actually insane.
Yeah, electricity and light is kind of not really fully understood.
Oh yeah, of course. Nobody could comprehend such perfectly God's greatest creations.
So Earth's composition is not the same as a pancake?
The surface.
No, I mean, what's a pancake consist of? You said it could be a crate, too? Is it a carbohydrate?
No, a crepe is just a French pancake.
I know, but,
Dude, you know what's absolutely crazy? Like,
what?
Wait. So when you like go up really high, the air gets like thinner and shit, bro. It's actually insane. Why does that happen, dude?
Where did the gas come from?
I don't know.
You don't know where gas comes from?
Nah, bro. I'm on my quest for
You
knowledge,
don't
man.
have any idea? You don't have any ideas? Where do
Nah,
you
bro. I
just off
imagine
the
you
top
just
of the head?
mash
Where
up
do you think
rocks
gas
and
comes
like
from?
it turns into gas. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, wow,
Okay.
that's a pretty good guess, actually.
Yeah, if I was like, "Hey, pass me some gas," where would it come from? It wouldn't come. Would it come from the sky? You'd have to go get it from there.
No, of course not from the sky, because I feel like if it would get thinner and thinner as you go up, eventually there would basically be nothing there to collect, you know?
All right, so it came from your feelings. That's where it came from.
No, I say rocks.
But methane is pretty light, bro. As you go higher and higher, you actually get more and more intense until you get to the point where it crystallizes. At that
I was an
point,
assumption if you go that far up, you just like catch fire.
yeah, some shit like that.
Yeah, you know. This guy knows. Do you think we're ever gonna like go up and find out what the moon is?
I mean, the moon is what? A rock.
Dude, that's bullshit, man. It's just a light in the sky, don't you know?
I don't know. It's
Is it not
also
that? Is it not a light in the sky?
it's also the bringer of seasons.
Is it like um? I'm sure. I'll
The
call it
moon
hug.
brings the moon. Like, what does the moon bring us on Earth?
Is it a light?
Honestly, without the moon, we wouldn't have life on Earth.
Yeah, is it a light in the sky and not a light in the sky at the same time?
The reason why life was even fucking generated
No,
on
no, I
Earth
said light.
is because the
Light.
moon was
I said, is it a
fucking making
light?
the fucking waters
Not life. I said light.
swirl around. Without us swirling around the
I
moon,
I appreciate the moon because it helps me
we
see at
would be
night. If I don't
fucking.
have a flashlight, and if I got the moonlight, I'm good. I can walk around. I can see what's going on at night.
Well, the moon is a bit scary. I gotta kind of keep track of the cycles, you know, because if it gets a bit too bright, I just like get all hairy and shit and go around like eating people's food, ripping people's houses apart. I like killed a guy once.
That's based, man. Based.
Good one.
Well, that seems psychologically unstable of you.
I can't really control it. It's like once
I mean,
every
werewolf
month or
syndrome.
something like that.
Oh shit. Oh. Speaking of wolves, my Doge just pooped in the middle of a sidewalk. So.
Crocs, are you here? Are you here in voice? Croc. You just wrote me in the voice channel.
All right, into the break.
Were
Tell
you
me why the Earth's flat.
were you not here
What's your flat Earth
just like
proof?
10 minutes ago, Crocs?
What's your
Were
flat
you
Earth
not here
proof?
10 minutes ago?
What's your flat Earth proof?
Mine would be that the shortest distance between 2 points.
No, I want to hear
is,
into the breaks flat Earth proof.
Is a.
I'll ask you when I get around to it.
Horizontal. Horizontal.
Horizontal?
Exists, thus the globe cannot exist. Yes.
Horizontal, thus globe can't exist. You wanna put that into an actual argument, or?
Alright, what's your problem with it?
Yeah. What I would do is I would get in a plane, right, and I would go above the Earth's
No,
surface.
are you into the break?
And then I would fly
Don't sound
from
like
point
into
A
the
to point B, and I'd say that the
You sound like if into the
distance
break
between
gained
those, 2
100
points
pounds.
was a curved line. That's what I would do. I would
Alright,
get in an
great,
airplane.
thanks. Into the
I would
break. Are you
travel
there?
in an arc, and I'd be like, boom, shortest distance in the air between
Horizontal
2
means
points.
globe. What does that mean into the break?
Horizontal means globe. That would mean that there's no such thing as horizontal.
Okay.
And you would
Well,
be
it
in an
means flat
identity
Earth.
violation because you're saying
Why does
a
horizontal
globe
mean flat Earth?
is horizontal, and that would just be an identity violation. No, horizontal is
So the flat
horizontal. A
Earth.
globe is
So
a globe.
horizontals mean
Pretty
flat
simple.
Earth. Is that true? Horizontals mean flat
I
Earth.
did I say that?
No,
Do you know what I said? Do you remember what I
knows
said?
that the
No, what did you
elevation
say?
change in the vertical is the
Good God,
measurement
no
in reality.
thanks. Is this ADHD? I'm
We know
currently
this.
speaking to someone.
We all know this.
What does it mean? Horizontal means no globe. I think that's what you said, word for word, wasn't it?
Well,
So
you're
what-
going to need horizontal to measure a globe. Or So, I mean, where did you measure the horizontal to measure
You
the
need
globe?
horizontal to measure a globe, but you
Yeah, you're
can't
gonna
have
need- you're gonna
horizontal
need-
on a
yeah,
globe.
you're going to need Euclidean geometry to measure that globe. How'd you do it?
Okay. Can you explain why horizontal means no globe into the break?
You don't know what horizontal is?
Well, enlighten
What
me.
did you use? What did you use to establish
Enlighten
this
me
horizontal to
why
measure your
you
globe?
think globes aren't 3D.
What about horizontal makes you imagine a globe?
What is going on here? Testing.
You think you couldn't establish a horizontal line on a globe?
Do it. How'd you do it?
I'd go right through it.
There you go. That's what you did. You went right through it.
Yeah,
and measured
I'd go
it.
right through it. But into the break, he thinks you can't do that. He thinks globes are 2D.
No, that's not true.
2D balls.
What?
You go above
2D
Why are
balls.
you just you
Feel
are
that, Jerry.
too in
Into
your
the break thinks
imagination.
that balls are 2D.
Jerry was here. Jerry knows I would never
Yeah,
say
well,
something
Jerry,
as
what did
absurd
you
as
hear?
what you believe
Did
in.
you hear 2D balls? You can't
What
have
is it?
horizontals with a
Can I
globe.
ask about what is this about into the breaks 2D balls? These balls.
What
is it about?
Into the break says you can't have horizontal lines on a ball.
What is about these balls though? These
Well,
testicles.
because his balls are 2D, apparently.
I see. I understand. Thank you.
You British, all you British guys get it.
Yeah. Well, what do you think, Jerry?
Balls to you guys.
Do you
and here
think?
we go.
Do you think you can't have
And
horizontals
he's again
on a ball?
imagining my genitals, and this is just now very weird, Jackal.
Yeah. I mean, look, Jerry, you need to tell him about the 2D balls because this guy, he thinks
Listen,
he thinks his balls are
nobody's
2D.
saying that you have to be a homosexual to be talking this way, but you both happen to be homosexuals talking this way. I mean, you don't have
I
to
think-
be, but you
I
happen to
think
be.
that's correct. I think that's correct. I think that is the rule actually.
Okay.
so,
Either way,
cool.
so I just want to hear again into the break. Why can't you have horizontals with a ball?
If
Could
he,
you
whilst he,
could you
whilst
tell
he's
me that
thinking about his
again?
answer, whilst you think about his answer, may I ask also a question of yourself, Jack Cole? Jack Cole?
Okay, go on.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's not just directed to yourself, but I'd like you to be the first person. Have you heard of this other server where they? I know I'm not allowed to advertise. I'm not going to say anything, but there's a server where people just complain about this room. Have you heard about this?
No. Unless you talk about Bev's server, in which case maybe.
What server?
Bev? You know who Bev is? Are you talking about his server?
That is it. That's the fucking one. Yes, that's one.
Okay. I got banned from there. I told Bev to take his flat earth proof to a university and show them. And he banned me.
I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening, everybody in this room, I know perhaps we have differences or disagreements, but fuck me, that cunt, Bev. And
You know, Jerry is a Bevtard, so...
It's a Bevtard. I don't know what that is.
Okay, just ask the room. Does anyone else agree with Into the Break and think their balls are 2D? Anyone?
My balls are
Into the Break never said that. Only Jackal is imagining Into the Break's genitalia.
Well, you said it. You said no horizontals with a ball.
I don't know. So what did you measure? Did you measure like a circumference of a circle?
No. He said no. Tanks. Listen. He said no horizontals with balls. Horizontals disprove the globe. You can't have spheres if horizontal lines exist.
Circle to be able to get the circumference. Like, where do you get the horizontal lines?
When I asked you to clarify, Into the Break, I gave you an opportunity. I gave you an opportunity to clarify. I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "What do you mean by you can't have horizontals on a sphere?" And you just flat out repeated it to the point now into the break, where it's obviously the case that you think all spheres are 2D.
You had to make shit up.
But also,
well, then explain it to me. Explain why horizontals mean no globe.
And also, Mr. Break, I'm still waiting for the picture of your balls.
Can someone clip Into the Break saying horizontals mean no globe, and then we'll look at that again, and we'll review what he actually said.
Oh my goodness, that would be an interesting.
I said horizontal exists, thus a globe cannot.
There you go. Horizontal exists, thus a globe cannot. Therefore, balls are 2D. Thank you, Into the Break.
Where are we on those pictures of balls?
What do you reckon about that, Jerry?
You're confused about what a sphere is, and then you thinking you live on one. Oh, okay. That's where your confusion is.
What do you mean by horizontals exist? Well, actually, not even going to... this is far more fun to talk about than the horizontals thing. I enjoy that Into the Break believes in 2D balls. If horizontals exist, then no glob. Therefore, as an additional conclusion, balls can't have horizontals. Therefore, Into the Break thinks his balls are 2D. As a final
Jekyll
conclusion.
thinks balls are 2D because he thinks balls can be made with horizontal lines. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
And I don't think balls can be made with horizontal. I could be wrong.
Well, I don't know if he's adding an extra few clarifications there, but it sounded to me like he thinks balls are 2D.
Okay, I have no fucking clue. But I want to just say, Mr. Jekyll, those fuckwits in the other room, they said the same bloody thing with what? Show me horizontal. Show me horizontal. All horizontals. And I
well, geeks, the thing is, right, they're like little wordsmiths, right, where you have to catch the magic trick, what Jerry and Bev do. Obviously, they think, if you were on a ball and you were lying flat, two people were lying flat and the ball was between their feet.
Is defining words. That's the magic trick he's talking about.
Defining words. Well, there are other words you could use. For instance, local horizontal. You know, that's a few words you can use.
But
that has a definition. That has a definition, by the way, and you're going to ignore that one. So you're actually cherry picking words, or as I like to call it, equivocating.
But Mr. Jekyll, I asked, not in here, in this other bloody room, I asked for clarification, and that, for some reason, was not allowed. It was not allowed. It garnered ridicule and mockery. It was shit mockery, to be fair, because it didn't make any bloody sense. But I just don't understand.
Right, you're gonna have to speak normally because I can't deal with this voice you're doing.
I just don't understand. I don't understand. I asked.
Could have eased me into it, and I was kind of.
I asked for clarification on definitions, and it was. It boggles the mind. It just boggles the mind.
Yeah,
it was just like it was a complete waste of.
If you have any issues with Bev, speak to Mr. Peter. Peter's done Bev thousands of times.
Oh no!
I mean that completely innocently.
No. I've zero respect for this Bev character now going on because this Bev person was just I mean awful.
Smoking on that Moscow pack, boy.
Yeah, whatever that guy said. But oh god, it was grindingly horrible because I had sympathy for that guy.
Yeah, he gets you at the beginning, but anyone who's not autistic can know that he's actually mocking you, right? And so you have to kind of change your tune with him and mock him back, which is why I got banned because I told him to go to a university.
I felt bad for him because of a separate thing prior to having even engaged, right? And then in a polite way, we introduced in front of loads of other people, yada yada yada, in that room, and I introduced myself as the whole Globy thing and blah blah blah, and obviously discussions ramped up and blah 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 blah, but. Asking for definite clarification on definitions to be responded with in just it boggles the fucking mind why someone would be so unnecessarily. There's no word for it.
So I've got a question, Geeks. If you have two people lying
Geeks,
down,
did you show him, Geeks? Did you show him that artwork that you made for me? You should have been like, "Hey, Bev, this is what I'm talking about."
Get that far. We didn't even get that far. Didn't even fucking get that far. It was sorry. Jekyll, if two people are lying down, facing one way,
and there's a ball between their feet, so they're lying flat. Rather than saying lying flat, they're antipolar to one another, right? So one foot's on one side of the ball, the other foot's on the other side of the ball, and the question is, which one of them is the ball curving away from?
Hang on. I'm trying. Their feet are.
Yeah, their feet are antipodal to each other on the ball, and they're lying down. Which one of the has the ball curving away from them?
Is this a separate ball?
No, it's one ball.
No, I mean a beach ball. They're lying on.
Does it matter? It's a ball.
Both of them.
But they're antipodal to each other.
I don't know. Is it
water if you pour the water on the ball?
Yeah. So Jerry thinks if you say, for instance,
we've been through this. I know what
he thinks. He thinks that if either of them say, "Well, it's curving down from me," then they've broken minds. I
You-
think
no.
I think it was a stupid question to begin with.
Well, I don't think Jerry's serious with this.
Oh, he's serious.
No. But I don't. I think there are some spies in this.
No, Jerry is a Bevtard, and he always will be.
Let's assume that that's the case. I mean, Mr. Jerry and I have engaged in this several times. He keeps asking me the same fucking question. It's like, if you're on a globe and then you turn 180
Wait, can I
degrees
get clarification?
the other way,
What is a Bevtard?
what do you see?
Bevtard
Yeah, I don't
is
know.
someone who
is that?
follows Bev around and listens and regurgitates his arguments. If you can call them arguments.
I mean, I hope,
Okay, so he's not even
I hope
making
Mr. Jerry-
arguments.
I hope Mr. Jerry.
So why are you calling them tards?
Bev is Bevtards are people who just say whatever Bev says. Bev is the Tard, right?
Yeah,
The King Tard.
It's remarkable. Bev,
for what reason?
Bev.
You ever spoke to Bev before?
Bev, hey, break.
I've
Trust
heard of
me,
him. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah. No, Bev tops everyone in this room in terms of how frustratingly annoying they are.
Well, you know, once geeks, Bev was in here, and I was arguing with Bev, but because Bev was taking the flat Earth side, you know, all the flat Earthers were like muting me and whatever, and I told them tomorrow he'll come back and he'll start like doing it to you guys because he doesn't care which side he like attacks. And the next day, sure enough, Bev comes in and he upsets a room full of flat earthers. And I'm just there in text chat saying, "I told you so." Knew that would happen.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's something is going on that I don't have full privy to. There's something's going on.
The only flat earther that will, whether or not Bev is doing Team Globe or Team Flat that day, the only flat earther who consistently calls him a retard or his fans retards is T-Dub. Everyone else is a sellout, right? And they'll just pick and choose, Bev based on if they're being pro-flat earth or not.
But that's fine. Like, you know, I have to change their minds every now and then. You know. But I get your point. It's frustrating because, you know, values like that shouldn't, you know, switch so generously.
Got to think, like, do you want to let Bev get away with being a retard just because he's taking your side that day? No,
Well, so that's- well, so
I'm
this
not nice to Bev even when he's attacking flat Earth.
So, Jekyll, this is the thing. So, the wrap up.
Nicholas Burrs.
Eh? I don't know. To be fair, Jekyll, what I should be doing instead of bitching about people that are bitching about other people in this bloody room is doing my coding. Mr. Jekyll, you sound like a reasonable chap. Am I friends with you? I'm going to add you as a friend just in case. Oh, I am friends with you. Great.
You think he
Yeah, I'm
sounds
the
reasonable to
intellectual
you?
of Globe Earth, you know? The big brain.
Calling people retards, you think that's reasonable for you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you guys like argue this point out and everything. I'm gonna go into my bloody code. Love you all.
Alright, have fun.
Peace, geeks. Have a good night. See you later.
Love you all, boys. Agreements or not, love you all. Stay cool, okay? See you later.
Okay. Right, Jerry. What's unreasonable about calling someone a retard?
Do you imagine that that's reasonable to call someone a retard?
Yes. Now what?
Okay. Just wondering.
Is it unreasonable?
Hey, whatever works for you.
I think it's reasonable. But I think for your reason, it's because you couldn't overcome any argument because it's not that. You want to say what isn't that?
Oh
is
my god, you're
something
talking like
that
Bev.
it isn't. So Yeah, well, I don't see why you would call somebody a retard because you're the
Well, he's
one
got nothing.
that's doing the category error.
He's got nothing. Like, what's there to? I mean, look, I expect as a minimum, if you're coming here with some good arguments, right, and you think you've really cracked the code on that on this topic, I'd expect if you truly believe that yourself, then you would go and present it, right? Not just to your little server with like 50 people in it, but I would walk through a university and say, look, here's the thesis, here's the mathematics, here's the logic. There you go. It's got my name on it.
But go do it.
Let me know if you can argue against it.
Let
And
me
Bev,
know. Send me a postcard
Bev
when you
would
what
never
you
do that. In
want
fact, I asked him to,
do.
and he wouldn't.
Why should he? I mean, everyone knows tis globe. Doesn't matter what you read.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that firsthand. It doesn't matter what anybody says. All your little bullshit will gravity, the sun goes down. Nobody cares.
Everyone knows tis glob. Words don't have to
But-
make sense. Everyone knows.
That's it.
Wait, words don't remember what you said earlier into the break. Horizontal means no glob, right?
Again,
and we had
see,
to go
you
through
don't
the
remember what
fact
I said.
that if you
have
said that in front of
comprehension
Bev,
problems, or, retention
Bev
problems.
would call you
Can't
a
remember.
2D baller, right? A 2D baller.
No, that
Yes,
makes
he
no
would.
sense whatsoever.
Yes, he would. Jerry, you know. Tell him.
It seems like
So
there's a
what?
lot of
Tell
animosity
him.
you have for Bev, and then you're trying to
Tell
project
him.
that onto anybody who says the word level or horizontal. It's really weird.
Level or
That
horizontal?
it's weird that such words trigger into you some animosity that you find for a
I'm far
person.
from triggered from the word horizontal.
Psychologically disturbed
Yes.
is what it is.
Like if I was psychologically disturbed by horizontal, why would I have spent the better part of 15 minutes mocking you for your 2D balls?
Well, maybe that's the case in the point.
Maybe. I'm unbeatable into the break. You got to learn this already. Isn't that right, Mez?
I've defeated you at least 4 times in this
Cannot be beaten.
15-minute
Exactly.
conversation.
Beaten off maybe, but
You come back with your Kagito. By the way, Mez, I also listened back to that stream, and when I was listening to it the first time when Gregory was talking, I think he said Kagito, and I was like, "What's he saying?" And I thought, "Oh, he's saying Kagito, right?" I eventually got it, like in the end, that he's actually saying that. But I couldn't make out who won that debate because Gregory's not wrong. The I is a problem linguistically. But I don't think it's like not something you could overcome. Loads of philosophers already done that resolved that.
yeah, well, I didn't really understand much of what he was saying. Like, I don't really understand how it's circular, that. But, yeah, I should have pushed him on what he said, because he said he knows he exists because the absurdity of answering no to the question. So he's referring to his ability to answer the question as proof that he exists, which means his ability to formulate an answer to the question, which is his ability to conceptualize the question, which is his ability to think, which is the same thing.
Yeah, one second, let me show you something. Well, because obviously the SCP article is a bit long, isn't it? So it's not always the most... And it's not really readable either. Some of it's kind of irritating to read, but...
After about the 5th name that was mentioned, I was like, I give up.
I'll show you this. It's probably this straightforward on Wikipedia. Alright, scroll down to criticisms and just read a little bit about the linguistic problem with I.
Are all the big egos done talking?
Well, my ego is never done, Jerry. Never.
Yeah, because every sentence you start starts with, "I think."
I think, yeah, I think that.
I think that you don't have an argument.
Yep, exactly. Very good, very good. I think that. Oh shit. I consider that.
Dude, that was a base impression.
I consider that to be an evolution in how I argue here, because outside of here, I don't. But I had to because of the way people talk to me. You know, Mez has got a fat ego as well. Don't even get me started on Manufactotum.
No, don't you know it?
Yeah, it's amazing how people who cannot think of arguments of their own have such massive egos.
Yeah. It's our trademark, really. Well, we can think of arguments on our own. In fact, that's the whole point of us, really.
That is
we
the
bring something
argument.
new, something cool.
None
Whereas,
of
like,
you
you
have
know,
anything new.
you have an option,
They
right? You have
can
an
all
option
come
of
up with
you
an
can listen to a globe and come in here, stumble in here, and say, "Oh, I think the Earth is globe because I don't know, insert something stupid," or you can deal with the real big boys, Jerry.
Hell if it's fallacious or not. They all came up with arguments.
Okay, what
It's
fallacy?
all the same shit.
What fallacy
Over and
have I
over
done into the break? Let's do this
It's
one.
all hump, right? It's all hump.
What fallacy is the question?
The hump Earth.
What fallacy?
The hump Earth fallacy.
What fallacy?
The fallacy where you think that you live on an Earth with a bunch of humps.
Is that a Is that
That's
known?
not a fallacy.
Does anyone know if that's a fallacy? Anyone? The hump fallacy.
Yeah, no, that's real because the Earth does curve up and down from horizontal, doesn't it?
A hump. Is it the globe is several humps wide fallacy? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. How many humps do you think does it take to make a glob?
I just had a look on Logically Fallacious. Hump's not a fallacy.
Damn. Oh shit. I guess you'll have to find a new word then.
Oh wow. Well, now it's all important what words mean. Oh wow, isn't that interesting?
Well, yeah, exactly. You lectured me about 10 minutes ago. After, by the way, you said balls don't have horizontals, and then you said,
you remember the
you lectured me about language, and now here we are again, where you've just butchered language. Unless you're using fallacy in the colloquial sense, and by which you probably just mean an argument I don't like. Probably the case, isn't it? Really?
Is that's a definition that you hold? I've never heard that. Fallacy is words that I do not like. Wow.
That would be how
I guess I
you
have
would
heard that
consider
on,
a fallacy,
CNN
yes.
Interesting. No.
Because when someone charges
That's
me with
what you
making a
would.
fallacy, I'm
Remember,
always
you don't
here
think
to
words
hear
mean meaning.
hear
Words don't
what fallacy that is.
necessitate meaning. So
Wait,
why
do you
should
think you could have a horizontal on a ball?
I think you could establish a horizontal in a ball.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, in a ball, but not on one.
Well, his argument wasn't on ball; it was horizontal.
you could have
Therefore,
one on
no
the top. It
glob.
would be like balancing a plate
If he
on a basketball.
horizontal,
That would be
therefore
the
no
only
glob is
horizontal
the
that
exact
exists.
quote.
Balancing on a ball.
Balancing on a ball? I mean, maybe.
It's both
Yeah.
kind of irrelevant.
Ah.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't establish a horizontal with water at rest on the ball.
I see. Well, that's not what Into the Break said, is it? He has
I don't need to
2D
say that.
balls. You know?
You've again made something up in your head. Like your whole religion is all made up in your head, and then you have to make up what
My
other people
religion.
say.
Well, what about
It's
your
really
religion?
sad and pathetic.
What about your religion? Because I've actually, if you don't, I asked you about half an hour ago if you had a
What
flat
kind of word are
Earth
you going to make up
proof.
to say my religion
A
is?
flat Earth
What kind of word are
proof.
you going to make up that's going to say what my religion is?
Oh, your religion
Go ahead,
is.
make something up. Make something up. Because
Okay,
words don't have
I'll
any
make up what
meaning
your
to it.
religion is. YouTube are your priests. Your Holy Bible is a Discord server, and your God is I don't know, a snow globe.
You think I'm an atheist? What the fuck?
There you go. That's your religion.
Sounds like projection.
I don't think YouTube, Discord servers, and snow globes are part of my belief system.
Well, every
Oh, they're
quote
not?
unquote argument you have comes from YouTube.
Ah,
Professor
now
Dave,
that's my line. You can't use my line, Jerry.
Professor Dave, fight the flat Earth, all the same.
Yes.
Nothing original.
NASA's got a YouTube
You know,
channel, bro.
unlike thee, I didn't become a glober because of watching YouTube videos. You guys became flat earthers for a series along.
Oh,
Hey, I'm not a flat Earth.
Oh, they didn't like that.
Wow, I was like, make something up to say my religion, and then he literally went and did, and he just projected all of his beliefs onto mine. He was like, no, but my YouTube came from this random guy in his mom's basement before I knew about him before he was on YouTube. Like, it was just not even an argument. It's sad and pathetic. Like, what's his goal here? Just to come and cry about Bev and people pat him on the back and be like, yeah, that's really terrible. We're so sorry that he hurt your feelings. Come here, we'll we'll pamper your bottom, tell you it's okay. You live on the side of a glob. Yeah,
So
horizontal isn't a word. It has no meaning.
anyone can believe whatever they want, all right? But when they say that they have an explanation for what happens to a ship when it goes out into the horizon, and I ask the question, is it going down? And they say that's a malformed question. That's a cop out, man. You don't have an explanation, and that's what Jekyll did. I asked him, "How do you explain that?" He said, "Well, that's a malformed question." Fuck that. No, it isn't. Explain it. You guys say you have all the explanations. Tell me, is
Jerry,
it
have you
going
forgotten
down?
how circles work again?
See,
Do we
here
need
he
to go
goes.
through it?
Now we go to the gaslighting. Do you know how circles work? See, you guys have no third
Anything
dimension.
but the level hump drop thing. They don't want to talk about. They'll talk about anything else. Don't talk about horizontal and hill being either evaluated as being above a horizontal or below the horizontal.
Or even Peter with his quote unquote globe proof. He says if he looks out from one point with a theodolite, he gets a drop on the other side. Okay, great. Okay, Peter, so if you went to the other side and looked back, would you have to look up? He won't answer that question.
Yeah, because it's Bob and Alice. There's a valley in between.
That's right.
It's that diagram of Jaren holding his hands up above a hill, a hump. You're on the side of a hump. Yeah, the dropouts are weird, but then the dropouts always just end up being humpers. They're all humpers. They want to say that they're droppers, but they're all humpers. Like a puppy.
Erroneous question, he says. So, how would he feel if every flat earther answered any question with "That's an erroneous question"? He wouldn't like that. It's just stupid. Like, yeah, what is the point of you being here? You just shit talker, dude. Oh, he's typing furiously.
Yeah, they just sort of just want to boost their egos or something. They're not really concerned about what it is. They're like, it is this religion that I have, tis Glob, and I have to make any excuse I can possibly make for all of its misgivings. And then I have to talk about other people's religions and how they do exactly what they do, what they're doing. A lot of days, but yeah, pretty sad. But just accepting horizontal, I think if you just accept horizontal, all your problems will be solved. You know, then you don't have to go make up shit. Go around to server and say, "Oh, you said this." Make up a bunch of stuff like Jekyll has to do.
Look at the cope in the text. I didn't mute you, Manufactotum.
So can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's going on?
So this hump drop thing.
No, hold up.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Don't give me some abstract explanation of something that I didn't ask you for, okay?
Are you familiar with
now,
visiting the well?
I don't want you to just start talking about nothing out of context. Okay,
Did I
so
do
let's talk about Peter's globe proof.
No. I want to talk about the hump or the
Wait,
drop.
they're putting me up. Sorry, guys. I just saw it.
That's the thing that was triggering the fuck out of me a second ago.
No, we need
as an English
context.
teacher, that is a ridiculous thing to ask.
Okay. Peter's globe proof, right? Let's talk about that.
Why? Why are we talking about Peter's globe proof?
Because this is the context.
Oh, Jesus. What about Peter's globe proof?
All right. So he says that, well, he says that he took a theodolite and he measured the curve, right? But he said it was a drop from one position, right? You got an angle down below horizontal. You agree with that?
I don't know.
Down, right?
I have no idea.
You don't know what Peter's globe proof is.
He's right here. You can ask him yourself. Why am I speaking for Peter?
Do you not know his globe proof?
With theodolites? No. I've seen the one he does with GeoGebra. GeoGebra, however you pronounce that.
I think you're lying.
I've not seen his theodolite globe proof.
You've never heard him talk about it?
With theodolites? No. I've heard him say you can do stuff with theodolites. If he's presented something using theodolites, I've not seen that yet.
I think you're lying.
Yeah, what kind of stuff do you think he does with the theodolite? You've heard him talking about doing stuff. So that would be this would be the yada yada through the best part? What kind of stuff
he shows a model that he made up. Would you like
Come
me
on,
to?
why you're playing stupid.
Let me know when I can speak.
Yeah, Jerry asked you.
If there's a ship sailing out into the horizon and it's cut off from the bottom up, how do you explain that geometrically?
So geometrically, it's going further away from you. And as it goes further, its position is going to be around a circumference.
That's what I mean. You don't have a third dimension yet. Where's your third dimension?
Well, if you're looking at it from the side, you're looking at a two-dimensional thing from the side, right? So if you have a circle, someone standing on
can't
top
see-
of the circle.
You can't see two-dimensional things from the side.
It's an illustration.
No, it isn't.
Are you capable of abstract thinking?
You can't see two-dimensional things from the side, Manufactotum.
I understand that. The illustration is
Yeah, okay.
right.
Well,
Okay.
instead of doing the illustration, he's asking you about just in real terms, in reality. I'm looking, everybody's been to the beach. We're looking out. What am I seeing? A sailboat? What's going on? You know, just what is the real, or am I seeing a mountain lower than I expected it to be? Like, what are you talking about in terms?
Let's stick with the boats, I think is probably easier. But I mean, if we're not allowing abstractions, I don't even know how a conversation can even happen. I'm like, I can
going
show
lower
you
than
a
you?
boat. Sorry?
Is the boat going lower than you?
Well, it's okay. So what do you mean by that?
Down.
Well, can you post an image? Post an image, or
Sure.
or let me. I'll tag you in one to see if you agree with. There, I just put it in VC. Just a boat looking like you can't see the bottom of it.
Yeah. Explain that.
Hold on. I was looking for my own.
You could tag me in whenever.
Okay. What am I meant to explain on this?
Explain the observation that Into the Break just posted an example of.
I mean, it looks like something going over the horizon.
Looks like or is?
I need more context. Like, is this from a video or something? It could just be a big wave, right? Like, there's not enough information here to say one way or the other.
Okay, so there's no
The
use to
water
go
is flat. It's
further.
not a big wave. It's not a big wave. It's flat.
Then I
It's
suspect
a
it's
flat
just
day.
going over the horizon. Yeah.
You know, and I didn't mean to say it triggering flat like it's flat. No, I was saying like in nautical terms, like it's a flat
Sure.
day.
Yeah. No, I
No
got
wave.
you. And yeah, I mean, does it need further explanation than that?
How do you explain it?
It looks like it's just going over the horizon. Looks like your typical bottom up as it gets further and further.
Where is the boat in relation to you?
Far away.
Okay, so there's still no third dimension. Far away is just one direction.
Right. So presumably, right, this boat is going to have some of its keel, is it called, in the water. Wherever that water is, if I'm from the photo, it looks like I'm also in the water or something. Let's just presume I'm in the water as well, right? So we're going to be at the same elevation, right? But that elevation, which we'll call for this example mean sea level, is actually curving.
Sea level
Right?
doesn't curve.
Okay,
Sea
now
level's-
remember this. Remember that is just an observation in one direction. Now you turn around and you're
Mhm.
seeing the exact same observation in the opposite direction.
Sure. Yeah, that tracks.
Now, where is the boat in relation to you? How do you explain it?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I think I know what he means, and since I need to fit my job description,
Well, maybe he should draw it out.
Do you want me to go? Or?
Manufactotum, yeah, hold on. Did you see Manufactotum? I put the instructions in chat. Label level, horizontal, line of sight, and horizon. And then we can apply that your diagram to every other observation, Peters and everything after that. Okay?
Is it this math dictionary for kids thing?
Here, sorry, I'll tag you in it again. Hey, what's up?
Label. Okay. So what? I'm labeling this on what?
Not lower than you. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, we're trying to understand what we're seeing here. We're seeing two of these pictures. Remember, in front of you and behind you. We want you to label level, horizontal, line of sight, and horizon. These are specific things we need labeled, and then you can do your orthographic view diagram.
So we want to like make a diagram.
Well, I don't want to poison the well, but I have one that very many Gloobers have been working on. Maybe I'll post that, and then I'll ask if you agree or what you would change with it.
Does it look like McDonald arches? Because if it looks like McDonald arches, I'd just rather not.
So you're saying that wouldn't make sense?
No. I think
So
anyone
it
here
can't
knows
be a
that
hump.
would make-
So it cannot be a hump.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, I know. See, this is the thing. You guys don't know what that means. What higher and lower means.
The referential. No, higher and lower does have a pretty distinct meaning.
Okay, here's the reference. Horizontal. Okay?
Okay. And the horizontal was taken
2
from.
points of equal elevation.
Okay.
Straight line.
Eye level. Line of sight to horizon. That's pointing to the red. Horizontal level tangent. So one thing I would ask about, over here on the left where it says horizontal / level / tangent, there's 2 right angle squares. I don't. What's that bottom one? So level / tangent seems to be underlined. There's that line with a.
Yeah,
right
I don't know
angle.
what the FTFY means. And the WS that one line, the green line goes through, I would mean world scale. I would suppose. So we got horizontal is the eye level. Then he's got line of sight to the horizon,
Those are
right?
the red lines, yeah.
And so the top line's horizontal. He calls it's also level because that's where he's drawing under the guy's feet on the ground. And then tangent, he's taking that right off of the guy's feet.
Okay.
Then so his line of sight to horizon is then down, and then he added refraction.
He added. Oh, I see. So, refraction isn't quite as well done as I'd like, but I'll take it, I guess. If we're going to go down this road, I'm going to be a little bit more clear about eye level. I'm going to say that eye level is its own specific term, not related to level in general.
So that was like eye level because it's level. So
Yeah,
it's a
I'm gonna
leveled
take
eye.
that as a
Like you have
no,
a theodolite that's leveled,
Sure.
or your
Yes.
sextant that's leveled.
Right. So I'm going to take that as a colloquial term. So you can level something. If that's what he means by eye level, that's fine. But that just means that's closer to horizontal.
No, I just told you he
Yeah,
means that is a theodolite
Sure.
level
Yeah, that's fine.
or your sextant level.
Yeah.
Like it's not just a random eyesight looking up.
Yeah, I understand. But it's not level in the sense of equal altitude at all points, right? Because it's 1 point. So that wouldn't really make sense in a more general term.
Wait, so a level point, so then he's just, what's he looking out to? That's not his direct, the direct line of the light, that is now not a horizontal, that's not level.
No, it's
What is
horizontal,
that?
but it's not level.
How would you fix it? Would you, could you just take that into like an
I
art
would just
program and just sort of fix that?
No, I would just call it
Because
horizontal.
I need to know what you're talking about.
I'm fine with the line. I just wouldn't call it level. I'd call it horizontal.
Well, it is called horizontal, and that is eye level.
Right. I'm fine with calling it that, so long as we don't conflate the term when we use level to mean equidistant from some reference.
Okay, so you're saying that eye level is just a single point that's maybe 6 feet above a mean sea level.
It's
Is that what you
horizontal
mean?
at that single point. Yeah.
Wait, now it is a horizontal referencing a point.
It's a
That's
direction.
what's drawn. That's what's drawn there. So just fix it. It would be so much easier. Just let's get this ambiguity out of the way.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to take it
Just
to the point.
fix the
Just
diagram.
scratch out the words and put horizontal. I'm fine with the line. Nothing else has to change.
Well, it's labeled as horizontal already. So you just don't want it to say eye level. So where's eye level?
I'm
Where's
fine
your
with
line of
calling it
sight?
eye level so long as we don't conflate that with the general term level. Is eye level important for
Okay,
this
so not horizontal.
illustration?
So not horizontal.
I don't know. I
Yes,
said it is horizontal.
like I said, eye level would be you setting up a theodolite or using your sextant and having it leveled.
Okay, let's forget about eye level and let's just look at this stuff in front of us. In this illustration, there is a line, a black line that goes left to right across the screen. That line is horizontal.
Yes.
Okay.
And also the purposes of this demonstration, it was a theodolite and it was a sextant, both leveled.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm fine with everything else on here.
Okay. So now can you demonstrate it with Peter's theodolite?
No, I don't know what that means. If you want to demonstrate something Peter did, I would ask Peter. I'm not going to speak for him. If you have some specific example, I can maybe speak to, but I don't know what Peter did. This came from Peter. I don't know what else I could really add. I mean, I told you where I agree and disagree. We can use this to talk about the hump
that was
drop,
fine.
I guess, but
Yeah, so you're saying it's a drop.
what's a drop?
When you would see that image, this image with the ship sails and the water, the hump of water.
So in that image, what I see is ship sails beyond the horizon.
Okay.
If I'm looking at this
And you're
drawing,
seeing the same thing behind you.
yeah. So as it shows in this drawing, right? If I'm looking at the horizon,
So
I'm looking down slightly. This is exaggerated, of course, but
So you're looking down to see the ship going down.
if I'm looking at the horizon, yes. If I'm looking at the top of those sails, probably not. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. So yes, I'm looking down.
Well, you're seeing the top of the sails. So you're looking at. So now, would you have to look up to see the tops of the sails, or are you looking down to them?
In the picture that you posted, I suspect those are high enough that I would be looking up.
Yeah. So that would be what, 3 miles away. So
No idea.
half of the ship more obscured. No idea. Well, I'm just seeing where the glob hump is. When
What do
you're
you mean?
looking in both directions, if you're looking down, I have a leveled line of sight,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm looking down to the horizon, and I turn around and then I'm looking down with my level line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
You see also that is showing level. You see.
So the ground, regardless, is at my feet, right? So if I'm standing, if I'm looking at the horizon, I'm going to be looking down, regardless.
So you're looking. So that image shows you're looking down to the ship.
You're looking down at the horizon. So where the ship meets the horizon, that's down. If the sails are above in this illustration where that eye level line is, that horizontal line, if those sails pop up above that, then I would be looking up.
Well, no, there's a line of sight to horizon that's in red.
Mm-hmm.
And you see where that meets the hump, or now you're on top of the hump. So now you're seeing that horizon. Then you have the sailboat behind it. You see?
Yeah. So that's
under that line.
Right.
So
But
you're
again,
looking down, and then it's going down further.
yes, but this illustration is exaggerated. So those sails could be tall enough to pierce above that black line, in which case I would be looking up if I'm looking at the top of the sails. I don't know if that's the case in the picture. Clearly it's zoomed in. I don't have quite enough information to make it out from that snippet. But that's all I mean by that. So depending on how much of that sail pops up above that black line and how much of it is below the black line, for some of that sail I'm looking up, for some of that sail I'm looking down. At the horizon, I'm definitely looking down because I'd have to be.
Yeah, and if that water was to lower, that boat would sink and sink and sink, and you'd be seeing over that boat much farther.
Yeah, as it gets further and further.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, if the boat stays in the same spot and the water were to lower or even disappear, that boat would be much lower from your elevation, and so you're going to be seeing so much farther over that boat because your elevation, your field of view has changed now because you got a lot of water that you're looking at. You know what I mean?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean if the water was lower.
If the water, so if you were to look at the boat and miraculously the water would disappear,
okay,
that boat would be on the bottom of the ocean floor or the lake floor, and you'd be seeing over top of the boat and beyond.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Yeah, because the water really does obstruct a lot of view.
Yeah,
especially on a plane or a flat Earth or what, even on a globe Earth. I mean, perspective still would have to take into effect at some point, even on a globe Earth, right?
Well, if you remove any obstruction, you're going to see beyond it. You could probably get the same result by just going higher up.
Oh yeah, the higher you go, the wider your view. Definitely.
Or the further, yeah.
And the further. Well, but it's interesting on a sphere though. If you go high enough, eventually on a sphere, your field of view, you will not see the ground below anymore. Eventually because the ball will disappear below you. If you go high enough on a plane, say the plane was infinite, you'd keep seeing more and more and more Earth. But on a ball, if you're
water on a sphere.
Well, yeah,
If you're
the water on a
keeping
if you're keeping your head at the same orientation and you
Okay.
raise up and you don't look down, you're at the x-axis of where you see the Earth horizon, the x-axis, right, from left to right. Eventually, you rise high enough that horizon on a sphere will disappear. You will not see it anymore because you're going to rise so high that the ball will go below you and it'll disappear.
Sure.
Does that
I mean,
make
you
sense?
have to go really, really high up, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll ever do that.
Well, sure. All right.
Yeah, well, at least amateurs aren't.
Yeah.
Amateurs they'll never do it. You really need like $1 billion organization or a government organization to do it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. For now.
Yeah, hopefully amateurs will be able to do it one day, and it'd be cool to see amateur orbit the Earth.
I don't know.
Still
Sounds
no
kind of dangerous.
explanation. Great. 20
I-
minutes of ball tossing.
So,
Protein licking and salad tossing.
I mean, I really what I'm trying to
The level
illustrate
line
is
is actually not level, Jerry. Solved.
Yeah.
well, all I'm really trying to illustrate is the malformed question. Because when you say it drops, I don't know what you mean by it. When you say it's a hump, I don't know what you mean by it. So, I mean,
So does anyone else have an explanation?
well, you haven't explained what the question means.
Did you guys want me to chime in or no?
Not if you're going to obfuscate and,
No, I could. I'll explain it. I think I know what you mean. You're talking about a drop from the tangent. So I'll just say this is a model.
Hold on a second, dude. Is the boat lower than you? Yes or no?
Yes, yeah. If I'm looking out in the boat, I see the sails, but it's dropping below the horizon. From my location at my horizontal, it's below my horizontal.
Okay, so it is lower than you, right?
Right. In terms
All
of
right.
my horizontal, it's lower than my horizontal. Yes.
Yeah, airplanes do the same thing. If you look at an airplane go across the horizon, it's appearing to move downward, but it's not really. It's just moving away from you.
So what if there's someone on the other side of that body of water, Felix, and they see the same boat, and the boat is cut off from the bottom up for them? Is the boat lower than them?
Because they would see the same thing, because if they're the same distance away as I am, then they will also see the boat below them, below their horizontal.
All right.
So if you're on a circle, right, you'll have infinitely many tangents. But if you chose one to be your horizontal, all other horizontals will be below that tangent line. From that tangent line.
Here's the question: you're on the boat now. Where are the people in relation to the boat when you're on the boat?
The people on the boat. Are you asking like if I'm looking at people in a boat?
No, you're on the boat now.
Okay.
Are the two people on either side of you? Would you have to look up to see them?
No, you would have to look down, because they would be down in terms of their horizontal. So when I'm on the boat, I have a new horizontal, and the two people that I'm looking at, they'll be below my horizontal. So you'll have to imagine like a circle, right? So like say the boat's at the top of the circle, and the two people are on the left and the right of the circle. So if you were to draw a tangent line at their locations, you'll see that each tangent line is like in respective to the other tangent lines are always below each other, right?
What if I don't imagine that?
I don't know. You'll have to draw it. You could describe it. I'm driving right now, but you could describe it, like what you're trying.
Would you describe all 3 points as being below, above, and at the same elevation as each other? all at the same time.
So I think that there's a confusion here, Jerry. I think you're thinking of elevation. It's on a curved surface, so you have to work with the glow model, right? Just imagine it.
Do I?
You're not changing elevations. You're just changing like the location of the curve that you're on. So,
okay, so you're not
they'll
changing
be below
elevations,
right,
but they're
no
lower.
change in elevation. They're lower in terms of your horizontal, so your tangent. So, like if I'm on the boat,
So that's elevation.
then
Nope.
no, it's
Yes.
not. So we're all at sea level. Everyone's at sea level.
Okay,
Let's
so
just
there is no
imagine.
drop.
There is
See?
a drop. So, like,
Okay, so
there
we're
is a drop.
not
So
all at sea level then.
from your horizontal. So imagine like the boat's on top of a circle, right? And now you draw. Let's just say this for the sake of illustration. I draw a horizontal line, which is tangent to the top of a circle, right? But then the two people to the right of me, to the left of me, if I'm looking at them, they'll be below my horizontal. If they're looking at me, on the boat, then they'll think that I'll be below their horizontal. So
the horizon.
Mhm. Yeah.
So the horizon will be below your feet. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So the horizon will appear to be I guess you could say below. Eventually to drop below your feet, like your horizontal. But technically, it's dropping immediately, like whatever 8 inches per mile squared or whatever it is.
Oh,
Right?
is it a drop from horizontal?
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
well
It's
that's
a drop from
called an elevation change.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So I mean, again, it's yeah. I got a mic up. Hold on.
Elevation drop is a drop from level, not horizontal.
Yeah, Manufactotum. I don't want to listen to people toss your salad anymore. If there's any new people in here who want to speak up, you can.
I just wanted to get a good job sticker from my boss Jekyll.
Yeah, just not answering the question is a good job, or saying as much nonsense as possible is a good job to Jekyll.
Yeah, the horizon's below your feet. And it starts dropping from the horizontal. And then you look down further, and then the boat is behind the hump. Does anybody want to apply it to what Peter did?
Well, apparently Manufactotum doesn't know what Peter did. He's in this GF6 club with all the globe proofs, and he has no idea what Peter did. Interesting.
So Jekyll thinks slope is measured flat.
Well, he thinks that that 3 points can be above, below, and at the same elevation as each other all at the same time, which is fine, right? I just want to point that out. You know, I'm not here to tell him he's wrong. I mean, you know, if anyone thinks that makes sense, Go ahead.
It's fine as long as he's. It's fine as long as he's not building any support structures that people can be injured by. He's not flying an airplane or anything. Yeah, because if you're flying, that 47 feet will just drop out from underneath you in a second. Hey Jerry, have you ever seen contrails go over any curve? Go like down, like physically down, so you can't see them anymore?
No.
Yeah, that would be scary if you had like that scene from Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just see the airplane go out to the horizon, like it's like appearing to drop, but it's not actually. It flies and gets to its destination, but there's like no curve or hump in the contrail. Well, I guess I would have to preface that, stand on the beach and I'm seeing them fly out from LAX and they're going up the coast mostly, but I guess in LA I would see them, who knows? It would seem they're 35,000 feet up. You see it all the way to the cloud line. And the distance, how many miles is that? 3 miles? Just a straight line, no curve in the sky. Because the horizon, if the water's at my feet, that's 3 miles, and I'm just like looking out, looking kind of to the middle of my vision and seeing the horizon, seeing the airplane go as far as it can go. Pretty sure they reached their destination.
What's going on?
Typical stuff, Crit.
Nothing new under the sun.
No, nothing new under the sun. Like you know what I talk about. The basic stuff. I tried to get Manufactotum to explain where the boat is in relation to you. Of course, he started his obfuscation shit for 20 minutes with Into the Break. And at what point do people start to suspect that we're all on the same team? Like, if we entertain the trolls, people are going to start to think they're all trolls.
Yeah, that is kind of a problem. Like, it's a hard balance between curating a space for real positive communication and effective communication, but also valuing free speech. Because what they do is they take your kindness as a weakness. They'll wiggle in like a little, like that sort of camel putting its nose in the tent. Oh, I'm just like talking and, just hanging out with you guys. But it's this sort of weird passive aggressive attack against everything that they think that you believe, and you told them it's not a belief to begin with. I don't know what the fuck you're on about, dude. I'm at the point where I just say anyone with GF6, they are not offered any charitable communication. They just identify themselves as a troll. Okay, sure, you want to be a troll? I'll treat you like a troll.
You know what the best part is? Manufactotum said he has no idea what Peter's globe proof is.
Yeah, Peter doesn't either. His whole globe proof is hinged on asking you a bunch of questions and then telling you you're wrong. And if you're wrong about the questions he asked you, then your whole worldview must be wrong for some reason. That gift that Rupert posted is kind of like mesmerizing. Mr. Giggles wanted back into the chat. I said no. So his counter was to call me a cultist. I'm like, if it's a cultist, why do you want him back in then?
Yeah. Does he want to be in the cult?
Yeah, so it's kind of like this weird contradictory. Their needs and their wants they're crossed. Their wires are crossed. So they come up with these really weird things where they don't like cults, but they want to be part of it. Or like here, you're too dumb to answer yes or no questions. Okay, so why are you asking me yes or no questions? If you think inside your worldview you've adjudicated whatever version of me that you added to that is too dumb to answer yes or no questions, then why the fuck do you keep asking them? See, they're not even falling for their own bullshit. You can sit there and just right there. Why would you ask? Like, if I know my epistemology, if I know someone cannot answer a yes or no question, I'm not going to ask them. I wouldn't waste my breath. Wouldn't waste my voice. That's pretty hilarious. Peter's been here all day, like perpetually muted. Like, so if he's muted, that proves a globe. If he's not muted, that also proves a globe.
Wait a minute. He's muted, that proves a globe. So all we have to do is unmute him, and it's not a globe.
Yeah, mods mute globe provers. Yeah, matter of fact, hold on. Like, I'm saying, if you call yourself this sort of like this troll team, the lore here, okay? There's lore to this story. There was a group of globalists that called themselves Troll Team 6. They did this because they were very patriotic and they kind of saw SEAL Team 6 as the ultimate heroes of the story of 9/11. Because remember, 9/11 conspiracy is also considered like to be dehumanizing and insulting. So they called themselves Troll Team 6, that they were going to troll people who were conspiracy theorists. And they did so in some very spectacular ways. They did all kinds of crazy shit. So when people said, hey, you're just a bunch of trolls, they're like, yeah, duh. You think we're ever going to take conspiracy theorists seriously? We're just here to fuck with you until you basically kill yourself or fuck off. Like their goal, they have parties when they hear that a flat earther had died or dies. It's kind of like a death cult. So then, at some point, they kind of dialed back the troll team stuff, and they rebranded. But Bev still knows the people who are part of Troll Team 6. So when he said that to Peter, said, hey, are you part of the new troll team? And Peter's like, yeah, hold my beer. Let me come up with Troll Team 6 or whatever. And then over time, you guys have now this GF6. I'm going to take your word for it. You want to be identified as a troll. You did so.
Oh man, I didn't get that memo though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you might, before you do something, you might want to know all the lore behind the story.
Yeah, if Jekyll gives me a good review, I might stay. I don't know. I'm not a good employee though, so I'm sure I'll get kicked out soon.
Yeah, matter of fact, Tom, you name your account how you want to name it.
Yeah, I'll probably go back to a normal Felix soon.
One of the Troll Team 6, I think AI brings this up because he actually talked to one of the women. One of the things that Troll Team 6 did was try to woo flat earth women. Make it seem like, they were into them and, date them and stuff and try to get them to change their mind. And if they did, they dumped them. And if they didn't, they dumped them. It was just really kind of like a real sort of twisted version of
those like romance scams.
yeah, pretty much. So when I see someone with GF there, GF6, Troll Team 6, whatever, I just figured you're into that type of thing too. This is your methods and practices, identified by you, not me. Just like we respect identities here. If someone comes in here and says, hey, I identify as a woman or I identify as a person or whatever, we accept personal identifications. You identify as a troll team. No problem.
All right. I guess I'll change it back to my carrot identification.
Boy, this stuff has really gotten out of hand, huh?
No, it was out of hand. I think the high watermark of out of hand was a 2018 Denver convention, Flat Earth convention, where they called them bomb threats. There was like someone had posted a message board about pulling a victory royale and gonna go kill some flurf, hunt some flurf. It caused the Denver convention to be constantly shut down and swept with bomb sniffing dogs. The goal was to get the convention shut down by making security cost so much it just wasn't fiscally viable.
Oh,
That was that was kind of the high watermark, and since then it's been dialed back. And there's been a lot of rhetoric, like someone had said, if they have Sharona, they're gonna show up to a Flat Earth convention and be like a bioweapon. But it's more just being hyperbolic. No one actually was gonna go through with that. They were just like a lot of just like talking shit.
Yeah, sometimes hyperbole does lead to other things, though.
Oh yeah, like you saw, like a lot of what happened, up to, the whole summer of violence there.
I guess I've just been naive. I guess, I thought it was the extent of it was just, the shape of the earth, but I had no idea that things were getting this bad between you guys. Huh. Sounds kind of dangerous, actually.
Yeah, but people had thought about that. Like where will they stop? At what point will the anti-flat earthers draw the line? Where is their line in the sand? Because they did another thing at one point when the Troll Team 6, GF6 was one of their high watermarks too, was trying to figure out which Flat Earth families had children in the home. They called this initiative the Children of Flat Earth. And they were going to call in massive amounts of false reports to Child Endangerment or Child Protective Services to get the government to go into those houses and maybe find a reason to remove the children from the household.
Okay, yeah, this has really gotten out of hand. I mean, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but I would never engage in anything like that. That's just crazy stuff.
Yeah, they're just completely they're a Karen. That's how bad they are. And then when I see someone say, you know what, I recognize the past of these type of troll groups and what they've done to flat earthers, and they're going to adopt that moniker. You do you, boo. I'll accept you for who you are.
So what do you predict? Do you think the situations are going to get worse or better?
I mean, to be fair, Crit, like I'm not trying to doubt what you're saying, but I mean, would someone seriously go that far to seduce a female flat earther just to like hardcore like troll them that way? I think it seems a little bit extreme, but I imagine something like that could happen. But
yeah, AI's here. He's not going to tell names, but I've heard him say that he actually had to help grief counsel a woman of Flat Earth who was, who this GF6 did this to. Troll Team 6, whatever. Look at Crit, you're officially a piece of shit. Receipt said it was any one of us. You identified with that group, not me. It doesn't matter if you did it or one of your compadres did it. You picked a moniker that identifies as one of those groups. Yeah, guilt by association, homie. Yeah, Rupert's got another good one here. Yeah, contacting people's bosses. Like a Flat Earther just had their like the company they work for on their polo. And they didn't listen to a single thing they said. All they said, "Oh, he's a Flat Earther. I believe that might be his work." And they, called the boss up, did all that kind of shit, trying to figure out, hey, do you know you got a Flat Earther working for you? He's online wearing your shirt. Here's a picture talking about flat Earth. Look what happened to Brian Mullins. Where's Brian? That was like one of the big ones. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Rupert, that's a good point too. Fighting fire with fire isn't my tactic or my shtick either. Yeah, I like Bev and some other people have gone too far, and they went back and they started sort of using the same sort of tactics back at them, and it's fucked up. It's such. It just kind of shows that. I mean, in my opinion, the Earth is flat and stationary. On the globe model, there should be enough room for all people, all ideas. The universe is so large. There's a version of you out there who's a flat earther. There's a version of Earth out there that's flat. So like people have to the full acceptance. But when you see people going back and forth with these very petty tactics, it just kind of shows you that humanity's doomed. It's all over but the crying. It's a flat, stationary, enclosed world. A petri dish, mind you. That's a model I like to demonstrate for flat Earth. And the nasty will just keep growing and growing and growing until extinction level event. And then so it's basically all over but the crying. The writing's on the wall. We're driving over the cliff and no one's even pushing the brake. They're pushing the accelerator.
I wonder if we should get some, maybe some physicists to step in and sell this once and for all, like on like the national level. What do you think?
Or just what physics do you use that accounts for curve or rotation?
Well, I would let them decide that. They're the expert.
No, you're the expert. Yeah, you're actually an expert.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, but I don't think so.
No, literally
not
you are.
About that anyway.
Your brain is the most advanced supercomputer ever invented. Better than no supercomputer will ever come close to the amount of physics that you're doing daily. 5 seconds. Get up and just walk to the kitchen and pour yourself a glass of water. The amount of physics calculations you just did, split second calculations. All the way there and all the way back, moving your body through space. No computer will ever be able to do that. You've seen it. You've seen, like, they can't even get these robots to walk upstairs.
Fascinating.
So using you, this